In the third training ground of Konoha, a slender silhouette darted across the arena at this hour. When the sun blazed with fervor, the raven-haired youth continued to run relentlessly, his body drenched in sweat, a heavy bag of sand strapped to his back. The boy trembled slightly, his breath uneven. It was a struggle for anyone to endure such harsh conditions. Yet, the fire of determination shone in his eyes, compelling him to press on, step by arduous step, toward the completion of another lap. With each breakthrough, he tempered his will. The youth was named Qingyun, having recently traversed into a world often conjured in his dreams, the world of Naruto, specifically the village of Konoha. Despite his arrival, he retained his name. Qingyun did not find himself among the illustrious clans like the Uchiha or Hyuga. He was merely an orphan, devoid of a surname, known simply as Qingyun. Though he harbored some resentment about his lineage, the ignorant children around him frequently bullied and insulted him. "Hey, you little brat born of mother, but raised by none." One taunted, "What are you doing here in the sweltering midday sun?" Another sneered, "Are you torturing yourself?" Huh. While his peers played and mocked him, Qingyun remained unfazed. Approaching 30 before his journey, he was beyond the petty grievances of children. Despite his youthful appearance, his soul had experienced far more. As he continued his run, a stone suddenly flew toward him. Whoosh! The weight of the sandbag and his exhaustion rendered him unable to evade. Thud! The stone struck his head, causing blood to flow. He looked up to see the culprits, those same children who had tormented him, now laughing uproariously. "Ha ha! This is too amusing. Look, he's bleeding," one exclaimed. "No one is here to help you, and no one cares. Orphaned and still torture yourself every day, what a freak." These children, clad in the garb of the Hyuga clan, were accustomed to bullying, and they showed no remorse for their actions. This time, Qingyun chose not to endure any longer. He slowly retrieved the stone that had struck him and hurled it back at the Hyuga boy with precision. Bang! Though fatigued, his rigorous training had honed his skills, and the stone hit its mark, striking the Hyuga boy in the gut. The child doubled over in pain. "Brat!" the Hyuga boy shouted, incensed at having been struck. "Get that filthy dog of a bastard." The Hyuga children quickly surrounded Qingyun, their numbers imposing. Qingyun surveyed the scene, his gaze icy. The Hyuga children exchanged glances, none daring to make the first move. "What are you waiting for? Come at me," one yelled, unable to contain his frustration, prompting the group to rush at Qingyun. A bunch of little bullies, learning to wield their family's influence at such a young age. "I shall teach you a lesson." Qingyun did not hold back. His relentless training had endowed him with physical capabilities far surpassing those of his peers. In mere minutes, he had them all on the ground, trembling with fear. The Hyuga children, truly frightened now, scrambled to their feet and fled, slipping away as if their feet were coated in oil. "Run back home, to your mothers." Qingyun chuckled, brushing off the incident. Upon returning home, he shed the sandbag, took a hot shower, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in a vast, white expanse, where an elderly man with a white beard appeared before him. "You have finally arrived, young one," the old man proclaimed, resembling a celestial being, yet not the sage of 6 paths from this world. "Are you looking for me?" Qingyun asked, bewildered. "Indeed, I have awaited your arrival. A remarkably robust soul you possess," the elder remarked, seemingly pleased. "Who are you, and what do you want with me?" Qingyun inquired directly, uninterested in lengthy explanations. Do not rush. You are a traveler who has fortuitously entered the world of Naruto. You feel weary and drained, yes?" The old man stroked his beard. "That is correct." "How did you know? Is my lack of energy due to you?" Qingyun retorted, having trained vigorously since his arrival, yet feeling his strength diminish inexplicably, as if it had been siphoned away. "Indeed, young one, you possess considerable fortune," the elder continued, his mystical demeanor perplexing Qingyun further. "You old rascal, what have you done to me?" Qingyun exclaimed, nearly grabbing the elder's beard in frustration. "Oh, not be hasty. Young one." The elder's form suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind Qingyun, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Your grueling training has pushed your body to its limits. If not for my protection, you would have perished long ago. I merely absorbed a fraction of your soul's power. I have come to repay you," the elder explained, pacifying Qingyun's anger. Repay me? Why not say so sooner? What compensation do you offer? Qingyun pressed, his irritation lingering. The elder sighed. You are quite pragmatic. I shall gift you a system. Does that satisfy you? A system? What kind of system? Qingyun inquired, aware that many travelers had transformed their fates through such systems, akin to a golden key unlocking rapid growth. Let me find it. Ah, here it is, the elder said, producing a gourd from his waist, pouring out a pill. As Qingyun gaped, the elder swiftly placed it in his mouth. Upon swallowing the pill, Qingyun felt an immediate shift in the world around him. What was it you just made me consume? He asked, bewildered. This pill will assist you in breaking through dimensional barriers. Awaken, and you shall understand, the elder replied. The voice of the elderly man with white hair grew increasingly ethereal, as at that moment, Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. Was it merely a dream? Observing his surroundings, he felt no significant change, only a remarkable clarity in his mind. Upon fully awakening, Qingyun discovered that he could perceive unusual phenomena. What could that be? A sense of trepidation washed over him as he noticed numerous streams of blue energy flitting about nearby, instilling in him a profound unease, leading him to wonder if he was witnessing apparitions. Is there also such energy within me? Upon realizing the presence of blue energy surrounding him, Qingyun instantly comprehended its nature. Is this chakra? Am I truly able to see chakra? He mused aloud. Indeed, it appears you are not entirely foolish. The speaker was no longer the old man, but a voice he had never heard before, somewhat mechanical in tone. Who are you? You must be the system the old man mentioned, right? Qingyun retorted. Indeed, I am the system, and I am no ordinary system. I am the devil fruit system. The system proclaimed with pride. Devil fruit? Is that not something exclusive to the world of One Piece? Qingyun inquired. Precisely. Did you not consume that elixir? Only by doing so can you transcend the dimensional barrier and possess a system like mine from another realm, the system asserted with conviction. By the way, as a newcomer, the system will grant you a novice gift pack. Do you wish to open it? The system inquired. Naturally, without a moment's hesitation, Qingyun opted to unveil the so-called novice gift pack. Congratulations. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the splitting fruit of the paramecia type. What? The system's announcement nearly startled Qingyun to death. Splitting fruit? Is that not the ability of Buggy the Clown? Are you suggesting I now possess his powers? While Buggy's strength is not particularly formidable within the realm of One Piece, the splitting fruit pales in comparison to the awe-inspiring abilities of the Logia type. System, can I exchange it for another? This ability is rather underwhelming. Qingyun expressed his indifference towards the splitting fruit, pondering what utility it could serve beyond causing fragmentation or ambushing someone. To his surprise, the system promptly replied, Host, do not be ungrateful for the boon you have received. This is a world of ninjas. Consider this. If your enemy is unaware of your powers and they strike with a blade, only for you to suddenly employ the splitting ability, the system's words trailed off, yet Qingyun understood the implication. Upon further contemplation, Qingyun realized that while the splitting ability may seem trivial in the world of pirates, if it could instill a momentary hesitation in an adversary, their demise would be all but certain. It is known that in battles among experts, a single moment can dictate life or death. Very well. Since you are the devil fruit system, how might one acquire new devil fruit rewards? Qingyun asked directly. The system replied, Of course. The novice gift pack is merely a present for you. As a system, I shall undoubtedly offer you even greater rewards. In order to receive rewards, one must accumulate points and utilize them for redemption, the system stated. Redeem with points? But how does one acquire these points? Qingyun immediately inquired. As this was pivotal to understanding the system, points can be obtained through at least 3 methods. First, by vanquishing foes or defeating opponents. As the stronger and higher level the adversaries you eliminate, the more points you shall earn. Second, persuading enemies to surrender and join your ranks will also yield points. Third, we will periodically release tasks. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a delightful 10 consecutive draws, which will include substantial point rewards. Every 100 points allows for 1 redemption. Understood, Qingyun comprehended the operational mechanics of the system. In essence, it revolved around combat and task completion. Just as he was about to deactivate his system, a sudden alert chimed in. What is it, system? Qingyun promptly asked. What a coincidence. I didn't expect that upon awakening this system, you would also trigger a task. What task? Qingyun was equally exhilarated. Completing tasks would lead to delightful 10 draws. Surely, the rewards from the system would be worthwhile. Task: gather chakra. Learn to control and utilize chakra to climb to the top of a designated tree. Time limit: 1 week. Qingyun's initial excitement swiftly turned to dismay. At merely 3 years of age, his body had not fully developed. Although he could condense chakra, the little he had managed to gather was previously seized by that old man with the white beard. 1 week time limit. System: do you wish for me to perish? Qingyun felt a sense of despair. On the contrary, I do not wish for your demise. You are my host. Climbing a tree using chakra within a week is not an impossible feat. You are intelligent and diligent. You will surely devise a way to accomplish it. Very well. I shall await your triumphant return. By the way, no utilizing fruit abilities, mind you. With that, the system vanished, leaving Qingyun in a state of contemplation. Climb a tree in a week? Gather chakra? He recalled that in the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke had found tree climbing to be quite arduous, taking an indeterminate amount of time, certainly not a simple task. Forget about it. No need to dwell too much on that. To learn to control chakra, I must first gather it. Resolving to try condensing chakra, Qingyun initially thought it would be a daunting challenge, given his previous failures. However, this time he discovered that he could effortlessly visualize the chakra pathways within his body. Perhaps this was due to that transcendent elixir? Qingyun soon successfully condensed chakra, his entire being radiating a blue luminescence. Not bad. Among my peers, I must possess a superior amount of chakra. Qingyun smiled, dispersing the chakra and choosing not to pursue further control techniques. Instead, he shouted, "Shatter!" Immediately, Qingyun's body shattered into pieces. Left hand, left foot, right foot. Observing his newfound abilities, Qingyun suddenly conceived a viable strategy. When the clown Baki fragmented, his body could still levitate, while his feet needed to remain grounded. This was a minor flaw in his powers. However, if he mastered climbing trees, his feet could become far more agile. In a short span, Qingyun delved deeply into the study of his fragmentation fruit. Essentially, slashing attacks proved ineffective against him. If an adversary was unaware of his capabilities, a single strike could spell their doom in an instant. After thoroughly researching his fragmentation fruit, Qingyun shifted his focus to controlling his chakra. He could observe his chakra at any moment, which also constituted a flaw. He arrived at the designated tree determined to practice, gathering chakra in his feet. He cautiously stepped onto the trunk, his entire body tilting precariously. Bang! On his first attempt, Qingyun failed due to insufficient chakra concentration, resulting in a lack of adhesion in his feet. His second attempt ended similarly. He crashed to the ground once more, this time because the chakra distribution in his feet was uneven, causing him to lose balance. Bit by bit, Qingyun persevered, repeatedly attempting to climb and falling from the trunk. Initially, he made scarcely any progress. Simply achieving an even chakra distribution took him an entire afternoon. Yet, Qingyun was not one to concede defeat. After all, completing the task would empower him. He needed to accomplish the mission at all costs, and the daunting challenges before him would not compel him to yield. Thus, Qingyun persisted for 3 or 4 days, finally managing to traverse from the base of the trunk to its midpoint. He needed to acclimate to this sensation, to harmonize each step he took, making it second nature. Immersed in his tree-climbing endeavor, Qingyun continued for another 2 or 3 days. On this day, the final day before the task's conclusion, a youth stood before the tree. Behind him gathered a throng, including a member of the Hokage clan whom Qingyun had previously bested. Many among the crowd were indeed from the Hokage clan. At this juncture, Qingyun understood the implications. Was this a scheme for revenge? He never anticipated such a cliché scenario would unfold before him. Qingyun squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. The Hokage youth's expression darkened as he inquired, "You are Qingyun, are you not? Did you strike my brother with a stone?" Qingyun had no desire to engage with the Hokage youth, retorting, "Oh, I see. You are the brother of that little brat from the Hokage clan? I didn't expect him to play the victim. In truth, he struck my head first. But I doubt he mentioned that to you, did he? Brother, he lies. He attacked me first. He instigated the conflict." The young Hokage suddenly interjected, protesting. "Child, refrain from spouting nonsense," Qingyun admonished. "Child, are you not just a little brat yourself? You claim to have been injured on the head, yet it seems entirely unscathed, while my younger brother lies bleeding from the abdomen due to your actions." The demeanor of the Hokage youth shifted abruptly as he declared, "This is Konoha village, and I had no intention of engaging in unnecessary dialogue with you. However, your insincerity compels me, as an elder brother, To teach you a lesson on behalf of my sibling. Let our clan witness. I am not seeking to bully the weak, but rather to impart a lesson as a member of the Hyuga clan. The youth spoke with righteous conviction. Meanwhile, no one in the vicinity attempted to intervene. They merely stood by, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The Uchiha clan, responsible for the security of Konoha, had historically been at odds with the Hyuga clan. Yet for reasons unknown, the security team was notably absent today. Qingyun let out a cold snort. I see. It appears you have conspired beforehand. Since the world is so unjust, allow me to demonstrate that not everyone can wield absolute power. Enough with your prattle. The Hyuga youth, seemingly around 10 years of age, towered over Qingyun by a full head, and most onlookers had already anticipated the outcome, having come merely to observe the commotion. However, Qingyun had no intention of holding back. The Hyuga youth did not activate his Byakugan, but instead swiftly approached Qingyun using his footwork, while Qingyun stood his ground, refusing to retreat. The two engaged, one with a fist, the other with an open palm, neither willing to yield, like needles clashing against each other. Bang! Qingyun felt as if the veins in his hand had ruptured, the opponent's gentle force penetrating his body, inflicting considerable pain. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan? Qingyun recognized the technique, while the youth was taken aback. Your punch carries quite a bit of strength for someone your age. Indeed, you are formidable among your peers. But ultimately, you remain just a child. The Hyuga youth scoffed, pride preventing him from activating his Byakugan. Suddenly, an idea struck Qingyun. He formed hand seals, beginning to gather chakra. The Hyuga youth seized this opportunity to launch an attack. Qingyun's chakra coalesced swiftly, causing the dust on the ground to obscure the surroundings. Gentle fist. The Hyuga youth believed he could easily overpower Qingyun with his palm strike, the gust from his attack already nearing Qingyun. A peculiar smile crept across Qingyun's face. For divisions, the Byakugan would be hindered by the dust, compounded by the fact that the Hyuga youth, in his arrogance, had yet to activate it. Amidst the swirling dust, Qingyun deftly evaded the youth's assault. Simultaneously, he positioned himself behind the Hyuga youth, a kunai pressed against the boy's waist. As the dust began to settle, the onlookers stood agape, unable to fathom that the prodigious youth of the Hyuga clan had been bested by a mere 3-year-old brat. This is impossible. You scoundrel. The Hyuga youth fumed in humiliation, unable to comprehend how he had been outmatched, attributing his defeat to a mere lapse in judgment. A wager is a wager. No matter how many times you try, you cannot overcome me, Qingyun stated, enunciating each word. I refuse to accept that. The young Hinata remained obstinate, and the surrounding members of the Hyuga clan shared his indignation, eager to confront Qingyun directly. Hyuga clan, do not overstep your bounds. This farce should come to an end. Don't you think? Suddenly, a dozen strong members of the Uchiha clan materialized beside Qingyun, their intention clear, to protect him. The Konoha guard? Qingyun realized that the Uchiha clan had merely come to witness the spectacle. His skirmish with the boy could be described as mutual learning, albeit less charitably as mere childish play, and the guard had little inclination to intervene. However, given the historical rivalry between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, the latter found themselves at a disadvantage, much to the Uchiha's delight. As the Hyuga intended to strike at the innocent Konoha child, Qingyun, the Uchiha intervened without hesitation. Let us depart. An elder from the Hyuga clan, recognizing the futility of the situation, waved his hand, signaling the young Hinata to leave. Get lost. You are fortunate this time, but next time, luck will not be on your side. The Hinata boy spat at Qingyun. Yet, Qingyun's kunai pressed even deeper, a chilling retort escaping his lips. When did I ever express a desire to let you go? Do not be ungrateful. The young Hinata seethed with rage. But faced with the Uchiha, he was acutely aware that they held the upper hand. Enough, release this boy, and Uchiha stepped in as a mediator. Qingyun recognized their assistance, and thus allowed the Hinata boy to be freed. From now on, do not disturb me again, or even the Uchiha will not be able to save you, Qingyun declared coldly. Those present nearly dismissed his words with a laugh. Yet they could sense the unwavering determination in this young child. At such a tender age, Qingyun's tenacity was remarkable, and none could have anticipated that a mere 3-year-old would best a 10-year-old from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga chose not to pursue the matter further, aside from issuing threats. They were hesitant to take action. Thus, the Konoha guard eventually withdrew. After a day filled with turmoil, time was running short, and at that moment, Qingyun's singular focus remained, ascending the towering tree before him. The tree loomed tall and formidable, instilling a sense of despair within him. Throughout the afternoon, Qingyun tirelessly climbed, and as he neared the summit, he exerted every ounce of his strength, nearly depleting his chakra. At long last, he successfully reached the top of the tree. His sweat had not been in vain. Upon achieving his goal, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Finally, Qingyun exclaimed, his heart brimming with excitement. After a week of relentless effort, he had finally reaped the rewards. Unable to contain his joy, he promptly called upon the system. I have arrived. Wow, host. I didn't expect you to truly ascend the tree I designated. It's quite a height. Clearly, you have put in tremendous effort. Moreover, it is evident that your control over chakra has improved significantly. This is excellent news, indicating substantial progress in this area. The system praised. The system, refrain from showering me with praise. You are undoubtedly aware of my motives, and I trust you have not forgotten the promises you made to me. Qingyun inquired with a smile. Of course, the system asserted its unwavering commitment to its words, ensuring that it would not renege on its promises. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed your first task. You will receive a delightful 10 draws. Shall we commence the lottery? The system inquired. Absolutely. Let the draws begin. Qingyun exclaimed. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. You have earned 10 points. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the shadow clone technique. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. You have gained an opportunity for a reward exchange. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. You have another chance for a reward exchange. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. You have earned additional points. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. You have won 100,000 taels. Through the 10 draws, Qingyun amassed several points, secured 3 opportunities for reward exchanges, and obtained the shadow clone technique, along with the fireball jutsu and various other assets. The rewards were indeed bountiful, leaving Qingyun particularly exhilarated. Dear host, you now possess 3 opportunities for reward exchanges. Do you wish to proceed with an exchange? What is the method of exchange? Qingyun inquired. I will present 5 rewards. You may eliminate 2. And the system will default to select 1 from the remaining 3, the system explained. Very well. Let us proceed. Qingyun was ready for the lottery. Reward 1, multiple shadow clone technique. Reward 2, Sharingan. Reward 3, Gum Gum Fruit. Reward 4, Armament Hockey. Reward 5, the 6 styles of the Navy. Upon hearing the rewards, Qingyun felt a surge of excitement. Each reward was indeed substantial. However, the multiple shadow clone technique requires an immense amount of chakra to utilize. And given Qingyun's current age-related limitations, he could barely meet the requirements for the standard shadow clone, let alone the multiple variant. As for the Sharingan, Qingyun had a keen interest in it. However, wielding the Sharingan without the Uchiha bloodline would impose numerous restrictions, and even if he managed to use it, it would consume chakra excessively, as exemplified by Kakashi. Moreover, currently, Qingyun could sense chakra, rendering the necessity of the Sharingan somewhat moot. The Gum Gum Fruit, belonging to the protagonist Luffy from One Piece, is classified as a paramecia-type fruit. Initially, it may not seem particularly potent, yet as it evolves into Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd, and even Gear 4th, its strength amplifies significantly, showcasing immense potential that is undoubtedly worth possessing. Armament Hockey is an essential skill to master in the later stages of One Piece, as it enables one to engage with Logia-type users. Moreover, when combined with Armament Hockey, both defense and attack capabilities are significantly enhanced. A character named Deepa from Boruto possesses similar abilities, yet when compared to the Armament Hockey from One Piece, it pales in comparison. The 6 techniques, known within the realm of One Piece, are skills utilized by naval officers and CP9. Mastering these 6 techniques bestows upon an individual almost superhuman abilities. The Gale Foot, for instance, boasts formidable combat prowess, while the Moonwalk enables one to traverse the air with ease. The Shave allows for lightning-fast movement, and the Paper Drawing technique permits the body to evade attacks as if it were a mere piece of paper. After much contemplation, Qingyun made a decision. System, please remove the multiple shadow clone technique and the Sharingan, he instructed. Understood. Please hold on while I finalize the remaining 3. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Busashoka Haki. Busashoka Haki, you say? That is indeed a remarkable asset. Qingyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The ability to wield Haki in the world of Naruto provided a significant safeguard for his life. Very well, please proceed with the transfer. Upon the system's affirmation, Qingyun immediately sensed new knowledge flooding into his mind, techniques concerning the application of Haki. However, he merely grasped the fundamentals of Busashoka Haki. Mastery would require relentless training on his part. System, why wasn't I granted instant mastery of Haki? Qingyun pressed, aware that many other travelers had instantaneously acquired their rewards. He felt a twinge of frustration at his own gradual learning process. That is only natural, the system replied with conviction. I am indeed a system. Yet my purpose is to assist you in your journey to becoming a formidable force. If you could attain omnipotence in an instant, I would not be a system, but rather a mere cheat. Are you not? Qingyun retorted, before conceding, I see your point. If rewards were handed out indiscriminately, the journey would lose its meaning. He nodded, understanding the system's rationale. In comparison to others in this world, Qingyun recognized his fortune. By the way, you have 2 more chances to draw rewards. Would you like to try again? The system inquired. Reflecting on it, Qingyun concluded that it was better to draw again now than to hoard his chances. After all, the stronger one became, the greater the likelihood of acquiring more rewards. All right, let us draw once more, he declared. Very well. Reward 1, Byakugan. Reward 2, Mara Mara no Mi. Reward 3, Supreme Great Blade, Black Blade Knight. Reward 4, Raime no Mi. Reward 5, Kinbunshika Haki. If the previous rewards had excited Qingyun, this latest bounty could only be described as lavish. System, why are the rewards this time so bountiful? He exclaimed, exhilarated. It is random, sometimes fortune smiles upon you, while other times it does not. Ultimately, there is no inherent good or bad in these rewards. It all depends on the wielder's skill and application, the system explained sagely. Qingyun resumed his contemplation. The Byakugan, a bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, grants the ability to perceive chakra pathways, subsequently enabling the use of techniques such as Gentle Fist and Bagua Palm. However, at this juncture, such knowledge would serve little purpose for Qingyun. Should he expose himself by using it, he could inadvertently place himself in perilous circumstances. The Flame fruit, belonging to Portgas D, ace in the world of One Piece, is a powerful natural type fruit. Should one acquire this fruit, it could potentially enhance their future fire techniques. The Supreme Great Sword, wielded by Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is indeed formidable. However, it is ill-suited for a child as young as Qingyun, who is merely 3 years old. The thought of such a small child wielding a sword of that magnitude is quite absurd. The Rumble fruit, renowned in the One Piece universe, is also a natural type fruit. Belonging to Enel, the god of Skypiea, it can unleash hundreds of millions of volts, making it a veritable nightmare for adversaries, and is undoubtedly one of the most coveted fruits among many in the pirate world. Observation Haki is a form of Haki within One Piece that, when cultivated to its pinnacle, allows one to foresee brief glimpses of the future. By employing Observation Haki, one can deftly evade attacks from enemies, rendering it an exceptionally useful skill. Without much deliberation, Qingyun swiftly dismissed the Byakugan and the Supreme Great Sword, Black Blade Yuru. System, please randomly select one from the Flame fruit, the Rumble fruit, or Observation Haki, Qingyun declared. Very well, congratulations, host. You have acquired the Rumble fruit. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qingyun was nearly overcome with joy. He had anticipated that the system might select the Flame fruit or Observation Haki, but fortune smiled upon him, granting him the Rumble fruit, one of the mightiest fruits in the world of pirates. By the way, system, I have a few questions, Qingyun inquired. I previously obtained the Shatter fruit, and now I have acquired the Rumble fruit. Do these abilities conflict? Furthermore, do the limitations of Devil Fruit users, who fear seawater, apply in the world of Naruto? Lastly, natural type users possess the ability of elementalization. Does that not render me invincible? After posing these 3 questions, Qingyun awaited the system's response. Your inquiries are quite astute. Allow me to address them one by one. First, the abilities of the fruits do not conflict. You reside in the Naruto universe and are not bound by the limitations of abilities from the One Piece world. Furthermore, you have not consumed a devil fruit. Rather, I have bestowed upon you the powers of this fruit. Thus, the second question is resolved as well. You are not constrained by seawater in this realm, as I have merely granted you the abilities of the fruit. Regarding your third question about elementalization, unfortunately, in this world, you cannot become the element itself. For instance, with the Rumble fruit, you can harness the powers of lightning, but you cannot transform into lightning itself. In essence, while you cannot utilize elementalization to become lightning, you can manipulate it to don an armor of electricity. Therefore, although you are free from the constraints of seawater, you will not be able to fully realize the fruit's capabilities. Upon reaching this point, Qingyun felt a twinge of regret. The system promptly interjected, however, "Do not forget that as a system, I have bestowed upon you the power of the devil fruit within the world of pirates. Not everyone in this realm can fully harness their abilities. Take Enel, for instance. He has not completely developed the powers of the rumble fruit. You should understand that the awakening of a devil fruit is crucial. In other words, you can utilize the fruit's power to enhance your strength." The system's words resonated deeply with Qingyun. Indeed, I must not merely seek to take. Having already acquired such a multitude of abilities, I ought to feel content. A truly formidable individual relies not only on fortuitous encounters, but also predominantly on their own efforts. If one does not strive, even the most extraordinary martial arts laid before them will yield little result. Understanding this principle rejuvenated Qingyun, preventing him from becoming intoxicated by the rewards. At that moment, he also resolved not to engage in any further lotteries, for he had ample knowledge to digest, sufficient to occupy him for several years. In the subsequent period, Qingyun dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his training. He first mastered the art of climbing trees before commencing water-walking exercises. Furthermore, he began to practice hand seals, as the speed of these seals significantly influences the success rate of jutsu duels among ninjas. Thus, Qingyun resolved to diligently practice each day. 4 Uchiha Itachi could perform 6 seals in a mere second. Suppressing his nature, Qingyun patiently persisted in his training. Once he felt proficient in these foundational exercises, he directed all his focus towards learning new abilities. Shadow Clone Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, as well as Armament Haki and the powers of the rumble fruit. I have grasped the methods to practice these abilities, Qingyun thought. These rewards were directly implanted in his mind by the system, making them unforgettable. All that remained was to utilize them repeatedly to enhance his proficiency. Thus, after training for nearly half a year, Qingyun achieved significant progress. However, during this time, the system seemed to have vanished. Yet, on this particular day, the system reappeared. "Greetings, host. The system has released a new task. The task entails entering the Ninja Academy and successfully graduating before the age of 4, thereby becoming a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Task reward, Elite Jonin level chakra." Qingyun quickly calculated that he was currently 3.5 years old. This meant he needed to find a way to enter the Ninja Academy and graduate within 6 months, becoming a genin of the Leaf Village before turning 4. Would this prove too difficult for me? After all, Itachi took a year to graduate from the academy, and he was already 6 when he enrolled. Qingyun conversed with the system. The system replied, "Do not worry, completing the task is not mandatory. You have the option to forego it, as there will be no penalties for non-completion. However, your current physique is not fully developed, and regardless of how much you train, enhancing your chakra will prove exceedingly challenging. If you wish to transcend your current limitations, find a way to accomplish your tasks. Otherwise, your abilities shall remain confined to their present state." The system's words ignited a spark within Qingyun. He contemplated that, with the system's assistance and his own diligence, no challenge was insurmountable. Very well. Legends are meant to be surpassed. As a time traveler, I would feel remiss if I did not strive to my utmost. Qingyun nodded resolutely and declared, "Let us proceed." At such a tender age, Qingyun's aspiration to enroll in the Ninja Academy seemed rather impractical. However, with a task at hand, he decided to set forth towards his goal. "Never mind, I shall head directly to the Ninja Academy and apply for admission. Where there is a will, there is a way. Should anyone obstruct my path, I shall conquer them with my strength." Thus, Qingyun took his first steps towards the academy. Having resided in Konoha village for over half a year, Qingyun had grown quite familiar with the surrounding architecture. The main street was the most bustling area of Konoha, lined with shops that catered not only to the needs of ninjas, but also to those of the common folk. Here, Qingyun often felt as though he were still in his own world. It was truly a marvel to wander so freely in the realm of Naruto. He mused about when the renowned Ichiraku ramen would open. Although Ichiraku was not currently in operation, Qingyun estimated it would only be a few years before it did. Since his arrival, Qingyun had observed the Hokage monument, adorned with the visages of the first Hokage Hashirama, the second Hokage Tobirama, and the third Hokage Hiruzen. yet devoid of the fourth Hokage's likeness. The village also lacked the tense atmosphere indicative of pre-war days, suggesting that the Third Shinobi World War had yet to commence. The Ninja Academy was not located on the main street, but Qingyun had matters to attend to and wasted no time. He swiftly crossed the thoroughfare and arrived at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy. A tree stood by the entrance, beside which hung a swing, presumably the very one that Naruto would come to cherish. As Qingyun prepared to enter the academy, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Hey, who goes there?" An elderly gentleman emerged from a small room resembling a reception area. "Young one, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Qingyun, the old man's demeanor softened. "Good sir, I am here to enroll in the Ninja Academy. I need to complete my admission procedures," Qingyun stated candidly. "You? Where are your parents?" "Admission requires a guardian, and the school year has already begun. Even if you were admitted, you would only be allowed as a transfer student," the elderly man replied sincerely. Qingyun shook his head. "I am an orphan. I have no guardian. How can I become a transfer student?" Upon hearing Qingyun's revelation of his orphan status, the old man fell silent for a moment. "I cannot decide this alone. You should speak with the teacher in charge of admissions." The kind old man, after saying this, allowed Qingyun to enter, and Qingyun felt that the man's compassion stemmed from his understanding of Qingyun's plight. Qingyun was unable to locate the teacher responsible for admissions. Instead, he approached the principal of the ninja school directly. One might assume that the ninja school had not yet developed into the multifaceted institution it would become in later years. The principal, presumably a ninja himself, appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, radiating a gentle demeanor. Young one, why have you sneaked out during class hours?" The principal's tone bore a hint of sternness, contradicting his seemingly kind appearance. "Greetings, principal. I am not a student of this school. I have come with the intention of enrolling as a transfer student," Qingyun stated earnestly. "A transfer student? Where are your parents? How old are you?" the principal inquired, a series of questions flowing forth. "Indeed, I wish to be a transfer student. I have no parents, and I am 3.5 years old," Qingyun replied candidly. An orphan at such a tender age of 3.5. The principal shook his head, saying, "Even if you wish to enroll, it is rather premature for you. Come back when you turn 5. He then waved his hand, signaling Qingyun to depart. However, Qingyun did not leave. "Principal, although I am merely 3.5, I possess the strength of a genin. If you are unwilling to allow my enrollment, please permit me to be recommended to Lord Sandaime," asserting that I am capable of serving as a genin. The principal couldn't suppress a chuckle at Qingyun's unexpectedly mature words. "Little one, this is not a place for jest. This is a ninja school, a training ground for ninjas, and it is not an easy profession to undertake. Given your status as an orphan, I could speak to Lord Sandaime about enrolling you in a civilian school instead. As you grow, you may pursue endeavors beyond that of a ninja, which could be quite fulfilling." Qingyun shook his head firmly, responding, "This era belongs to ninjas. Pursuing another profession would hardly be advisable." Sensing the principal's hesitation, Qingyun eloquently elaborated. "After the First and Second Great Wars, the conflicts between great nations remain unresolved, while smaller nations cling to survival at the brink of death. I predict that within a decade, the Third Great Ninja War will ensue. At such a time, if one does not become a ninja to protect the village, what purpose does a mundane existence serve?" The principal was taken aback by Qingyun's profound insights. He could scarcely fathom that a child of merely 3.5 could articulate such a comprehensive analysis of the situation. "Young one, from whom have you heard such things?" the principal speculated, suspecting that someone had taught Qingyun these notions. "Principal, these are my own reflections. I implore you to grant me an opportunity. I possess both the will and the ability. Please make an exception and allow me to enroll." Seeing a flicker of consideration in the principal's eyes, Qingyun resolved to demonstrate his capabilities. He swiftly formed hand seals and declared, "Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique." With a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and in an instant, another small Qingyun appeared beside him. "What? The shadow clone technique?" The principal was genuinely astonished. If there was any doubt regarding Qingyun's earlier statements being influenced by someone else, the manifestation of the shadow clone technique offered undeniable proof of his abilities. The shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu. A child capable of mastering this technique at the tender age of 3.5 would undoubtedly grow up to be at least an elite jonin, if not a shadow-level powerhouse. "My apologies, young one. I was quite impolite earlier. I must promptly report this matter to Lord Third." With a sense of reassurance, Qingyun felt a surge of confidence, fearing that the principal might withhold this information from the third Hokage. In truth, he was not particularly eager to attend this school. His sole aim was to fulfill the task assigned by the system. Once he became a genin, he would be rewarded with the chakra of an elite jonin. The principal then designated another teacher to convey the message. Soon after, the teacher returned and whispered something into the principal's ear. The principal nodded and smiled, stating, "Very well. The third Hokage has approved your admission application, but there is one condition." "What condition?" Qingyun inquired. "We will arrange a competition, and you must battle the strongest child in the ninja school. Only through victory will you gain entry as a transfer student," the principal explained. "Not a problem. I am ready to begin at any moment," Qingyun replied confidently, aware that this was an opportunity bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. However, he was cautioned that this opportunity was singular. His opponent was a student on the verge of graduation, already 10 years old, making their clash somewhat unequal. The principal had forewarned Qingyun. In his mind, Qingyun mused, "It remains to be seen who is at a disadvantage." He possessed numerous hidden cards and was determined to triumph, regardless of his opponent. "What is your opponent's name?" Qingyun suddenly inquired with keen interest. If it were Kakashi, he might be a bit young. If it were Itachi, he likely hadn't even been born yet. Qingyun found himself unable to guess. "His name is Namikaze Minato, one of the top talents in the ninja school," the principal replied. "Namikaze Minato?" Qingyun was taken aback and then filled with excitement. He was about to face the future fourth Hokage. What a thrilling prospect. "Oh, I have yet to ask for your name, young lad," the principal said. "My name is Qingyun, esteemed principal. May I inquire yours?" "Just call me Teacher Ichiraku." The principal smiled warmly. Ding! The bell of the ninja school rang, yet the students did not disperse. Instead, they gathered on the playground, buzzing with anticipation about a 3.5-year-old child challenging the soon-to-graduate prodigy, Namikaze Minato. Everyone came with a sense of curiosity, the students, teachers, and some parents alike. On the playground, a golden-haired youth stood poised, his expression not one of disdain but rather solemnity. "Greetings." Namikaze Minato, with impeccable grace, showed no signs of underestimating Qingyun. He bowed politely, adhering to the etiquette before preparing to engage. Seeing such courtesy, Qingyun felt it appropriate to reciprocate with a slight bow of his own before assuming his fighting stance. "Let us begin." Teacher Yi Jiao refrained from unnecessary chatter and, upon seeing that both contestants were adequately prepared, promptly declared the commencement of the match. As soon as he announced the start, Minato Namikaze sprang into action. Although, at that moment, Minato had yet to master the extraordinary flying thunder god technique. His execution of ninjutsu and combat maneuvers was astonishingly swift. As Qingyun charged towards him, Minato had already launched a kunai. With no alternative, Qingyun seized his own kunai to deflect Minato's throw. Minato dictated the pace of the battle, using the kunai as a cover to deliver a powerful punch. However, Minato's speed was remarkable, and Qingyun was not to be underestimated either. At this juncture, Qingyun completed his hand seals and proclaimed, "Ninja art, shadow clone technique." Suddenly, 2 additional copies of Qingyun materialized around him, leaving the surrounding children and teachers in awe. Could it be? This is a child's battle? To wield such advanced ninjutsu. This young boy truly possesses extraordinary talent. No wonder the third Hokage permitted him to duel with Minato. It's astounding. He appears to be no more than 4 years old and can execute the shadow clone technique with such finesse. What? Is he not at risk of depleting his chakra? At that moment, Minato felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he was the strongest in the ninja academy, he had never encountered a student capable of using the shadow clone technique before. How amusing. Quickly shaking off his momentary panic, Minato felt a surge of excitement. He had finally encountered an intriguing opponent. "Here I come," Qingyun shouted, noticing Minato's momentary distraction, and charged forward alongside his shadow clones. "Not so fast. Be careful," Minato warned as he hurled several kunai towards Qingyun once more, yet this time it was not so straightforward. Following this, Minato performed a hand seal and declared, "Kunai shadow clone technique." This technique created tangible kunai using chakra, capable of inflicting harm upon the enemy. A feat of considerable difficulty that Qingyun had not anticipated Minato could master. Minato's genius was undeniable. Even Qingyun had not foreseen that the yet-to-graduate ninja could wield such formidable ninjutsu with such skill. Countless shadow clone kunai hurtled toward Qingyun, and at this moment, Nearly everyone present had formed their conclusions about the outcome of the match. Truly fearsome, Minato Namikaze lives up to his title as the strongest in the Ninja Academy. His talent rivals that of Lord Orochimaru. At such a young age, he has mastered such complex ninjutsu. It seems that this boy named Qingyun is destined to lose. Alas, it is unfortunate, but defeat is defeat. Even a Genin or Chunin might struggle to survive against such a barrage of shadow clone kunai. Hearing the spectators' murmurs, Qingyun felt a smile creeping onto his face. Who am I? I am Qingyun, and I have yet to unleash my true power. However, it is evident that Qingyun could not possibly reveal all of his cards, for that would be an act of folly. He quickly resolved to utilize you. With a decisive spirit, Qingyun summoned the power of the armament haki from the world of One Piece. Although his mastery of armament haki was far from reaching the level of full hardening, he was nonetheless capable of withstanding the barrage of shurikens. Moreover, it was apparent that Minato Namikaze had not truly intended to inflict lethal harm. Thus, amidst the astonishment of onlookers, Qingyun endured the onslaught. Bang! Two resounding impacts echoed through the air, as Qingyun's shadow clone dissipated first, after all, being a mere shadow clone. Qingyun's chakra reserves were not vast enough to sustain it for long. Yet, at that moment, Qingyun's true self remained steadfast. Or perhaps it would be more apt to describe it as unwavering. What? How could this be? Just when everyone believed the outcome of the match was sealed, the tide of battle shifted once more. In that instant, Qingyun surged towards the astonished Minato. The latter swung his fist, but alas, it was a moment too late. Capitalizing on Minato's momentary daze, Qingyun unleashed a powerful punch imbued with armament haki. With a resounding thud, Minato's slender frame was propelled like a cannonball to the opposite side. What a formidable and resilient blow. I concede. I yield with utmost respect. After being knocked away, Minato, with the assistance of others, gradually rose to his feet, gazing at Qingyun with difficulty as he acknowledged his defeat. This outcome naturally astonished all present, especially the principal and teacher Ichiraku. Teacher Ichiraku, concerned for the well-being of both combatants, promptly summoned a medical team. Quickly, transport both of them to the Konoha hospital. Ichiraku commanded. Qingyun interjected, Teacher Ichiraku, there is no need to rush. The results have yet to be announced. I declare this match a victory for Qingyun. Therefore, as per our prior agreement, you may commence your studies at the Ninja Academy. Ichiraku's first statement was directed at the audience, while the latter was specifically for Qingyun. In that moment, Qingyun's anxious heart finally found solace. Though somewhat dissatisfied with his performance, Qingyun reflected on the battle. His initial shadow clone had proven nearly futile, as Minato effortlessly countered it with a single technique. Qingyun recognized that his victory stemmed from his mastery of armament haki. Without such special abilities, defeat would have been inevitable. Thus, he resolved to contemplate and learn from this encounter. Armament haki is indeed a remarkable asset, enhancing not only one's defensive capabilities, but also significantly augmenting offensive strength. It seems I must dedicate myself to diligent training henceforth. Qingyun had sustained minor injuries, while Minato bore the brunt of Qingyun's fierce punch, suffering more grievously. Nevertheless, Minato displayed a magnanimous spirit, refraining from blaming Qingyun. Qingyun, I shall remember you. You are a worthy adversary. I hope that in the future, we can become excellent teammates. Minato said, extending his hand towards Qingyun. In response to the future Hokage's politeness and respect, Qingyun graciously accepted the fourth's goodwill. You are quite impressive as well. That technique of yours, the shadow clone with an indiscriminate assault using shurikens, utterly obliterated my shadow clones. Qingyun couldn't help but feel a tinge of awe. Your physical prowess is truly formidable. I never anticipated that your fists could wield such power. What astonishes me even more is your ability to withstand my shurikens. Are you truly unharmed? Not at all, Qingyun replied with a faint smile. This might be attributed to my bloodline limit, which fortifies my body, rendering it nearly impervious to harm. Qingyun and Minato shared a remarkable camaraderie. As an orphan, Qingyun had faced many challenges, yet Minato never looked down upon him. Instead, he offered his heartfelt support. Minato even resolved to extend his tenure at the Ninja Academy so that he could form a team with Qingyun. But wouldn't that delay your graduation as a ninja? Are you sure that's all right? Qingyun inquired somewhat shyly. Not a problem at all. I wish to be your teammate. I had already applied for early graduation, and now that I have met you, I believe my time at the academy will be quite enjoyable. Minato replied amiably. Very well then. I hope you can lend me your support. Qingyun smiled lightly. Feeling no aversion to Minato's company, Minato was not only open-minded and friendly, but also possessed a pure heart. It seemed evident that he was indeed worthy of being Qingyun's friend. Afterward, Qingyun returned home. Just as he left the Konoha hospital, two figures appeared at Minato's bedside. Minato, how are you? What do you think of this child named Qingyun? Is his strength commendable? The third Hokage inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Despite his young age, his prowess is remarkable, Minato responded earnestly. Indeed, this child is truly impressive. To be able to utilize shadow clones at such a young age indicates a terrifying talent, and his proficiency suggests he has practiced diligently. Moreover, his understanding of the current circumstances significantly surpasses that of his peers. Such a child is indeed rare, the third Hokage remarked. Sir, do you mean? Irika. The teacher was equally excited, as he was the one who had discovered this child. After he enrolls, please pay close attention to him. Once he graduates from the Ninja Academy, I will arrange for him to receive specialized training, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was renowned as the ninja hero, possessing extraordinary strength in both ninjutsu and taijutsu that were formidable beyond measure. He was considered the mightiest character in the first part of Naruto. At this moment, Qingyun remained blissfully unaware, seeking merely to fulfill the tasks assigned by the system, inadvertently drawing the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. And what of Minato? Irika asked, glancing at him. Minato? He is also an exceptional genius. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, I will ensure he receives guidance as well. Minato, you must not be discouraged. Strive even harder, the third Hokage advised. Understood. Minato nodded appreciatively as the third Hokage departed. Meanwhile, Qingyun, on his way home, had no intentions of idling. Since the shadow clone technique is a golden key to my training, I wonder if utilizing it to practice the armament haki will yield a more efficient outcome? Utilizing shadow clones, I engaged in water-treading exercises. Surely, that would pose no issue. Thus, Qingyun once again embarked on arduous training. When exhaustion became overwhelming, the shadow clones dissipated, and a wave of fatigue and experience surged into Qingyun's consciousness like a spring. The fruits of his labor were indeed plentiful. Fatigued, Qingyun finally succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he recalled that he was now a student at the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy, prompting him to hasten to the school, arriving swiftly at the prearranged classroom. Both teachers and most students expressed their delight at his presence, as nearly everyone had witnessed the battle from the previous day. To triumph over the strongest of the Ninja Academy indicated that Qingyun was indeed the strongest at that moment, a charming boy of such tender age. Who could fail to adore him? Welcome, Qingyun. We are thrilled to have you at the Ninja Academy. Please, take a seat over there. The teacher assigned Qingyun to the top student's position, and naturally, his desk mate was none other than Minato Namikaze. Qingyun, let us strive together. I will accompany you through graduation. I believe you will graduate ahead of schedule. Minato, clearly fond of Qingyun, expressed such sentiments. All right, I will do my utmost, Qingyun replied, not elaborating further, for he and Minato were indeed kindred spirits. The Ninja Academy lacked a structured first or second grade. Classes were generally conducted in a mixed manner, focusing primarily on two areas, theoretical knowledge and practical application. In practical sessions, they covered the fundamental techniques such as the body flicker technique, transformation, substitution, and dispelling genjutsu, along with physical training. The theoretical aspects were considerably more intricate, encompassing the strategic use of explosive tags to avoid collateral damage, the survival rules of ninjas, and the history of ninjutsu, among other topics. In essence, both theoretical and practical teachings were foundational, yet Qingyun remained deeply engaged, never allowing his prowess to overshadow his desire for comprehensive learning. Thus, 3 months swiftly elapsed. During this period, Qingyun effortlessly mastered transformation techniques, substitution techniques, and body alteration, while also enhancing his chakra capacity. He diligently practiced water treading daily. At this point, his control over chakra surpassed not only his peers, but even many seasoned chunin. Qingyun also diligently trained in haki, now capable of skillfully enveloping his body in this powerful aura. In other words, when faced with impending attacks, he could employ haki for self-protection. Furthermore, Qingyun engaged in sparring matches with Minato almost daily, emerging victorious more often than not. Due to the demands of chakra, there were moments when he struggled to maintain his stamina. However, as time progressed, Qingyun increasingly relied on Haki for effortless victories, showcasing a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. Of course, Minato's skills had also seen significant improvement. Qingyun had shared his technique for harnessing Haki with Minato, who promised to reciprocate in the future by imparting an exceptional ninjutsu to Qingyun. As fate would have it, within a span of less than 6 months, the time for graduation examinations had arrived. Due to the remarkable prowess exhibited by Qingyun and Mizumoto, the Ninja Academy made an exception, allowing them to graduate early. However, the condition for their early graduation was that the two must collaborate within a Chunin team and endure for a duration of 10 minutes. Teacher Ikaku, are you serious? We are not even ninjas yet, and you expect us to withstand the prowess of 3 Chunin instructors for 10 minutes? Mizumoto expressed disbelief. It was hard for him to fathom, having previously requested early graduation himself, where he had only faced a genin. Although he understood that the prerequisites for early graduation were stringent, this was exceedingly harsh. Ikaku shook his head, a bittersweet smile on his lips as he replied. Both of you are the shining stars of Konoha. Not only in Konoha but throughout the entire ninja world, your talents are known far and wide. This decision was not mine, but rather a directive from the third Hokage. The third Hokage? Qingyun nodded in understanding. I see. It appears the Hokage wishes to thoroughly test our abilities. If that is the case, we shall accept the challenge. Qingyun's demeanor was resolute, devoid of any trepidation. Mizumoto felt a tinge of bitterness. While his strength was formidable, it was not sufficient to contend against 3 Chunin. I can hold off 1 Chunin, but the other 2. He trailed off awkwardly. Rest assured, you only need to engage 1. Once you have subdued the 2, I will assist you, Qingyun declared. What? You intend to defeat all 3 Chunin? Ikaku was taken aback by the audacity of their words. You only need to endure for 10 minutes, he reiterated, unsure if he had miscommunicated. To everyone's astonishment, Qingyun smiled softly. Since the third Hokage seeks to test us, I shall unveil my hidden strength. I must not disappoint the third Hokage. I am determined to graduate early and become a genin. His conviction was palpable. In that moment, no one could dissuade him. It was evident that Qingyun was earnest. Teacher Ikaku, do not worry. I have fought alongside Qingyun and sensed that he has not yet exerted his full potential. This is precisely why I am willing to accompany him in this endeavor, Mizumoto confessed candidly. Ikaku was momentarily stunned, reflecting on their words before responding, very well. If this is the arrangement, are you both prepared? Without the need for further preparation, Qingyun and Mizumoto made their way to the training ground, where the 3 Chunin awaited them. To Qingyun's astonishment, not only were there the 3 Chunin, but 3 others were present as well. Such overwhelming chakra. Qingyun could perceive the chakra around him and felt the intensity emanating from these 3 individuals, each more formidable than the last. In the center stood a figure adorned with the Hokage's hat and cloak, sporting a small beard and a pipe in his mouth. Third Hokage. Everyone bowed respectfully to the third Hokage. Beside him stood 2 individuals. One possessed gray hair and donned the attire of a Leaf Village jonin, while the other had a full head of silver hair adorned with a prominent bump on his nose. This is Lord Kakashi Hitaki, and this is my apprentice. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced them gently. Now, you 2, please introduce yourselves, he said, directing his gaze towards Konoha and Minato. I am Minato Namikaze. I am Konoha. Both Minato and Konoha bowed politely to their esteemed teachers, fully aware that these 2 were titans of the Leaf Village. Kakashi Hitaki, known as the White Fang of Konoha, was said to possess a terrifying mastery of swordsmanship, while the other was the revered master of Minato, Nagato, and Naruto, both being legendary figures. Very well, for you 2 to graduate early will not be an easy feat next. You shall team up to face 3 Chunin. As long as you can endure for 10 minutes without conceding or falling, you will pass, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. The current Jiraiya bore none of the lewd demeanor he was known for and appeared as a youthful, vibrant individual. Stay calm, children. There is no need for excessive pressure. Just treat us as if we are not here and do your best, Kakashi kindly reassured the 2, attempting to alleviate their nerves. Minato felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet Konoha was entirely unfazed, filled only with anticipation for the battle ahead. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen noted Konoha's spirited resolve with satisfaction, reminiscent of his younger self. All right. In that case, step into the arena, he commanded with authority. Immediately, 3 Chunin leapt into the fray. Their identities were apparent. One was from the Yamanaka clan, another from the Akimichi clan, and the last from the Nara clan. Inoshikacho. Minato felt a surge of nervousness. The trio was renowned for their seamless teamwork. Konoha, do you have any effective strategies? Minato inquired. Remember our previous discussion? You hold one back while I eliminate the other two and then come to assist you, Konoha replied. Just keep Nara occupied and be wary of his shadow possession technique. Konoha was determined not to be ensnared during the battle, knowing that such a predicament would spell defeat for Minato against the two Chunin. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Begin. Jiraiya announced the start of the match. Immediately, the trio of Inoshikacho commenced their coordinated assault. Shadow possession technique. Nara initiated his binding technique, aiming to ensnare both Minato and Konoha, intending to swiftly conclude the match. However, it was far from simple. As soon as Nara activated his technique, Minato had already launched a kunai his way. Reluctantly, Nara sidestepped the projectile. This teacher is my opponent, Minato declared, having already predicted Nara's landing spot and stealthily planted an explosive tag. Human bullet tank. As Nara engaged with Minato, Akimichi charged towards Konoha. Little one, surrender. No matter how much of a genius you think you are, it would be impossible for the three of us to contend with her. The speaker, naturally, was Yamanaka. She was the sole female among us, and as she spoke, she moved behind Qingyun, hurling a kunai towards him. The current situation was precarious, with a meatball tank in front and a kunai attack from behind. At that critical moment, Qingyun made a prompt decision to leap into the air, executing a graceful spin. He then swiftly formed hand seals and declared, fire style, great fireball technique. Although his chakra was limited, utilizing the great fireball would not exhaust him to the point of collapse. At this moment, no one anticipated that the young Qingyun possessed such extraordinary combat talent. Truly impressive. His ability to make such clear judgments indicates not only his strength, but also his sharp combat intellect, Jiraiya praised. However, the Inoshikacho trio would not be easily defeated. Let us observe further, said the third Hokage. At this moment, Yamanaka smiled slightly and charged directly at Qingyun. The meatball tank. Yamanaka was, in fact, Akimichi Choji. The massive meatball effortlessly negated the great fireball, a situation Qingyun encountered for the first time. Truly a Chunin, Qingyun exclaimed in admiration. But do you think I possess only this level of skill? With a thud, although he was struck by the meatball tank, he transformed into a cloud of smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. Both Yamanaka and Akimichi were taken aback, realizing that their attempt to deceive him had backfired. Are you searching for me? Qingyun suddenly sprang from the ground, rapidly launching countless shurikens, and then performed hand seals, multiplying their numbers several times over. A dense barrage of shurikens flew towards Yamanaka and Akimichi. The meatball tank. Akimichi refused to concede, utilizing his body once more to charge at Qingyun. However, at that moment, Qingyun unexpectedly declared, "You've fallen into my trap, Chunin-sensei." He then charged directly at the meatball tank while simultaneously launching a kunai at Yamanaka. It seems he intends to attack Yamanaka, but it won't be that simple, Jiraiya commented while watching the battle unfold. Is he willing to sustain injury just to eliminate Yamanaka? This is perplexing, thought Hatake Sakomo. Just as Akimichi collided with Qingyun, yet another unexpected event occurred. Once again, Qingyun exploded into a cloud of smoke. What? Akimichi finally reacted. Meanwhile, Yamanaka desperately fended off the surrounding shurikens with her kunai. Among them, one shuriken was particularly special, as it transformed into Qingyun the moment it was hurled. Impressive. This young lad cleverly utilized shadow clones, sacrificing his chakra to create a highly effective decoy that captured everyone's attention. Moreover, he adeptly employed a rudimentary transformation technique to morph into a shuriken, skillfully utilizing the cover of the shurikens launched by his shadow clones to approach his opponent. Subsequently, he dispelled the transformation. This individual's combat prowess was undeniably brilliant. The third Hokage, unable to restrain his admiration, found himself increasingly impressed by Qingyun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nara was engaged in battle with Namikaze Minato. Although he exhibited remarkable skill, he paled in comparison to Qingyun. Within the training grounds, Yamanaka found himself confronted by Qingyun, and the outcome was inevitable: defeat. Utilizing the mind-body switch technique, Yamanaka had no alternative but to resort to the secret arts of his clan in an attempt to control Qingyun's body. However, who was Qingyun? The reason he had initially targeted Yamanaka was that he had anticipated this very move. Armament Haki. Qingyun gathered the armament Haki in his fist, showing no mercy as he struck Yamanaka with tremendous force to the abdomen. Upon receiving the blow, Yamanaka's expression shifted dramatically, collapsing to the ground in evident agony. Yamanaka. At this moment, Akimichi, witnessing Qingyun's triumph over Yamanaka, immediately resorted to his ultimate technique, the human bullet tank. Akimichi charged forward with great ferocity, seemingly devoid of any intention to hold back. Should I intervene? Jiraiya expressed concern, not for Akimichi, but for the safety of these Leaf Village prodigies. No need. That fellow is still concealing his true strength. Shikaku meticulously observed Qingyun, clearly sensing the calmness about him. Qingyun's breath was steady, as if he were not exerting himself to the fullest. In truth, Shikaku's assessment was accurate. At that moment, Qingyun felt no fear. Instead, he grinned and rushed towards Akimichi's human bullet tank. How intriguing. Such a formidable attack. I am eager to see how you intend to counter it. The third Hokage watched with keen interest, aware that Qingyun would deliver a surprise, though he remained uncertain about the magnitude of that surprise. It is quite simple. To withstand the opponent's assault using his own body, he must employ the powers reminiscent of those in One Piece. Armament Haki. Armament. Hardening. Qingyun activated the armament Haki, transforming one of his arms into a solid black. This black arm possessed a hardness that exceeded everyone's expectations, and the enhancement provided by the armament Haki was immeasurable. At that moment, the earth and dust stirred by the human bullet tank caused discomfort. Yet no one dared to shut their eyes, for this battle had transcended their wildest imaginations. In this instant, a child not yet 4 years old was able to withstand the full force of a human bullet tank unleashed by a Chunin of the Akimichi clan using merely one hand. Meanwhile, the formidable strength of the Akimichi clan showed no signs of abating, as it continued to be directed towards Qingyun. However, regardless of the might exerted by Akimichi, he could not breach Qingyun's defenses. Originally, Qingyun did not merely employ the hardened use of armed color on his hands, he also applied it to various joints, rendering himself akin to an indomitable statue of iron. All those present were left in utter astonishment. My apologies, Teacher Akidu. I must hasten to rescue Minato, Qingyun stated, firmly grasping Akidu's collar and swiftly pulling him upward. With a resounding thud, Qingyun slammed Akidu to the ground, and suddenly, sparks of lightning erupted from his hands. The electricity rendered Akidu utterly paralyzed, though to the onlookers, it remained invisible. Qingyun had discreetly utilized a fraction of the power from the Raijin fruit. At that moment, both Akidu and Yamanaka lay incapacitated on the ground. In other words, Qingyun, as a mere student from the Ninja Academy, had triumphed over 2 Chunin from Konoha, a feat unparalleled in history. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel elated or alarmed. This is terrifying. This fellow has indeed bested my Konoha's Chunin, he mused silently, contemplating the extraordinary capabilities Qingyun must possess to have thrown Akidu down so forcefully. He must possess some unique ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have rendered Akidu so helpless, speculated Kakashi. Indeed, and given Akidu's physical prowess, even if thrown to the ground, he should not be incapacitated as he is now, Jiraiya added, his curiosity piqued. However, peculiarities aside, the priority remained the ongoing match. At that moment, Minato was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Nara, who wielded secret techniques with ease. Despite Minato's inherent genius, he had yet to reach his full potential, and facing a member of the Nara clan with such abilities proved challenging. Both Minato and Nara observed Qingyun's battle with the other 2 Chunin, acknowledging the inevitable outcome of the contest. I am here. Upon his return, Qingyun immediately unleashed a fire release, Great Fireball, using long-range attacks to force back the formidable Nara clan member. Subsequently, Qingyun and Minato employed explosive tags and kunai to completely seal off Nara's escape routes, ultimately leading to Nara's unavoidable defeat. In the end, the victory belonged to Minato and Qingyun, both of whom were under 10 years of age, with Qingyun serving as the primary combatant at the tender age of not yet 4. As the battle concluded, the trio of instructors, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, were promptly carried away by medical personnel, while Minato and Qingyun remained behind. Teacher Jiao was left in a state of disbelief. He had never anticipated that a child of merely 3 or 4 years could vanquish 3 Chunin from Konoha. Had anyone suggested such a notion before, he would have dismissed it as sheer fantasy, yet he had now witnessed Qingyun's formidable prowess firsthand. Incredible. I had hoped you would endure 10 minutes under the Chunin's onslaught. Yet I never imagined you would defeat all three so decisively. Truly impressive, remarked the third Hokage, who appeared remarkably affable at that moment. Thank you, Lord Third. This victory is largely due to Qingyun. I merely assisted in holding off Nara, Minato humbly responded. The words of Minato Namikaze are not mere humility, but a reflection of reality, evident to all. Very well, Minato, I am aware of your capabilities. Your talent is remarkable. Allow me to introduce you to a mentor. Under his guidance, I believe your prowess will soar to new heights. The third Hokage then glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, observing Minato, nodded and approached, saying, Minato, would you be willing to take me as your teacher? Absolutely, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato readily agreed, as it was only natural for him to accept such an opportunity. Qingyun, greetings. You have truly surprised me this time. I did not anticipate your exceptional skills. This battle clearly demonstrates your profound understanding of the Ninja Academy's teachings. Firstly, congratulations to both of you on your graduation. Secondly, Qingyun, may I inquire whether you wish to study under both me and Lord Tsukumo Hitaki? The third Hokage inquired earnestly. Both? To have two teachers simultaneously? Qingyun was taken aback. He was aware that the higher-ups of Konoha were watching him, and he had assumed he would only be apprenticed to Tsukumo Hitaki. However, he was surprised to learn that the third Hokage intended to co-mentor him alongside Tsukumo. Isn't that inappropriate, old man? Jiraiya remarked, glancing at the third Hokage. If Qingyun becomes your disciple, wouldn't he that make him my junior? Wouldn't Minato then have to refer to me as uncle? The third Hokage retorted. Let them simply refer to each other as brothers. What significance does hierarchy hold in this context? Qingyun is an exceptional talent in the ninja world, achieving feats that may never be replicated. It is precisely for this reason that I must devote myself to his mentorship. As the saying goes, a sage has no fixed teacher. This child embodies the hope of Konoha, and perhaps even the hope of the entire ninja realm. He may very well surpass my two mentors. Sarutobi Hiruzen had never bestowed such high praise upon anyone, not even his beloved Orochimaru. Tsukumo, what is your stance? The third Hokage asked, looking at the man known as Konoha's White Fang. Tsukumo nodded, stating, I have no objections. I will teach him diligently. And you, Qingyun? The third Hokage regarded Qingyun with a kind gaze, making it difficult for him to decline. To accept or not to accept. This is an immense opportunity for me. Becoming a disciple of both the third Hokage and the White Fang will undoubtedly pave a smooth path for my journey as a ninja. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyun promptly declared, Of course I am willing. Lord Third Hokage, Lord Tsukumo. In that case, such formalities should not be necessary. The third Hokage feigned sternness. Young man, why have you not addressed us as teachers? Tsukumo Hitaki smiled slightly, appearing far less formidable than he seemed. Teachers. From this moment on, Qingyun would refer to the third Hokage as Sensei Sarutobi and Tsukumo Hitaki directly as Sensei White Fang. Both Qingyun and Minato received their headbands emblazoned with the Konoha symbol, marking their official graduation from the Ninja Academy. In a few days, they were to return for the post-graduation class assignment ceremony. Upon returning home, Qingyun promptly summoned his system. The system promptly conveyed to Qingyun, Congratulations, host. You have successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy and completed the special mission I assigned. Congratulations on defeating the 3 Chunin of Konoha. As a reward, you have earned points. Greetings, host. You now possess the ability to absorb a ninja's chakra. Your points are sufficient for 2 draws. Qingyun immediately inquired, System, how do I absorb a ninja's chakra? How long will it take? Very soon. Let us commence. Qingyun was not one to procrastinate. He was determined to enhance his strength at all costs. Soon, he felt his body as chakra surged dramatically. His chakra had already been quite substantial, and now, as he absorbed more, it felt as though his entire being was on the verge of explosion. What is happening? Qingyun asked urgently. Due to the limitations of your body's size, you cannot fully absorb the excess chakra. Would you like to refine this surplus chakra into your own? The system suggested. I don't quite understand. But whatever it takes to save me. Qingyun thought, resigned to his fate. Time passed, and Qingyun soon felt a refreshing coolness enveloping him. The pain that had plagued him dissipated. Suddenly, he sensed a tremendous surge of chakra throughout his body, as if he had ascended to the level of an ordinary jonin. The chakra within him had become significantly purer. Was this the result of refining? At that moment, Qingyun swiftly performed the shadow clone technique. Noticing that his chakra expenditure had decreased considerably, and he could summon an additional shadow clone. I see. It appears that this chakra absorption has significantly bolstered my strength. Haha. Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. The system immediately reminded him, you still have 2 chances to draw rewards. Would you like to use one now? Let us try one and see how fortune favors me today. Qingyun replied. Very well. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 1, dark fruit. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 2, tremor fruit. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 3, observation haki. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 4, Hokage's swordsmanship. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 5, method of cultivating extraordinary strength. Please select 2 rewards to discard from these 5 options. Qingyun's eyes lit up as he began to muse aloud. The dark fruit. It is the fruit that Blackbeard covets. But in this world, there are no other fruits, so its utility is limited. I can only use it to eliminate enemies. The tremor fruit is immensely powerful. It is lauded as the strongest paramecia-type fruit. With its capabilities, I could dominate this world. I must keep this one. He continued, observation haki? Ah, you again. You've appeared numerous times. Yet, your practicality remains commendable. Qingyun mused further, Hokage's swordsmanship? As the mightiest swordsman of the pirate world, his skills are unparalleled. But given my current tutelage under Kakashi, does it not seem somewhat redundant? Lastly, he pondered, and the method for cultivating extraordinary strength? This indeed pertains to the capabilities of Tsunade and Sakura, unleashing extraordinary damage with mere physical attacks. Retaining such prowess is certainly no issue. After some contemplation, Qingyun decided to forego the observation haki, as he possessed the ability to perceive chakra, rendering the observation haki somewhat superfluous. Similarly, the dark fruit, apart from vanquishing monsters, held little utility, given that Qingyun's adversaries were not fruit users. Subsequently, Qingyun directly proclaimed, System, in that case, I request the removal of the dark fruit and observation haki. Understood. What remains are the tremor fruit, Mihawk's swordsmanship, and Tsunade's immense strength. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Tsunade's extraordinary strength. The method has been transferred to your mind. Please practice diligently in the future. Wishing you swift ascension to the pinnacle of the ninja world. The system concluded, preparing to depart. However, Qingyun felt exceptionally fortunate that day and decided to retain the system once more. Time waits for no one. I shall utilize my next lottery opportunity today as well. Qingyun exclaimed with great excitement. Very well, host. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 1, time chamber. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 2, 8 gates release technique. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 3, flying thunder god technique. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 4, summoning technique, unknown. Ding, ding, ding. Reward 5, bloodline of the Ashura clan. Can be synthesized. Upon hearing numerous unfamiliar terms, Qingyun immediately inquired of the system. System, could you kindly elucidate these rewards for me? Some seem rather unclear, Qingyun asked. Certainly. Allow me to explain each one individually. The system replied respectfully. Reward 1, the time chamber. This is a creation from the Dragon Ball universe, granting access to enter it twice a year, with each entry allowing 2 years of training while only a day passes in the outside world. I see. I have indeed heard of this. Vegeta and Goku have utilized the time chamber countless times to their advantage. Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement. Reward 2, the training method for the 8 gates release technique. I believe you understand this. However, the 8 gates awarded by the system differ from the original, possessing greater power. And opening the 8 gates will not result in death. Such strength? Unbelievable. Qingyun mused, feeling that his system was increasingly formidable. The system, unfazed by Qingyun's astonishment, continued. Reward 3, the flying thunder god technique, a ninjutsu created by the 2nd Hokage and perfected by the 4th Hokage. With the system's enhancement, it is divided into 3 stages, making it significantly stronger than in the original narrative. Impressive system, Qingyun praised, barely containing his enthusiasm. Please continue. Reward 4, the summoning technique. This technique involves signing a contract with certain beings, allowing you to summon them for various needs. The nature of this summoning is unknown and could potentially call forth any creature. The final reward, the Ashura bloodline, surpasses even the Senju clan's lineage in its proximity to the Sage of 6 Paths. Consequently, your chakra and physical abilities will experience a significant enhancement. The system spoke with utmost seriousness, and Qingyun was equally exhilarated. This reward was indeed extraordinary. Reluctantly, Qingyun decided to forego two options. The Spirit Time Room must remain, as it is exceedingly precious, even in the Dragon Ball universe. While the 8 Gates of Duanjia is formidable, it cannot be utilized without consequence, akin to drinking water. It would inflict irreversible damage on the body unless one achieved the level of the Sage of Six Paths. The Flying Thunder God technique, being more refined and powerful than that of the 4th Hokage, was naturally worth retaining. As for the summoning technique, its utility remained uncertain. One might summon something adorable, yet inconsequential. The Azura bloodline, without doubt, is a valuable asset. Qingyun then declared, "System, remove the 8 Gates of Duanjia and the summoning technique." Understood. I will proceed with your selection of the Spirit Time Room, the Flying Thunder God technique, and the Azura bloodline. Moments later, the system responded once more. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Flying Thunder God technique. Qingyun had secretly hoped for the Spirit Time Room or the Azura bloodline, for he believed he could eventually learn the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato, who still owed him a favor. Nevertheless, the system had explicitly stated that his version of the Flying Thunder God would surpass both the 2nd and 4th Hokage's techniques, which was indeed exhilarating. Very well. The complete version of the Flying Thunder God technique has been transmitted to your mind. You may explore and learn at your leisure. Truly, the system had outdone itself. This could hardly be deemed merely the Flying Thunder God technique. With no current tasks at hand, the system encouraged him to first attain the rank of a genin before vanishing. Qingyun meticulously contemplated the Flying Thunder God technique bestowed upon him, unable to suppress his admiration. The system's version was categorized into 3 components. The first part bore no distinction from the 2nd and 4th Hokage's techniques, involving the placement of the Flying Thunder God seal on a stationary object, followed by instantaneous teleportation. The 2nd Hokage utilized Kunai to execute the Flying Thunder God slash, defeating Uchiha Izuna. The so-called Flying Thunder God second stage, however, was a reform and innovation introduced by the 4th Hokage, who simplified the technique considerably, using the Flying Thunder God to teleport above his adversary before delivering a devastating Rasengan. In all honesty, the difference between Watergate's so-called Flying Thunder God second stage and the 2nd Hokage's Flying Thunder God slash was minimal. Both employed Kunai to engage the enemy, followed by an immediate assault. The only distinction lay in the 4th Hokage's tactical application of the technique. He would throw numerous kunai, leaving no indication of his reappearance. The second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique provided by the system far exceeded the levels of proficiency displayed by its predecessors. Users can seamlessly overlay the Flying Thunder God technique with any jutsu that involves chakra, such as Shadow Clone technique, Substitution technique, or Transformation technique. For instance, if an adversary strikes at Qingyun, and he employs the Substitution technique, the attack would hit a piece of wood instead, which would then bear the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Subsequently, should the enemy let their guard down, they could be instantaneously eliminated by Qingyun emerging from the wooden substitute. Thus, once one has mastered the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, Qingyun need not preemptively inscribe the technique. A mere Shadow Shuriken clone would cause all shurikens within that vicinity to inherently possess the Flying Thunder God properties. Moreover, this particular technique remains invisible to the naked eye. The third stage, however, is a realm few can aspire to, if successfully cultivated. It would grant the ability to traverse any location in this world at will. Yet, for Qingyun, the third stage remains an elusive goal. It is evident that the foremost priority is to master the first stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Without hesitation, Qingyun immersed himself anew in his training. As night swiftly passed, Qingyun awoke naturally, only to be struck by a sense of foreboding. Oh no, I completely forgot about today's class division. Without a moment to tidy himself, he hastily donned his clothes and dashed towards the Ninja Academy. Upon entering his classroom, he discovered that the majority of his classmates had already dispersed, leaving only 2 figures behind. My apologies for my tardiness, Qingyun said, momentarily setting aside his inherent arrogance to offer an apology, for the individuals awaiting him were none other than Minato. All right, Qingyun, let me introduce you. This is Senju Tsunade, Minato stated without reproach, gesturing towards the woman beside him. Unlike Tsunade, who possessed golden locks, this woman sported magnificent purple hair, exuding a vibrant allure. Her features were remarkably delicate, her skin exquisitely soft, and her eyes bore a youthful innocence. You are Qingyun, the 4-year-old who has defeated a Chunin? The student known as Senju Tsunade expressed keen interest, seemingly skeptical of Qingyun's prowess. Hello, I am Qingyun. Why have you two remained here while everyone else has left? Qingyun inquired. We are, of course, waiting for you. The teacher grouped the 3 of us together, Tsunade replied. He instructed us to wait for you in the classroom before gathering at the training field, as there appears to be an important task ahead. My apologies. My training has been quite rigorous. Let us proceed, Qingyun thought, realizing he must earn his team leader's recognition. However, Tsunade shook her head, saying, No rush, no rush. The teacher instructed us to assemble in the afternoon and assigned us a task, to teach a lesson to you, who is often tardy. I'm sorry, Qingyun. Our teacher did indeed say that. But can we forego this? Tsunade, Minato, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, promptly interjected. No, we must adhere to the teacher's words. And I genuinely wish to understand you better, Qingyun, stated Senju. Both you and Minato have been hailed as the geniuses of Konoha. Although my brilliance may not shine as brightly as yours, I am, after all, one of the few heirs of the Senju clan's bloodline limit. I desire to battle you. Iji spoke with unwavering determination, her gaze fixed intently on Qingyun. It was evident to Qingyun that this girl was far from ordinary. Without further contemplation, he smiled and replied, Very well, I welcome the challenge. Let us take our duel to the playground, with Minato as the referee. Minato found himself in a dilemma, yet he recognized the necessity of gauging their strengths, as they were destined to become teammates. Qingyun and Iji made their way to the playground, and Minato promptly announced, Prepare to begin. However, despite the command, neither of them made a move. They shared an unspoken understanding, locking eyes before charging towards each other almost simultaneously. Would release, Forest of Death. Senju was not merely boasting. She employed the wood release technique, and from the ground emerged countless vines, demonstrating formidable power. Where did this girl come from? Qingyun pondered, perplexed. The ability to wield wood release was a trait unique to the Senju clan, primarily associated with Hashirama Senju himself. Even Tobirama could not utilize it. Yet, here was a young girl capable of such a feat. Qingyun found it odd and immediately called upon the system. Can you explain this to me, system? The system responded promptly, Greetings, host. This individual known as Senju is a new character born from the intertwining of fate since your arrival in this world. She does not exist in the original narrative. Her emergence is a result of your presence, so it is imperative that you regard her seriously. A member of the Senju clan who can wield wood release holds both capability and significance. After offering this brief insight, the system vanished. Very well. It appears my suspicions were correct. In that case, I shall not dwell on it further. Defeating her is my objective. Resolute. Qingyun revealed his trump card in response to Iji's entangling vines. Thunderfruit. At that moment, electric currents enveloped his entire being. The power of this lightning was not derived from chakra. Thus, even as the wood release ensnared him, it remained potent, exuding a terrifying energy. With a crackle, Qingyun's lightning incinerated the vines and branches into ash, showcasing the might of his thunderfruit. What is happening here? Iji exclaimed, astonished. She had never anticipated that her technique would be so effortlessly countered by Qingyun. Minato, standing by, was equally stunned. He had expected Qingyun to retreat and employ a fireball jutsu or to engage Iji with physical prowess, yet he was taken aback by Qingyun's unexpected mastery of lightning release. You have no chance, Onii-chan. Even if you were to defeat me, a Chunin, I have yet to reveal my true strength. Once I unleash my full power, even an elite Jonin may not stand a chance against me. Though Qingyun spoke these words with confidence, Senju Onii-chan remained skeptical. Once more, she clasped her hands together and proclaimed, Who would believe your nonsense? Wood release, advent of the trees. Qingyun's face fell in shock. Was this not the signature technique of the first Hokage? Could this petite girl truly defy the heavens and overturn the entirety of Konoha? However, it soon became apparent to Qingyun that he had overestimated the situation. Onii-chan had not employed the true advent of the trees, but rather a diminished version. If that's all you've got, Onii-chan, you've already lost, Qingyun remarked with a slight smile before vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Qingyun appeared behind Onii-chan, placing his hand on her shoulder as he declared, Electrify. Instantly, bolts of lightning coursed through his body, enough to incapacitate Onii-chan entirely. With a thud, She began to topple, but Qingyun swiftly rushed forward to catch her. You are remarkably strong. I am no match for you, Oni-chan finally conceded. Qingyun, how could you appear beside her so instantly after she used the advent of the trees? Minato Namikaze inquired with curiosity. Ah, that's a secret, Qingyun replied. He had spent the previous afternoon practicing and had finally mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to teleport directly to his intended location. In truth, he should not have grasped the technique so swiftly. However, with his ability to perceive others' chakra, locating them became a trivial task. After marking Oni-chan's clothing with the Flying Thunder God technique, he effortlessly used it to defeat her. If it weren't for my mastery of the Flying Thunder God yesterday, winning would not have been so effortless. This girl possesses an extraordinary ability. If she continues to grow, she will undoubtedly become a formidable force, Qingyun pondered. Following their battle, Oni-chan held a newfound respect for Qingyun, who remained humble, taking the time to assist her in fully recuperating. At noon, Qingyun treated Minato and Oni-chan to a meal. After a brief rest, they finally arrived at the training grounds, where a lone ninja awaited their arrival. This individual boasted white hair, an imposing stature, and a formidable aura, clearly indicating his prowess. Qingyun recognized him instantly. This was his mentor, Kakashi Hatake, who had taken him under his wing, prompting him to be extremely courteous. Kakashi was straightforward, producing a bell and placing it into his pouch. At any moment, you may be sent back to the Ninja Academy for retraining. Your sole objective is to seize this bell, with the time limit set before the sun sets. Those who fail to acquire the bell will promptly return to the academy for re-examination, Kakashi stated with a serious, yet icy demeanor. What? Both Watergate and EG found it difficult to believe. They were the pride of Konoha, and it was inconceivable that they would return to retake their studies immediately after graduation. However, Qingyun remained remarkably composed. Has Konoha's stratagem remained unchanged for decades? The incessant pursuit of the bell. Could they not see something else? Having lived 2 lives and being entirely familiar with the narrative of Naruto, Qingyun understood that before the sun set today, no one would be eliminated. This skirmish merely served to foster bonds among participants. In simpler terms, it was hoped that through the contest for the bell, they would come to know one another better, enhance their relationships, and improve their collaborative combat skills. Nodding in understanding, Qingyun's serene demeanor greatly pleased White Fang, although he did not outwardly express it. Teacher, are you serious? There is but a single bell. We have just graduated, and you are a significant figure in the village. EG immediately interjected. Nonetheless, Hatake Tsukumo remained unfazed. You 3 must approach this with the intent to defeat me. Otherwise, you shall not lay a finger on my bell. White Fang then declared straightforwardly, begin, and tossed the bell high into the air. With style, Forest of Death. I will hold the teacher. You 2 devise a plan to seize the bell. EG exclaimed immediately. It is not that simple. White Fang, his expression unyielding, drew a gleaming blade from his back and began to dance amidst the encroaching vines. Countless tendrils sprouted from the earth, seemingly poised to ensnare White Fang, yet with swift and decisive strikes, he severed each vine. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. At that moment, Watergate unleashed his signature move, sending a multitude of shurikens hurtling toward White Fang. Faced with both the vines and an onslaught of shurikens, White Fang remained unperturbed, deftly wielding his blade to neutralize each threat with ease. Meanwhile, Qingyun suppressed his own astonishment and dashed toward White Fang. He had no intention of directly snatching the bell, for that seemed impractical. His goal was to deliver a powerful blow to White Fang, weakening him before attempting to seize the bell. Armament Haki. Qingyun activated his armament Haki and delivered a punch, which not only bore the weight of his Haki, but also a trace of Tsunade's monstrous strength. With a resounding thud, Qingyun's fist struck White Fang. However, to his astonishment, White Fang effortlessly lifted his blade with one hand, halting Qingyun's entire body with merely a knife. Your strength is formidable. This black substance appears to shield you from harm. Indeed impressive. However, your method of exerting force is flawed. Upon finishing, White Fang swiftly lunged at Qingyun. Taken aback, Qingyun had believed himself invincible. Yet he did not anticipate the speed of White Fang's strike, which seemed to require no contemplation. Armament Haki. Qingyun once again employed his Haki to withstand White Fang's attack, yet it was evident that White Fang possessed more than just exceptional swordsmanship. Bang! Baya executed a swift spinning kick, prompting Qingyun to cross his arms in an attempt to defend himself. However, despite the seemingly feeble nature of Baiya's strike, it propelled Qingyun several meters away. Shui Men, e.g., teacher Baiya is formidable. He is not so easily dealt with. Qingyun, having never encountered the prowess of a shadow-level warrior, had indeed underestimated his opponent. He had believed that even with his hidden trump cards, he could still maintain the upper hand in battle against Baiya. In reality, he was overly optimistic. Strength alone was insufficient without the opportunity to unleash it. Baiya wielded a short blade, which Qingyun initially presumed was ill-suited for direct confrontation. Yet, he soon realized that the shorter the blade, the swifter the kill. I have said it before, you must embrace the intent to kill me if you wish to seize this bell, Baiya reiterated. We must collaborate earnestly, Qingyun, Shui Men. At that moment, E.G. set aside her previous prejudices, eager to join forces in an attempt to wrest the bell from the legendary Baiya of the ninja world. Smoke bombs. Taking advantage of the moment, Shui Men immediately threw several smoke bombs, causing the three of them to vanish from sight. These youngsters possess remarkable strength. If honed properly, they could become valuable gems. Shikuki Sakumo remarked, observing the direction of the encroaching smoke. Meanwhile, Qingyun had devised a strategy with his companions. This tactic carried risks for Qingyun, as it required him to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, of which he was not yet proficient. He had already inscribed the technique's formula on the other two. Let us go, Qingyun declared to Shui Men, readying himself. Shadow Clone Technique. Both Qingyun and Shui Men utilized the Shadow Clone Technique, creating numerous clones that surged forth from the smoke. Have they dispersed their strength? What are they planning? Sakumo pondered, intrigued by Qingyun's strategy. The clones of Shui Men and Qingyun charged towards Baiya, who remained stationary, once again swinging his white blade to eliminate the approaching clones. Just then, E.G. suddenly emerged, leaping into the air and descending with both hands raised, exclaiming, "Wood release! Little tree world descends." Instantly, countless trees erupted from the ground, ensnaring Baiya's legs. Baiya effortlessly severed the vines that bound him with his white blade. At that moment, Qingyun and Shui Men dashed towards him, while E.G. descended from above. A feint, followed by an attack from different directions, Baiya mused. As Baiya prepared to kick Shui Men and Qingyun away before confronting E.G., he suddenly noticed Shui Men seizing Qingyun's arm and hurling him towards himself. Utilizing the force of the collision? Amusing. A mere flick of my wrist will suffice to neutralize this, Baiya thought inwardly. Armament Haki. Qingyun charged towards Baiya, his hands enveloped in black haki. Yet, White Fang intended to momentarily disregard the weaker attack of the female ninja above and focus on eliminating the formidable melee capabilities of Qingyun. Just as the three were about to collide, a swift sound echoed, and Qingyun vanished before White Fang's eyes. What? A teleportation technique? White Fang was astonished. He had never encountered such a technique that required no hand seals. The bell. I've got it, Qingyun exclaimed, diverting White Fang's attention, revealing that he had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reposition himself above. Not so easily thwarted, White Fang once again unleashed his terrifying swordsmanship, striking both Qingyun and the female ninja away with the back of his blade. However, at that moment, Minato smiled slightly, and White Fang sensed impending danger. Bang! It turned out that both Qingyun and the female ninja he had struck were mere shadow clones. As the clones dissipated, smoke enveloped the surroundings. This is bad. White Fang immediately glanced at his waist, realizing that the bell within his pouch had vanished without a trace. At that very moment, Qingyun had appeared within the training grounds, tossing the bell in his hands as he declared, "Teacher White Fang, we have successfully seized the bell. We should be able to graduate now, right?" Qingyun said with a smile. White Fang instantly grasped their battle strategy. Everything had been a diversion to distract him and delay his actions. The bell had likely been taken while he was engaged in combat with the shadow clones. His arrogance had led him not to secure the bell with a string, making it easy to snatch with just a light touch. Qingyun had skillfully employed the Flying Thunder God technique, his chakra perception, and the cooperation of his teammates to seize the bell. Impressive indeed, as expected of Qingyun. As for the other two, you may need to return to the Ninja Academy for further studies. White Fang feigned disappointment. However, Qingyun smiled softly and said, "All right, Teacher White Fang. No need to pretend any longer. The trial of seizing the bell will not send us back directly. Even Teacher Saratobi has employed the same method to test Tsunade, Jiraiya." and Orochimaru. The purpose of this trial is to forge bonds among us three, allowing us to understand each other and become familiar with one another's combat styles. Rest assured, Teacher White Fang, we will strive to grow stronger. Not only had Qingyun and his teammates successfully acquired the bell, but he had also discerned the rules of this trial, leaving White Fang momentarily speechless. It seems your prowess is not only formidable, but you also have a keen understanding of these matters. Since you grasp the significance of this competition, I shall refrain from further remarks. White Fang's stern demeanor finally relaxed. Is that so? Minato and the female ninja both wore satisfied smiles. Indeed, you have truly become genin, and from this point forward, I shall lead your team for the time being. Kakashi Hitaki stated, as your teacher, I have only 3 requirements. First, you shall do as I instruct. Second, you shall refrain from actions I do not permit. Thirdly, should there be any objections or alternative thoughts, please communicate them to me immediately. Silence will be taken as acquiescence. If there are no objections, the first 2 points must be accomplished. Is there any issue with that? Qingyun contemplated briefly and discerned that Hakuba was an enlightened superior. As a ninja, it is essential to obey the directives of one's superior. The first and second points articulated by Hakuba are indeed the most fundamental requirements of a ninja. As for the third point, it indicates that Hakuba is open to dissenting voices and encourages dialogue, a commendable quality in a leader that is hard to come by. Naturally, Qingyun, Minato, and Iji nodded in agreement. Very well, now let us dine together. After our meal, return home, rest well, and assemble tomorrow. I shall instruct you on how to undertake missions. Following this, Hakuba treated everyone to a meal, serving as a simple social gathering. Perhaps he wished to ease the tension among them. Once the meal concluded, everyone heeded their teacher's command to return home. Qingyun, too, rested well that night, and at dawn, he arrived at the assembly point. Soon, everyone had gathered, and at that moment, Shumo led them into the mission assignment area for the first time. Tasks were not solely assigned at the Hokage office. For D-rank missions, which pose minimal risk, they could be directly accepted at the assignment point. Initially, the group was filled with fervor, eager to showcase their talents in the ninja world. However, upon encountering these D-rank missions, they felt a wave of despair wash over them. Tasks such as finding lost cats, weeding for farmers, and repairing damaged furniture. Were these truly the missions they were to undertake? E.g., witnessing such tasks for the first time, found it hard to believe. Hakuba nodded lightly and remarked, indeed, do not underestimate D-rank missions. By completing a task, you not only earn corresponding rewards, but also have your accomplishments documented in the ninja records. This will greatly assist you in your future promotions to Chunin, Jonin, or even higher ranks. Moreover, you must complete D-rank missions to unlock C-rank missions, and only upon completing C-rank can you progress to the more challenging B and A ranks. Hakuba's reasoning was sound. Hearing his words, they felt compelled to comply. At that moment, Qingyun suddenly heard a voice. Greetings, host. You have triggered a new mission. The task is to complete 500 D-rank missions and 100 C-rank missions within a year. The reward for this task is a refinement of your chakra. Qingyun was taken aback, exclaiming, System? Refine my chakra once. Complete 500 D-rank missions and 100 C-rank missions? Are you jesting? It is well known that the low-level tasks in Konoha do not reach such numbers. Host, I assure you, I have no intention of jesting. You are not yet 4 years old. This is a crucial time for accumulating experience, and completing missions offers substantial benefits for your development. Rest assured, if you diligently fulfill the tasks, I am confident that the reward will not disappoint you. The system proclaimed with conviction. Qingyun found himself at a loss for words. Having ascended to the rank of a genin, he understood that fulfilling missions was an inherent duty of a ninja. The rewards for such endeavors were directly proportional to the quantity of tasks completed. Fewer tasks meant lesser rewards, while the more tasks undertaken, the greater the compensation. As the esteemed White Fang had articulated, all completed missions were meticulously recorded in the ninja archives. Qingyun did not ponder excessively. In truth, over the span of a year, he and his comrades were only required to complete a mere 2 missions. Tasks such as locating lost cats or assisting local farmers with their fields might demand a fair amount of time from others, yet for Qingyun, they were remarkably effortless. Completing 2 D-rank missions in a single day was quite manageable, allowing him ample time to either reinforce the ninjutsu he had previously acquired or immerse himself in personal training. Ultimately, Qingyun's days were filled with profound fulfillment. and as the volume of missions gradually increased, his team's accumulation of D-rank tasks also reached a significant threshold. At long last, one day, Qingyun and his companions, including Minato and Yuki, accepted a mission that posed a slight challenge, providing protection as bodyguards. A merchant caravan was embarking from the Hidden Leaf Village towards the Land of Soup, and it was their responsibility to safeguard this caravan from potential bandit attacks. White Fang, placing great importance on their first venture into C-rank missions, had arrived early at the village gate to await Qingyun's arrival. Before long, Qingyun and his teammates gathered before him. "Congratulations on completing numerous D-rank missions," he announced. "I have specifically petitioned the 3rd Hokage for permission to allow you to attempt C-rank missions under my guidance. Should you excel in this endeavor, you will be permitted to undertake C-rank missions henceforth. I have unwavering confidence in your abilities. However, remember that the purpose of escorting the caravan is to protect our allies, not to vanquish our foes. Keep this in mind. I shall intervene only in life-threatening situations." After delivering his instructions, White Fang inquired, "Does anyone have any questions?" The trio, having shared much time together, shook their heads in unison, well aware of their mentor's principles. "Very well, let us begin." A grand merchant caravan set forth from the Hidden Leaf Village, embarking on its journey towards the Land of Soup. Initially, all was tranquil. The caravan smoothly exited the borders of the Fire Country. "Stay vigilant. This area no longer belongs to the Fire Country," White Fang cautioned. As dusk descended, fatigue enveloped the caravan members, their energy nearly depleted. Although they carried some provisions and water, a moment of respite was essential. "Let us take a brief rest here," the caravan leader suggested. However, Qingyun and Minato felt a twinge of concern, for their current location was precarious, a prime spot for ambush. White Fang promptly responded, "Sir, if rest is necessary, let us proceed further. This is not a suitable place for a pause." "You are being overly cautious," came the retort. The leader of the merchant caravan chuckled lightly, remarking, "There is no need to be overly cautious. A whole day has passed. I doubt anyone would dare to rob us now. Besides, you are the White Fang of Konoha." His pride was evident in his smile. "Regrettably, my task is merely to escort you. It is my student who will truly safeguard you, and I will not intervene." The White Fang, somewhat defiant, paid little heed to the merchant's words. "If you believe everything is fine, then let us rest here. Should any trouble arise, it is not our concern, for it is your choice." The White Fang shook his head, opting not to engage in further debate with these individuals. Qingyun nodded, understanding the necessity for caution in the ninja world. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor can weather many storms. No matter how formidable one's strength, one remains vulnerable to surprise attacks. "Ha, worry not." The merchant leader dismissed the concerns. Not long after they had settled, a piercing whistle suddenly shattered the air, a clear signal from an outside source. The moment the signal was sounded, the treacherous terrain was swiftly encircled by a throng of malevolent figures. "This is bad. They truly have laid an ambush." Some brandished torches, others wielded bows and arrows, while others carried fearsome weapons whose names eluded description. "Enemy attack." Qingyun, with his keen eyesight and heightened perception, immediately relayed the information about the enemy's presence. Watergate and EG swiftly drew their kunai, preparing for battle. Qingyun too surveyed the surroundings, ready to engage in combat. "Ah, there are foes. There are indeed bandits." The merchant leader regretted his earlier bravado, yet a sense of security arose within him as he glanced at the White Fang. "Your goods look rather appealing. I think I shall keep them for myself." A figure emerged, a one-eyed man wearing an eye patch, clearly the leader of the bandits. "Hey, boss. There are ninjas escorting them. They appear to be from Konoha." One of the thugs noticed this and immediately reported. The one-eyed leader observed for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ninjas? Look at them. They're merely a trio of children. With our numbers, how could we possibly fear them?" He then turned his gaze to the White Fang, who seemed devoid of any combat intent. "You see, this old man with white hair appears somewhat respectable. But tell me, can you cease this charade? Dressing your children as Konoha ninjas. Do you think that will instill fear in us? You believe this will prevent us from seizing your goods? Hand them over obediently, and I may spare your lives." The one-eyed leader threatened menacingly, brandishing his weapon with lethal intent. The surrounding bandits were numerous, and the overwhelming majority of the merchant caravan felt a deep-seated trepidation. After all, they had never witnessed Qingyun and his companions in action, and the white-haired youth had declared he would not intervene. "What shall we do now?" EG whispered anxiously. Let us heed Qingyun's guidance. He is our captain. The White Fang has instructed that we follow his lead for the time being. At this moment, Wave Wind Watergate refrained from making a rash move, choosing instead to entrust everything to Qingyun. With a slight smile, Qingyun took a few steps forward. A bandit, you say? Seeking to rob us of our goods? Do you even know my name? I am Qingyun. He believed that he held a certain reputation in the ninja world, hoping that these robbers would recognize his stature. I will count to 3. If you depart swiftly, I shall refrain from taking action. Qingyun spoke with an amiable demeanor. However, being a mere child, his voice carried a somewhat childish tone, and rather than instilling fear, his words only elicited laughter from the bandits. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Little one, do you truly fear not for your life? One of the one-eyed dragon's subordinates stepped forward, grasping Qingyun and effortlessly lifting him into the air. 3. Yet, the smile on Qingyun's face did not wane as he uttered a number. You reckless child, do you wish for death? The one-eyed dragon's henchman hoisted Qingyun higher. 2. The intent of the one-eyed dragon's minion was now glaringly obvious. He intended to slam Qingyun to the ground. Must we truly resort to violence? Iji could hardly contain herself. But the composed Watergate calmly replied, Trust in Qingyun. I believe you are well aware of his capabilities. Die. The henchman brought Qingyun crashing down to the earth. And rather than a shred of sympathy, the surrounding bandits erupted in laughter. The members of the merchant caravan covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the tragedy unfold. Having completed the count, Qingyun's voice emanated from the grip of the one-eyed dragon's subordinate. Though he lay on the ground, Qingyun had already hardened his legs with armament haki. How could a mere thug of such caliber inflict harm upon him? Armament haki. Super strength. Not only did Qingyun employ armament haki, but he also harnessed Tsunade's extraordinary strength. His powerful punch did not merely send a man flying. It pierced straight through his body. Blood gushed forth as he impaled one of the bandits, leaving everyone around in shock. The members of the caravan could scarcely fathom that such a small child could kill a bandit with a single blow. Charge. The one-eyed dragon, though taken aback, could not allow his subordinates to fall victim to a child without consequence. Kill. Iji cried out, preparing to charge alongside Watergate. However, Qingyun immediately interjected. Iji, Watergate, do not forget our mission. You two are tasked with protecting the caravan and its goods. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Watergate and Iji offered no further protest. Qingyun was their captain, and his abilities and status commanded their unwavering trust. Thus, Qingyun commenced his slaughter. These bandits were no innocents. They were clearly seasoned criminals, having taken more than a few lives. The sole intention of Qingyun is one, to kill. There is no morality to discuss with these individuals. Even if they surrender all their goods to save their lives, they would still meet their demise. For they do not harbor idle souls. Fire release, great fireball technique. When confronted with such scoundrels, Qingyun naturally resorts to fire release, incinerating them to ashes. Yet, despite this, numerous bandits attempted to circumvent Qingyun and assault the merchant convoy directly. Qingyun granted them no opportunity for retaliation, employing shadow clone technique to effortlessly eliminate the majority of the bandits. You rascal, you truly can wield ninjutsu. I never imagined you were a genuine ninja. Is it that only children like you exist among the leaf ninja? Haha. The one-eyed dragon exhibited no fear, nor did he feel sorrow for the loss of his subordinates. He was a heartless wretch. In that case, I shall no longer hold back. Wind release, breakthrough. The bandit leader suddenly unleashed a gust of wind, momentarily astonishing Qingyun. This fellow is indeed a ninja? This is my first encounter in battle with a true enemy capable of ninjutsu. Intrigued, Qingyun stood resolutely against the wind, his formidable strength preventing him from being budged. Impossible. Wind release has no effect on you. In that case, behold my strongest technique. Let's see how you fare against it. Wind release, pressure damage. The one-eyed dragon once again formed hand seals, unleashing a more powerful B-rank wind technique. A visibly high-pressure sphere hurtled toward Qingyun. In response, Qingyun hurled a kunai at the one-eyed dragon, yet the wind's force deflected the kunai aside. As the colossal pressure sphere was poised to crush him, Qingyun vanished with a swift motion. Indeed, Qingyun had previously imbued the kunai with a chakra formula, allowing him to evade the wind technique with ease. Without hesitation, he launched the kunai at the one-eyed dragon, aimed precisely at his head. Fool! The one-eyed dragon ducked, avoiding the kunai Qingyun had thrown. In this critical moment, Qingyun employed Flying Thunder God, reappearing directly above the one-eyed dragon. As he rotated his body, the electrical energy of the thunder fruit gathered in his hand, while simultaneously, Tsunade's immense strength and the enhancement of armament haki coalesced in his arm. Armament haki thunder fist of flying thunder god. Before Qingyun could even complete the name of his technique, his fist descended heavily. The fusion of lightning, power, and armament haki struck down upon the one-eyed dragon's head with tremendous force. At that moment, White Fang was equally astonished. So that is it. Could this be the flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage? This fellow has even mastered space-time ninjutsu. The flying thunder god technique, you say? Minato Namikaze's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a wind attribute user, he believed that if he could also learn this technique, his power would surge exponentially. To everyone's astonishment, Qingyun had mastered even that technique. Iji was equally taken aback, for this maneuver was a legacy from his ancestor, Feijin. Meanwhile, the one-eyed bandit had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, with none of his accomplices left standing, all vanquished by Qingyun's prowess. It was indeed a decisive and swift battle, as Baya could not help but remark. In this encounter, the merchant caravan suffered no casualties, with Iji tasked to safeguard the caravan while Qingyun directly annihilated the bandits. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, once vibrant and menacing bandits, now mere corpses, Qingyun's strength left an indelible impression on all within the caravan. Baya observed Qingyun, lost in thought. Qingyun, you have performed admirably, yet remember, there are always those stronger than oneself. Should you encounter such a formidable foe, the consequences could be dire, Baya cautioned, offering no further comment. As Qingyun's performance was beyond reproach, Shui Min and Iji, lacking Qingyun's instantaneous eradication of the enemy, must remain acutely aware of your responsibilities to protect the caravan and escort the goods. On that front, you have excelled. Even the stern Baya was highly satisfied with their performance. These young individuals not only possessed remarkable talent, but also exhibited clear thinking, promising potential that would surpass even the strongest of the current generation, much to Baya's quiet delight. My sincerest apologies, esteemed ninjas, for the actions of the caravan's leader. The merchant chief felt compelled to apologize to Qingyun and the others. Baya waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It matters not, since you have entrusted us. We shall fulfill our obligations diligently." Indeed, however, it is evident that these bandits frequently engage in plundering here. Thus, even if we were not to rest, we would likely encounter their thievery upon passing through. According to Murphy's Law, should an unfortunate event hold any probability of occurrence, it is only a matter of time before it transpires. Regardless, thank you all, the caravan leader concluded, having learned a valuable lesson, and thereafter refrained from issuing any foolish commands during the escort. Congratulations, host. You have earned points. Congratulations, host. You have earned points. In truth, Qingyun was not driven by an insatiable desire for vengeance. His motivation for dispatching so many bandits stemmed from the simple fact that eliminating them would yield points. Although these points did not yet afford him the opportunity for a lottery draw, they had nonetheless accumulated considerably. The remainder of their journey was devoid of further bandit encounters or highwaymen, and soon Qingyun and his companions successfully completed this C-rank mission. However, as night had already fallen, the group decided it best to rest for the night in the Land of Soup before departing. The Land of Soup, located in the northern region of the Fire Country, is a small nation renowned for its hot springs. In Japanese, Yu signifies hot spring, rendering the Land of Soup a popular tourist destination, where visitors indulge in the soothing waters to relieve the fatigue of the day. Having completed their mission satisfactorily, Bayo agreed to accompany Qingyun and Shui Min to enjoy a soak in the hot springs. Certainly, the hot springs here are not co-ed. Men have their own bathing area, and women have theirs. Qingyun luxuriated in the male hot spring alongside Watergate and Hakuba. The surrounding mist and the soothing warmth of the springs almost led Qingyun to believe he had stumbled into a paradise on earth. However, due to the separation of the genders, Qingyun and his companions could not see Iji for the time being. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred, marked by a piercing female voice. "Ah, what is going on?" Qingyun glanced at Watergate, who in turn looked at Qingyun, while Hakuba urged, "Quick, get dressed. Let us see what is happening." At that moment, no one harbored any ill intentions. Once dressed, they made their way to the entrance of the hot springs, where a crowd had already gathered. "What happened?" Hakuba inquired. "That girl with purple hair has been kidnapped." The onlookers exclaimed. Purple hair? It was evident that Iji had been abducted, likely due to her Senju lineage. Could it be Uchiha Madara seeking to exploit the Senju bloodline? Or was there someone else with ulterior motives? Qingyun was perplexed. Which direction did they go? Watergate asked anxiously. That way, a witness pointed, and Hakuba swiftly led Qingyun and Watergate in that direction. Summoning jutsu, Hakuba bit his finger and summoned a pack of dogs, who immediately caught Iji's scent. This way, Hakuba followed the pack, with Qingyun and Watergate in tow. After what felt like an eternity, Hakuba finally located Iji, who lay on a rock beneath a waterfall. Hakuba rushed over and rescued her as Qingyun draped his clothing over her. Ah, the White Fang of Konoha? I never imagined you would lead your subordinates on a mission here. If I am not mistaken, these three are all geniuses from Konoha, correct? If I were to eliminate them and capture you, Konoha's strength would undoubtedly plummet. Or perhaps, would you be willing to submit to us? The question was directed not at Qingyun, but at the dogs he had summoned. It appeared as if some substance had masked their scent, rendering them undetectable. Watergate and Qingyun were taken aback, for the dogs could speak, shattering their previous understanding. Over there, Qingyun pointed to the waterfall they had just passed. I didn't realize there was a sensory ninja among you. Oh, what a surprise. And such a child. It seems this time we have quite the bounty. Who are you? Do not feign mystery and lead us here without reason. Hakuba demanded, his hand gripping his white fang blade, ready for battle. Qingyun immediately turned to Watergate, saying, Watergate, no matter what happens, we must protect Iji here. Understood. Huh. In that case, allow you to behold our true form. The strange voice echoed once more. And from the waterfall emerged several towering figures. The individuals before them comprised both men and women, their bodies exposed except for the crucial areas concealed. Their mental states appeared somewhat disconcerting. We do not engage in mysticism. We are merely a humble congregation. We adhere to the teachings of the Dark God, known as the Cult of the Dark God, and you may refer to us as such. All of us are devoted followers of the Dark God. And since you have arrived, why not join us? The speaker was a rather unsavory-looking man, who licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, while Qingyun clearly observed that Iji's wrist seemed to have been drained of blood by another. This individual belonged to the sinister cult of Fadewan. This is dire. We must defeat him with unwavering resolve. Qingyun felt a surge of urgency, for he alone understood the tricks they intended to play. The cult of the Dark God? Baya furrowed his brows. He had not heard of such a sect. However, this did not prevent him from perceiving these peculiar individuals as adversaries. Worshippers of a dark god. It seems you are indeed a cult. Baya's stance was unmistakably clear. He sought to distance himself from the members of this dark sect. The leader of the cult chuckled. Ah, the dark god has bestowed upon us the power of immortality. Should you choose to join us, he can grant you the same. Thus, you need not sacrifice your fragile lives. The leader of the cult of the dark god laughed malevolently. Baya, do not let them take your blood. Otherwise, it will be catastrophic. Qingyun immediately cautioned. His words quickly drew the attention of the cultists. You seem quite aware of the dark god's might. Let us capture you first. The cult leader waved his hand, and the followers encircled Qingyun and Watergate. Baya was also surrounded by the numerous cultists, clearly intent on either absorbing them or eliminating them. I will not allow Qingyun to accompany you, Baya stated calmly, his tone unruffled. With his strength, even a mere cult leader would find it challenging to overpower him, let alone the shadow of a village. Be cautious, Qingyun. These individuals are peculiar. Watergate warned, gripping his kunai tightly. Kill. The cultists, a frenzied mob, surged forward relentlessly. Due to their proximity, Qingyun refrained from using shadow shurikens or fire techniques. Instead, he unleashed his armed color. Watergate, having learned some applications of armed color from Qingyun, joined him in fending off the attackers. At that moment, Iji remained in a state of unconsciousness. Bang, bang, bang. Both Watergate and Qingyun repeatedly repelled their assailants. Yet they continued to surge forward, seemingly impervious to pain. Gradually, both Watergate and Qingyun began to feel fatigued. This cannot continue. Baya must have also noticed their oddities. If we persist like this, we will exhaust ourselves. Watergate remarked. These individuals exhibit a complete lack of sensation, akin to the undead. I surmise that conventional methods will not suffice in dealing with them, remarked Qingyun. What alternative do we have? Watergate questioned, delivering a swift kick to a zealous follower charging at him. Utilize lightning release. At this pivotal moment, Qingyun had no intention of concealing the capabilities of his thunder fruit. deciding to employ it directly. Watergate was about to inquire when Qingyun had mastered lightning release, yet he swallowed his words in the next instant. Qingyun was enveloped in a cacophony of thunder, layers of electricity swirling around him, making him appear to be an embodiment of lightning itself. At this level of lightning release, are you the Hokage? Watergate expressed his astonishment and disbelief. To be honest, Watergate, I have been honing my lightning release skills all along. I have come to realize that I possess a natural talent for it, Qingyun confessed, unable to provide any other justification. Lightning. Qingyun raised his hand slightly, and in an instant, a follower before him was reduced to mere ashes. How is this possible? Great Lord of the evil god, we are immortal. The followers were incredulous, having never encountered such a formidable opponent. Scoundrels, do you wish to bring shame upon the great Lord of the evil god? Trust in him. Do not retreat. Charge forward. Eliminate this individual before us. The speaker was naturally the leader of the Jiajin sect. Upon hearing the leader's command, the followers dared not utter another word and once again surged towards Qingyun. No matter how many times they come, it remains the same. A slight smirk graced Qingyun's lips. For defeating these followers would yield him considerable points. Soon, he would be able to draw again. I shall vanquish you all. Qingyun seethed inwardly. Be careful, Qingyun, Watergate bellowed. And Qingyun immediately realized that several cultists had seized the moment while he was lost in his own triumph and charged at him from behind. Thunder Shock. Qingyun deftly executed the Thunder Shock technique, a signature move of Enel, the wielder of the Thunder Fruit. Though this technique was not particularly powerful, the supersonic shockwave produced by the lightning cleaving through the air sent the two ambushing cultists flying, leaving them bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Watergate. You need only to protect EG. The rest I shall handle, Qingyun stated confidently. Who else is there? Come at me all at once. Let us not waste any more time. Our battle must reach a conclusion. At that moment, Qingyun transformed into a deity of thunder, radiating lightning from every inch of his being. These bolts of electricity required no chakra, allowing Qingyun to unleash them with abandon. Lightning. Once again, Qingyun harnessed the power of the Thunder Fruit, directly slaying another cultist, thus accumulating more points. The cultists exchanged apprehensive glances, reluctant to advance. However, spurred on by their leader's encouragement, they ultimately charged toward Qingyun in unison. Seeing the fearless followers approach, Qingyun remained unperturbed and declared, "Ah, you have finally arrived. I have been awaiting your presence." Thunderfruit. Qingyun fervently called upon the name of his fruit, and in an instant, an intense blue light enveloped him, permeating the air with a tingling sensation. 30 million volts of Thunder Beast. Unlike Enelu, who would strike the drum behind him, Qingyun summoned his formidable skill with a mere thought. As the Thunder Beast manifested, the surrounding cultists were thrown into a state of panic. For they knew that being reduced to ashes by lightning meant certain death, and yet, here stood the formidable Qingyun, a terrifying adversary. With a resounding roar, the cultists, though reluctant to confront Qingyun, found themselves actively pursued by him, as they represented tangible points for his accumulation. The Thunder Beast, initially an embodiment of lightning, transformed into a physical entity under Qingyun's influence, charging towards the cultists and obliterating them without mercy. Qingyun's heart swelled with pride, for he had just secured an opportunity for a reward. Is this the level of a mere chunin from Konoha? Such power cannot possibly belong to a lowly shinobi. Even the leader of the gold cult was taken aback, having been locked in a fierce battle with White Fang, only to witness his subordinates turn to ash in mere moments. Meanwhile, White Fang was equally perplexed. He had been engaged in combat with the leader and had no time to consider what transpired with Qingyun. He trusted in Qingyun's resilience against the cultists. Yet he never imagined Qingyun would annihilate them so effortlessly. Minato had grown numb to the spectacle. He understood that Qingyun could perform miracles, yet he struggled to fathom the sheer magnitude of Qingyun's strength. At that moment, Qingyun dismissed the Thunder Beast, his gaze fixated on the leader of the gold cult, his eyes gleaming with the hunger of one who had not feasted in ages. Who are you? The leader of the gold cult stammered, his composure faltering. He was immortal, yet the prospect of being reduced to dust and charcoal was equally terrifying. In a desperate maneuver, he produced a vial of blood, seemingly intent on consuming its contents. Is that the blood of EG? Qingyun's heart raced with alarm. Without resorting to the flying thunder god technique, he appeared beside the leader of the gold cult in an instant. Instinctively unleashing his lightning, The sheer voltage of 30 million volts incapacitated the leader, causing the blood in his hands to vanish under the electric onslaught. Flying Thunder God. I recall that this technique typically requires marking the opponent's position. Yet it seems Qingyun did not touch him at all. Minato pondered, bewildered by Qingyun's enigmatic nature. Meanwhile, White Fang found himself ensnared in a whirlpool of confusion, grappling to comprehend the unfolding events. Even Qingyun himself could not comprehend the urgency that propelled him to rush forth. It was as if he instinctively found himself by this person's side, seemingly faster than the Flying Thunder God technique. You cannot kill me. I am a loyal disciple of the Dark God. You will never vanquish me. Haha. Release me, and I shall reveal a secret. Should you slay me, you will become an eternal enemy of the Jiajin sect. The young leader before him was surprisingly youthful. Qingyun had initially no intention of ending his life, for he suspected that this so-called Jiajin sect might harbor grander schemes. Nevertheless, Qingyun was indifferent, for eliminating this minor leader would grant him points, which would enable him to grow stronger in various ways. With that in mind, he dismissed any concerns about the matter. Furthermore, having already dispatched numerous followers of the Jiajin sect, he had irrevocably forged a deep enmity with them, leaving him unconcerned. What secret? I have no desire to hear it. For your purpose is merely to transform into points. Qingyun then unleashed the electrical discharge of the Thunder Fruit. You will meet a dreadful fate. Soon after, the follower of the Dark God was vanquished by Qingyun. Are you unharmed? Baya inquired with concern. I am well. How about you, master? Qingyun responded. I am your teacher. Baya replied with a slight smile, glancing at Iji, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. Let us recuperate in the land of hot water for a few days. I shall inform the third Hokage. As the ninjas had completed their mission, it was customary to report back to the village, and Baya intended to do just that. Qingyun, your concealment is remarkable. Had it not been for today, I would have remained unaware of your formidable lightning release. Baya marveled. Your strength is impressive, yet there remains ample room for improvement. After this mission, I shall take the time to instruct you thoroughly as a reward. Baya rarely expressed such joy. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze looked on with envy. Qingyun patted Minato's shoulder, saying, Lord Jiraiya is also an exceptional ninja. He should instruct you as well. If he fails to do so, I shall inform the third Hokage. Haha. Minato smiled subtly, recognizing Qingyun's jest. With the events that transpired, everyone hastily returned to the inn to rest. At that moment, Qingyun was brimming with excitement, for he had not anticipated that his visit to the land of hot water would yield 2 opportunities for lottery draws. System, come forth. I wish to draw. Qingyun eagerly called upon the system. Greetings, host. I have detected 2 opportunities for lottery draws. Would you like to proceed? Please draw twice for me. Understood. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the sage's robe. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the ability to turn decay into wonder. Qingyun immediately inquired, what is the sage's robe? And what does the ability to turn decay into wonder entail? Moreover, were previous lottery draws not conducted by excluding 2 out of 5 and randomly selecting 1 from the remaining 3? Why has the mechanism changed this time? Greetings, host. The method of the lottery is entirely random. You will select one of 2 lottery methods at random, and the items drawn will also be determined randomly. I see. Qingyun promptly replied. Now, could you elucidate the items I have drawn? The celestial garb, as its name suggests, is the attire of celestial beings, also known as the damage reduction robe. It possesses the ability to mitigate both physical and magical damage, along with the capability to transform into any other appearance. Transformative attire? And it can reduce damage? How does it accomplish that? Qingyun inquired, eager to extract the full extent of the garment's powers. Such is the marvel of this garment. It can diminish any damage by 30%. Those who could inflict harm upon you are already scarce, even if someone were to wound you. This robe will provide absolute damage reduction, regardless of the ferocity or frailty of the attack directed at you. It will invariably be reduced to merely 70%, truly a remarkable item. Indeed, it not only mitigates physical assaults, but also shields against all forms of ninjutsu and illusions. Furthermore, it can transform into any clothing style you desire, rendering clothing purchases unnecessary in the future, the system explained with great detail. Qingyun nodded, acknowledging his fortunate draw. Such an item seemed improbable in this realm. And what of the ability to transmute the mundane into the extraordinary? He inquired immediately. You may relinquish any unwanted abilities or items, and in doing so, you will earn the chance to draw again, the system responded. Oh, so this is the transformation of the ordinary into the extraordinary, Qingyun mused, finding this reward rather unimpressive. Sensing Qingyun's disdain, the system quickly clarified, host. Do not forget that this transformation implies that the ability or item you contribute will assuredly not be inferior to what you have previously possessed. It could even be significantly more powerful. Oh, Qingyun suddenly comprehended. My apologies for my hasty judgment, haha. Allow me a moment to ponder. He promptly closed his eyes in contemplation. The armament of Herculean strength and thunder, and the potential utility of the flying thunder god technique is indeed valuable. Presently, the least useful item appears to be the fragmentation fruit, for it is exceedingly impractical, and I have never utilized it. After considerable reflection, Qingyun finally reached a decision. I have resolved to contribute the fragmentation fruit, he declared. Very well, confirming the contribution of the fragmentation fruit. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded the ability to double your perception. Doubling my perception, Qingyun exclaimed. He already possessed the ability to see through others' chakra, far surpassing that of an ordinary ninja. Now, with this enhancement, he could sense and perceive individuals at even greater distances. Moreover, Qingyun had grown quite reliant on this ability. Previously, he could detect chakra within a few meters, but now, he could sense chakra from individuals over a distance of several meters, extending to over 10 meters. This undoubtedly constituted a highly advantageous skill for Qingyun. Such perceptive abilities are poised to grow rapidly with age and an increase in chakra. During the Fourth War, the second Hokage was able to perceive Uchiha Madara's chakra across the battlefield. Qingyun aspires for the entirety of the ninja world to be attuned to his presence. Host, have you been pondering why you suddenly materialized beside someone with just a thought? The system inquired. You know the answer, so spare me the suspense and just tell me. Qingyun replied. It is because you are the possessor of the thunder fruit. Though we do not permit elemental transformation, the thunder fruit manifests as lightning, allowing for short-range teleportation through electromagnetic waves, which is permissible. Upon hearing this, Qingyun slapped his forehead and exclaimed, so that is how it is. If so, then the flying thunder god technique seems futile. Why should I bother with those spatial techniques when I can simply teleport using electromagnetic waves? The system responded, indeed. The greater your strength and perception, the wider your teleportation range will be, akin to the flying thunder god technique. Can I exchange it? Please replace the flying thunder god with something else. Qingyun reminisced fondly about a previous lottery draw. Host, do not be impatient. As you grow, you will inevitably draw those redundant items that evoke regret, which is the purpose of the ability card transforming decay into legend. The flying thunder god technique is indeed a high-level ability within the cards. Therefore, if you vanquish more foes, you will have the opportunity to draw transforming decay into wonder, at which point you can exchange it for the flying thunder god. The system endeavored to soothe him. Evidently satisfied with the system's assurances, Qingyun felt considerably more at ease. Well then, since you've said that, what more can I say? Time to sleep, he declared before drifting into slumber. Upon awakening the following day, a thought struck him. Since the thunder fruit does not rely on chakra, it means my energy is limitless. If that is the case, why not create a clone of the Chidori? With resolve, Qingyun set to work. Having fully integrated the thunder fruit, gathering a sphere of lightning in his hand was a simple task. Moreover, with his ability to perceive an opponent's chakra, he effectively possessed a function akin to the Sharingan. Chidori. Qin struck a tree with his hand. However, instead of being obliterated, the tree was merely singed by the lightning. Something feels off. My lightning doesn't seem to possess that penetrating or slicing quality, only a chaotic destructive force. Consequently, he sought counsel from his mentor, Baya. Your lightning is exceedingly wild. You merely release it without learning to control it, resulting in insufficient cohesion. Baya then produced his signature blade. Observe, he instructed. As he gripped the sword, a surge of lightning erupted, and he sprinted towards a tree. With a gentle swing, the massive trunk snapped in response, accompanied by a crackling sound. Lightning release inherently possesses destructive power. If you can contain this ferocious lightning within a blade, or if you can bind the power of lightning to a needle, only then will your control over lightning be deemed proficient. The same principle applies to other attributes. Baya subsequently employed wind release once more, effortlessly felling another tree. Qingyun finally comprehended the reason behind his inability to replicate the thousand birds technique. He lacked the mastery over this power. Though it was not chakra, it bore a striking resemblance to it. How terrifying! Teacher Baiya's precision in controlling lightning to the point of confining it to a single needle was a level of skill that even he might not have fully mastered. Despite his outward defiance, Qingyun's body obediently followed instructions. Utilizing the advantage of Shadow Clone's unique ability, he trained fervently each day. Qingyun's reckless determination worried Baiya, who feared that such intensity might backfire. Yet, only Qingyun understood that no matter how hard he trained, he would not exhaust himself, thanks to the protective system he possessed. After several days of relentless training, while Qingyun was still immersed in his regimen, Minato suddenly rushed over, announcing that Iji had awakened. Qingyun hurried over, filled with concern. "How are you feeling?" he inquired, for the violet-haired woman before him was a character absent from the original narrative. As a time traveler, it was only fitting that he extend her some care. Upon hearing Qingyun recount the specifics of their mission, Iji nodded in understanding. "I'm fine, nothing serious. Let us return to Konoha," she declared. "Are you certain there are no issues?" Minato asked. "Rest assured, I will take good care of her," Qingyun assured him. Baiya nodded in agreement, and then, alongside his team, they set off towards Konoha. Along the way, Iji spoke less, seemingly fearful of being blamed, and a sense of guilt weighed upon her. The journey back was uneventful, and they soon arrived in Konoha. "All right, let us submit the mission report, and I'll treat everyone to a meal. No one is allowed to decline this time." Baiya, usually stern and unyielding, was in high spirits, having successfully completed the mission and witnessed the progress of his students. Ideally, they should have approached the report submission with joy, eager to indulge in a delightful feast. However, upon entering the Hokage's office, an unexpected situation arose. As soon as they crossed the threshold, a masked elder reprimanded, "Baiya, why were you gone for so long? Do you not understand the significance of the mission?" Baiya replied, "One of my students collapsed, and we remained longer for her health." The truth was clear, and it was none other than the third Hokage who spoke up in defense of Baiya. The one who had initially confronted them was Danzo, the leader of Root. This man, with bandaged eyes and leaning on a cane, exuded a chilling aura. Despite the third Hokage's intervention, Danzo showed no inclination to relent. "Pardon my ignorance, but you did not undertake the mission. To put it plainly, you are merely an old fool. What right do you have to blame others?" Qingyun fearlessly retorted. Danzo seemed taken aback, and even the third Hokage was momentarily stunned. It had been years since anyone had dared to confront Danzo in such a manner. Only children like Qingyun possessed the audacity to challenge an advisor to the Hokage. "Do you not recognize me, you little rascal? I am Danzo, the advisor and elder of Konoha," he said, clearly displeased. Immediately, White Fang interjected, "Lord Danzo, he is merely a child. Why stoop to the level of a mere boy?" The third Hokage reminded Danzo, "Perhaps we should let this matter rest. One of your subordinates has merely sustained minor injuries and needs some time to recuperate. Moreover, do not forget the significance of the girl and the team she represents. The girl, Yuki, is a wielder of wood release. Although her current abilities may not be formidable, she is a rare gem in the ninja world. As for Minato, Namikaze, and Aoyun, they require no introduction. Minato is a genius in the ninja realm, ultimately becoming the fourth Hokage in the original tale. Aoyun, at merely 4 years of age, possesses an astonishing and overwhelming prowess, destined to become a leader in the ninja world. Danzo approached Aoyun, stating, "Young man, I recognize your potential. However, you have yet to fully mature and require a conducive environment for growth. I can provide that space, should you choose to become my apprentice." Aoyun nearly laughed at the prospect of apprenticing under Danzo. Was there a flaw in his judgment? He had already taken the third Hokage and White Fang as his mentors. Seeking Danzo would be absurd, a sign of madness. Danzo, mistakenly believing Aoyun was contemplating the offer, eagerly continued, "Rest assured, I will nurture your talents." Aoyun replied bluntly, "I am unwilling. You are far inferior to Sarutobi and White Fang." His rejection was direct, leaving Danzo's expression sour. "Hey, Danzo, do not be so quick to claim this prodigy as my apprentice," the third Hokage remarked with a slight smile. "What do you all think?" This time, it was Sarutobi who spoke up. "Let them have a bit of freedom to choose. Not everyone is suited for Root's development, Danzo." Unbeknownst to everyone, a man and a woman sat in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Mito and Nara Yoshiko. Aoyun recognized them. Like Danzo, they were elders of Konoha. Danzo often sought their support when he wished to speak ill of the third Hokage. However, it seemed they were not as rigid as he presumed. You are absolutely correct, Aoyun said with a charming smile. Seeing you reminds me of my grandparents. The remark delighted the elder couple, furthering their reluctance to see Danzo take Aoyun away. Humph. Allow the third Hokage to educate him? We shall see how that unfolds, Danzo scoffed, shaking his hand dismissively before storming out of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage smiled at Aoyun and White Fang, saying, "Do not hold Danzo's behavior against him. That is simply his nature." Aoyun brushed it off. And after providing a detailed mission report, the third Hokage pondered for a moment before stating, "You have completed your mission commendably. Therefore, let us make a slight adjustment to the rules. In the future, not only will you be able to complete the D-rank tasks designated for Jinin, but you will also undertake C-rank tasks meant for Chunin. Furthermore, if you possess the interest, I can assign you B-rank tasks intended for Jonin." The third Hokage's words filled Qingyun with excitement. Completing missions as a ninja would not only yield rewards, but vanquishing adversaries would also earn points. With these points, Qingyun could enter a lottery, and upon receiving those rewards, he would become even more formidable. The higher the rank of the task, the swifter his ascent to strength. "Thank you, Lord Third Hokage," he expressed gratefully. The third Hokage nodded and remarked, "By the way, it seems that after White Fang took you as his apprentice, he hasn't imparted much knowledge to you. Tomorrow, come find me. I wish to guide you." He then addressed White Fang, "For the time being, refrain from taking on any missions this week. Take the opportunity to mentor Qingyun. I will also inform Jiraiya to provide some instruction to Minato, and as for Iji, she should learn from White Fang as well." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Qingyun's heart swelled with exhilaration. Being taught by the third Hokage would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable enhancement of his abilities. His strength primarily derived from the devil fruit system. Without utilizing those fruit powers and relying solely on ninjutsu, Qingyun would certainly not stand a chance against the third Hokage. With his team already arranged by the third Hokage, Qingyun opted not to voice any further thoughts. After the gathering concluded, Qingyun conducted a brief session of daily training, and soon night fell. Upon awakening, he promptly sought out the third Hokage. The third Hokage, in turn, swiftly removed his Hokage attire and joined Qingyun atop the rooftop. The view from the rooftop was splendid, offering a panoramic vista of the entire Hidden Leaf Village, including its iconic landmarks. "Qingyun, since I accepted you as my apprentice, I haven't had the chance to instruct you. I trust you do not hold it against me." The third Hokage did not commence immediately. Instead, he unexpectedly produced a pipe and took a few puffs. "To be honest, during this time, I have been accumulating mission points. I've heard that to advance one's mission volume, strength, and the evaluations from others are all crucial," Qingyun replied. "Oh, it seems you are indeed well informed. Your missions have been completed swiftly and with high quality. Hence, I hope you will challenge yourself with more difficult tasks to accumulate higher-level mission points. By the way, Qingyun, I wish to pose a few questions to you." Curious about what the third Hokage wanted to inquire, Qingyun promptly replied, "Of course, master. Please ask. What is your dream?" The third Hokage suddenly asked, gazing intently at Qingyun. Taken aback by the unexpected question, Qingyun pondered deeply. His dream was undoubtedly to become a pillar of the ninja world, surpassing the so-called Sage of Six Paths, overthrowing Kaguya, and safeguarding the entire realm of shinobi. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, who were originally the protagonists, Qingyun would not grant them such a brilliant entrance. He aimed to become a pivotal figure on his own. Thus, Qingyun declared without hesitation, "My dream is to achieve peace in the ninja world. I intend to change this world." The third Hokage paused momentarily and responded, "Your aspirations are truly grand." Qingyun's dream surpassed even that of becoming Hokage, for the third Hokage was already in that position. However, altering the entire ninja world was no simple feat. "Though the matter is not simple, I firmly believe in your potential." The third Hokage smiled gently and remarked, "I once heard Principal Ichiraka mention that you believe a war will erupt within the next decade. What leads you to that conclusion?" Qingyun, sensing that the third Hokage intended to assess him, responded, "Master Sarutobi, the First and Second Shinobi World Wars ignited due to the interests of nations. Presently, Iwagakure and Kyomogakure both advocate for military expansion, while Sunagakure suffers from poverty and lacks arable land. Konoha remains relatively neutral. yet cannot entirely evade the threat of invasion from other countries. Small nations struggle between great powers, and these circumstances inevitably culminate in conflict. War has become unavoidable, merely a matter of time, awaiting a spark. Of course, I do not foresee an immediate outbreak, at least not for 5 years. The third Hokage was profoundly astonished. After all, Qingyun was only 4 years old, yet he possessed such keen insight into the dynamics of the shinobi world, indicating that he was no ordinary child. If you were the Hokage, what would you do? The third Hokage inquired. I dare not presume, Qingyun replied, aware of the proverbial saying that great trees attract the wind. He could not speculate on the third Hokage's intentions, fearing that he might merely be testing him. However, Qingyun's concerns were unwarranted. Despite his extraordinary talents, he remained, after all, just a child. Speak freely. I wish to know your approach, the third Hokage urged earnestly, prompting Qingyun to lower his guard, reassured that the third Hokage was not merely probing him. Then I shall share my humble opinion, Qingyun began. Assuming I were the Hokage, my first course of action would be to secure the support of our country's daimyo. With the backing of the Land of Fire, Konoha would be better positioned to wholeheartedly engage in the forthcoming defense of our village. Qingyun's words were skillfully chosen. He spoke solely of defending the village, refraining from mentioning the invasion of foreign lands, as he was uncertain of the third Hokage's inclinations. Indeed, what else? The third Hokage inquired further. Once we have the daimyo's support, we must swiftly implement economic and military reforms in Konoha to facilitate rapid development. Although Konoha is currently regarded as the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, it lags behind Kumogakure and even Sunagakure in terms of both the quantity and quality of ninjas. Qingyun continued, recognizing that war is imminent, we must prepare accordingly, investing significantly in the training of our ninja. The village could even construct dueling arenas to enhance their combat prowess. The prominent clans should also contribute their resources, for without Konoha, they too would face displacement. Qingyun's statement struck a chord. The third Hokage smiled, appearing quite pleased as he remarked, Qingyun, I have underestimated you. I initially thought you merely a combat prodigy, yet you also possess insightful thoughts on political and military matters. This brings me great comfort. Your ideas regarding nurturing new talent align perfectly with the will of fire that embodies Konoha. Now, I wish to ask you, do you believe you can become Hokage in the future? The third Hokage posed the question. Qingyun pondered for a moment before speaking. Do you wish for me to speak the truth or to tell a lie? Of course, the truth, the third Hokage responded, finding Qingyun's sincerity refreshing. He mused that a capable Hokage should possess the strength to ensure prosperity for all, to protect against oppression, and even to reshape the very fabric of the ninja world. It is not merely the title of Hokage that grants one the right to change the world, but rather the ability to effect such change that qualifies one for the role. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage reflected briefly before nodding once more. In that case, I hope you will dedicate yourself with even greater seriousness and diligence. I believe that in the future, you shall undoubtedly become the most formidable contender for the position of Hokage. Your journey is still long. However, as you mentioned, should war arise, I hope you will seize the opportunity to make a name for yourself. The third Hokage's praise was notably high, and his expectations for Qingyun were immense, higher, even, than those for his beloved disciple Orochimaru and Jiraiya's apprentice Minato. Without further ado, Qingyun, as Hokage, I am exceedingly busy, but I shall take some time to impart a few lessons to you. For the remainder of your time, you may seek out White Fang. His prowess is among the best in the ninja world, the third Hokage stated candidly. Let us begin with this. The third Hokage produced a piece of paper, which Qingyun instantly recognized. Is this the chakra test paper? It can measure chakra attributes? He queried, having never tested his chakra properties before. Indeed, it is chakra test paper. It will reveal your chakra's inclination towards certain attributes. Focus and gather a bit of chakra in your hand, the third Hokage instructed as he handed the paper to Qingyun. The chakra test paper is designed to identify the user's chakra attributes. If the attribute is fire, the paper ignites. If water, it becomes wet. If wind, it tears. If lightning, it crumples. And if earth, it shatters. As Qingyun concentrated his chakra, the paper initially crumpled, then split apart, ultimately catching fire. Lightning, wind, and fire. It appears your chakra is predominantly inclined towards these 3 attributes, the third Hokage observed. Teacher Saratobi, does this mean I can only utilize ninjutsu of these 3 chakra types? Qingyun asked, somewhat bewildered, as he was genuinely unaware of this limitation. Not at all. The chakra test paper merely indicates your predominant affinities. If you possess water-style chakra, you can still perform fire-style techniques, albeit with greater difficulty. That is all, the 3rd Hokage clarified. Moreover, the attributes revealed by the test reflect your innate chakra nature. But this may evolve over time. With that, the 3rd Hokage and Qingyun moved past the discussion of chakra attributes. The Saratobi clan is known for its affinity for fire, with some members skilled in wind as well. Your chakra embodies both fire and wind, so I can teach you these 2 forms of ninjutsu. As for lightning, I have some knowledge in that area as well. However, I am uncertain of the extent of your chakra or your limits. Which leads me to propose an idea. Let us engage in a sparring match, the 3rd Hokage stated earnestly. Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, are you serious? He inquired. Certainly. There is no need for you to conceal your true capabilities in my presence. I am well aware that every individual harbors their own secret strengths. You need not hold anything back. I shall seek out a secluded place where you can unleash your full power to vanquish me. I wish to witness the extent of your true limits, as Saratobi Hiruzen remarked. This way, I can better instruct you. Wouldn't you agree? Qingyun found himself at a loss for words. To engage in battle with the 3rd Hokage in his prime was no trivial matter. If he were to refrain from concealing his abilities, he would need to be prepared with an explanation. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. Greetings, host. You have triggered a new task. Give it your all. You need not hide your strength. Endeavor to defeat the 3rd Hokage. Reward: 1 use of transforming decay into wonder. Qingyun immediately contemplated redeeming the Flying Thunder God technique. Although it was indeed powerful, his own Thunder Fruit granted him the ability to teleport, rendering the Flying Thunder God somewhat less significant. Should he be able to exchange for something extraordinary, it would undoubtedly bring him great joy. However, could he truly defeat the 3rd Hokage? Saratobi Hiruzen, observing Qingyun, smiled and said, Rest assured, I am aware of your considerable abilities, including that peculiar power that darkens your arm, and even the one that induces a tingling sensation in others. Since you prefer not to reveal your trump cards, follow me. Keeping pace with me is a testament to your strength. Without hesitation, the 3rd Hokage took off towards the Konoha forest, moving with remarkable speed. Seeing this, Qingyun promptly followed suit, refraining from using his teleportation ability. Even if he wished to employ it, he needed to do so in a deserted area. Revealing his teleportation to onlookers would compromise his hidden advantages. Before long, Qingyun had exited the village. The Konoha forest was adjacent to Konoha village, said to have been created by the 1st Hokage using the technique of wood release, birth of dense forest. The 3rd Hokage was easy to locate. He seemed accompanied by several Umbu members. Qingyun directly sensed the 3rd Hokage's position and, with a swift teleportation, appeared before them. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? The 3rd Hokage was momentarily taken aback. As Hokage, he had rushed here at full speed, only to find Qingyun suddenly before him. Was this truly the capability of a mere 4-year-old? He could only assume that Qingyun had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, Qingyun had learned it, though he had chosen not to employ it earlier. The 3rd Hokage forced himself to suppress his astonishment and stated, These are the Umbu of Konoha, members of the barrier unit. They will create a barrier, within which everything that transpires will remain concealed from any external eyes. Thus, you can engage in battle with me without worry. The 3rd Hokage looked at Qingyun, who, now free of concerns, nodded in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, Qingyun and the 3rd Hokage moved to the center of the 4 Umbu members, who swiftly dispersed and performed a series of hand seals to execute a barrier ninjutsu. In an instant, both Qingyun and the 3rd Hokage were enveloped in a shroud of darkness, rendering it impossible even for the 4 Umbu to perceive any activity occurring within. The 3rd Hokage once again set aside his Hokage attire and pipe, harboring no disdain for Qingyun, clad in his full battle armor. Qingyun felt no need to change his gear, believing that the outfit he wore inherently possessed damage-reducing and transformative properties. This is my usual state during combat, Sensei Saratobi. Do you truly wish for me to exert my full strength? Qingyun inquired once more. Indeed, Saratobi Hiruzen replied with resolute conviction. Then let us commence, Qingyun proclaimed. an immediate and profound shift in his aura enveloping him. Armament color. This time, Qingyun endeavored to envelop his legs and fists with the armament color, rendering them exceptionally hard. Shuanpa. Without hesitation, he utilized the Thunder Fruit to teleport beside the third Hokage. Goodness, this is not mere body flicker technique. This is teleportation. Flying Thunder God. The third Hokage was taken aback. Summoning technique. Even faster than before, as Qingyun declared the start, the third Hokage summoned his adamantine staff. With his agile physique, he wielded the staff with formidable strength, showcasing the valor of a legendary ninja. Bam! Qingyun's fist crashed heavily against Sarutobi Hiruzen, who narrowed his eyes, now fully attentive. Reacting with remarkable speed, he swiftly raised his staff to precisely block Qingyun's powerful blow. However, Qingyun had exerted at least 80% of his strength. Combining Tsunade's monstrous might with the armament color and the Thunder Fruit's electric surge. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. The staff's essence, the Enma, echoed his surprise. The sheer force reminded him of his student, Tsunade, who possessed terrifying strength. Here stood a mere 4-year-old child, exhibiting power rivaling that of Tsunade herself. Moreover, it was not solely strength. Qingyun had utilized armament color hardening, rendering him weaponless, as his body served as his own weapon. Even the sharpest of weapons would inflict little damage upon him unless they utterly shattered his armament color. Not to mention, Qingyun possessed a miraculous artifact, the Sage Garb, that reduced damage and could transform. That paralyzing sensation. This is lightning release. The third Hokage quickly regained his composure. Responding the instant he was sent flying, his staff unexpectedly elongated, striking towards Qingyun, who nonchalantly raised his hand to block it. In an astonishing display, the third Hokage leaped onto the staff like a monkey. Earth release, earth flow river. From his elevated position, he expelled a torrent of mud, which, though somewhat unsightly, was sufficient to temporarily halt Qingyun's advance. With a swift rotation and leap, the third Hokage landed behind Qingyun. The latter spun around, only to discover that the third Hokage had already completed his hand seals. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Qingyun was taken aback that the third Hokage was genuinely engaging him, prompting him to abandon any pretense of restraint. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. At present, Qingyun's most formidable trump card is the Thunder Fruit. The voltage it generates transcends human comprehension, manifesting lightning in a form only the mythical Kirin of Air Juzi can achieve. If this technique were to be classified according to ninjutsu ranks, it would undoubtedly be at least an S-rank skill. The third Hokage, once again taken aback, realized that the power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was utterly insufficient to contend with the Thunder Beast. He swiftly formed a series of hand seals and proclaimed, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. This technique revitalized the nearly extinguished Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, enhancing its ferocity considerably. The third Hokage, a master of composite ninjutsu, utilized Wind Release to amplify the fire technique, simultaneously countering Qingyun's lightning release. As the Thunder Beast clashed with the third Hokage's Wind Fire Dragon, an explosion erupted. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. The third Hokage employed ninjutsu to shield himself, but he refrained from employing it against Qingyun, fully aware that Qingyun would not succumb easily. Indeed, Qingyun emerged with minimal damage, largely due to his damage-reducing attire and the protection of his Busashoka haki. Inside, the battle raged with fervor, while the 4 Umbu outside engaged in casual conversation. Why is it so noisy inside? Could it be that the third Hokage is locked in fierce combat with this young boy? One Umbu speculated. Are you joking? That's the third Hokage. The other is merely a 4-year-old apprentice. If he could match the Hokage like that, he would be an extraordinary prodigy. Another remarked. The 4 Umbu had no inkling that the intensity within surpassed mere sounds and colors. After employing several ninjutsu techniques, the third Hokage remained unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. Master Sarutobi, you are truly remarkable. An ordinary ninja would be exhausted by now. Qingyun genuinely acknowledged the third Hokage's prowess. The third Hokage, with a wry smile, replied, You sly one, taking advantage while pretending to be humble. Even elite jonin would struggle to withstand these techniques. You truly are a genius. Your ability to transform lightning release into a beastly form is something even the Raikage might not accomplish. It seems I must take this more seriously. His eyes sharpened with resolve. Upon hearing this, Qingyun smirked. Thinking how remarkable it was for the Hokage to withstand a 30 million volt Thunderbird, yet claim he had not exerted himself fully. Of course, Qingyun still had some strength left. Be cautious now. The third Hokage then hurled shurikens directly at Qingyun, who effortlessly evaded them. However, unbeknownst to him, the shurikens were entwined with fine steel wires. The third Hokage tugged in his direction, sending the shurikens skillfully back toward Qingyun. Simultaneously, he formed more seals and declared loudly, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique." The shurikens, bolstered by the shadow clones, swarmed in from all directions with remarkable speed. As a mere 4-year-old genin, Qingyun lacked the battle experience of the third Hokage. Just as he began to react, intending to use body flicker, it was already too late. Act decisively. He utilized Busashoka Haki for protection and dashed to the side. The sound of impact echoed through the air. With a swift motion, Qingyun utilized his own body to deflect the shuriken wielded by the shadow clones. Unbeknownst to him, the third Hokage had been waiting patiently, prepared for this very moment. Composite Ninja Technique, Earth Dragon Fire Flow. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have never ceased his output of ninjutsu, having just employed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. He quickly transitioned to another shadow clone, simultaneously executing Earth Release and Fire Release. The relentless barrage of attacks left Qingyun with no opportunity to teleport, forcing him into a defensive stance. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Qingyun once again harnessed the powers of the Thunder Fruit, the might of the Thunder Beast being slightly greater, while the speed of the Thunderbird was unparalleled. In an instant, the Thunderbird surged towards the third Hokage's Earth Dragon Fire Flow. The clash of their ultimate techniques reverberated through the air as Qingyun continued his onslaught, while the third Hokage persistently drained his chakra, eager to gauge Qingyun's limits. The surrounding area crackled with lightning, and fiery mud splattered upon the ground as their fierce battle raged on. With a final, forceful effort, Qingyun unleashed another Thunderbird, ultimately overcoming the third Hokage's Earth Dragon Fire Flow. This is far from over. The third Hokage and his shadow clones executed the body flicker technique, reappearing at a distance, and began forming seals. Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. The shadow clone employed lightning release while the third Hokage himself utilized water release, once again manifesting a composite ninjutsu. Although lacking the chakra nature transformation characteristic of bloodline limits, the third Hokage's composite ninjutsu significantly surpassed the 112th level. The synergy between the elemental attributes was once more vividly illustrated. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Qingyun was nearing his limits, realizing that utilizing the powers of the Devil Fruit drained not only his chakra, but also his physical stamina. Naturally, the extent of one's stamina correlates with their height and physical strength. As a 4-year-old child, no matter how prodigious, Qingyun would ultimately exhaust his energy. The Thunder Dragon's voltage exceeded that of the previously summoned Thunder Beast and Thunderbird. Its speed and might appeared even more formidable than the fusion of the two. Qingyun repeatedly challenged the third Hokage's perceptions, who initially sought merely to observe Qingyun's limits. However, the third Hokage found himself nearing his own threshold. Is this truly a child? It is hard to believe. To conjure forth a lightning release in the form of a dragon, and at such a level, even I cannot achieve that. I wonder how this child's lightning release compares to the Raikage's. It seems I am compelled to exert my full strength. The third Hokage ceased concealing his prowess, simultaneously defending against Qingyun's Thunder Dragon while once again employing the Shadow Clone technique. Sensing that the Thunder Dragon had paralyzed his body, he forced himself into motion. 5 Elemental Great Bomb Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed. What? Qingyun was taken aback, never anticipating that the third Hokage would unleash such a formidable technique against him. This move had been employed by the third Hokage during the Fourth Great Ninja War, possessing terrifying power, as the collision of various elemental techniques produced an explosive force that was nearly insurmountable. Even the mighty Thunder Dragon found itself incapacitated by the relentless barrage of 5 consecutive strikes. Qingyun, nearing his physical limit, could not suppress a mouthful of blood as his indomitable spirit pushed him to strive for victory, yearning to surpass the third Hokage in this very moment. Raiden's Fury. I depend on you. With a surge of energy, he unleashed his ultimate trump card, a staggering 200 million volts of lightning. This voltage exceeded that of the Thunder Dragon by more than threefold, and as this technique pushed beyond Qingyun's current capabilities, he continued to cough up blood. The third Hokage stood momentarily stunned, never before having witnessed a 4-year-old exert such desperate effort. Upon seeing a colossal figure of lightning resembling Qingyun materialize behind him, the Hokage realized that the boy had employed his genuine finishing move. Is this your secret weapon? Such an attack could fell even shadow-level warriors. Yet it seems your body cannot withstand it, he muttered to himself. The surrounding lightning crackled violently, drowning out his words from Qingyun's ears. On the brink of losing consciousness, Qingyun harbored only one ambition: to defeat the third Hokage before him. The clash of the 200 million volts of lightning and the 5 consecutive strikes resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. The 4 umbu positioned around the formation were instantly hurled away by the shockwave. The ground was left with a massive crater, and the edges of the Konoha forest were charred, a testament to the devastation wrought by the lightning. At that moment, the third Hokage gasped for breath, blood trickling from his lips, surrounded by the transformed Monkey King's indestructible staff, which shielded him. Exhausted, Qingyun collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. How could this be possible? Third Hokage, did you slay this child? You are injured, and gravely so. What transpired? Did you unintentionally harm yourself? Could it be him who caused your injury? The third Hokage nodded slightly. Do not concern yourselves with the details. Take him to the hospital immediately and ensure he receives the best care. The umbu understood the gravity of the situation, remaining silent behind their masks. Qingyun felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body. Even the act of opening his eyes felt arduous. Upon finally managing to open them, the system's voice rang in his ears. Host, you are awake? Please do not act so recklessly next time. What happened to me? Qingyun asked, still in a daze. You are merely 4 years old, and yet you unleashed 200 million volts of lightning. Do you fancy yourself Enel? Even he would not wield such power so casually. Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so against a Hokage? The system replied. Did you not say I should strive to defeat him? Qingyun retorted. Indeed. But if I truly allowed you to conquer him, I would not have said strive. This time, fortune favored you. Your clothing mitigated much of the damage. Otherwise, you might not be able to fight again in the future, the system explained. Is it truly that dire? Qingyun inquired. Certainly, the system rewards you with various abilities. Yet these are merely rudimentary gifts. The extent to which you can harness them ultimately hinges on your own efforts. Do not forget your youth, for you are merely 4 years old. If you continue down this path, although you may fulfill your tasks, you risk severing your future. Henceforth, let this serve as a lesson. The system has diligently guided Qingyun, who is a person willing to acknowledge mistakes and has taken the system's words to heart. Now, how fares your task? Qingyun remains preoccupied with his mission. Your task has been accomplished commendably, the system remarked, for you nearly triumphed over the third Hokage. This time, your ability to transform decay into the miraculous has been elevated a notch. Do you wish to exchange it for the Flying Thunder God technique? Naturally, Qingyun answered affirmatively. Very well, I shall exchange it for another reward and elevate it further. Consider this a compensation for your reckless endeavor, should you engage in such perilous actions again. I shall not assist you, the system cautioned. For the first time, Qingyun discerned a certain warmth in the system, and he subsequently acquiesced to its request. Greetings, host. The ability to transform decay into the miraculous has randomly granted you the bloodline of the Indra clan. This bloodline will enhance your chakra attributes and significantly amplify the power of Yin release. Most importantly, you will directly awaken the single Tomo Sharingan. Furthermore, it has the potential to evolve into the double Tomo, triple Tomo, Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo, and the Rinnegan. This is regarded as one of the most formidable ocular techniques in this realm, the system declared. Qingyun nodded in agreement, recognizing the Indra bloodline as an exceptional gift. However, I fear that utilizing the Sharingan may bring me trouble, he replied. The system reassured him. This is a simple matter. I can automatically activate a concealment for you, rendering your Sharingan invisible to all in this world, unless you wish for them to see it. Qingyun shook his head, expressing his disinterest. Of course, I do not desire that. He aspired to become Hokage and did not wish to incite animosity from the Uchiha clan, nor did he wish for their annihilation. He had devised a prudent plan regarding the Uchiha, yet it was still premature. All right, your awakening is complete. It may take some time for you to notice the changes and differences within yourself. For now, this shall suffice. Should new tasks arise, I shall return. Someone approaches. The system announced before vanishing. To Qingyun's astonishment, The individual who appeared before him was none other than the third Hokage, lying on a hospital bed. The third Hokage had come without his pipe, accompanied instead by Umbu, clad in Hokage attire. Master Sarutobi, Qingyun greeted politely with a nod. Please leave us. I wish to speak with Qingyun, the third Hokage instructed, and the Umbu obediently exited, leaving the room devoid of others. You young rascal, to think you concealed such a formidable trump card. Had you not collapsed from exhaustion, I might have been bested by you, the third Hokage remarked, devoid of pretense and half in jest, indicating the esteem in which he held Qingyun. I feel deeply ashamed, master. Unfortunately, my youth and frailty hinder my endurance, and I collapsed mid-battle. Qingyun lamented with a hint of grievance. The third Hokage replied somewhat tersely, I do not blame you. Rather, I am astonished by your extraordinary strength. Even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara did not reach such heights at your age. By the way, if I am not mistaken, you are not employing a mere lightning release technique, are you? Qingyun, not wishing to conceal too much, admitted, indeed. I have yet to master any formidable lightning release jutsu due to my age and physical limitations, which restrict my chakra. Your technique consumes not chakra but stamina, correct? The third Hokage inquired. Yes, master. Qingyun nodded in affirmation. Very well, I now comprehend how to guide you. Focus on recuperating. We shall train your physical capabilities. Once your stamina improves, few in the shinobi world will be able to rival you. As your stamina increases, your chakra will also grow. In that case, whether you employ standard ninjutsu or your unique lightning release, you will be able to outpace or exhaust even those stronger than yourself. Remember your advantages, reflect on your weaknesses, and by leveraging your strengths against others' shortcomings, you shall prevail. Rest well, and when you have recuperated, seek me out. The third Hokage gently patted Qingyun's head before departing with warmth. The third Hokage arranged for the Umbu to protect Qingyun discreetly, and the latter took pride in recuperating at the hospital. Once his health was restored, Qingyun promptly sought out the third Hokage, who meticulously analyzed the battle from that day, allowing Qingyun to recognize his shortcomings and learn extensively. It was then that Qingyun grasped the greatness of the third Hokage. He was not a reckless brute swinging a stick, but rather a scholar of ninjutsu who relished analyzing battles as a leisurely pastime. This indicated that many of the third Hokage's techniques were a result of accumulated learning. Initially, he favored combat through ninjutsu and taijutsu, maintaining a firm stance among the villages. However, as he entered middle age, the third Hokage seemed to have evolved, realizing that sheer force was insufficient, leading to a more lenient approach in policy. This shift was a source of discontent for Danzo. Qingyun. The relationships between villages mirror those between individuals. As long as there is harmony, mutual development flourishes without the need for military conflict. The third Hokage not only instructed Qingyun in combat, but also frequently shared his philosophies on village governance, which deeply moved Qingyun and unveiled the true nature of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, a man of iron yet tender heart, initially adhered to a rigid policy, but later embraced a balance of strength and gentleness, opting for peace in his later years to ensure the stability of Konoha. He was also nostalgic, as evidenced by his decision to spare Orochimaru, demonstrating his fondness for those with exceptional talent. Qingyun did not disappoint the third Hokage, skillfully addressing various inquiries, which endeared him even further to the venerable leader. After discussing these matters, the third Hokage officially commenced the physical training regimen for Qingyun. The essence of this training was quite simple: running. Initially, Qingyun was taken aback. Although running could indeed enhance physical fitness, the improvements were not immediately evident. However, upon realizing that he would be engaging in weighted runs, he began to appreciate the third Hokage's intentions. Through the art of summoning, the third Hokage conjured forth the powerful Monkey King. This formidable creature possesses an indestructible physique, agile yet astonishingly heavy. Imagine a 4-year-old child carrying the weight of the Monkey King while sprinting across the playground. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Blessed with Tsunade's extraordinary strength, Qingyun often unleashed this power in moments of attack, yet in everyday situations, it remained untapped. Now, he was compelled to channel this extraordinary strength into his physical training. Initially, carrying the Monkey King felt manageable, but by the second lap, Qingyun realized his stamina was waning, and his sprint had devolved into a mere walk. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Understanding that physical fitness was his Achilles heel, he was determined to remedy this shortcoming. Each time he contemplated giving up, he recalled his aspirations to become Hokage and transform the entire ninja world. No matter how daunting the challenges, he remained resolute. The third Hokage, witnessing Qingyun's unwavering determination, felt a surge of admiration. Such a prodigy, so dedicated to self-improvement, surely there was no one in the entire ninja realm who worked harder than he did. The third Hokage's fondness for Qingyun grew with each passing day. However, if Qingyun were to focus solely on physical training, he would enjoy a degree of freedom, yet in reality, he was also tasked with completing missions daily. For a ninja, executing missions is an integral part of their duties, and Qingyun was required to consistently undertake C and D rank missions. Thus, Qingyun's training continued for 6 months. Until one day, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "You have accomplished a significant number of C and D rank missions. From now on, dedicate 2 hours each day to sparring with me." As an unparalleled shadow-level ninja with extensive combat experience and mastery over ninjutsu and taijutsu, Sarutobi was eager to serve as Qingyun's honing stone, an opportunity Qingyun eagerly embraced. With each sparring session, Qingyun enriched his combat experience, learning from every defeat he faced. It is important to note that Qingyun was not incapable of defeating the third Hokage. Rather, he chose to withhold the use of his fruit abilities for the sake of future growth. As time passed, one day, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned to Qingyun and said, "In our recent training sessions, your progress has become increasingly evident. Next, I will teach you ninjutsu." Qingyun, having long awaited such a declaration from the third Hokage, felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. As a master of the ninja arts, the pinnacle of power lay in ninjutsu. Certainly, the third Hokage's decision to impart the esteemed techniques of the Sarutobi clan to Qingyun signifies that he has unequivocally regarded him as a cherished disciple. The previous battles served merely to enhance Qingyun's strengths, but now he is to embark on the journey of mastering new jutsu. As for the secret arts of our clan, the Great Fire Technique, it is imperative that you comprehend both the methodology and execution, Sarutobi Hizashi stated earnestly. The moment the third performed the hand seals, Qingyun committed the sequence to memory with unwavering focus, for he possessed an extraordinary perceptual ability, capable of discerning others' chakra, coupled with the singular tomo of his Sharingan. Thus, in an instant, Qingyun grasped the essence of the Great Fire Technique. When he first attempted to wield it, he unleashed an intensely scorching flame, one potent enough to reduce adversaries to mere ashes, illustrating its formidable power. The fire release of the Sarutobi clan, it appears, rivals that of the Uchiha clan without a hint of inferiority, Qingyun remarked with astonishment. However, it was Sarutobi Hizashi who was most taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qingyun would master the intricate fire techniques of the Sarutobi clan so swiftly. "Qingyun, I previously underestimated your prodigious talent," he chuckled, adding, "You must become accustomed to your own combat style, making improvements with each encounter. Whether it be ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, all serve the purpose of achieving your objectives. It is not the strength of the jutsu that matters, but rather the ability to overcome your opponent. There exists no weak jutsu, only feeble shinobi. A C-rank jutsu, in the hands of a master, can unleash power exceeding that of an S-rank. I hope you will make the most of every jutsu you learn." Sarutobi Hizashi's repeated guidance filled Qingyun's heart with warmth. The portrayal of the frail and inept elder in the original text starkly contrasts with the current reality. "You have made significant progress during this period of study. Now, I have a task to entrust to you," he stated with resolve, promptly handing a scroll to Qingyun. Qingyun was somewhat perplexed, as prior missions had always involved teams, yet this time he was to undertake it alone. After perusing the contents of the scroll, he exclaimed with urgency, "What? Master, why did you not inform me of such a grave matter sooner?" The scroll bore a distress signal, unmistakably from his own team, indicating peril had befallen them. "I received this information only recently. Kushina Uzumaki from our village has been abducted, and Minato has gone to her rescue. However, it has been quite some time without any response." Minato left in haste, failing to complete any formalities for departing the village, which has led Danzo to label him a rogue nin. The third Hokage admitted somewhat awkwardly, "This, Danzo is truly insufferable." Qingyun thought to himself, unable to refrain from expressing his disdain for the man's incessant meddling. "Minato is the hope of Konoha. I have faith in him. It is not suitable for the Umbu to handle such matters." I hope that you two can accomplish this mission together, Sarutobi Hizashi instructed. Who do you mean by the two of you? Who else is there besides myself? Qingyun inquired. Of course, it is I, came the reply. Qingyun turned around and discovered that the violet-haired Senju was waiting there. Why does your aura seem almost extinguished? Qingyun inquired, somewhat astonished. After all, he considered himself a perceptive ninja. Although his focus was on the third Hokage, he should have noticed her presence. In the past few months, I have trained diligently. And so have you. Our strengths have significantly improved, Iji stated, her words ringing true as Qingyun could clearly sense the enhanced chakra emanating from her. Rescue Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The mission is tentatively classified as B rank. However, you may encounter formidable ninjas. Exercise extreme caution. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned. Teacher, who exactly kidnapped Kushina? And why did Minato head in that direction? Qingyun immediately pressed for clarity. Qingyun, follow me, Iji replied, grasping his hand and leading him towards the village's periphery. Upon reaching the edge of the village, Iji pointed to a tree at the center and remarked, Minato and I fought there. He discovered something and then ran towards the southeast. What did Minato discover? Qingyun asked as he approached the tree, noticing what appeared to be strands of red hair on the ground. Red hair? This must belong to Kushina Uzumaki. She likely left these as a deliberate clue, Qingyun pondered. What is this? Qingyun observed some footprints on the ground, utilizing his Sharingan to discern their details. There were only 2 types of footprints, indicating that there was only one kidnapper alongside Minato. One person dared to infiltrate Konoha to abduct Kushina, and succeeded. This individual must possess considerable strength and confidence, suggesting they were a seasoned ninja. Headed southeast, you say? Qingyun shook his head and asked, Iji, did you witness Minato running in that direction? Yes, due to the urgency. He headed straight southeast, Iji affirmed. He likely left some clues behind. Qingyun believed that despite Minato's haste, he maintained his composure. Otherwise, he would not have become Hokage in the original narrative. As they proceeded southeast, Qingyun soon discovered a tree bearing Minato's secret signal. These signals were navigational cues for Konoha ninjas, and Qingyun and Iji trusted them implicitly as they pursued the direction indicated by Minato. However, it wasn't long before they found themselves ensnared in a trap. Suddenly, a group of ninjas surrounded them, comprised of either wandering ninjas or rogue ninjas. Huh. The Senju Iji of Konoha and the third Hokage's little disciple, Qingyun. I didn't expect you to walk right into our trap, sneered a wandering ninja. Capturing you within Konoha is no simple task, which is why we deliberately used Konoha's signals to lure you outside the village. Now, escape is utterly impossible for you. The wandering ninja spoke little, merely gesturing with his hand, prompting his subordinates to swiftly charge towards Qingyun and Iji. Leave one alive. Eliminate the others. While Qingyun treated his friends with courtesy, he showed no mercy towards those who dared to scheme against him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Qingyun unleashed a formidable attack from the Sarutobi clan, the powerful flames hurtling towards his adversaries. This time, his opponents were notably more formidable. In response to Qingyun's fire technique, they resorted to earth style, earth flow wall. Water style was not an option for them. Only someone of the caliber of the second Hokage could wield it freely on land. The great fireball technique instantly heated the earth flow wall to an extreme temperature. Haha. These wandering ninjas boasted with arrogance. 2 mere children, daring to challenge us? What audacity! I wager these 2 kids are already exhausted, lying on the ground begging for mercy. The wandering ninjas were utterly unconcerned, believing that even the strongest of Konoha's genin could not pose a significant threat. However, the scene that unfolded next left them utterly astounded. Boom. Qingyun delivered a powerful punch to the earth flow wall, months of rigorous training having significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Possessing innate strength and having trained extensively, the force of his blow was overwhelming. Qingyun did not even employ armament hardening this time, shattering the earth flow wall with sheer force. Is it possible? The earth flow wall was obliterated with a single punch. Wood style, the whole realm of phenomena. Qingyun launched his assault, with Iji joining in as well. The wood style was tremendously potent. This technique ensnared at least 3 wandering ninjas in its vines. As for the remaining opponents, Qingyun felt no need to hold back. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Qingyun sought to avoid wasting time on these ninjas, whose combined strength barely reached that of a Chunin. They were hardly worthy of his full effort. Harnessing the terrifying power of the Thunder Fruit, Qingyun swiftly dispatched the dozen or so wandering ninjas before him. They convulsed on the ground. The question of life or death became irrelevant, for they had been rendered incapacitated. Qingyun then utilized an electric discharge to eliminate another foe, interrogating two of the remaining enemies alongside Iji. "Where is the red-haired girl? How did you know we would pass through here?" Qingyun inquired. If the answers differed, at least one was lying. If they matched, it was likely the truth. Of course, the chance of them both fabricating the same lie was slim. "Among us, there is a rogue ninja from Konoha who deciphered the meaning of that signal, hence we lay in wait." One wandering ninja gazed at Qingyun, terror etched across his face. To face such a small child possessing overwhelming strength felt surreal. "I ask you again, where are the red-haired girl and the blonde boy?" Qingyun pressed, his tone growing ominously intense. At last, the two wandering ninjas revealed to Qingyun the correct answer: the bounty office. Within this establishment, a high price was set for the capture of Kushina Uzumaki, and it was specified that she must be taken alive. Qingyun furrowed his brow and inquired of Iji. "The bounty office? What manner of place is that?" Despite her youth, Iji, being rather mature for her age, found herself struggling to comprehend the implications. It is also referred to as the exchange office, essentially a venue where bounties are posted and individuals take on these contracts, subsequently claiming the heads of their targets in exchange for monetary reward. It is akin to a clandestine assassination service, shrouded in the shadows of the underworld. However, the exact location of the exchange office remains a mystery. Given this, how can we possibly locate it? If we follow the markers left by Minato, will we encounter further ambushes? Iji questioned, her brow knitted in concern. "I am uncertain, yet we must press onward, for this is our sole lead." Those individuals seemed to have fallen victim to some jutsu. Just as they were about to disclose the location of the exchange office, they inexplicably perished. Qingyun felt equally bewildered. Gazing at the Konoha symbol emblazoned upon the tree, he found himself compelled to continue alongside Iji towards the next marker. At this juncture, Qingyun's sensory abilities proved invaluable. By merging his perception, chakra vision, and Sharingan, he effortlessly identified the subsequent marker, which bore the forehead protector of Minato Namikaze. Minato's forehead protector? He did not continue marking our path, but chose to leave his protector here. What could be the reason for this? Qingyun exchanged a puzzled glance with Iji, both unable to decipher Minato's intent. Suddenly, Qingyun witnessed Iji being forcefully struck and sent crashing against a tree. "Iji," he exclaimed, feeling an unexpected surge of concern for her. As he approached, he recognized the attack that had sent her flying. It was the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams empty palm. What is happening? Why would the Hyuga clan target Iji? Rushing to her side, he noted that though she had taken a hit, she was not gravely injured, possibly due to the resilience bestowed by the Senju clan's cells. Turning back, he discovered that the tree adorned with Minato's forehead protector had transformed into a figure clad in a mask, dressed in a full ninja uniform. It was evident that this individual was a member of Konoha's Hyuga clan. "An Umbu? Why is there an Umbu lying in wait for us here?" Qingyun questioned, standing protectively beside Iji. "Because you have provoked the wrong individuals? Or perhaps your presence poses a threat to us?" The masked Umbu responded curtly, seemingly unwilling to engage in further dialogue. "Regardless, this time, both you, Qingyun, and Iji are destined to perish here." With a swift series of hand seals, the feline-faced Umbu unleashed the wind release, wind cutter technique. As an Umbu, his prowess was undoubtedly at the Jonin level, indicating that this technique was one he employed frequently. Given his adeptness, the wind cutter technique was not something one could withstand head-on, especially with Iji at his back. Thus, Qingyun hastily formed his own seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. The towering earthen walls shielded against the slicing winds, yet the threat remained unabated. It was evident that the adversary was a master of wind release, having utilized a body flicker technique to appear behind Qingyun. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Qingyun performed a backflip, swiftly realigning his body. With a resounding thud, he struck the ground with his fist. Initially, the Umbu believed Qingyun to be foolish, but as the earth quaked and their bodies swayed, forcing them to cease their jutsu, they realized that this Qingyun was far more formidable than he appeared. Such tremendous power. No wonder someone sought to eliminate you. The Umbu smirked slightly and used the body flicker technique to leap onto a branch of a nearby tree. Summoning technique. The Umbu bit into his finger, heavily striking the branch, and summoned a dream eater beast. The fallen Iji was momentarily stunned, not anticipating her opponent's overwhelming strength. This individual, utilizing wind release and capable of summoning a Dream Eater? Could it be that Qingyun inadvertently associated this person with Danzo? But wait, if she were one of Danzo's subordinates, how could she possess the Byakugan? Qingyun discerned that there was something peculiar about this individual's eyes. He had never heard of the Hyuga clan wielding such exquisite wind release or summoning a Dream Eater. What was truly happening? However, the enormous taper before him granted Qingyun no respite. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing an intensely powerful whirlwind, compelling even Qingyun to be drawn toward its mouth. E.g., lacking any strength from her recent injuries, was perilously close to being swallowed. In a moment of urgency, Qingyun teleported beside E.g., swiftly relocating her to a place of safety. Where did he go? How did he vanish so suddenly? The cat-faced Umbu was taken aback by Qingyun's instantaneous disappearance. Be careful, E.g. cautioned, knowing that Qingyun was preparing for battle. Understood. I shall surely defeat this foe. Qingyun responded with unwavering confidence. Fire release, great fireball technique. This time, Qingyun's fire release proved invaluable. He quickly formed hand seals, maximizing the power of his technique, and once again employed the body flicker to position himself before the Dream Eater. Boom! Qingyun unleashed the great fireball from his mouth, showcasing a power capable of incinerating everything to ashes. Fire release counters wind release. The taper, this summoned beast, instantly engulfed the flames, which ultimately vanished with a resounding explosion. Teleportation. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? The cat-faced Umbu could hardly believe it, for Qingyun had not merely used the body flicker technique. What he had executed transcended the capabilities of a mere D-rank jutsu. If I am not mistaken, your connection to Danzo is quite significant, is it not? Qingyun inquired. Go below and ask the King of Hell. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The cat-faced Umbu charged directly at Qingyun. Armament Haki. Qingyun was taken aback by the opponent's astonishing speed, which not only benefited from the enhancement of wind release, but also showcased the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams 64 palms to its fullest potential. What was initially a gradual acceleration transformed into a near-phantom flurry due to the cat-faced ninja's prowess. Qingyun found himself struck at numerous chakra points. Had it not been for his hardened armor and damage-reducing attire, he would have surely fallen to the ground. Thump, thump. Qingyun's heart raced, and in an instant, he sensed a transformation in his vision. His once unclear Sharingan now allowed him to predict the trajectory of his opponent's strikes. His body, propelled by instinct, began to evade the attacks, and despite the rapid succession of blows, he managed to avoid them all. Reversal. The cat-faced operative, astonished by Qingyun's ability to evade his 8 trigrams 64 palms, resorted to a powerful technique, launching a massive vortex that sent Qingyun flying. Yet, Qingyun stood firm, largely unscathed. You must possess the Byakugan. Yet you are also of the Shimura clan, correct? You were subjected to experiments by Shimura Danzo, who implanted the Byakugan into you. Am I right? Although Qingyun could not fathom the reasons behind Danzo's acquisition of the Byakugan, it seemed plausible, given the scheming nature of the man. Qingyun remained perplexed as to how the Byakugan had integrated so seamlessly within this individual. Ha! The cat-faced operative suddenly burst into laughter, though tinged with bitterness. What difference does it make to know? Today, I must fight you to the death. Otherwise, it is a path to ruin. With that, the cat-faced ninja charged at Qingyun, who surmised this assault was the opponent's final desperate attempt. At that moment, E.G. arrived, utilizing wood release to ensnare the cat-faced operative. Gentle Fist. The operative attempted to dismantle the vines with his Gentle Fist technique, but E.G., being of the Senju bloodline, possessed a purity in wood release that would not yield easily. Let me see your true face beneath the mask, Qingyun declared, removing the cat-faced mask. Upon unveiling the visage, Qingyun was astonished to find that it bore an uncanny resemblance to Danzo himself. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. You not only have the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan implanted in you, but you are also a clone of Danzo. Indeed, the operative nodded in affirmation. In the original tale, Kakashi possessed Obito's left eye, yet due to not being of the Uchiha clan, its usage was significantly limited. The same applied to the Byakugan. Qingyun surmised that Danzo must have acquired cells from the Hyuga clan. It was unlikely that Danzo could accomplish this alone, but what if he had the assistance of Orochimaru? That would certainly change the dynamics. Qingyun speculated that Orochimaru must have aided Danzo, though the nature of their transaction remained a mystery. You are not my match, boy. Though you wield the wind release of the Shimura clan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, at your current level, you stand no chance against me. Qingyun was unperturbed by the presence of the dark faction before him, for his strength had long surpassed theirs. It appears your prowess is indeed formidable. Continuing this confrontation holds no significance, he declared. The youth from the dark faction donned his mask once more. Farewell. I hope that when we meet again, I will have surpassed you, he said, and with that, he vanished without a trace, even the wood release technique failing to ensnare him. Qingyun glanced at Iji, who returned his gaze. Can we trust his words? Iji inquired. Well, we have no other leads, Qingyun replied. Are you all right? Do not underestimate the physique of the Senju clan. Iji nodded. Her earlier injuries had nearly healed. Let us go. We must pursue Minato and Kushina, she urged. Thus, Qingyun and Iji ventured forth in the direction indicated by the cat-faced dark faction. Though they were unaware of their surroundings, it was evident that they had departed from Konoha. Upon exiting the forest, they spotted a figure on the plain, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man, with golden hair and delicate features, appeared somewhat disheveled. The woman, with fiery red hair, seemed to have fainted. Qingyun and Iji understood that this individual had been waiting for them, revealing himself boldly, which spoke volumes of his strength. Any attempt at ambush would surely result in dire consequences. Consequently, they chose not to conceal themselves further and stepped forward. Oh, the two prodigies of Konoha, I have awaited your arrival, the figure spoke in a deep, chilling voice. Upon seeing him, Qingyun immediately grasped the situation. You are Kakazu, are you not? He stated directly. The man's expression stiffened slightly. I did not expect even the younglings of Konoha to know my name. Shouldn't it be otherwise? Is my reputation truly so widespread? Indeed, the speaker was Kakazu, possessing striking green eyes that instilled fear in those he stared at. His strength was formidable. He had even managed to escape unharmed from the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, which attested to his exceptional prowess. Do you recognize this man, Qingyun? Iji asked, preparing herself for battle. Indeed, his strength has reached the level of a Kage, and even elite Jonin would struggle against him. Kakuzu possesses a technique akin to immortality. He is contemporaneous with the first Hokage, Qingyun explained. So he is an old man? Iji inquired. Come on, why do you focus on such trivialities? Qingyun remarked, finding Iji's perspective rather peculiar. They were facing an immortal monster from the Akatsuki, Kakuzu. You little brat, I have stated that I am neither old nor dead. I am not an old man, Kakuzu retorted coldly. Qingyun, what are you two doing here? Those markings of mine were meant for the Umbu and Jonin. You will not stand a chance against him. Upon seeing Qingyun and Iji, Minato Namikaze immediately became flustered and raised his voice in warning. Silence. Jiaodu uttered little more than a glare at Minato. It seems you are deliberately waiting for the reinforcements from Konoha. Why have you lured us here? Iji understood that Jiaodu was attempting to attract support. I take pleasure in eliminating renowned ninjas, exchanging their heads for gold. To me, only wealth holds true significance. Jiaodu declared. This time, my mission involves that red-haired girl, but it appears this yellow-haired brat is also on the bounty list. I later discovered he is a prodigy from Konoha. In that case, I will feign ignorance of his markings, intending to draw many Konoha ninjas here to slay them all. Killing repeatedly can be tedious. This time I plan to resolve it all at once. As for those with bounties, I shall simply deliver them, and naturally, someone will compensate me. Jiaodu spoke plainly. In other words, whoever approaches, I shall eliminate. Run. You are no match for him. A team of Chunin has already fallen to his hands. Minato urged, trapped and unable to move. He could only counsel Qingyun and the others to flee. Qingyun shook his head. Minato, do not forget, we defeated Chunin together right after graduating from the Ninja Academy. I will not flee. Rescuing you is Iji's and my mission. Iji, I will engage the one called Jiaodu. You focus on saving Minato and Kushina. Qingyun had already conveyed the strategy to Iji. Jiaodu clapped his hands in approval. Impressive. Truly formidable youth. Since you possess the courage to confront me, I shall mercifully expedite your demise. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Wind release. Pressure damage. Jiaodu was calm and seasoned, recognizing Qingyun's difference. This Konoha brat knew his name and remained composed in the face of danger. It seemed he needed to eliminate him swiftly. The mighty wind surged, while the lightning struck from the ground, leaving Qingyun with no room to evade. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Qingyun swiftly formed hand seals, managing to erect an earth flow wall just in time to barely block Jiao Du's technique. Earth release, earth spear. Jiao Du smashed through the earth flow wall with a single punch, then charged at Qingyun with astonishing speed. Fire release, great flame technique. The Sarutobi clan's great flame technique surged toward Jiao Du soon. Jiao Du was engulfed by the flames. Have we won? Iji inquired. This is Qingyun. His ninjutsu flows so seamlessly. Could he possibly not be depleting his chakra? Minato speculated. Qingyun remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. He had merely extinguished a clone. And a ninja as powerful as Jiao Du would not be vanquished so easily. Indeed, Jiao Du's voice echoed once more. Huh, not bad. For a brat. You have performed admirably. However, you shall still perish. The techniques Jiao Du had unleashed were all from his true self, having cast 3 techniques in succession. He realized he could not overcome Qingyun. Jiao Du was aware that Qingyun's prowess was on an entirely different level than that of typical geniuses. Such a talent was better off dead. There was not a trace of compassion in Kakuzu's demeanor as he resorted directly to his forbidden technique, the curse of earthly wrath. Every stitch that held his body together unraveled, and the dark threads swiftly emerged, presenting a grotesque sight. You should consider yourself fortunate, young one, to perish at such a tender age by this technique. Your brief existence in this shinobi world will not be in vain. Kakuzu then extended his hand towards Qingyun, the black threads elongating his arm as they surged towards Qingyun's neck with astonishing speed. With his Sharingan activated and heightened perception, Qingyun was already aware of Kakuzu's attack trajectory. Armament Haki. Qingyun employed the hardening technique, augmented by Tsunade's formidable strength, and not only did he evade Kakuzu's grasp, but he also seized Kakuzu's arm instead. What? How is this possible? You managed to keep pace with my assault. Kakuzu found it hard to believe. Down you go. Qingyun hurled Kakuzu's arm upwards, sending his entire body crashing thunderously to the ground. The sheer power emanating from such a small frame was terrifying. The control over chakra was astonishing. Curse you. Kakuzu, having sustained only minor injuries, quickly rose to his feet. Young one, is your teacher the legendary Tsunade, one of the Sannin? She is the only one in the entire shinobi world capable of wielding such terrifying strength. Kakuzu remarked, puzzled by the dark substance that seemed harder than iron. You need not concern yourself with that, for you have kidnapped my brother, and now I shall deal with you. Qingyun approached Kakuzu with an air of calm determination. Seizing the moment, Iji rushed to rescue Minato and Kushina. Do you think it will be that easy? You believe my strength is limited to this? Kakuzu retorted, be cautious. Little brat, I will tear you apart. Once again, Kakuzu launched an attack at Qingyun, who effortlessly parried it. Huh, foolish child. You have let your guard down. Kakuzu chuckled. While Qingyun sensed something amiss, what he had deflected was merely a feigned hand, as Kakuzu had detached his wrist and arm. The true target is your heart. Kakuzu surged towards Qingyun with the black threads, and Qingyun's expression shifted from shock to a mischievous grin. My apologies, Kakuzu-senpai, but I was deceiving you. Ignoring the advancing threads, Qingyun declared, discharge. In an instant, a surge of high-voltage electricity erupted from his body, incapacitating the approaching black threads before they could reach him. Kakuzu found himself momentarily immobilized. To conjure lightning without hand seals? What manner of jutsu is this? A leaf ninja has mastered such a degree of lightning release. Who are you? If not merely a child, are you a transformed version of the Reikage? Kakuzu was bewildered, as he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. No, if one must understand. Then this is my bloodline limit, the power of lightning. Qingyun understood that Kakuzu was momentarily unable to accept his own power. He yearned to defeat Kakuzu, but it was far from a simple endeavor. So that's how it is. No wonder you have a bounty on your head. Indeed. You are a rare genius of a century. However, my strength extends beyond what you perceive. Kakuzu's voice was notably deep as he spoke softly. Are you truly serious, Kakuzu? I know you Haven T unleashed your full power. I too seek someone to serve as a stepping stone, and you seem quite suitable. Qingyun smiled, brimming with fighting spirit. Do you need assistance, Qingyun? Iji has already rescued Minato, who is now attempting to awaken Kushina. No need, just take care of them. Kakuzu is an opponent I can handle alone. Qingyun spoke the truth. At present, neither Minato nor Iji stood a chance against Kakuzu. Have you finished your last words? If so, prepare for death. This time, Kakuzu was genuinely serious. He no longer had the inclination to jest with Qingyun. In this vast ninja world, there are always prodigies like Qingyun. The threads from the fissures across Kakuzu's body unraveled, and the dark lines completely enveloped him. The four masks behind Kakuzu appeared one by one. A demon, is it? It seems there's no deviation from the original tale. You still possess 5 hearts. Qingyun remarked to Kakuzu. It appears you know quite a bit, but it matters not. Your demise is inevitable. Kakuzu was determined to end Qingyun's life, whether for personal or public reasons. Here it comes. Qingyun had already discerned the imminent attack from Kakuzu. Lightning release, false darkness. The demon of the lightning release mask opened its mouth, and lightning transformed into a sharp laser, shooting towards Qingyun. Water release, water curtain. The demon of the water release mask also unleashed a water cannon. However, the water release demon momentarily detached, and the simultaneous attacks from both sides made it challenging for Qingyun to defend. Earth release, earth flow wall. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Qingyun hastily formed hand seals to employ the earth flow wall, temporarily blocking the lightning attack, and then teleported to the top of the wall, utilizing the ultra-fast Thunderbird to soar toward the water release demon. The lightning had morphed into the shape of a bird. This individual is a genius of lightning release. Kakuzu, with his vast combat experience, disregarded the water release demon and immediately called out, Tentacle Fist. Qingyun's Thunderbird struck the water release demon, instantly obliterating one of the hearts on Kakuzu's body. Yet, Kakuzu endured the pain and prepared to pierce Qingyun's heart once more with his tentacles. Qingyun intended to continue using electricity to disrupt Kakuzu's assault, but to his surprise, the demons on Kakuzu suddenly employed a composite ninjutsu. So that's it. You intend to ensnare me with tentacles and then launch an attack with the demon on your back? Qingyun realized his opponent's strategy. Kid, this is no mere ninjutsu, Kakuzu said with a slight smirk. Composite ninjutsu, flame wind, chaos wave. This technique combined the earth grudge fear fire release mask with the earth grudge fear wind release mask. Both utilized fire release to scorch and wind release to pressure, creating an extensive sea of flames. The magnitude of this composite ninjutsu was not inferior to that of the third Hokage. Qingyun gritted his teeth. I didn't want to resort to this technique. But since you forced my hand, don't blame me. Even when faced with death, you remain defiant. Can you truly conjure a dragon? Kaku casually remarked. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback as Qingyun actually summoned a dragon. Indeed, Qingyun had directly utilized the thunder fruit to create a thunder dragon, its body swirling with flashes of lightning, completely enveloping itself in a protective embrace. The power of the tempestuous electricity was palpable to Kaku, even at his level. Approaching recklessly would result in instant annihilation. When Kaku's attack struck the thunder dragon, it roared in agony, its pain igniting a furious wrath, while Qingyun remained unfazed by the electric currents coursing through the beast. 60 million volts. Such a degree of lightning, though not reaching the ferocity of a natural thunderbolt, was still lethally potent, given that the safe voltage for humans is merely 36 volts. Even employing composite ninjutsu, you could never rival my prowess, Qingyun proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Was this truly Qingyun's trump card? It was terrifying. Even the mightiest Raikage would pale in comparison. Minato Namikaze was astounded, realizing that the gap between himself and Qingyun had widened considerably without his awareness. Fearful. Such a frightening child, with your physique. It should be impossible for you to sustain such a level of ninjutsu. Yet here you are. Kaku pondered, momentarily at a loss for how to confront Qingyun. Kaku, of your 5 hearts, aside from the water release demon, you have 4 remaining. I wish to avoid a protracted battle. Let us settle this with a single move. Qingyun asserted boldly. Oh, young one, is it because your body cannot maintain this technique for long? Kaku quickly deduced that Qingyun lacked the stamina for such potent lightning release. No, that is not the case. I merely wish to spare you the torment. This is merely 60 million volts. My lightning can reach 200 million volts. Qingyun replied with a smile. However, I doubt you could withstand such a level of assault. Thus, I propose fairness. Let us conclude this battle with composite ninjutsu. After uttering these words, Qingyun integrated the thunder dragon into his own being. Composite ninjutsu? You, a mere child, can perform it? Kaku asked, astonished. Indeed. My mentor is not Lady Tsunade. My teacher is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Hokage. I trust you are aware of his formidable composite ninjutsu as well. So what say you? Shall we settle this with one decisive move? Qingyun inquired. What if I refuse? Kaku challenged. Then I shall strike you down with lightning, Qingyun replied coldly. After his recent studies, he could now barely harness 200 million volts, more than sufficient to deal with Kaku. Kaku understood that Qingyun was not boasting. He had genuinely stepped onto a perilous path, but he knew he must act. If you are capable of defeating me, why offer me a chance? Kaku questioned. What do you seek? Speak plainly. Qingyun smiled. It is simple. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish. If I win, you shall provide me with information regarding the exchange for gold. That is all I require. So straightforward. Very well, I accept. Kakuzu is not to be underestimated. Despite consistently finding himself at a disadvantage, he possesses a considerable confidence in his own abilities. Moreover, Kakuzu has a penchant for taking advantage of situations. He does not foresee himself facing defeat. Come forth. Let me witness the extent of your power, reminiscent of the third Hokage. Upon Kakuzu's shoulder, 3 apparitions of malevolent spirits materialized. The Earth Grudge Fear shall unleash its final strike. The 3 spirits converged upon Kakuzu's right arm, indicating that he was in the midst of gathering energy. Should he succeed, the terrifying might could potentially annihilate Qingyun. This thought invigorated Qingyun further, as Kakuzu, a formidable ninja, served as the perfect benchmark for testing his new ultimate technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Qingyun conjured 2 copies of himself. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon Bullet. Combined Ninjutsu, Lightning Flame Soaring Dragon Explosion. Qingyun too commenced his own energy accumulation. When Kakuzu unleashed his full power upon him, Qingyun would release his new ultimate technique in response. Though Qingyun was unable to utilize the 5 elemental bullets technique, a complex ninjutsu combining 5 elemental affinities, he was quite adept with the 3 elements of wind, lightning, and fire. Harnessing the teachings of the third Hokage, he combined the Lightning Dragon Bullet and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet with the Great Breakthrough, merging the 2 dragons into one, ultimately directing their united force towards Kakuzu. This marked the first time Qingyun employed such a potent combined ninjutsu in actual combat, filling him with exhilaration. Undeterred by Kakuzu's most formidable attack, he charged forward to meet it head-on. Both techniques, rooted in the combined powers of wind, fire, and lightning, collided with immense speed, resulting in a catastrophic upheaval of the ground beneath them. A tempest raged as the colossal clash of chakra radiated outward from the point of impact. Both Qingyun and Kakuzu suffered severe repercussions from this encounter. Kakuzu's heartbeat weakened considerably, while Qingyun experienced a stark contrast. His initially single Tomo Sharingan transformed into a double Tomo through the crucible of battle. Furthermore, his garments absorbed a significant amount of damage. Armament Haki. Qingyun continued to maintain his offensive. Kakuzu's attacks diminished gradually, clearly indicating a depletion of his chakra reserves. Qingyun, too, was nearing his limit, relying solely on sheer willpower to sustain himself. I concede, Kakuzu uttered, finally unable to endure any longer. His heart, ravaged beyond repair, left only his original heart still functioning. Qingyun refrained from pressing on, recognizing that further exertion would lead to his own detriment. With a resounding thud, Qingyun dispelled his shadow clones, pain surging through his entire body. He managed to rise unsteadily and approached Kakuzu. You have won. In my life, Kakuzu remarked. Those of us who tread the path of bloodshed have long accepted our fate. If we cannot slay our opponent, we must face our own demise. Why should I kill you? You are merely a pawn driven by the pursuit of wealth, Qingyun replied, harboring no animosity towards Kakuzu, for it was evident that Kakuzu was motivated by monetary gain. In pursuit of his mission for his village, Kakuzu attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. Upon returning to his village, he found not understanding but rather severe punishment. In retaliation, Kakuzu seized forbidden techniques and assassinated the village's higher-ups. He became a rogue ninja, unwelcome in any village, and resorted to the black market, earning his livelihood through murder. Thus, Qingyun comprehended Kakuzu's plight. In this chaotic ninja world, what other recourse was there? Are you going to release me? Kakuzu sneered. You have squandered your chance to kill me, and you will regret it, for I shall eventually take your life. Do as you wish. However you choose to end me, I await your attempt, Qingyun replied. To him, Kakuzu was no match for his current self, let alone in the future. Kakuzu fell silent. Huh, your tone resembles that of someone I know, Kakuzu remarked. Who? The first Hokage. He uttered similar words when he defeated me. Kakuzu replied nonchalantly. The first Hokage? That seems unlikely. Qingyun expressed his skepticism. I am genuinely curious as to why he spared your life, Qingyun inquired. It is none of your concern, since you have chosen not to kill me. I shall keep my promise and reveal the location of the black market, Kakuzu asserted, as he was a man of his word, especially when he could not overpower Qingyun. After obtaining the desired information, Qingyun stated, Kakuzu, I hope you grow stronger in the future. If you still cannot kill me, would you consider a collaboration? I have several million taels of silver and hundreds of thousands of taels of gold for you to earn. Moreover, you can engage in battles with various skilled ninjas from the ninja world. Qingyun spoke truthfully. He indeed possessed immense wealth. The reason? His luck in lotteries. Whether through 10 consecutive draws or exchanging points for rewards, Qingyun consistently acquired silver and gold. Initially, he deemed it useless, but later realized that utilizing this wealth for endeavors would lead to greater opportunities. Are you serious? I was just contemplating killing you. Kakuzu halted, turning back to regard Qingyun. Of course I am serious. I aspire for world peace, to end all wars, and ensure that every impoverished soul has enough to eat. Even individuals like you can rest soundly. Those capable must work harder, though I believe your true motivation remains wealth and the desire to hone your skills, correct? Very well. I shall give it some thought, Kakuzu said before departing. Qingyun sensed that he had piqued Kakuzu's interest. However, he remained merely a child. Should he ascend to the position of Hokage in the future, such matters would be trivial. Where am I? At that moment, the unconscious Kushina Uzumaki awakened. Minato? Did you save me? She asked. Minato, slightly blushing, responded, I came to rescue you, but the enemy was too formidable. In the end, Qingyun and Iji came to our aid. Kushina lifted her gaze to thank Qingyun and Iji. All right, it should be safe now. You must return to Konoha immediately, Qingyun instructed. Aren't you coming back with us? Everyone asked in surprise. I must head to the underground black market. You may inform others that I have been slain by an individual named Kakuzu, while privately confiding in Sartobi-sensei that I have ventured to the bounty office. Qingyun trusts that the old man will comprehend the situation. Otherwise, he would not truly be his teacher. The reason Qingyun refrains from returning to Konoha is his desire to infiltrate the underground exchange and locate the individual responsible for placing the bounty on him. Should he find evidence implicating Danzo, he could return and confront the matter. Although it may prove futile, tempering that old man's arrogance is certainly warranted. Unable to proceed further, Minato and the others must return to Konoha for the time being, while Qingyun follows Kakuzu. After defeating Kakuzu, Qingyun earned a chance to draw from the lottery, which he promptly chose to do. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a jutsu, great fireball technique. Qingyun nodded appreciatively, as this technique is formidable. In the latter part of the original tale, Uchiha Madara employed it against the Ninja Alliance, overcoming countless water-style techniques with it. Well, he would learn it when time permits. For now, the priority is to locate the underground exchange. As Qingyun accompanied Kakuzu, he was soon noticed by him. What's this? Kid, are you not coming to kill me after all? How convenient. Kakuzu sneered at Qingyun. Qingyun merely smiled and replied, No, I am merely passing by. I seek the underground exchange. I will not guide you, Kakuzu began, but Qingyun instantly grasped his intention. This is 10,000 ryo in cash. Qingyun promptly retrieved the 10,000 from his inventory and presented it to Kakuzu, aware that he preferred paper currency. Kakuzu's gaze towards Qingyun shifted dramatically. Qingyun felt a shiver, fearing Kakuzu might attempt to slay him for his wealth. Very well, I shall lead you, Kakuzu capitulated, as money equated to submission to Qingyun. It is known that in the original narrative, Kakuzu joined the Akatsuki out of a desire for wealth, illustrating his obsession with money. Qingyun, possessing an abundance of it, often amassed copious riches with each 10 consecutive draws, initially believing it to be of little worth, yet he now understands the adage that money can accomplish much. Kakuzu's prowess is at least that of a Kage, thus matters solvable with currency are hardly matters at all. Along the way, Kakuzu's attitude towards Qingyun began to shift. Can I truly earn such a sum? Work for you? He inquired. I shall provide you with a salary each month. When not occupied, you may relax. When there's work, you shall work, and there will be bonuses and year-end rewards, Qingyun elaborated. Although Kakuzu struggled to fully comprehend, He recognized that the employment benefits Qingyun described were undoubtedly unparalleled in the ninja world. However, I am a rogue ninja. My status is precarious. Assisting you may not only endanger me, but you as well, Kakuzu remarked, displaying his cleverness. He understood Qingyun's intelligence, yet remained somewhat perplexed. It's quite simple. Once I become Hokage, these concerns will vanish. Qingyun candidly expressed his aspirations. It is no longer a secret that I aspire to become Hokage, nor is there any need for concealment. Is the path to becoming Hokage truly so effortless? Young one, might your ambitions be a tad excessive? Yet, do you possess such confidence? Kakuzu inquired. Subsequently, Qingyun recounted his remarkable achievements. He enrolled in the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 3, became a disciple of the third Hokage by 3.5, and graduated ahead of schedule after merely 6 months. Having completed over 100 D and C rank missions. At just 4 years old, I have already defeated you. Do you believe I am unworthy of the title of Hokage? Qingyun challenged. Kakuzu was rendered speechless. Before him stood a prodigy far beyond the ordinary, unmatched in strength. If you ascend to the role of Hokage, I shall willingly seek you out, and I hope you will not turn me away, Kakuzu remarked. That would be the underground exchange. I have matters to attend to. Thank you. It was unclear how long they had conversed when Kakuzu suddenly lifted the box he was carrying, glanced at Qingyun, and then vanished from sight. Qingyun had accomplished his objective. As he looked up, he noticed 2 burly men standing guard at the entrance of the underground exchange, their vigilance evident. No one dared to enter. Is this truly the underground exchange? Excellent. I shall discover who has placed a bounty on my head. Qingyun scoffed, striding boldly forward. Who are you, brat? This is not a place one can enter freely, the larger man declared. With a swift motion, Qingyun delivered a single punch to the abdomen of one man, rendering him unconscious. I come to post a request. Qingyun casually produced several hundred ryo, stunning the remaining guard into silence. Once informed, the guard knocked on the door, and it was opened without hesitation. The individuals inside paid no heed to Qingyun, swiftly dispelling the barrier. They had no desire to provoke someone of his caliber. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an air of ferocity, leaving them uncertain of his background. After the barrier was lifted, Qingyun entered with ease. To his astonishment, the interior was dim yet bustling with activity. The individuals present were of considerable strength, for only those who could withstand the perilous life of a mercenary would thrive here. How did a child manage to arrive in this place? Whose child is this? This is no realm for you. A voice boomed from the entrance. Qingyun, unfortunately, attracted attention too easily. Scarcely had he entered the underground exchange when he found himself intercepted by several ninjas, while others merely watched the spectacle unfold. I have matters to attend to. Do not obstruct me, Qingyun insisted. A child? What business do you have? Are you here to commission a kill? Or have you already taken a life and come to exchange it for money? The man before him laughed dismissively. Without further ado, Qingyun unleashed his chakra. Though merely 4 years old, the sheer force of his chakra created an undeniable impact on those around him. Impressive. This young boy is certainly extraordinary. The surrounding ninjas widened their eyes, some no longer daring to underestimate Qingyun. Are you still going to obstruct me? Qingyun frowned, seeing no sign of retreat from his opponent. He threatened, in that case, I shall eliminate you. Without holding back, Qingyun charged at the person blocking his path with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, his kunai pressed against the man's chest, poised to pierce his heart at any moment. However, at merely 4 years of age, Qingyun's height rendered the act somewhat precarious. Nevertheless, his agility swiftly subdued the ninja before him. Hey, young man, your speed is astonishing. I believe this is all a misunderstanding. What do you intend to do? I shall not interfere any longer. The ninja, realizing that Qingyun's prowess was at least that of a jonin, refrained from further provocation. Qingyun spoke. Someone is trying to kill me, and I wish to uncover their identity. Surely you possess some means to assist me? He then offered the man several thousand ryo. With Qingyun's formidable strength and wealth, the ninja saw no reason to uphold his previous stance. You may seek Mr. Yamamoto. He is the one who handles all commission tasks at the exchange. In other words, he is the only one likely to have contact with the individual who posted the mission, the ninja replied earnestly after accepting the payment. How do I find Yamamoto? Qingyun inquired. Yet, upon uttering this question, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Nearly every ninja around him was now staring intently. You wish to find Mr. Yamamoto? Then you must perish here. Without Mr. Yamamoto, we would not have survived this long. It seemed that Qingyun's pursuit of Yamamoto had crossed an invisible line, prompting a complete turnaround in the attitudes of those present. Do you want to know who commissioned your assassination? The prodigy of Konoha, Qingyun? The man identifying himself as Yamamoto instantly recognized Qingyun's identity, sending a wave of danger coursing through Qingyun. Oh, you recognized me? Qingyun replied. Was it so difficult? A talent of your age is indeed rare in the entire ninja realm. I suppose only Qingyun of Konoha could fit that description, correct? Here, information is also a commodity. Generally, we do not disclose the identities of our clients, but as you know, everyone needs to make a living. It's quite simple. Provide me with sufficient compensation. Or even if you were to kill me, I would not divulge anything. Yamamoto was straightforward in his demand for money, yet Qingyun was exceedingly wealthy. He subsequently handed Yamamoto several 100,000 ryo, leaving Yamamoto somewhat astonished. To think you could part with such an amount so casually. You truly are affluent. I keep my word. Since you have provided adequate remuneration, I will be forthright. The individual responsible for commissioning your assassination is Danzo of Konoha. Naturally, Danzo has also enlisted a shadow-level expert to ensure your demise. Logically, you should have perished by now. It is surprising that you remain alive. Though Yamamoto's words were somewhat disheartening, Qingyun acquired the information he sought. Danzo, I had already surmised it was he. I merely came here to confirm my suspicions. Qingyun subsequently remarked, Are you truly willing to accept a contract to eliminate me? I hope you will remember this and refrain from such folly in the future. He then prepared to form hand seals to unleash a jutsu, intending to teach the Exchange Gold House a lesson. Hold on, Yamamoto interjected, stopping Qingyun's impending attack. Across the globe, there are numerous rogue ninjas and wandering shinobi. To survive, what options do they have aside from murder and robbery? There are myriad avenues available to them. Not solely killing, especially not targeting me. Qingyun dismissed Yamamoto's words. These individuals, rejected by their homeland and village, resorted to the Exchange Gold House to engage in unsavory dealings merely to make a living. Those who sought such contracts were not inclined towards murder and robbery, and thus still considered themselves ninjas. In their quest for survival, they did what was necessary. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. Since you are from Konoha, Qingyun, I trust you understand this point, don't you? Yamamoto's words bore considerable wisdom. However, Qingyun merely wished to test Yamamoto. Should the people below him be treated well, Qingyun would certainly spare him. Yet if they were to be used as human shields, Qingyun would show no mercy. You are a rare talent. Since you have advised against my attack, I shall refrain. However, I have but one request, that your underground Exchange Gold House submits to me. Qingyun declared. You wish for us to submit? You are indeed an intriguing young man. Yamamoto found Qingyun's proclamation hard to believe coming from one so young. In truth, it was quite simple. To become our leader, one must possess two things: wealth and the ability to genuinely defeat us. I can see you lack for nothing in terms of wealth, but possessing merely the strength of a jonin will not suffice to compel our submission. Therefore, why not defeat me? I am the strongest here, and upon your victory, I shall advocate for your leadership. Yamamoto was straightforward, directly proposing a battle. A slight smile graced Qingyun's lips. His strength was undoubtedly beyond that of a jonin, even without utilizing the sound thunderfruit. Qingyun's prowess could reach at least the elite jonin level, having learned much from the third Hokage. As Yamamoto issued his challenge, a crowd swiftly gathered around them. Qingyun had not anticipated that so soon after arriving at the underground Exchange Gold House, he would be pitted against its most formidable opponent. This man was, astonishingly, a shadow-level powerhouse. The original narrative merely scratched the surface of the ninja world, which still held many undiscovered secrets. The man before him, named Yamamoto, was evidently the head of the underground Exchange Gold House, and he had transformed from a previously despondent state. Konoha's genius, Qingyun, I wish to confirm one thing. Have you encountered a ninja known as Kakuzu? Yamamoto unexpectedly inquired before the battle commenced. Qingyun nodded and replied, Indeed. His target was none other than myself. My presence here signifies that I have defeated him. However, no one believed Qingyun's words. The surrounding rogue ninjas and wandering shinobi scoffed, acknowledging only that Qingyun was a genius, at best recognizing his strength as that of a jonin. Who was Kakuzu? He was a shadow-level powerhouse. Having only once faltered against the first Hokage, in every other commission, he had successfully completed the task at hand. They simply could not fathom that someone like Qingyun could possibly defeat Kakuzu. Defeating Kakuzu? That was truly unimaginable. Nevertheless, if you wish for the underground gold exchange to submit, you must first defeat me, Yamamoto cautioned. Very well then, fire release. Great flame technique. Qingyun immediately unleashed the fire release of the Sarutobi clan, expelling an intensely scorching flame from his mouth, its power boundless. The speed of his hand seals was astonishing. Furthermore, was this not the fire release of the Sarutobi clan? Oh, right, this fellow's teacher was the third Hokage. Uncle Yamamoto seemed particularly adept at body flicker, swiftly evading the flames with his nimble form. Lightning release, body flicker. Uncle Yamamoto quickly formed seals, employing a technique to counter Qingyun. Who was Qingyun? A wielder of lightning energy. How could he fear such a meager lightning release? In the blink of an eye, Qingyun transformed the impending lightning strike into a swirling vortex that enveloped him. A lightning bird had already begun to take form, its terrifying energy leaving all present in stunned silence. Could such a degree of lightning emanate from a mere child? Is this a dream? The Hokage? Qingyun repeatedly struck the faces of those who doubted him with the sheer force of his abilities. At that moment, Yamamoto felt a sense of foreboding and declared, "In that case, I shall unleash my strongest technique. Lightning release, lightning spear." Yamamoto converted his lightning chakra into a spear of electricity, launching it towards Qingyun's lightning bird. The lightning bird boasted an astonishing voltage of 30 million volts, a level of electricity that could wreak devastating havoc upon the human body. The lightning bird and the lightning spear collided, and in an instant, electric sparks illuminated the surroundings, obliterating everything caught in their wake. Yet, Qingyun's lightning bird swiftly gained the upper hand. Using lightning release in front of me is not a wise decision, Qingyun remarked with a slight smile as Yamamoto collapsed to the ground. Impossible. Yamamoto is a shadow-level powerhouse. This fellow could defeat Yamamoto. This means his strength has reached the level of a shadow. How can such a young child possess such power? Truly terrifying. The force of that lightning is beyond comprehension. The battle between Qingyun and Yamamoto astonished many. After all, Qingyun's thunder fruit was extraordinarily potent. Even against a shadow-level opponent, he could easily bring them to their knees. Gasping for breath, Yamamoto realized he had hoped to hold his ground, believing that even a shadow-level warrior like himself could momentarily keep pace. However, he never anticipated encountering this prodigy from Konoha, who proved to be utterly beyond his capabilities. How powerful indeed. No wonder Danzo seeks to eliminate you. You can no longer be merely described as a genius. Even the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara could not rival your remarkable talent, Yamamoto remarked. Given this, Yamamoto, do you concede? And what of the others? Qingyun's intentions were not to resort to lethal force, but to subdue the Exchange Bureau, ensuring it could serve as an asset in the future if necessary. Qingyun aspired to transcend mediocrity. He yearned to transform the entire ninja world, for it would soon face unprecedented challenges. The Third Great Ninja War, the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Madara, numerous crises loomed ahead. Thus, it was imperative for him to rapidly enhance his strength and further develop the forces under his command. We submit. Even Yamamoto, a formidable figure of the Exchange Bureau, has yielded, let alone those weaker than he. With the Exchange Bureau under his control, Qingyun would find future endeavors considerably more convenient. As a disciple of the third Hokage, my prowess is evident to you all. I shall undoubtedly become Hokage, and when that time comes, your lives will no longer be so burdensome. I will embrace you. Qingyun understood that accepting these rogue ninjas would mean opposing other ninja villages. These rogues were akin to hot potatoes. If mishandled, they could do more harm than good. However, fear would not resolve any issues. Qingyun believed in his capacity to tackle such troubles, for the foremost priority was to enhance strength and develop influence. You are so young, with boundless potential, and as a disciple of the third Hokage, possessing such foresight, I believe you will become the Hokage of Konoha. I also hope you will remain true to your word. Yamamoto, as the head of the Exchange Bureau, naturally wished for his subordinates to thrive. Of course, he hoped that everyone could prosper. Here, take this as a token of gratuity. Qingyun casually offered several million ryo to these individuals. His wealth was abundant, rendering him indifferent to such sums. For Qingyun, millions were insignificant, but for these people, it represented a substantial fortune. This is the advantage of submitting to me. Should you choose to follow me, I will ensure you live better. Naturally, should anyone betray me, I believe I need not elaborate on what I would do. As Qingyun unleashed a surge of lightning, everyone instinctively recoiled, fully aware of his formidable power, filled with both admiration and trepidation towards him. Recognizing that his intended effect had been achieved, he ceased to intimidate them. With the lightning dissipated, Qingyun departed from the exchange bureau. I must return to Konoha at once. Danzo, just wait. How dare you attempt to have me killed out of jealousy? I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking me. Qingyun understood Danzo's nature and had initially wished to ignore him. Yet, the audacity to strike against him could not go unpunished. Regardless of Danzo's position as an advisor or leader of the route, Qingyun resolved to settle the score. After leaving the underground exchange bureau, he retraced his steps back to Konoha, following the secret signals he had previously established. Upon returning to Konoha, I immediately made my way to the Hokage's office. Pushing the door open, I found the third Hokage seated with a solemn demeanor. Master, I have returned, I announced. Qingyun, I heard from Minato and the others that you have matters to investigate. What are the findings? The third Hokage inquired directly. There was an individual who issued a commission at the underground exchange, I recounted, revealing the details to him. The third Hokage looked at me in astonishment and asked, So, do you know who the client is that sought to capture you? Just as I was about to utter the name Danzo, 3 figures entered the room. Danzo, Tsubaki, and Mito. Yerafly, this boy, like White Fang, completed his mission but did not return directly to Konoha. He likely harbors ulterior motives, Danzo accused before I could speak. Danzo, you know very well what you've done. Do not attempt to obfuscate the truth, I retorted, glaring at him. Kushina was kidnapped, and Minato went to rescue her, which, according to your reasoning, means Minato is also a rogue ninja for leaving the village without authorization, having accepted the mission to rescue them. I needed to ascertain the reasons behind it, and the task had been successfully completed. As for the individual behind the commission, I was already aware. Naturally, the third Hokage chose to side with his disciple. Speak up, my child. Tell me who the true culprit is. He was fiercely protective, particularly of talented individuals like me, and would not allow me to be bullied by the other advisors. It is Danzo. The moment my words escaped, the atmosphere thickened. Danzo. Sarutobi did not doubt my claim. Instead, he turned his gaze directly toward Danzo. Danzo remained silent, offering no explanation, and Sarutobi, understanding Danzo's character, instantly recognized that this matter was likely intertwined with him. Why did you do this? Sarutobi asked straightforwardly. Do you remember Uchiha Madara? This fellow's talent and strength even surpass that of Madara, though not of the Uchiha clan. I simply do not wish for him to end up like that and ultimately pose a threat to Konoha. Danzo tried to justify himself. My talent and strength have nothing to do with Uchiha Madara. You are fabricating charges. I shook my head in disbelief. Danzo, just admit it. You want me to join Root, don't you? To my surprise, Danzo nodded, saying, Indeed, only by joining Root can you truly become a part of Konoha. It is through my training that you will be genuinely loyal to the village. Unable to tolerate Danzo's twisted reasoning, I immediately countered. Hiring assassins is enough for you to be expelled from Konoha. My mere talent and abilities are of no concern to you. You little brat. How dare you defy me? Danzo appeared visibly enraged. Enough. Third Hokage, Sarutobi interjected. Danzo's concerns are not entirely unfounded. As for his hiring assassins, that remains unsubstantiated. Perhaps we should refrain from pursuing this matter further. Yes, Danzo only has good intentions, hoping not to cultivate another Uchiha Madara. The individuals conversing were Toka and Mito, who naturally interceded on behalf of Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage remarked, Danzo, you may return. I believe that Aoyun will not take this matter to heart. Sarutobi, mind your behavior, and you, young one, remember this well. Danzo scoffed, casting a disdainful glare at Aoyun before turning to depart. This fellow is simply like that. Do not hold it against him. Toka and Mito echoed his sentiment and promptly exited as well. Aoyun regarded the third Hokage with a puzzled expression, to which the third Hokage replied, Aoyun, I place my trust in you. Danzo seeks to eliminate you merely to diminish competition, for your exceptional talents threaten him. He wishes to eliminate you before you can fully realize your potential. Both you and Minato are the prime candidates for Hokage. I hope you understand this. Following the Ninja World War, Orochimaru has been stationed at the front lines almost daily, safeguarding Konoha. However, his cold demeanor and enigmatic nature leave many wondering about his true intentions. Consequently, you and Minato are likely to vie for the position of Hokage. Should both of you encounter misfortune, it is Danzo and Orochimaru who stand poised to assume the mantle. Danzo is a hardliner, advocating for aggressive actions against other ninja villages, while Konoha requires stability and growth. As for Orochimaru, he is not particularly adept at governing a village. Thus, you and Minato represent the most suitable candidates for the fourth Hokage position, and I lean more towards you. Although you are quite young, your composure and maturity are remarkable, and your strength and potential are astounding. I hope you can take a few years to refine yourself. I wonder if you grasp my meaning? The third Hokage gazed earnestly at Aoyun, who instantly comprehended his intent. The third Hokage did not wish to pursue accountability against Danzo. To do so would seem petty, especially since he is a candidate for the next Hokage. One must possess such fortitude. Understood, Sensei Sarutobi, Aoyun replied with a slight smile, choosing not to dwell on it. Should he indeed become Hokage, eliminating Danzo would be trivial. However, for now, Aoyun must focus on enhancing his strength and fostering his influence, as the root organization is formidable. While eliminating Danzo may be simple, dismantling the root is a far more daunting task. This time, the third Hokage designated the mission as an A rank, marking Aoyun's accomplishment of an A rank task. In recent days, Aoyun had been honing his skills through battles with Sarutobi, while the C rank and D rank tasks issued by the system remained unfulfilled. The third Hokage's guidance to cultivate himself prompted Aoyun to embark on this journey of self-improvement. Apart from daily practice, he resumed tackling C rank and D rank tasks. Before long, half a year had elapsed. A figure darted swiftly through the forest. Fall! A voice rang out, and before him, a colossal wild boar collapsed to the ground. Aoyun swiftly completed the task, finally receiving the notification of successful completion. Aoyun was nearly beside himself. During this period, he had transformed task completion into a daily necessity, eschewing any breaks and striving to accomplish at least 2 tasks each day, much to the chagrin of other lower-ranking ninjas. At last, he had succeeded. In a year, he accomplished 500 D-rank tasks and 100 C-rank tasks, leaving Qingyun elated, almost ready to leap with joy. The system then announced, "Congratulations, host. You have completed your tasks and earned a chakra purification opportunity. Would you like to begin the purification now?" Qingyun promptly inquired, "How long will it take?" "An afternoon," the system replied. He then returned home and immediately initiated the chakra purification. To his astonishment, he experienced an unprecedented transformation. After completing the tree-climbing task, he had absorbed the chakra of a jonin, but due to his physical limitations, he was unable to fully assimilate all the chakra into his body. Although he could not directly purify the chakra he had consumed, the quality of his chakra had significantly improved. Upon completing another task, Qingyun eagerly commenced the purification. The process went remarkably smoothly. His chakra, now at the quasi-shadow level, had undergone a substantial enhancement in quality. What once required 2 units of chakra now only needed 1. And although the quantity remained unchanged, the quality had nearly doubled. Consequently, utilizing any ninjutsu became markedly smoother, allowing Qingyun to perform techniques with ease. Once he fully adapted to his chakra, the system presented him with yet another task. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. This time, your objective is to complete 10 B-rank tasks, with a reward of a surprise 10 consecutive draws." Upon receiving this task, Qingyun promptly gathered his team, eager to engage in the endeavors ahead. Having previously completed B-rank tasks, he knew that the Hokage would make an exception for him to undertake such challenges. However, B-rank tasks in the Hidden Leaf Village were scarce, typically prioritized for jonin. Thus, after 3 months, Qingyun managed to complete only 1 B-rank task. He bore no complaints, as there were no time constraints on this task, allowing him to utilize his free time to learn from the third Hokage. On a particular day, the third Hokage directed Qingyun to seek out Kakashi Hatake for further training. Consequently, Qingyun made his way to the Hatake clan's residence and found Kakashi at home. "Qingyun, have you come to undertake a mission?" Kakashi inquired. "No, Teacher Kakashi, I have come to learn from you," Qingyun replied honestly. "Learn from me?" Kakashi chuckled. "Indeed. You previously discussed chakra theory, but only covered half. My chakra affinities are wind, fire, and lightning, and I aspire to integrate these affinities into my combat." "Just as you do," Qingyun expressed his intentions. The transformation of chakra's form and nature is a crucial phase in a ninja's development. Even Naruto underwent arduous training to master the Rasengan, Kakashi explained. Before we proceed, I would like to analyze your combat style. At mid-range, you employ ninjutsu to attack your opponents, while at close range, you can leverage your immense strength, categorizing you as a mid-to-close-range ninja. Your close combat does not possess any inherent chakra attributes. Thus, the most crucial endeavor at present is to master a technique infused with chakra properties. Only upon mastering such chakra-infused attacks can one hope to execute ninjutsu involving chakra nature and form transformation. White Fang spoke these words with sincerity. In an instant, Qingyun comprehended that White Fang wished for him to explore a new technique, enabling him to swiftly determine victory in close combat. Although his immense strength was indeed formidable, Qingyun's physique had yet to fully mature, making the study of new close combat techniques imperative. I possess the elements of wind, fire, and lightning, which implies my potential to learn Chidori and Rasengan. Qingyun resolved to first learn Rasengan, as it does not require hand seals, and he was already well versed in its cultivation method. This time, Qingyun chose not to rely on the system. Instead, he procured a water balloon and a rubber ball, stroked the whirl of his hair, and began to concentrate, gathering chakra at the center of the ball. To expedite his learning process, Qingyun naturally employed the shadow clone technique, utilizing this advantageous ability to rapidly accumulate experiences from failures. In less than an hour, Qingyun succeeded in bursting the water balloon. Excellent. Next, it was time to rupture the rubber ball. Qingyun approached this task with utmost seriousness. The first phase involved rotation, while the second phase required maintaining sufficient power. He again utilized his shadow clones, attempting repeatedly, with White Fang observing curiously, unaware of the new technique Qingyun was endeavoring to develop. After an afternoon of rigorous effort, Qingyun had exhausted his chakra. However, the gratifying news was that the rubber ball had also succumbed. Thus, he progressed to the third phase, which entailed sustaining the chakra. Qingyun was now capable of rotating the chakra and enhancing its potency, yet he needed to maintain it in a circular form. This stage demanded an extraordinary level of concentration. Qingyun practiced diligently throughout the night, collapsing from exhaustion when his chakra was depleted, only to awaken and continue his training. His dedication astonished White Fang. However, fortune favors the diligent. For Qingyun, having grasped the method of learning, combined with his innate talent, he fully mastered the third phase in less than 3 days. At last, he had completed it. Qingyun's entire being was covered in grime, yet his spirits soared with exhilaration. He had successfully mastered the Rasengan from the Naruto universe. With one hand, Qingyun condensed the Rasengan, then struck it against a large tree. Instantly, a spiral mark appeared, culminating in the tree collapsing entirely. By amplifying his chakra output, the ordinary Rasengan transformed into the Great Ball Rasengan. Aspiring to achieve the Super Great Ball Rasengan, Qingyun decisively abandoned the thought, as his prolonged practice had yet to allow his chakra to recover. What do you think, Teacher White Fang? This is the new technique I have developed, the Rasengan. Qingyun felt no embarrassment, for at this moment in time, the Rasengan had yet to be conceived. White Fang nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, this technique requires no hand seals and possesses immense destructive power. I sense it has considerable potential for further development. Yes, however, my chakra reserves are insufficient at the moment. Otherwise, I would be able to refine it further. For now, the ability to unleash the Rasengan at close range should suffice to swiftly vanquish my foes, Qingyun replied. Certainly. The Rasengan is composed of wind attribute chakra. You might consider exploring this aspect to induce new variations, which I believe would enhance its potency, White Fang suggested. Qingyun nodded. Utterly fatigued, he promptly succumbed to slumber. This individual is truly remarkable. He has devised such a technique in less than 3 days. If he maximizes its potential, the power will likely be formidable. Another shadow-level powerhouse has emerged in Konoha, and he is merely 5 years old. White Fang marveled, impressed by Qingyun's extraordinary talent, which he had not witnessed in anyone else. Upon awakening, Qingyun found his chakra restored to its peak condition. Instead of immediately diving into new training, he decided to visit the Hokage's office to accept missions. He diligently sought out B-rank tasks, which brought joy to the third Hokage, as every mentor hopes for the advancement of their pupil. As Qingyun learned alongside the third Hokage and White Fang, he simultaneously engaged in his own training and accepted B-rank missions. This technique was originally conceived by Minato Namikaze, so it was only natural for him to inherit it. Time flew by, and a year passed swiftly. By the time Qingyun turned 6, he had successfully completed 10 B rank missions. The system's voice echoed once more. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed 10 B rank missions. You have earned a chance for a surprise 10 consecutive draws. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Of course. I shall. Qingyun replied, elated at having completed the tasks after a year. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 billion Rio. Congratulations, host. You have earned points. Congratulations, host. You have received a weakened version of the chakra fruit. Congratulations, host. You have garnered points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Byakugan. Fusion available. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the super body flicker technique. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed the chakra of a shadow-level powerhouse. Congratulations, host. You have attained chakra attribute 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained illusion rebound. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the dark illusion technique. Qingyun's 10 consecutive draws yielded bountiful rewards, starting with a staggering sum of 1 billion Rio. What does the weakened version of the chakra fruit entail? He inquired. It is, quite literally, a diminished variant of the chakra fruit. Consuming it will grant you a substantial boost in chakra, accelerating your growth rate significantly. The system explained. As for the Byakugan, it can be fused directly with your eyes, granting you the powers of a standard Byakugan. The super body flicker technique has been enhanced by the system, allowing for an even swifter close-range teleportation speed. The system succinctly clarified all the rewards acquired. As for absorbing the chakra of a shadow-level powerhouse, I trust that requires no further elaboration. After the devouring, you will acquire an abundance of chakra. Chakra attribute 1 indicates that your chakra attributes are wind, fire, and lightning, and now you can augment it with an additional nature. You may choose now, the system inquired. Then let it be water, Qingyun decided, thus adding the water attribute to his chakra. Illusion rebound, as the name suggests, implies that your understanding of illusions is limited. However, upon learning this technique, any illusion cast upon you will not only fail, but also rebound upon the caster. Proving to be an exceptionally useful ability, the system explained. The dark illusion technique, a skill of the second Hokage, upon activation, can obscure the opponent's vision, plunging them into a world of darkness. It is indeed a commendable illusion. After elucidating all the rewards, Qingyun promptly declared, there is no time to waste. I shall directly devour the chakra fruit. Furthermore, I shall also consume the chakra of that shadow-level powerhouse. Qingyun preferred not to procrastinate, for if he did not utilize it now, he might forget, making it troublesome to access later. The system replied, no problem. Subsequently, Qingyun beheld a small fruit in his hand, appearing quite delectable. He took a bite and swiftly swallowed it, only to be surprised that he felt nothing extraordinary after consuming it. System, is this fruit a scam? I feel nothing. Qingyun could not help but voice his frustration. Your body will undergo transformation from the chakra fruit, and your chakra growth will accelerate tremendously. You will feel it soon. The system clarified Qingyun's doubts. Qingyun then consumed the chakra of the shadow-level powerhouse. Unlike the previous occasion, his body had grown somewhat, making the absorption of chakra significantly smoother this time. That should suffice. Further chakra absorption may pose a danger. I recommend purifying it, the system advised. Then let us purify it. Do not let my body burst. After consuming the chakra of the shadow-level powerhouse, Qingyun's aura transformed once more. The originally double Tomo Sharingan evolved into a triple Tomo, and now, Qingyun's strength surpassed his previous state. More importantly, he had mastered the Rasengan. Combined with his super body flicker technique, Qingyun's power had indeed become considerably formidable. At this point, I should have steadily stepped into the shadow level, right? I believe I am now capable of handling matters independently. Qingyun felt a surge of confidence in himself. Shortly thereafter, he was summoned by the third Hokage. Qingyun, your progress in strength is evident, and you have completed numerous B-rank missions. I hope you will consider participating in the Chunin selection exam, the third Hokage suggested. The Chunin selection exam? Qingyun nearly forgot that he was still a genin. Indeed, with your current abilities, participating in the Chunin selection exam should be no problem, the third Hokage stated. I have yet to inform others, but I want to convey to you that the Chunin selection exam is not merely as it appears. Both the prominent figures and the higher-ups will be in attendance. Should Konoha excel in its performance, it will undoubtedly garner a greater number of commissions. Do you comprehend this? The third Hokage inquired. Certainly. Qingyun must present himself in a striking manner to attract more attention to Konoha. It is good that you understand. This time, the Chunin selection will undoubtedly feature many formidable opponents, so you must remain vigilant, even you. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned Qingyun, and soon after, he was summoned by White Fang. Are we participating in the Chunin selection? Minato Namikaze expressed his surprise. Indeed, I have registered you all. Your abilities have already surpassed those of the genin. As long as you pass the exam, you will become Chunin of Konoha. I have great confidence in you. Moreover, many other shinobi from various villages will also be competing. So you must be cautious. Strength does not guarantee success. Even Jonin can falter unexpectedly. Do you understand? White Fang seemed to place great importance on this Chunin selection. Qingyun nodded. He certainly understood that caution is the key to longevity. At that moment, the system issued a new task. Greetings, host. You have triggered a new task. The objective is to become a Chunin. Reward, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Qingyun felt an overwhelming desire for this reward, although he possessed the 3 Tomo and Indra's lineage. Awakening the Eternal Mangekyo seemed like a distant dream. To his surprise, the system provided precisely what he lacked. Rest assured, system. I will give my utmost effort in this selection exam. Qingyun was filled with confidence, believing no genin could rival him. Time passed swiftly, and at last, the Chunin selection examination commenced. Qingyun and his teammates were radiant, well-prepared, and under White Fang's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of the examination hall. I have high hopes for you. Strive for an excellent performance, White Fang encouraged. Fear not, Teacher White Fang, we will certainly exert ourselves. Iji and Minato nodded repeatedly, exuding confidence. Let us proceed into the examination hall. We remain unaware of what awaits us. After Qingyun spoke, he and his companions entered the examination room. Inside the classroom were many fierce-looking individuals. Numerous shinobi from outside villages had arrived, yet Konoha's shinobi were still the majority. Qingyun surveyed the room and found nothing particularly noteworthy about these individuals. Despite their intimidating appearances, their strength was not as formidable as it seemed. Of course, there were a few intriguing characters. For instance, one team exhibited chakra that far surpassed that of ordinary genin, although they deliberately concealed their chakra. They could not escape Qingyun's keen perception. Before long, a jonin clad in the Konoha ninja uniform entered the examination hall. The first round of the exam is a written test. It begins now. Without any preamble, the Konoha jonin announced the commencement of the exam. The content of the test was rather mundane. Unlike the original narrative where it assessed intelligence-gathering skills, it consisted entirely of conventional questions. However, these inquiries were still quite practical, and since the answers were largely open-ended, Qingyun effortlessly completed all 10 questions. The first examination left little to be said. Candidates lacking fundamental theoretical knowledge were swiftly eliminated. To Qingyun's surprise, many ninjas from Konoha were among those dismissed. It appeared that the current crop of Konoha's genin was not particularly distinguished. The proctor showed no favoritism, directly dismissing a majority of the Konoha ninjas. However, Qingyun's team successfully advanced to the second round of the examination. The proctor surveyed the remaining participants and announced, approximately 50 of you have made it to the second round. No sooner had the words left his lips than another jonin entered to escort the candidates to Konoha's training grounds, known as the Forest of Death. This phase of the examination, while lacking in innovation, involved the acquisition of scrolls, albeit with a slight deviation from the original narrative. Instead of each team possessing a scroll representing either heaven or earth, as in the original story, this time 2 teams would share a single scroll. Consequently, one unfortunate team would find themselves without a scroll, leading to inevitable conflict as they sought to seize one from their peers. With about 18 teams competing for a mere 8 scrolls, those without would have no choice but to engage in skirmishes with others. It seemed that, compared to the original examination's high fidelity, this iteration still had room for improvement, Qingyun mused. As for which team would secure a scroll, it was purely a matter of chance. Unfortunately, during the drawing, Namikaze Minato had drawn the short straw, meaning Qingyun's team would need to eliminate another team to progress to the next round. Now, I declare the competition commenced. The chief examiner ushered the candidates into the Forest of Death, ensuring that each team entered with a minimum 5-minute interval. Although Qingyun's team entered later than most, he felt little concern, considering the examination spanned 3 days. Once inside, Iji immediately inquired, "We lack a scroll. What shall we do now? I suspect many have already marked us as targets. Given our perceived weakness, Qingyun replied, those who possess scrolls are unlikely to attack us directly. The threat will primarily come from those without, Minato added. Indeed, however, I have always welcomed any challengers. If attacked, we shall retaliate. The scroll bearers will likely hasten towards the central tower. Thus, our objective aligns with theirs. Should we be ambushed, we will overcome. If not, we shall make our way forward. Qingyun promptly shared his strategic approach. Upon entering, Iji immediately inquired, we lack the scrolls. What shall we do now? I suspect many have already marked us. Given our seemingly vulnerable state, Qingyun remarked, those in possession of scrolls are unlikely to attack us. The likelihood of being targeted by those without scrolls is significantly higher, Swayman added. Indeed, however, I have always welcomed challenges. Should anyone strike at us, we must retaliate. Those with scrolls will likely hasten towards the central tower. Hence, our objective must also lie there. If we are assaulted, we shall defeat them. If not, we shall proceed. Qingyun promptly shared his strategic directive. As Qingyun had predicted, their demeanor was excessively discreet. Shortly after entering the Death Forest, a group of ninjas launched an assault on Qingyun's team. Clang, clang, clang. Numerous shurikens whizzed past, indicating that the enemy was concealed nearby. The team of Qingyun managed to deflect all the shurikens aimed at them and proclaimed, come forth. What sort of hero hides in the shadows? The adversaries did not reveal their positions, likely intending to catch Qingyun off guard. However, Qingyun swiftly discerned their locations, empowered by the Byakugan's ability to perceive and observe. Swayman, e.g., their positions are at the 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock directions, Qingyun stated, utilizing the Byakugan to pinpoint them. Since the system obscured the Byakugan's vision, others could not perceive it either. The concealed ninjas were taken aback, not anticipating that this young boy could unveil their positions. They had no choice but to reveal themselves. Who would have thought there were sensory-type ninjas among the Leaf Shinobi? This is quite unexpected, one of them remarked, his mouth covered with a filter, and his forehead protector adorned with several threads, clearly identifying them as Rain Shinobi. Since you've been discovered, let it be, hand over the scrolls. And I may spare your lives, the Rain Shinobi declared. Oh, setting aside whether I possess any scrolls, do you truly believe I would willingly surrender them? Qingyun thought the individual's words lacked forethought. In that case, let us proceed. The Rain Shinobi then executed a shadow clone technique, followed by an illusionary technique. Combining the two, they inflicted temporary hardship upon Qingyun and his companions. These adversaries appear to be formidable. We must swiftly break free from the illusion, Swayman and E.G. said as they deflected several incoming shurikens. Qingyun, unfazed, addressed the Rain Shinobi, a commendable strategy. Ensnaring the enemy in an illusion while you launch a physical attack. This may indeed deplete the average ninja. However, this tactic is ineffective against me. Illusion rebound. With ease, Qingyun nullified their illusion. How is this possible? Our illusion has failed. The Rain Shinobi were astonished. This technique had previously proven advantageous. Yet they had not anticipated being thwarted by a mere child. Illusion, dark arts. Qingyun not only unraveled the opponent's illusion, but also bestowed upon them a mirage of his own, employing the technique of dark movement to instantaneously blind them. What is this? We can't see. Have we fallen under an illusion? This appears to be the genjutsu of the second Hokage. Minato, with his penchant for studying techniques, readily recognized the move. Minato, defeat them. Qingyun displayed a distinct disinterest in engaging the Rain Shinobi. Minato's prowess had advanced rapidly. He was already learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Utilizing his own speed to deal with a group of lower-ranked shinobi ensnared in the illusion was a mere trifle for him, and he swiftly dispatched the 3 Rain Shinobi. The trio was easily vanquished by Qingyun's team, yet, as anticipated, they bore no scrolls. What a pity, E.G. remarked somewhat helplessly. No matter, this is just the beginning. After all, there are still 3 days until the exam concludes. Qingyun smiled slightly, confident that they would not face elimination. After overcoming the Rain Shinobi, the trio remained vigilant and continued their advance toward the tower's center. After approximately 3 hours of travel, their stamina began to wane. Let us take a moment to rest. We must remain alert at all times, and such heightened concentration can be burdensome, Qingyun suggested. Wood release, for Pillar House technique. As a member of the Senju clan, E.G. skillfully executed this technique. Upon forming the necessary seals, a modest wooden mansion materialized before Qingyun. Impressive. I hadn't anticipated you possessed such a talent. Both Qingyun and Minato praised her. Haha, the wood-release ninjutsu, Iji chuckled in response. I will set up some traps and illusions, and then use shadow clones to keep watch. Instead of taking turns guarding, Qingyun opted to utilize shadow clones, allowing them to rest effectively. After a period of respite within the wooden abode, Qingyun suddenly sensed something amiss. The communication between his shadow clones and himself was instantaneous. What is happening, Qingyun? Both companions inquired. There's an intrusion. Let us investigate immediately. With that, Qingyun promptly exited alongside his comrades. The air was soon filled with the sound of explosions, as numerous traps had been triggered, indicating that enemies had indeed breached their sanctuary. Prepare yourselves. We are likely to engage in battle. I hadn't anticipated that someone would be monitoring us so closely, Qingyun remarked, his brow furrowing. The Death Forest connects to the Konoha Forest, a vast expanse. Yet the audacity of their enemies to charge in, fully aware of the peril, took Qingyun by surprise. Bang! The traps laid by Qingyun were finally fully activated. And amidst the billowing dust, 3 figures emerged, partially obscured. Who are you? Qingyun inquired directly. Us. We are the ones who have come to seize your scrolls, replied a figure adorned with the insignia of the grass-hidden village. This time, the Konoha Chunin selection was not solely populated by participants from Konoha. Allied shinobi from the rain, grass, and waterfall villages were also present. These are small nations and villages. At the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander, conferred the title of the legendary 3 ninjas upon Konoha's trio, ultimately forming an alliance with them. While other minor nations also allied with Konoha, before us stand 3 ninjas from the Grass Village, foreign shinobi. It is indeed a surprise to discover that you are Konoha ninjas residing in such opulent quarters. And what of you, little one? You seem scarcely 5 years old. What can a child of your age possibly accomplish? Inquired one of the Grass Village ninjas. Enough with the chatter, let us eliminate them at once, suggested another grass ninja. Iji interjected, do you not possess scrolls? Why then would you engage us directly? Logic would dictate that you should conserve your strength and avoid confrontation. The other grass ninja chuckled, That is merely conventional wisdom. We 3 are fearsome monsters. Our purpose in participating in this Chunin selection exam is not to attain the rank of Chunin. We seek only to confront stronger opponents. We wonder if you 3 might be the adversaries we are seeking. The Grass Village trio focused their chakra on Qingyun and his companions. Qingyun declared, surrender your scrolls and depart swiftly. This will spare you some suffering. Did you hear that? Did you hear this little one's threat? The grass ninja guffawed, dismissing Qingyun's words entirely. It seems you truly underestimate our prowess, he continued. We 3 are born for slaughter. Suddenly, Qingyun sensed a significant shift in the trio's chakra. What once appeared as ordinary ninjas now surged with energy nearly tenfold. Moreover, their bodies began to transform, morphing into monstrous forms. What is this? A cursed seal? Qingyun pondered, aware that Orochimaru had yet to develop such techniques. Yet these 3 grass ninjas possessed the ability to undergo monstrous transformations. Could they be akin to Yugo, natural sage mode users? Qingyun contemplated, though the 3 ninjas were evidently not inclined to grant him any time for reflection. Boom, boom, boom. The trio, bursting with power, charged fiercely towards Qingyun and the others. Instantly, Qingyun employed the body replacement technique to evade the assault. However, the log he used for the substitution was utterly destroyed. Incredible! Iji exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. These 3 ninjas were unlike any they had previously encountered. Bam! 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 The trio's targets were not only Qingyun but also Minato and Iji. After missing their initial strike, they continued their relentless onslaught. Ahaha! What a thrill! We shall kill! We shall kill! The 3 grass ninjas shrieked like lunatics, yet Qingyun recognized their state mirrored that of Yugo. These individuals had completely lost their sanity. Minato deftly dodged their attacks using the body flicker technique. Iji employed the technique of wood release, aiming to restrain the 3 adversaries. However, these individuals possessed not only remarkable speed but also formidable strength, effortlessly breaking free from Iji's wood release. Realizing this, Qingyun immediately unleashed his full power, utilizing the super body flicker technique to appear before one of the grass ninjas. The great ball Rasengan in his hand was already prepared, and he forcefully pressed it against the ninja's abdomen. The other 2 rushed towards Qingyun simultaneously, descending with an attack that threatened to crush him. Thunderous roar. Qingyun's shadow clone wielded the power of the thunder fruit, instantly propelling the two grass ninjas away. Such a terrifying ninjutsu. The grass ninja struck by the great ball Rasengan exclaimed, having regained his normal state from the cursed seal. You are the first to break our strength through sheer force, he remarked. However, that last move consumed a considerable amount of chakra, didn't it? You still have two more to deal with. Quite simply, Qingyun replied, unfazed by the challenge. E.g., he called, and she immediately understood what to do, given their years of practice synergy. Wood release, forest of the impermanence. E.g. utilized wood release to bind the two grass ninjas, while Qingyun employed his Sharingan to cast an illusion upon them. Even a mere second of immobilization was sufficient for Qingyun to execute his ninjutsu. Composite ninjutsu, Thunder Fire Dragon Eruption. This technique, a fusion of wind, fire, and lightning attributes, represented Qingyun's most potent composite ninjutsu. The wind amplified the fire, and the fire intensified the lightning. Ultimately, it struck the two grass ninjas with precision. The third Hokage had mastered this composite ninjutsu to perfection. Although there were no changes in attributes, the amalgamation of different elemental attacks significantly heightened their potency. Under the third Hokage's meticulous guidance, Qingyun had refined his composite ninjutsu to an elite level, and with this technique, the two grass ninjas found themselves on the brink of collapse. "Ha! What a splendid attack!" one of the grass ninjas exclaimed. "I hope your assault can utterly annihilate our bodies." There was no trace of fear in their eyes, only a bloodthirsty fervor, as they embraced their gradual destruction with madness. It seemed that the bodies and minds of these three grass ninjas had been warped by the cursed seal. Since it was not Orochimaru's seal, they likely, like Chogo, had been influenced by their environment, which led to signs of sage transformation, albeit poorly controlled, resulting in a degree of mental instability. Boom. Qingyun showed no mercy. For even if these grass ninjas survived, their existence was fraught with suffering. He swiftly granted them release from their torment. Qingyun successfully acquired the scroll. Excellent. We now possess the passage scroll. If we avoid combat and make our way to the central tower, we should be fine, E.g. remarked promptly. That may be true, but should anyone choose to attack us, we must teach them a lesson. After all, this is still an examination, Qingyun stated resolutely. Watergate meticulously observed the grass ninjas and confirmed their demise, promptly nodding as he remarked, "Our assault has undoubtedly attracted considerable attention. Many will be rushing towards us. We cannot linger here. Though we fear not, now is not the time to court trouble." Thus, the Qingyun team swiftly departed from the scene. Shortly after their exit, a group of individuals arrived at the location of the fallen grass ninjas. From the traces of this battle, it's evident that this fellow was indeed formidable. "Let us not forget our mission. We must eliminate him," spoke a figure adorned with a feline mask, addressing several nearby Ambu. Meanwhile, Qingyun suddenly sneezed. How peculiar. I shouldn't be catching a cold, he mused, activating his Byakugan to survey the surroundings. The Byakugan's observational prowess surpassed that of the Sharingan, and coupled with Qingyun's innate perceptive abilities, he could discern threats within several kilometers. It seems someone is indeed pursuing us, and their speed is commendable. Let us hasten our pace, Qingyun declared. Both Watergate and E.G. readily concurred, placing their unwavering trust in Qingyun. I shall prepare some explosive tags to slightly impede their advance. Watergate volunteered, promptly following suit. However, this time, Qingyun did not afford Watergate any semblance of kindness, unleashing a surge of strength that sent Watergate flying. Qingyun, what is the meaning of this? E.G. inquired, incredulous at Qingyun's aggression towards his comrade. This fellow is not the true Watergate, Qingyun replied. Possessing keen perception, Qingyun discerned subtle differences between the Watergate before him and the one he knew. Such distinctions might elude those unfamiliar with Watergate, yet they were glaringly apparent to Qingyun. How did you uncover my identity? The adversary inquired directly, abandoning any pretense of concealment. The real Watergate would not be so feeble, Qingyun asserted. His words rang true. Having once instructed Watergate in the art of Haki, he understood that if he were indeed attacking Watergate, the latter would have swiftly employed Haki or body flicker technique to evade. The individual before him, however, had barely reacted to Qingyun's sudden strike, instinctively raising his hands for defense, an uncharacteristic response for Watergate. Even with transformation techniques, it is exceedingly difficult to replicate an individual's habits, Qingyun remarked with calm composure. I suspect Watergate must have been caught while setting traps, making you the vanguard of your team? Qingyun inquired, gazing intently at the figure. Haha, no wonder the third Hokage holds you in high regard. Such meticulousness. Your fists are formidable, yet today you shall meet your end here, the ninja replied. With a decisive motion, the ninja dispelled his transformation technique. Clad in a ninja uniform, with black hair and an umbu mask, the individual exuded an aura that distinctly diverged from that of an ordinary ninja. The figure before him appeared to be a relentless killing machine, devoid of any emotion. So, you are from Root. Has Danzo sent you to eliminate me? Qingyun inquired. You talk too much. Today, you shall die here, the adversary retorted. I am aware of your formidable physical prowess and that your ninjutsu was learned from the third Hokage, yet it seems you have made no significant strides in jinjutsu. Unfortunately for you, my jinjutsu is among the finest in Root. I possess the ability to invade your mind and use your own brain against you. Jinjutsu, Narukami. Qingyun initially anticipated a display of powerful jinjutsu, only to be met with the basic Narukami technique. This technique reveals each individual's deepest fears in a tangible form. However, one must not forget that Qingyun possessed immense mental fortitude, endowed with the power of the three-tomo Sharingan and a lifelong buff known as Jinjutsu Rebound. Pretending to be in agony, he collapsed to the ground, while Iji seemed to be ensnared by the Jinjutsu as well. Is this Qingyun, the prodigy of Konoha and the entire shinobi world? How laughable that he cannot withstand even a minute under my Jinjutsu. The Root ninja scoffed, clearly underestimating Qingyun. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished to find himself subjected to harsh interrogation, with none other than Danzo as the tormentor. Yes, the very figure he feared most had turned against him, and he never expected to be so ruthlessly abused by Danzo time and again. What is happening? Is this reality or a dream? Could I have fallen victim to Jinjutsu? But that is impossible. I was the one who ensnared that brat Qingyun in my Jinjutsu. Surely, he could not have reflected my own technique back at me. The Root ninja howled in genuine agony, while Iji dispelled the Jinjutsu. What is wrong with him? Iji queried. He has succumbed to his own Jinjutsu and is now tormented by his own fears. It won't be long before he breaks down. He no longer poses a threat to us. Let us go. We must check on Minato. Qingyun and Iji immediately set out to find Minato. With his Byakugan and sensory abilities, Qingyun quickly located Minato, who was indeed surrounded by several ninjas. The presence of more than 2 enemies indicated that at least one team had allied with the prior Jinjutsu user. We may be facing 5 ninjas, Qingyun stated. Furthermore, having discerned that the previous Jinjutsu user hailed from Root, it logically followed that the other 5 ninjas were also from the same organization. Given their shared affiliation, their prowess likely reached that of Jonin. E.g., we must exercise caution, Qingyun warned. Do not worry. After all, I am the heir of Wood Release, E.g. replied. Her training having significantly enhanced her abilities, placing her at least at Jonin level. In no time, Qingyun approached Minato, who was embroiled in a fierce battle. Utilizing his armed color and body flicker technique, Minato was currently engaged in a life-or-death struggle against his adversaries. Minato, get out of the way. At the most critical moment, Qingyun appeared, swiftly forming hand seals and declaring, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. This technique was immensely powerful and covered a vast area, sending scorching flames directly towards the enemy. Minato utilized the body flicker technique to rapidly close the distance to Qingyun. I apologize, Qingyun. I intended to set a trap, but I didn't expect to be caught up with, Minato said, his tone filled with regret from the very beginning, though Qingyun took it lightly. It's of no concern. These foes have aimed for us from the outset. Even if we do not engage here, they would find another opportunity. Qingyun frowned, surveying the 4 adversaries before them. Indeed, there were only 4 enemies, each exuding chakra at the level of a Jonin, targeting us. No wonder, they all possess Jonin-level strength. I find it difficult to confront them simultaneously, Minato admitted, feeling the pressure. E.g. interjected, these individuals must be part of the same team as that ninja we encountered earlier. They exude a similar presence. Who exactly are they? Both Qingyun and Minato inquired immediately. They are from the Root, which means they operate under Danzo's orders. Their objective is to eliminate both of us and abduct Iji, Qingyun explained without elaborating further. Yet everyone understood that Qingyun and Minato were obstacles to Danzo's ambition of becoming Hokage. As for Iji, possessing Wood Release, she was a target for Danzo's nefarious schemes. Unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived, led by the boy named Qingyun. Perfect, we need not seek them out anymore. However, that individual has yet to return. Could it be that he has failed? It appears that within this squad, there is someone particularly adept at dispelling Jinjutsu. We have no choice but to make our move. Concealing our identities is meaningless now, as they have already deduced who we are. The speaker then dispelled their transformation technique. Initially disguised as lower-ranking ninjas, they now revealed their true identities as root ninjas. E.g., you take on one, Minato, you handle another. The remaining two are mine, Qingyun declared as he charged forward. Body flicker technique. Minato immediately confronted a root ninja, asserting, "Your opponent is me." Would release. E.g. employed her would release to scatter the root ninjas, leading to a confrontation between her and one of them. Meanwhile, Qingyun found himself facing two root ninjas as desired. Facing two opponents alone? You have no chance. Surrender now, one of the root ninjas taunted. Indeed, no matter how strong you are, it is impossible to withstand our crossfire, remarked the other. Crossfire? You are familiar with that term? Qingyun replied with a slight smile. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Without hesitation, the opposing root ninjas launched their swift assaults against Qingyun. Though their techniques did not form a combined ninjutsu, the trajectories of their attacks intersected, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Qingyun summoned an earth wall to block the fire technique, but the wind cutter technique sliced through the earth wall with precision. Wind cutter technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. As Qingyun faced the relentless pursuit of two root ninjas, he remained composed, swiftly evading their ninjutsu attacks with remarkable agility. How could this individual so effortlessly dodge our techniques? We must immobilize his legs. Earth release, earth flow river. The two root ninjas persistently unleashed their jutsu upon Qingyun, but he artfully sidestepped them. This time, however, his feet were ensnared by the earth flow river, forcing him to leap into the air. In midair, he found himself unable to evade the impending strike. Seizing the opportunity, one of the root ninjas quickly formed hand seals, declaring, "Wind release, wind cutter technique. This time, you shall not escape." In the air, one is typically vulnerable to swift assaults, yet that was only true for ordinary individuals. Qingyun was anything but ordinary. As the wielder of the rumble fruit, he possessed the ability of instantaneous short-range teleportation. Regrettably, Danzo remained oblivious to my true prowess. Even if you expend all your chakra, you still stand no chance against me, Qingyun stated, already appearing behind one of the root ninjas. The other ninja was equally surprised to find another Qingyun behind him, a mere shadow clone. Impossible. In such a scenario, even the body flicker technique cannot be utilized. Both root ninjas were taken aback. The root ninjas swiftly turned to engage in close combat, intent on eliminating the Qingyun before them. You have no chance. Electric discharge. Qingyun's entire body crackled with electricity, instantly reducing the two root ninjas to charred remnants. I possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. During the process, I utilized a shadow clone, which shares my rumble fruit abilities. To deal with you, merely employing the weakest electric discharge suffices. Danzo, do you wish to kill me? You are not worthy. Qingyun then locked onto the remaining two ninjas. Super large Rasengan. With the assistance of his shadow clone, Qingyun swiftly dispatched the last two root ninjas. Congratulations, host. Your points have successfully accumulated. You have gained an opportunity for a lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have acquired observation haki. For the moment, Qingyun disregarded the system and addressed Minato and E.G., stating, "We are temporarily safe." Logically, there should be another ninja lurking nearby, waiting for us, inquired Minato and E.G. My sensory abilities indicate that there are no enemies within 2 kilometers. If that individual intended to strike, he would have done so by now. The absence of action suggests that he is not present here. This person must be using some method to observe us, Qingyun mused, shaking his head. None of that matters. Let us proceed towards the central tower. Throughout the subsequent journey, Qingyun's team encountered no hindrances. Utilizing his Byakugan for reconnaissance, Qingyun expended minimal chakra. The trio traveled swiftly with the body flicker technique, adeptly circumventing any peculiar beasts or traps they encountered. Qingyun, what exactly does Danzo intend to achieve? Minato inquired as they continued their rapid advance. It is still due to an obsession with power. This individual, despite harboring feelings for Konoha, has long since regarded it as his own. He has already transgressed numerous untouchable taboos, thus bringing himself perilously close to obliteration, Qingyun remarked. As Minato, Yuki, and Qingyun conversed while strolling, Qingyun ultimately directed his focus towards his observation haki system. Since observation haki can foresee the future, does that not imply I am invincible? Qingyun inquired. The system promptly replied, Host, you're at it again. Have I not made it clear? The reward I bestow upon you is merely a method of cultivation. The extent of your mastery ultimately rests in your hands. Qingyun nodded and said, You are indeed correct. Mastering observation haki to its zenith allows one to foresee fleeting moments of the future, much like katakuri. Even if I cannot reach such heights, I should still be able to anticipate my opponent's strikes, which is undoubtedly the most formidable weapon for a sensory-type ninja. The system promptly responded, Oh, by the way, host, I wish to remind you that you possess the Rumble Rumble fruit. Having realized he was the wielder of the Rumble Rumble fruit, Qingyun quickly understood that employing observation haki would enhance its efficacy. Among pirates, Enel could instantly detect anyone on Skypiea speaking ill of the gods, thus demonstrating the influence of the Rumble Rumble fruit on observation. Coupled with Qingyun's possession of the Sharingan, Byakugan, and other sensory capabilities, it could be said that with the mastery of observation haki, Qingyun would stand invincible in battle. Qingyun immediately immersed himself in contemplating the allure of observation haki. Time passed without his notice, and as darkness enveloped the sky, Yuki utilized the 4 pillars technique to conjure a shelter. The three took turns keeping watch. And during Qingyun's vigil, he devoted himself entirely to mastering observation haki. With unwavering concentration, even with his eyes closed, he could perceive his surroundings through subconscious actions, deftly evading the movements of his adversaries. Qingyun was deeply engrossed and soon grasped the theoretical aspects of observation haki. As for practical application, he resolved to seek opportunities for practice. At present, he was capable of producing numerous shadow clones, and utilizing them for study was undoubtedly one of the swiftest methods available. Just as Qingyun intended to practice hand seals, he suddenly noticed a group of individuals rushing towards him from within a 2-kilometer radius. He scrutinized them closely and discerned that their ocular energy was quite formidable. Who might these individuals be? The Hyuga clan? Or perhaps the Uchiha? Qingyun found himself momentarily perplexed. Turning to glance at the 4 pillars, he created a shadow clone and charged towards the group. Qingyun swiftly closed the distance, then hurled his shurikens with precision. Swish, swish, swish. Having learned exceptional shuriken techniques from the 3rd Hokage, each shuriken struck the vital points of the 3 adversaries. Quite impressive indeed, living up to the reputation of the 3rd Hokage's disciple. As he spoke, the 3 individuals who had been struck by the shurikens suddenly transformed into wooden logs with a resounding thud. A substitution technique? Qingyun did not entertain the notion that he could eliminate them with a single blow. Although Qingyun's technique of throwing shurikens was quite ingenious, his opponent quickly discerned his location. With a swift motion, a kunai adorned with an explosive tag was hurled towards him. Reacting instantly, Qingyun employed the body flicker technique to evade the explosive tag, which ignited shortly thereafter, resulting in a resounding explosion that left the surrounding branches and trunks in utter disarray. At last, 3 ninjas revealed themselves. So that is how it is. I wondered how you possess such keen observational skills. It turns out you are from the Hyuga clan. Qingyun glanced up to see 3 ninjas with Byakugan. As fellow Leaf Village ninjas, must we truly resort to such hostility? Surely, your objective is also me, is it not? I cannot believe Danzo has dispatched so many to ensure my demise. A faint smile graced Qingyun's lips, conveying an air of nonchalance towards Danzo's threats. The Hyuga clan member finally spoke. Danzo? What does this have to do with Lord Danzo, you little brat? We are not sent by him. We simply wish to teach you a lesson. Do you recall how you insulted my brother? Upon hearing this, Qingyun immediately recalled his previous altercation with a member of the Hyuga clan. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, This matter should have been laid to rest. Don't you think? It was merely a childish dispute. Why are you involved? Quite simply, the Hyuga clan member replied, Because my brother is from the main house, and we are of the branch family. As an outsider, you may not grasp the significance of this, but the branch family exists to protect the main house. That child, having suffered under your taunts, has been left despondent. Therefore, I must avenge him. What? Even as a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, do I not deserve some respect? Qingyun fixed his gaze on the Hyuga member. He had no desire to sever ties with the Hyuga clan. for they were a prominent family within Konoha and the only clan that could openly rival the Uchiha. If Qingyun aspired to become Hokage in the future, he would need to secure the support of the Hyuga clan. Since you seek to avenge your brother, I shall grant you that opportunity. What of the other two? Qingyun inquired, glancing at the other two ninjas. They will not intervene. The Hyuga clan does not bully those who are fewer in number, replied the branch family member. Unexpectedly, you possess a certain principle. In that case, I hope you can defeat my shadow clone. Qingyun then conjured a shadow clone, identical to himself, stepping forward to engage in combat with the member of the Hyuga branch family. A shadow clone. Is this how you choose to insult me? The branch family member's expression shifted dramatically. The shadow clone possesses the strength of the original. If I can defeat him, what more needs to be said? Qingyun queried. Please state your name. Very well. Underestimate me at your peril. I am Hyuga Saika. Let us go. As Qingyun's mind raced, contemplating the theories of observation haki, he realized he had been presented with an unexpected opportunity. An elite from the Hyuga clan. What a splendid litmus test this would be. The reason Qingyun engaged in a spar with Hinata Hokage was purely to seize the opportunity to refine his observation haki. Defeating a member of the Hinata clan would not pose much of a challenge. Predominantly skilled in close combat, the Hinata clan could easily be outmatched by Qingyun's relentless long-range ninjutsu. Moreover, Qingyun was acutely aware that the Byakugan of the branch family did not possess a full 360-degree vision. There existed a 1-degree blind spot directly behind their first thoracic vertebra. This seemingly minuscule figure might appear insignificant, yet for a ninja, it proved to be exceedingly fatal. If this 1-degree blind spot were to be exploited, it would become the greatest weakness of the Hinata branch family. Curiously, members of the branch family often exhibited greater strength than those of the main family, perhaps due to their desperate circumstances. Presently, Hinata Hokage was poised for action, while Qingyun's shadow clone had closed its eyes, diligently striving to grasp the essence of observation haki. Without any form of protection, he immersed himself entirely in this heightened perception. In contrast, Hinata Hokage bellowed, underestimating me must have its limits. To close your eyes now is an affront to our Hinata clan. With a powerful strike, he unleashed the 8 trigrams mountain-breaking strike, creating an air wave capable of shattering mountains. This technique constituted one of the few mid to long-range attacks available to the Hinata clan. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential, as Qingyun executed a nimble roll at just the right moment, successfully evading the seemingly formidable strike. With your eyes closed, you evaded my attack? Hinata Hokage exclaimed, surprised, while his teammates sensed something amiss. Swiftly, they hurled several shurikens and kunai, prompting Qingyun to evade once more, repositioning himself beside Hinata Hokage. Did I not instruct you not to assist me? Hinata Hokage, a ninja who adhered to the principle of separation, exclaimed. Then, with a commanding voice, he declared, Qingyun, you have fallen into my trap. There is no escape. Yet, Qingyun remained with his eyes shut, concentrating intently. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata Hokage activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging. With the first strike, Qingyun's body swayed like a noodle, deftly evading it. The second strike, the fourth, the 8th, and the 16th, each palm struck faster than the last. Although Qingyun's shadow clone ultimately succumbed to the onslaught, it did not dissipate immediately, thanks to the mitigation of damage afforded by the armament haki and sage mode attire. As the 64 palms concluded, Qingyun's shadow clone had endured considerable punishment. Indeed, the Hinata clan is renowned for its martial prowess. If your 64 palms were to land upon an ordinary individual, their chakra would likely be sealed, and they would suffer grievous injuries, am I correct? Inquired Qingyun's shadow clone. Qingyun marveled at the formidable prowess of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Yet Hinata Seiwo was astonished that Qingyun remained unscathed, and what stood before him was merely a shadow clone. How could this be? Why has your shadow clone not dissipated? Hinata Seiwo found this situation utterly bewildering, as it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Because your attacks are ineffective, the shadow clone has not reached the point of vanishing. I hope you can comprehend this, Qingyun explained. Impossible. While you may not have executed the full set of 64 palms, the chakra within your shadow clone should be in disarray. Thus, it is inconceivable that it could maintain its form. Hinata Seiwo was incredulous. He had never witnessed a shadow clone so remarkably resilient. Does this imply that your acupoint strikes have failed? What further strategies do you intend to employ? queried Qingyun's shadow clone, gazing intently at Hinata Seiwo. I will not concede. Hinata Seiwo charged at Qingyun, opting not to continue with the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but instead unleashed a gentle fist attack. Qingyun's shadow clone deftly evaded each of Hinata Seiwo's strikes with an almost ethereal agility. Before long, Hinata Seiwo was panting heavily, his strength waning. It was to be expected, given that he had been the aggressor throughout the encounter. It seems your energy is nearly depleted. Allow me to conclude this, declared Qingyun's shadow clone. Just as Qingyun prepared to employ ninjutsu to swiftly vanquish Hinata Seiwo, he noticed that the 2 companions of Hinata Seiwo exchanged glances, then proceeded to form hand signs, readying their own ninjutsu. It appeared they intended to eliminate the young Hinata along with him. This is bad. Those 2 brutes will kill both Hinata Seiwo and me. If the Hyuga clan perishes here, I shall have no way to explain myself. Qingyun swiftly activated his super body flicker technique, propelling Hinata Seiwo to safety while he absorbed the entirety of the incoming ninjutsu attacks. What is happening? Hinata Seiwo was bewildered. He had not anticipated that his allies would turn against him. Meanwhile, his adversary, Qingyun, had chosen to protect him. Boom. Ultimately, Qingyun's shadow clone was vanquished. Qingyun frowned, opening his eyes and ceasing his meditation on observation haki. Hinata Seiwo, do not blame us. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your own inadequacy for failing to eliminate this insufferable brat. At this juncture, we shall no longer feign camaraderie. In truth, we are not your allies. Your companions have already been dispatched by us. We are ninjas from Takigakure, and prior to our entry, we were instructed to eliminate a ninja named Qingyun. We were also informed that the Hyuga clan could be exploited, hence we sought you out. When you were separated, we dispatched your companions with the aim of terminating this Qingyun fellow at a critical moment. However, it seems the eyes of the Hyuga clan hold great value. So we intend to eliminate both of you while you are weakened. Haha. At present, you must surely lack the strength to fight back, Qingyun brat. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon yourself for abandoning your comrades and venturing forth alone. Otherwise, your demise would not have been so swift. Remember our names, Takigakure no Nabiki. Farewell. The 2 Takigakure ninjas hurled their shurikens. One aimed straight for Hinata Hokage, while the other was poised to strike at Qingyun. They were truly intent on ending the lives of both Hinata Hokage and Qingyun. Qingyun, who initially intended to evade, was taken aback when Hinata Hokage suddenly stood before him and pushed him aside. With a swift motion, Hinata Hokage spun rapidly, invoking the Bagua Palm to create a protective chakra shield, capable of deflecting physical attacks. In a sense, Hinata Hokage had unwittingly become Qingyun's savior. This unexpected act of kindness is quite astonishing, Qingyun mused, having previously believed the Hinata clan to be devoid of reason. His perception of them had shifted dramatically in that fleeting moment. You dare to threaten my allies, Hinata Hokage exclaimed, his fury palpable as he turned to Qingyun. Let us set aside our quarrel for now and unite to vanquish these 2 scoundrels. Indeed, I am more than willing to engage, Qingyun replied, as these 2 adversaries had already secured their place on his list of those he wished to eliminate. His disdain for such treacherous tactics fueled his determination. Do you truly believe you can contend with us? The 2 Takigakure ninjas dispelled their transformation technique, revealing their true forms. What an uncanny resemblance. Hinata Hokage gasped, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Twins? Qingyun pondered, this being his first encounter with twins in the world of Naruto. We have mastered a secret technique that allows our thoughts to synchronize. In other words, our minds are interconnected, enabling us to unleash our abilities at several times their usual potency. The Takigakure twins declared in unison. I care not for your explanations. Bagua Void Palm. Without hesitation, Hinata Hokage struck forth, employing a long-range version of the Bagua Palm. However, the Takigakure twins adeptly evaded his attack. It appears these twins possess some combat prowess, Qingyun observed, noticing their movements were eerily synchronized. Was this the phenomenon of twin telepathy? Alas, you may not yet comprehend. Our thoughts are not only synchronized, but our vision is shared as well. The Takigakure twins proclaimed with pride, their gaze fixed upon Qingyun. With a triumphant smirk, they reveled in their perceived advantage. But their laughter was abruptly cut short. Where is that little brat? Qingyun. They searched frantically, unable to locate him. In the next instant, Qingyun had materialized behind the twins. Electrify. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyun unleashed a surge of lightning, sending powerful currents coursing through the twins' bodies, leaving them tingling. What astonishing speed in his body flicker technique. The twins reacted swiftly, flipping backwards several times to narrowly escape Qingyun's electric onslaught. At that moment, the two demons suddenly heard the sound of the explosive talisman being ignited. Lowering their heads, they noticed a circle of explosive talismans had already manifested around their feet. Quick! Dodge! The two demons were taken aback, having never anticipated that Qingyun had already predicted their escape route and concealed the explosive talismans with a camouflage technique. Boom! The talisman detonated instantly. Despite their swift reflexes, the demons could not completely evade the explosion, as Qingyun had meticulously calculated their every move. The two demons collapsed to the ground, their bodies emitting smoke, clearly bearing significant injuries. Even if they could manage to continue fighting, their strength would undoubtedly be severely diminished. Damn it! I never expected him to take command of this battle from the very beginning. Was it all premeditated? The two demons from Tachigakure fully absorbed their earlier underestimation of Qingyun. Beside them, Hinata Saika stood with her mouth agape. Is this guy really only a few years old? His combat intellect is undoubtedly on par with a Jonin. Regaining her composure, Hinata Saika declared, "Do not let those two escape. They must pay the price." Indeed, however, making them pay may prove to be more challenging than anticipated, Qingyun remarked, only to realize that one of the Tachigakure demons had vanished, only to reappear fused with the other. What? Hinata Saika felt as though she was facing monsters, as their abilities defied all logic. Our true power lies in our ability to merge. Once combined, our strength multiplies tenfold. You are the second to compel us to utilize this technique. And the first? Hinata Saika inquired directly. To hell with you. You will reunite there. After merging, the demons underwent a transformation, rendering the term two demons inadequate. Tachigakure Demon King was far more fitting. Within the ninja world, numerous secret techniques and unique abilities exist, alongside bloodline limits. Yet their transformation was not particularly exceptional. Qingyun mused, if we are discussing uniqueness, do you possess a devil fruit system? What a joke. Die! The Demon King shrieked, charging towards Hinata Saika at an astonishing speed. For in their eyes, Qingyun had become a formidable opponent. Heavenly Return. Hinata Saika was no pushover. She immediately spun, encased in a protective chakra shield that rendered her immune to physical attacks. However, Qingyun could clearly see that her stamina was waning, and soon, her Heavenly Return technique faltered. Perish! The Demon King cackled, unleashing the Demon King's cannon. Gathering chakra in its mouth, it unleashed a devastating energy blast. Qingyun could discern that if Hinata Saika were struck by this attack, she would undoubtedly face obliteration. To save or not to save, Qingyun quickly made his choice. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. He employed an Earth-style defensive technique. While it could not completely block the Demon King's cannon, it provided him the necessary moment to teleport beside Hinata Saika and rescue her. Nevertheless, the whirlwind generated by the cannon still swept away her hair tie, leaving her hair cascading wildly. A sudden realization struck Qingyun as he regarded Hinata Xingho's elegant features. Everything became clear. Are you a girl? He blurted out. Watch out. An attack is coming. Hinata Xingho did not deny it, for she suddenly noticed the enemy's Ghost King cannon hurtling toward Qingyun. Without hesitation, Qingyun embraced Hinata Xingho and teleported to safety. At that moment, Minato and Iji arrived. Is there an enemy attack? Do you need assistance? What is the situation? They inquired. Exchanging glances, Qingyun shook his head and replied, this young lady from the Hinata clan is an ally. The one over there is a hired assassin sent to kill me. I never expected someone of Jonin rank to hide so deeply. What a disgrace. Minato, gazing at Qingyun, mused, who can hide better than you? Leave it to me. Just ensure her safety. Qingyun stood before everyone, exuding an undeniable aura of leadership. That blonde ninja, isn't he the second target? You shall all perish with me. Witness my mightiest attack. Ghost King Cannon Max. The Tachigakure ninja gathered his entire chakra and launched it at Qingyun. As the colossal shockwave threatened to annihilate him, Qingyun shouted, Thunder Flame, Soaring Dragon Explosion. He had preemptively employed Shadow Clone Jutsu, prepared for any eventuality. The clones and he unleashed a devastating combination of lightning, fire, and wind techniques, resulting in a formidable jutsu that collided with the Ghost King cannon. Instantly, a tempest swept through the Konoha forest. and a massive crater formed at the epicenter of their clash. Qingyun wiped the sweat from his brow. While Minato and the others could no longer find any trace of the Takigakure corpses, Qingyun had obliterated the second ghost, later discovering that he was among the elite jonin of Takigakure, an individual of exceptional prowess but of reprehensible character. In this way, Qingyun had rid the world of a menace. Is that it? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, their opponent had boasted fiercely with grandiose attacks, and now, not a trace remained. Iji and Minato had grown accustomed to Qingyun's might, as if his feats were to be expected. However, Hinata Xingho was not as familiar with Qingyun and now recognized just how formidable this young boy truly was. Hinata Xingho, what are your plans now? Qingyun asked directly. Having eliminated their common foe, he was eager to learn how this female member of the Hinata branch intended to proceed. Hinata Xingho found a ninja tool pouch on the ground and retrieved a scroll, preparing to toss it to Qingyun, only to be promptly declined. I'm afraid we already possess a scroll, Qingyun revealed, showcasing his own. If you wish to express gratitude, that's unnecessary, he added. Since we both have scrolls, there's no need for us to fight to the death. It would be best for Konoha ninjas to remain amicable and assist one another, wouldn't you agree? Qingyun inquired. Hinata Hashikari shook her head and said, You are correct, but I still prefer to act alone. After all, you are considered an enemy of the Hyuga clan. Enemy? That seems excessive. I merely taught a lesson to a young brat from the Hyuga clan when I was small. There's no need to morally bind me, Qingyun replied, taken aback by Hinata Hashikari's reasoning. Ultimately, she chose to depart alone, seemingly uninterested in joining Qingyun. Qingyun did not dwell on the matter. We should also be on our way. There is a time constraint for entering the central tower, Qingyun declared as he, along with Minato and Iji, sprinted toward the tower. This time, they encountered no adversaries. The number of participants in the Chunin selection exam was limited, and the disguised jonin were rather exaggerated in their pretense. Over the past few days, Qingyun had grown accustomed to this life on the move. Noticing the time, he promptly informed his teammates, We have secured the scroll, and there are undoubtedly many ninjas near the central tower who have yet to obtain theirs. They are likely lying in wait for us, the so-called novices. We need not engage them. We must reach the central tower as swiftly as possible. However, if we are intercepted, we must ensure they experience our prowess. Isn't that contradictory? Iji couldn't help but retort. Byakugan, Qingyun silently thought, quickly relaying the situation surrounding the central tower to Minato and Iji. There appeared to be 3 groups positioned to intercept the ninjas entering the tower from various directions. I believe they have not yet noticed us. So we can utilize Shadow Clone Jutsu, Qingyun proposed, and Minato and Iji couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Soon after, the 3 employed the Shadow Clone Jutsu to divert attention, drawing the enemy's gaze and effectively converging 3 teams of blocking ninjas into one. Naturally, when these factions met, a fierce battle ensued. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyun urged, Quick! While they are busy fighting amongst themselves, let's enter. All right. Iji and Minato agreed, and together they dashed into the central tower at breakneck speed. The moment they entered, Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Living in constant vigilance was indeed exhausting in the world of ninjas. At that moment, Irika-sensei was already waiting for Qingyun's team. Irika-sensei, I didn't expect it to be you, Qingyun exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I am here to welcome the 3 of you. As expected, you have arrived safely. You did not disappoint me, Irika responded warmly. By the way, do you have the scroll? Here, Qingyun replied, handing over the scroll. Irika promptly opened it, and in an instant, the 4 were transported to the venue for the next examination. What is the function of this scroll? Qingyun inquired, intrigued. It can teleport the opener and those nearby to this location. However, if the scroll is opened without the presence of an examiner, the individual will be sent to the main examiner of the second round, resulting in failure. The 3 of you are truly remarkable, having emerged as the 3rd group to advance in a standard examination. The words of teacher Ikkyo left Qingyun somewhat incredulous. His group had been journeying diligently each day, and he had not anticipated that they would not be the first to arrive. A preceding group had entered earlier and, by sheer fortune, secured a scroll, enabling them to sprint directly to the central tower. Their luck was indeed extraordinary. As for another group, they had triumphed through their astonishing prowess. Surely, you 3 have taken note of them. Since the examination has not yet reached its deadline, it is likely that more successful candidates will arrive. Until then, you may rest in the communal lounge, Ikkyo instructed. Following his directive, Qingyun, Minato, and Iji relaxed completely, swiftly recuperating their physical and mental energies within the lounge. Qingyun had brought along a deck of homemade playing cards, which the trio began to play with to alleviate their boredom. "Do you think Hinata Hokage has passed?" Qingyun inquired. "Uncertain, she is alone without teammates, which is perilous," Iji replied. "With her Byakugan, she should be able to evade danger, but that would place a heavier burden upon her." "There's still another match to come," Minato remarked. As the three whiled away the time, Qingyun, feeling particularly restless, commenced practicing his observation haki. Time slipped away, and before long, they received notification from teacher Ikkyo that the examination period had concluded, and they were to convene at the duel arena. Upon arrival, Qingyun beheld his teacher, the third Hokage, standing regally before them. In front of him stood several participants who had successfully passed the previous round. Among them, Qingyun noticed a particularly formidable group. If he was not mistaken, these three were the very squad that had reached the destination ahead of them. Searching through the assembly, he soon spotted Hinata Hokage. Her chakra appeared somewhat depleted. Had she indeed overexerted her Byakugan? Before Qingyun could continue his scrutiny, the third Hokage commenced the explanation of the next round of combat. "Congratulations on passing the previous survival exam. However, we shall now proceed to one-on-one battles. You will be matched at random, and we will determine the victors. The winners will become Chunin, and those who exhibit exceptional performance will also be elevated to Chunin status," the third Hokage declared. "The feudal lords and important officials have arrived and are in attendance, eagerly anticipating your performances. We hope you will showcase your utmost capabilities, not only for yourselves, but also for your village." Qingyun understood that achieving the rank of Chunin was not the sole objective. Demonstrating the strength of their respective nations and vying for mission assignments held greater significance. Nonetheless, should he secure victory or display Chunin-level judgment and tactics, he would naturally ascend to that rank. Furthermore, this duel was not merely a preliminary round, it was a definitive confrontation. In other words, succeeding in this match would conclude the competition. With that in mind, Qingyun promptly set a personal goal to claim the title of champion. He aspired to seize that small victory, enhancing the renown of his genius status. However, this line of thought does not stem from Qingyun's superficiality or a desire for fame and fortune. Rather, Qingyun is paving the way for his future self. Naturally, he also seeks to reap the rewards offered by the system. After all, only by becoming stronger can he possess the capability to pursue his aspirations. Qingyun is acutely aware of his purpose for being here, to ascend to the rank of Chunin. On one hand, he wishes to elevate his ninja status for future endeavors. On the other, he yearns for the system's reward, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just imagine, should he successfully attain the rank of Chunin, he would acquire this extraordinary ability of the Uchiha clan, a veritable cheat in the world of ninjas. Moreover, during a previous lottery, he had even drawn the bloodline of Indra. Now, everything is in place, awaiting only the final push. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan is a double-edged sword, his eyes can continue to evolve. In the arena, a massive screen flickered to life, displaying the names of the candidates who had passed the examination. Dignitaries from various nations sat in the stands, eager to witness the battles among ninjas. The atmosphere in the arena gradually intensified. "All right, the screen is rolling. Stop." The third Hokage called out, and two names illuminated prominently, announcing the participants of the next match: Hinata Saika versus Uchiha Shuinfeng. A duel between the Hinata and Uchiha clans? How intriguing. Qingyun noted that Uchiha Shuinfeng appeared to be from the top-ranked team. A battle between the two prominent clans of Konoha is indeed fascinating. Byakugan versus Sharingan. Who would emerge as the stronger one? The surrounding audience buzzed with excitement, for such a confrontation was a rare spectacle. Utilizing the Byakugan, Qingyun observed Uchiha Shuinfeng, noting the abundance of chakra coursing through him, while Hinata Saika appeared to have depleted more than half of hers, given her youth and lesser experience. Although she skillfully dodged with the Byakugan, the continual use would undoubtedly drain her vitality. The battle commenced, with Hinata Saika employing the Byakugan and executing the gentle fist technique, showcasing the entirety of her clan's skills. The young branch member astonishingly demonstrated the ability to use the heavenly spin. Such talent could hardly be described merely as genius. Many spectators familiar with the Hinata clan were taken aback, recognizing that this young girl had mastered the Byakugan to an exceptional degree. Given time, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force in Konoha. Alas, Hinata Saika soon found herself struggling with both stamina and chakra. Uchiha Shuanfeng initially attacked with shuriken and kunai, depleting what little chakra and energy remained to Hinata Saika before activating his Sharingan. To his astonishment, he possessed the double Tomo Sharingan. Truly terrifying. A genius of the Uchiha clan, indeed. Who would have thought that today would witness a clash between the talents of the Uchiha and Hinata clans? What a spectacle! A battle of the Sharingan against the Byakugan. Who could have anticipated such a matchup? The audience was thoroughly captivated, and Qingyun found himself equally astonished. For it seemed that Konoha was currently brimming with so many prodigies and skilled individuals. He mused, if I had not appeared, would anyone even know of their existence? The match unfolded without a hint of suspense, as Uchiha Shuanfeng emerged victorious, leaving Hyuga Xingho exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Yet, no one deemed Hyuga Xingho weak. Everyone recognized the prowess of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, it was surprising to witness how far this child had come in strength, truly commendable. The third Hokage stroked his small beard, thoroughly satisfied. This young Uchiha displayed remarkable talent, skillfully wielding shurikens as a mere genin. The third Hokage praised Uchiha Shuanfeng, with the surrounding jonin echoing his sentiments. As the competition continued, the third Hokage called out for the second match. Stop. Finally, the names on the screen illuminated. The second battle featured Senju Iji versus Inuzuka Hana. Go for it, Iji. I believe you will triumph over that fellow. Qingyun expressed immense confidence in Iji. Considering she was an original character not present in the original work, and currently the only ninja in the entire shinobi world capable of utilizing wood release. As for Inuzuka Hana, she was the second to reach the central tower, and her name revealed her identity as a kunoichi from the Inuzuka clan. Known for her combat style that relied heavily on her ninja dogs, employing beast mimicry techniques. Iji entered the arena, her gaze fixed upon her opponent. Inuzuka Hana was already a 10-year-old kunoichi. Little girl, you are far too young. There's always next year. Why not let victory go to someone as seasoned as me? Inuzuka Hana stated directly, revealing herself to be a straightforward and carefree girl. That is out of the question. I still hope to have a fair fight with you. Senju Iji asserted, clearly not one to back down. Having completed numerous missions alongside Qingyun, including B-rank assignments, she harbored no fear of the ninja before her. Nor would she concede before the battle commenced. Are you certain you won't surrender? My jutsu is quite fierce. It might leave a mark on your face and mess up your lovely purple hair, Inuzuka Hana teased, sticking out her tongue in a somewhat intimidating manner. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Iji responded with fierce determination, undeterred by the prospect of combat. Haimaru, let us go together. Inuzuka Hana then patted her ninja dog, feeding it some treats, and in an instant, the dog named Haimaru grew significantly larger. Following this, Haimaru used a transformation technique, taking on Inuzuka Hana's appearance. And together they charged toward Iji, launching their assault. Beast mimicry, Fong to Fong. The duo whirled into action, generating two powerful swirling gales that rushed towards Iji from both sides. Wood release, wood wall. Iji swiftly activated her defensive jutsu, conjuring an impressive wooden barrier. While Inuzuka Hana and Haimaru's physical attacks were formidable, they crashed against Iji's wood release without breaking through. How infuriating. You can use wood release. This is a technique mastered only by the first Hokage. So this is it. You are part of that genius team. How dare you underestimate our hard-working squad? Fong Wolf Fong. Inuzuka Hana and Haimaru unleashed their ultimate technique, transforming into a colossal two-headed wolf, charging towards Iji with ferocity. Iji clasped her hands together and exclaimed, Wood release, forest of manifestations. As a member of the Senju clan, she inherited their chakra and possessed the wood release technique. Despite her youth, she stood as a unique figure within the entire ninja realm. Even Inuzuka Hana had never encountered such an opponent, while she specialized in mid-range combat. Iji excelled in long-range techniques. Upon invoking Forest of Manifestations, both Inuzuka Hana and Haiwen immediately sensed their chakra depleting rapidly, their strength waning swiftly. This wood can absorb my chakra, Inuzuka Hana thought as she collapsed to the ground alongside Haiwen, utterly drained. This girl from the Senju clan is truly formidable. She wields the wood release of the god of ninjas. Truly, Konoha is blessed. The third Hokage, observing the match, expressed his satisfaction, stating, Indeed, both sides have fought splendidly. The victor, Senju Iji. Qingyun, too, felt joy for Iji. Though merely a genin, She had displayed strength rivaling that of a jonin, drawing all eyes upon her. The competition continued, and once more, the screen flickered, revealing a name unfamiliar to Qingyun. However, he meticulously focused on the match. Recognizing that the ninja world was filled with individuals possessing unique abilities and talented ninjas, and he must continuously learn and observe to make progress. His concern did not lie with the outcome of this match, but rather with the three members of the leading team. One was named Uchiha Shuanfeng, another, masked, elicited a sense of familiarity in Qingyun, though he could not identify him. The last, a tall figure, was entirely unknown to him. Soon after, the third Hokage called, "Stop." The scrolling names on the screen halted. This match featured Namikaze Minato versus Yamanaka Shino. Qingyun initially chuckled at the name, recalling that the full name of Crayon Shinchan is Noera Shinosuke, but his amusement faded upon realizing that this Shino was the second competitor to arrive. Utilizing his sensory abilities, Qingyun discerned that this Shino was brimming with chakra. He belongs to the Yamanaka clan, known for their parasitic insects. This could be troublesome. Minato excels in close combat, he thought, feeling a twinge of concern. Yet, Minato smiled at Qingyun, as if to say, "Let us wait and see." The match commenced immediately. As Qingyun anticipated, Yamanaka Shino employed his parasitic insects to press Minato from a distance, leaving Minato unable to approach Shino. The insects could consume chakra. Even Minato found himself at a disadvantage. He threw explosive tags and shurikens, but these could only eliminate a fraction of the swarming insects, failing to eradicate the persistent nuisances. Bug Ball. Shino unleashed a powerful technique, and Minato was ultimately engulfed, prompting gasps of disappointment from the audience. However, Qingyun observed that what had been consumed was merely Minato's shadow clone. Most of the parasitic insects were attacking the clone, allowing Minato to detonate the explosive tags affixed to the wooden post. The ground shook with a resounding boom. Suddenly, flames erupted into the sky, and numerous parasitic insects perished. Watergate did not hesitate. As he detonated the explosive talisman, he charged toward Oil Woman Shino. So naive. Oil Woman Shino displayed no signs of panic, raising his hand as countless parasitic insects surged toward Watergate. However, after the insects engulfed Watergate, he astonishingly vanished with a resounding pop. How infuriating. It was merely a shadow clone. Utilizing the substitution technique, he employed the explosive talisman to annihilate my insects, and then used the shadow clone to bait me into revealing my move. Where's the real body? Where could it be? Oil Woman Shino, momentarily flustered, quickly turned to search. Meanwhile, Watergate instantaneously appeared behind him. Armament Haki. Watergate invoked Armament Haki and landed a solid punch on Oil Woman Shino's body. Oil Woman Shino was sent flying, finally crashing to the ground. Flying Thunder God technique. Qingyun was equally astonished. This fellow had remarkably mastered the Flying Thunder God technique so swiftly. So that was it. Qingyun suddenly realized that at the beginning, Watergate had not thrown those kunai aimlessly. They must have been marked early with the Flying Thunder God formula, intentionally scattered near Oil Woman Shino. By employing the substitution technique and shadow clones, he had even learned the dark power of the Flying Thunder God. Was he emulating Qingyun? Truly impressive. Watergate's performance undoubtedly dazzled the third Hokage. What a splendid battle this was. And Watergate's remarkable display was evident to all. Qingyun had to concede Watergate's extraordinary talent. Indeed, you, my friend, have even learned the Flying Thunder God. Qingyun praised him. And you utilized Armament Haki. I never anticipated you would be this formidable. Qingyun smiled as he addressed Watergate. Watergate, possessing self-awareness, acknowledged that he was still far from Qingyun's level. This battle concluded with Watergate's victory. Shortly thereafter, the large screen began to roll again, and the third Hokage called for a halt. Ultimately, two unfamiliar names illuminated the screen. Qingyun glanced over, realizing that the combatants this time were from the first-ranked team, specifically the tall individual. The other was the captain of the second-ranked team. One was named Matsubara no, and the other, Akimichi Ryoki. The former was robust, while the latter was stout. Both belonged to the ranks of power-based competitors. Qingyun understood that the first-ranked team undertook remarkable missions, and Uchiha Shinsui possessed formidable strength. Thus, Matsubara no's prowess was undoubtedly commendable as well. As for the familiar presence he sensed, Qingyun believed that individual was likely the strongest among them. Akimichi Ryoki was evidently from the Akimichi clan, which possessed the unique ability to convert fat into a substantial amount of chakra. In terms of destructive capability in taijutsu, the Akimichi clan was the strongest among the families of the Hidden Leaf Village. As for Matsubara no, he too hailed from the Leaf Village, though his specific abilities remained unclear. Surrender now, or you shall face a disastrous defeat, Matsubara no urged Akimichi Ryoki. I share your sentiments, yet if that were the case, the entire team would face elimination. Akimichi Yashiki evidently possesses a temperament that is averse to competition. As the third Hokage announced the commencement of the match, Akimichi Yashiki proactively launched an assault on Matsunara, the human cannonball. The destructive power of the Akimichi clan is truly astonishing. He charged at Matsunara, who shockingly remained immobile. Is he really that weak? Is he truly destined to succumb so easily? Qingyun pondered with concern. However, at the most critical juncture, Matsunara made his move. In the blink of an eye, he had already positioned himself at another location on the field. How swift! Qingyun was taken aback. It dawned upon him that he had grasped the nature of this fellow's abilities. No wonder this individual possesses such formidable musculature and remarkable speed. He is a taijutsu-type ninja. Qingyun had just managed to discern this fellow's trajectory. In terms of speed, Matsunara surpassed even the character of Lee from the original tale. Nowhere to escape. Human cannonball. Akimichi persistently attacked Matsunara with his tremendous force, yet Matsunara effortlessly evaded each assault with his speed. Soon, Akimichi realized that his attacks were overly cumbersome and ineffective against his opponent. Huffing and puffing, Akimichi found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Oh, so you are a strength-type contender. However, failing to catch me renders your efforts futile, Matsunara remarked with a slight smile, exuding an air of ease. The outcome of this battle was becoming increasingly apparent. Akimichi Yashiki could no longer keep pace with Matsunara. In no time, Matsunara had drained Akimichi's stamina, ultimately leading to Akimichi's defeat in this contest. This match undoubtedly deepened Qingyun's understanding of the formidable team that had reached the central tower first. Subsequently, the third Hokage announced the commencement of the drawing once more. The names on the screen began to scroll at an astonishing speed. Stop, the third Hokage commanded. Ultimately, everyone's gaze settled upon the screen. With so few participants remaining, Qingyun's name soon appeared. The other name, however, was unfamiliar to him. It seemed to belong to a grass ninja named Sakanaka. You must give it your all. Defeat your opponent swiftly. Iji and Minato cheered for Qingyun. Qingyun smiled gently and replied, rest assured. Qingyun observed this grass ninja, having no recollection of him, and noted that he had no teammates left. No need to look further. I am the last grass ninja. If I am defeated, all the inhabitants of the grass village will be eliminated, the ninja known as Sakanaka declared. And so? Qingyun inquired. Therefore, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to vanquish you, kid. I see you are merely a child, so allow me to caution you. I possess a bloodline limit. A bloodline limit? Qingyun knew that such abilities were exceedingly rare, and feigned disbelief as he asked, what bloodline limit do you possess? You shall only witness it in battle. Revealing it now would merely expose my strengths. Before me, a figure could not contain their sarcastic remarks, transforming the atmosphere into one of playful amusement. That said, I must assert that even if you are unique, I possess an even greater distinction. Bring it on. I am eager to witness the true strength of your so-called Kekkei Genkai. Qingyun exhibited no fear towards his opponent, the ninja known as Sakanaka. Upon the commencement of their match, immediately unleashed a ninjutsu directed at Qingyun. The moment this technique was executed, Qingyun instantly discerned the nature of his adversary's Kekkei Genkai. The ninjutsu manifested as immense molten lava, a formidable blend of fire and earth elemental transformation. Lava release. You truly are a wielder of a Kekkei Genkai. Qingyun quietly activated his Sharingan and Byakugan, perceiving every detail of the individual before him. Water release. Water barrier. Qingyun initially employed the water barrier to shield against the opponent's lava release. However, to his dismay, his water release failed to completely obstruct the attack. The water barrier was swiftly breached in the next moment. Nevertheless, Qingyun managed to evade just in time. Haha, behold my power. Lava release. You, from Konoha. I advise you to concede quickly. Being harmed by my lava release is arduous to recover from, Sakanaka proclaimed with great pride. Yet Qingyun retorted loudly. Do not be too smug. Let us see if you can injure me first. Humph. Unappreciative fool. Sakanaka then launched a flurry of attacks, causing extensive destruction to the arena's ground. Qingyun, however, remained in constant motion, evading each strike. "Stop hiding, you little brat. Let us settle this," Sakanaka shouted with fervor. With a flurry, several shurikens were hurled towards Sakanaka, who adeptly deflected them with his own shuriken. "I see now. In response to my shurikens." This fellow chose to block them, though he could have utilized his lava. Perhaps that would have been too taxing on his chakra? Even with the ability to wield lava release, he is limited to ranged attacks, indicating a significant flaw in his close-quarters combat. Upon realizing this, Qingyun instantly teleported beside Sakanaka, initiating a melee confrontation. With a burst of strength and armed color, Qingyun swiftly overpowered Sakanaka. "Your weakness lies in close combat. In this realm, you have no space to exhibit your Kekkei Genkai." As they battled, Qingyun continued to speak. "Curse it." Sakanaka was clearly flustered. His previous opponents had always been forced to retreat from his lava release. Yet now he found himself swiftly engaged in close quarters. This is troublesome. If that is the case, I had intended to reserve this technique for later. Lava release, flame demon. Sakanaka formed hand seals, and in an instant, he underwent a dramatic transformation, his body seemingly igniting. His skin began to swell, and his entire physique became incredibly rigid. Within moments, Sakanaka was transformed into a being of living flame and stone. Is this a scene from a film? This individual is astonishing. I never anticipated such talent among the grass ninjas. How intriguing. The relentless struggle of this grass ninja immediately captured the attention of the daimyo and aroused the vigilance of Qingyun. At this moment, I no longer fear close combat. Subsequently, Sakanaka recklessly charged towards Qingyun. In the distance, Sakanaka could unleash ninjutsu, but now that the gap had closed, Qingyun had to guard against the molten creature that Sakanaka could transform into, lest he suffer burns. It could be said that Qingyun was now in a most awkward situation, unable to engage in close combat or maintain distance. Such a state would not last long. Qingyun understood that his opponent was undoubtedly fighting with all their might. Wind release, great breakthrough. Qingyun employed the wind release, intending to control the distance between the two. However, Sakanaka raised his hand and launched a molten bomb. His attack would not be swayed by the wind release, but rather came directly towards Qingyun. The mere wind release was ineffective. Even the spiral sphere could not bring him closer. Qingyun contemplated his options and realized that he could only resort to lightning release or compound ninjutsu. The combination of two elemental types in a compound ninjutsu could not be compared to a bloodline limit that had already undergone elemental transformation, and he was reluctant to reveal his lightning release just yet. Ultimately, Qingyun decided to take a risk and utilize a compound ninjutsu involving 3 elemental types. Surely, this would suffice to confront the bloodline limit that fused 2 elements? If that were not the case, Qingyun did not dwell further on it, but instead used a smoke bomb to conceal his figure. He then employed Shadow Clone Jutsu to determine a standing position, and together with the Shadow Clone, formed the necessary hand seals to combine their ninjutsu. Wind release, fire release, lightning release, lightning dragon flame bomb. Once again, Qingyun unleashed his 3 elemental ninjutsu. The amalgamation of these 3 elemental types astonished the 3rd Hokage. What a brilliant idea. Truly, it is Qingyun. The audience familiar with Qingyun remarked. 3 types. I never expected Qingyun to have mastered the fusion of 3 ninjutsu so adeptly. The 3rd Hokage was equally taken aback. He quickly grew concerned, saying, however, the opponent wields the lava release, a combination of earth and fire. Can it be defeated? Meanwhile, the adversary did not remain passive like a fool, but rather activated their bloodline limit. Molten Bomb. Despite possessing a physical form, and although there were chakra restraining factors, the outcome was not significantly improved. Qingyun's attack barely managed to withstand the opponent's ninjutsu. Haha, is this your ultimate technique? I can't help but feel your attacks are growing increasingly feeble. Sakanaka boasted with great pride, convinced of the invincibility of his lava release. Huh, Qingyun shouted, continuing to channel chakra alongside his shadow clone. The weakened chakra fruit he consumed and the refined chakra he had absorbed began to take effect at that moment. They steadily replenished Qingyun's chakra, allowing him to endure a bit longer. However, the current situation was still grim. The intensity of the opponent's attacks was escalating, as the molten bombs could be launched in rapid succession. Qingyun found it difficult to repeatedly use his ninjutsu attacks and could only sustain his techniques to ensure his safety. This is untenable. How frustrating. Never did I expect that ninjutsu with 3 elemental types would falter against a bloodline limit that fused 2. Qingyun vowed that he must conduct further research on bloodline limits in the future. Since the 3 chakra attributes are insufficient, let us consider 4. Qingyun is also preparing to use shadow clone technique to counter the opponent's assault. Meanwhile, Sakanaka bursts into laughter. If I am not mistaken, you must possess 3 chakra attributes. Correct? You are already remarkable. It is a rarity among jonin to wield 3 chakra types. You have claimed to be unique. But I must assert that I am the most exceptional. The entirety of the grass ninja village has been defeated, yet I alone have entered this arena. Can you not discern the reason? I am a bloodline limit user, a new attribute born from the fusion of 2 chakra types. It is undoubtedly far superior to your so-called combined ninjutsu. This delineates the disparity between individuals. You cannot surpass me. You shall forever remain beneath my prowess. You are destined to be overwhelmed in this battle. Lords, behold the might of the grass ninja village. Sakanaka boasts with great pride. Who would have thought that Qingyun would encounter such a formidable adversary? If it were me, I would be uncertain if I could conquer this foe, remarks the ever-vigilant Minato. Qingyun will surely triumph. His chakra reserves are still abundant. E.G. observes meticulously. Despite the skepticism surrounding Qingyun, E.G. remains resolutely supportive, embodying the essence of true camaraderie. Qingyun, however, pays little heed to Sakanaka's words. Historically, villains perish from their verbosity, and thus Qingyun seizes this opportunity. As Sakanaka continues to prattle, Qingyun swiftly recalibrates himself, gathers his chakra, and employs the shadow clone technique. Sakanaka, noticing Qingyun's actions, retorts, "You remain undeterred, little leaf ninja. I recognize your strength. Yet, you are merely a child. With ample opportunities for growth ahead, there is no need to suffer for victory, wouldn't you agree? I offer you a chance to concede." Qingyun coldly replies with a smirk. "Are you jesting? I do not believe you can withstand my next move. Water release, water dragon bullet technique." At this moment, Qingyun's shadow clones utilize water release, a feat particularly taxing on chakra given the absence of water in the venue. Water release? Sakanaka is momentarily taken aback, but quickly regains his composure. After all, water release alone cannot vanquish him. Lava bullet. Sakanaka exudes a chakra-infused energy sphere, resembling a colossal fireball. The water dragon collides with the fireball, failing to halt its momentum, though the flames are significantly diminished. Thunder Dragon Flame Burst. Qingyun subsequently invokes a combined ninjutsu, merging 3 techniques into his water dragon, rapidly harmonizing their forces. Water release and lightning release coalesce. Wind release and fire release intertwine. This is the combined ninjutsu of 4 chakra attributes. The 3rd Hokage is utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that his disciple would reach such heights. The combined ninjutsu of 4 chakra types. I have named it 4-Wheel Rebirth Burst. Qingyun has appropriated the name of the Otsutsuki clan's rebirth eye. The power of this combined ninjutsu has long surpassed the level of a jonin, let alone 4 chakra attributes. This is inconceivable, to perform water release on land. Moreover, the ability to amalgamate 4 distinct attributes. This individual has exhibited an extraordinary level of genius. I must exert all my strength. Sakama, with hands forming seals, bellowed, "Magma Giant Bomb." In this instance, Sakama conjured an immense fireball, a manifestation of all his chakra. It could be said that even if he triumphed over Qingyun, he would be utterly devoid of physical strength and chakra to continue in subsequent battles. However, participation in the contest was merely a formality. The true aim was to vanquish his adversary. At this moment, Sakama's sole intention was to defeat Qingyun, his most formidable opponent. "Your name is Qingyun. I shall remember it. You are powerful, but I am even more powerful. You are unique. I am also more extraordinary. I can withstand all attacks. You will never break me." Sakama's assault grew increasingly formidable, leaving the audience in utter astonishment, as they had not anticipated that a clash among genin could rival the intensity of a Kage-level battle. Qingyun smiled faintly, devoid of fear, for he had already harnessed 4 attributes, and the inexhaustible chakra within him served as a robust support. "It is time to end this. This battle has dragged on for far too long," Qingyun calmly remarked, observing his opponent. The 4-Wheel Rebirth explosion collided with the Magma Giant Bomb, instantly triggering a myriad of chemical transformations. Due to the multitude of chakra attributes involved, coupled with the impact of the Magma Giant Bomb, The jutsu unleashed by both combatants culminated in a tremendous explosion. Protect the audience. The third Hokage immediately commanded. The barrier team swiftly employed barrier techniques, safeguarding all the high-ranking officials in the stands, ensuring the ordinary spectators were also protected. What a terrifying attack. These youngsters are incredibly strong now. The third Hokage was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such an abundance of talent in this Chunin selection exam, nor the intensity of the competition. Is Qingyun all right? E.G. inquired with concern. Certainly, this individual's strength is not limited to what has been displayed. He is yet to reveal his trump card. Minato was aware that Qingyun possessed a unique lightning release, the potency of which rivaled that of the Raikage. Even if Qingyun had not utilized his lightning release, it signified a desire to conceal his true capabilities, indicating that he could undoubtedly handle his adversary. Hoo. On the arena, both ninjas were breathing unevenly. One was Qingyun, and the other was, naturally, Sakuma from the grass village. You are truly formidable. I never anticipated you would be able to unravel my bloodline limit, Sakuma gasped, regarding Qingyun. You are impressive as well, but regrettably, your chakra is insufficient. Qingyun replied with a smile. You little brat, you still possess chakra? Sakuma asked in astonishment. Of course, Qingyun affirmed. What a pity that I am out of. Sakuma uttered before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The medical team promptly rushed forward to assist him, transporting him away on a stretcher. I declare, the victor is Qingyun from Konoha. The third Hokage finally proclaimed the outcome of the match. Qingyun emerged victorious. Though the battle was arduous, he had nonetheless prevailed. Qingyun never anticipated that this Chunin selection exam would be filled with hidden talents. The recent wielder of the bloodline limit displayed a technique known as the lava release cannon, whose power was nearly on par with that of a Kage. An ordinary ninja would stand no chance against it. Qingyun mused that if his opponent were anyone else, victory would surely come effortlessly. However, he considered that there were countless exceptional individuals in the ninja world. The team that arrived first was shrouded in mystery. They might even surpass the strength of that bloodline limit user. This led Qingyun to make a bold prediction. As the subsequent matches unfolded, Qingyun paid little attention, as his team had already advanced. The remaining competitors included the top team, his own, and two others. The intermission was brief. Following the preliminary rounds, the semifinals would commence. Fortuitously, Qingyun's team encountered no formidable adversaries, swiftly progressing through the semifinals. When the results were announced, the successful ninjas included Qingyun of Konoha, Shinji Yuki, Namikaze Minato, Matsubara Nozomi, Uchiha Shuinfeng, Taiwe, Akimichi Yashimaru, and Inazuka Iku. Congratulations to these ninjas. The first semifinal was about to commence, with 4 ninjas poised to advance. After a short respite, the second semifinal would determine the final 2 competitors. Ultimately, those who remained on the arena would emerge as the most dazzling supernovas among us, declared the proctor. The third Hokage felt a wave of nostalgia, reflecting on how many participants had dwindled to these 8, all hailing from Konoha, filling his heart with pride. Qingyun retreated to the lounge, engaging in light conversation with his teammates. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing none other than Uchiha Shuinfeng. Is there something you wish to discuss? Uchiha? Qingyun inquired directly, his tone devoid of trepidation. Shuinfeng regarded Qingyun and stated, I offer you a warning. Should you encounter Taiwe from our team, you must forfeit the match. Why? Minato asked, puzzled. Are you suggesting we surrender willingly? That would be quite dull. Yuki interjected, shaking her head. I shall only say this once. Since I have alerted you, I need not elaborate further, Shuinfeng replied before exiting the lounge. Minato and Yuki exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by each other's thoughts. Why would he come to warn us? Yuki pondered. Uncertain. Perhaps it was a gesture of goodwill? Qingyun speculated. That remains to be seen. But this Shuinfeng possesses considerable strength. Even an ordinary jonin may not be his match, Minato remarked cautiously. Qingyun chose not to dwell on it, focusing solely on defeating his opponent, leaving other thoughts aside for now. Where is Teacher White Fang? Why is he absent during the matches? Yuki suddenly asked. Not sure. Perhaps he is stationed at the front lines? Qingyun conjectured. We must secure victory. Let us bring honor to Teacher White Fang. Minato, Yuki, and Qingyun rallied together, their brief respite concluding as they made their way to the stands. The third Hokage continued to preside over the examination, and now it was time for the first semifinal. Halt! The third Hokage commanded the names on the screen to freeze, ultimately revealing two prominent names. The first match featured Akimichi Yashimaru against Uchiha Shuinfeng. Qingyun, along with Minato and Yuki, focused their attention, for they needed to observe these two combatants, as they would inevitably cross paths later. Suddenly, Qingyun recalled that this individual was a teammate of Namikaze's Minato from the original storyline, destined to meet his end during the Third Shinobi World War after consuming the tricolored pill to thwart the Mist Village, succumbing to its side effects. As for Uchiha Shuinfeng, Qingyun pondered whether he bore any relation to Shursui or Obito, as his name hinted at a significant connection. As the match commenced, Akimichi's combat style appeared markedly different from before. The current Yashimaru was not blindly utilizing his formidable body to wreak havoc upon his foes. Instead, his approach was remarkably efficient, and Qingyun surmised it was a strategy to conserve energy for subsequent battles. Partial multiplication technique. Akimichi Yashimaru expertly controlled the rhythm of the fight, gradually enhancing his strength and exerting pressure on his opponent from the outset. Uchiha Shuinfeng, a quintessential Uchiha prodigy, exhibited flawless shuriken throwing skills, employing shuriken, wire, explosive tags, and other ninja tools to swiftly deplete Yashimaru's stamina. Both engaged in a war of attrition, and Shuinfeng soon realized that this strategy was unsustainable. At this juncture, Akimichi could no longer afford to prolong the match. Should he exhaust himself and deplete his chakra, he would be unable to proceed in the tournament. Human bullet tank. Yashimaru resorted to his signature technique. Witnessing Akimichi finally unleash his trump card, Uchiha Shuinfeng swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing inferno erupted from Shuinfeng's mouth, and it seemed Yashimaru would soon be engulfed in flames. Yet, with remarkable agility, Yashimaru propelled himself into the air. To everyone's surprise, this hefty individual possessed an unexpected nimbleness. Initially, Qingyun maintained neutrality, but now found himself rooting for Akimichi, as a character embodying both destructive power and agility was irresistibly charming. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Shuinfeng, unfazed by Yashimaru evading his attack, executed another fire technique. As Yashimaru soared through the air, he could not alter his trajectory. The crowd held their breath for Yashimaru, realizing that evasion was impossible when suspended midair. Contrary to expectations, Akimichi Yashimaru did not attempt to dodge. Instead, he extended his hand, transforming it into a colossal size, and then delivered a mighty blow towards Uchiha Shuinfeng. The Phoenix Fire technique was not particularly potent, and against the fist amplified by the multiplication technique, it barely singed a hair on his finger. Remarkable. Such strength. Qingyun dispelled any lingering underestimation, recognizing that there was indeed much to learn from everyone. Thud. Akimichi Yashimaru crashed down heavily, but Uchiha Shuinfeng skillfully evaded using body flicker technique. The trivial skirmishes have come to an end. After Uchiha Shuinfeng spoke, his Sharingan was revealed. Immediately, a shocking event unfolded as Akimichi Jimar fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Qingyun, upon witnessing Uchiha Shuinfeng's Sharingan, discerned that it was the three-tomo variant. This individual had employed Genjutsu, and Akimichi Jimar had fallen victim to it. A realization dawned upon Qingyun. This person specializes in illusions. Although Akimichi Jimar possessed considerable strength, he was utterly defenseless against Uchiha Shuinfeng. The secret techniques of the Akimichi clan bore some resemblance to the physical arts of ninjutsu. Yet once ensnared by the genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, defeat was inevitable. Thus, Jimar was vanquished by Shuinfeng. Many spectators felt a sense of dissatisfaction, for in the arena, the allure of genjutsu was minimal. When one fell under an illusion, the audience remained oblivious until the moment of realization came, only to find their opponent collapsed on the ground. Do you possess confidence against this individual's genjutsu? Minato inquired, aware of Qingyun's formidable prowess in illusion techniques. Strikingly, Qingyun had never fallen prey to a genjutsu, which was perplexing, for even Senju Tsunade had succumbed to enemy illusions. To put it plainly, genjutsu is ineffective against me, Qingyun asserted with unwavering confidence. Even the Uchiha's illusions hold no sway over me. However, I surmise that they will not solely rely on genjutsu. Qingyun reflected, only through the combination of genjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu can one truly exploit their strengths. As this match concluded, the third Hokage resumed drawing names for the next rounds. It was curious how much he relished his role as the chief examiner. Alright, let the names roll. Stop. The two characters reappeared before everyone's gaze. Matsubara Nozomi versus Inuzuka Kaku. At least one from each side would advance. Thus one would undoubtedly become an adversary for Qingyun's team. Consequently, the trio opted to remain and observe the battle for intelligence on their opponents. This Inuzuka Kaku appeared to be a comrade of Minato from the original story. His abilities were strikingly evident, particularly the Inuzuka clan's beast mimicry techniques. As for Matsubara Nozomi, his speed was remarkable. Qingyun had previously witnessed his match against another member of the Akimichi clan. Both were primarily taijutsu-oriented ninjas, competing in terms of explosive power and endurance. Matsubara Nozomi's strength vastly surpassed that of Inuzuka Kaku, resulting in Kaku's ultimate defeat at Nozomi's hands. This Matsubara Nozomi is exceedingly swift. One must exercise caution when facing him. Qingyun advised, observing that his opponent seemingly utilized wind chakra to enhance his agility, appearing even faster than Li, who participated in the Chunin selection exams. It remains uncertain who is truly the swifter, Minato replied confidently, as he too excelled in speed. The match concluded promptly, and the third Hokage continued to roll the names on the large screen. This time, it was Senju Tsunade against Taiwe, an individual whom Qingyun found strikingly familiar. Qingyun recalled the earlier admonition from Uchiha Shuanfeng and promptly urged E.G., stay strong. This fellow seems to be an enigma. We possess no information on him. During the previous battle, he displayed no hidden cards, relying solely on common ninjutsu. Senju E.G. waved her hand dismissively, asserting, fear not. As the sole user of wood release in the entire ninja world, how could I possibly bow to such an insignificant adversary? Rest assured, E.G. exuded confidence, and both Minato and Qingyun shared in her faith. However, the challenge posed by this individual named Taiwe remained shrouded in mystery. Qingyun could sense that this person's chakra far surpassed that of the other competitors. Ready, begin. The third Hokage announced the commencement of the match. Yet, neither E.G. nor Taiwe made a move. It appeared they were waiting for something. Their eyes locked, igniting a fierce determination within them. Wood release, advent of the trees. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Both combatants unleashed their ninjutsu. E.G.'s advent of the trees rapidly summoned countless trees in the vicinity. Although it paled in comparison to Senju Hashirama's technique, she was indeed the only wood release user in the ninja world, even before Yamato's emergence. Impressive. Is this the first Hokage's advent of the trees? I never anticipated that this young girl, E.G., would grow to such heights. The third Hokage exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Taiwe deftly evaded the onslaught of trees, slicing through branches with his wind cutter technique whenever they threatened to ensnare him. Concurrently, he advanced toward E.G., closing the distance between them. Shuriken and kunai flew swiftly in E.G.'s direction, but she promptly erected a wood release, wood pillar wall for defense. In an instant, their battle erupted with fervor. Quite skilled, are you? Possessing wood release to push me this far is impressive. However, the match is nearing its conclusion, Taiwe declared suddenly. Conclusion? To the spectators, this battle seems destined to last at least another 10 minutes before the outcome becomes clear. How can you claim it will end? E.G. retorted with confidence, perhaps bordering on arrogance. Yet, with her wood release abilities, she had reason to be proud. Taiwe was not speaking idly. He formed hand seals and proclaimed, summoning technique. Instantly, a taper appeared on the ground. Indeed, it was the Dream Eater. Qingyun immediately grasped Taiwe's true identity. Ah, now I understand. No wonder this fellow feels so familiar. He is a clone created by Danzo through experimentation, possessing the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Qingyun was acutely aware of this creature's prowess. Even he struggled against it. Let alone E.G. With the enhancement of wind release, Taiwe's speed would be formidable. While wood release had its strengths, it could not ensnare someone as swift as Taiwe. The Dream Eater opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply toward E.G., who, in turn, used wood release to ensnare the creature. Utilizing the unique properties of wood release, E.G. effortlessly subdued the Dream Eater. In the very next moment, E.G. was struck by a powerful punch. Unbeknownst to her, Taiwe had stealthily positioned himself behind her. With cunning strategy, he diverted her attention before launching a sudden attack to vanquish his opponent. A treacherous yet effective tactic, as Qingyun mused inwardly. Apologies, but I have already secured victory, Taiwe declared, raising his hand as he made his way into the stands. E.G. was promptly carried away on a stretcher by the medical team. Observing her defeat, Qingyun felt a pang of sorrow. As expected, this fellow is formidable. You must exercise caution. His speed is astonishing, he noted, watching as Iji was taken for medical assistance. Taiyue's final blows had been excruciatingly painful and heavy. Rest assured, Iji, I vow to help you overcome your adversary. Qingyun resolved with determination. Only one match remained. Qingyun versus Buofing Shuimin. He had not anticipated having to battle a comrade. Qingyun, I hope you do not hold back. I shall strive to defeat you with all my might. Shuimin said with a confident smile. Fear not. I shall show no mercy either, Qingyun replied, and together they approached the arena. Qingyun recognized that the Shuimin before him was no longer the same as before. Over the years, Shuimin had made remarkable progress. Once merely adept at shadow shuriken techniques, he had now mastered the rudimentary flying thunder god technique and learned to harness wind chakra to enhance his speed. Most notably, under Qingyun's tutelage, Shuimin had also acquired the art of armament haki. Qingyun had once inquired of the system why ninjas of this era could learn the haki of the pirate world. The system had replied, "It is all due to your teachings." Qingyun found himself at a loss. After all, who could blame him for being so altruistic? However, it was not only Shuimin who had advanced significantly. Qingyun's progress was even more remarkable. Over the past few years, he had trained under the third Hokage, absorbing a multitude of ninjutsu and combat philosophies. Thus, their clash would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Two rising stars of Konoha would soon determine who was superior. Qingyun was the esteemed disciple of the third Hokage, while Shuimin was the proud pupil of the legendary Jiraiya. This battle promised to be immensely intriguing. Anticipations ran high. In the stands, not only were there feudal lords and high-ranking officials, but also numerous elite shinobi, all eyes fixed on the impending duel between Shuimin and Qingyun. All right, gentlemen, give it your all, the third Hokage proclaimed with a slight smile, signaling the commencement of the match before retreating to the stands, clearing the arena for combat. Qingyun and Shuimin exchanged glances, neither making the first move. Come now, make your move. This is a competition, Qingyun urged. Very well, Qingyun, forgive my audacity, Shuimin retorted, casting several shuriken at Qingyun's feet before teleporting with the flying thunder god technique. However, Qingyun was well acquainted with this maneuver and would not fall prey so easily. Fire release, great fireball technique. Qingyun retreated and unleashed the fire technique of the Sarutobi clan, directing the flames swiftly towards Shuimin and the shuriken lying at his feet. The stands erupted in excitement, with everyone eagerly watching the match unfold. After the flames subsided, there was no sign of Minato. Suddenly, Minato appeared behind Qingyun without a sound. My apologies, Qingyun, he said. It is I who should be apologizing. With a resounding thud, Qingyun transformed into a large wooden stump. The shadow clone technique, Minato exclaimed, realizing that Qingyun had employed this technique from the very beginning. You are still impressive as ever, Qingyun. However, I shall not be so easily defeated. Armament haki. With a graceful turn, Minato launched a powerful punch towards Qingyun's original form, which had unexpectedly reappeared. Qingyun raised his hand and caught Minato's fist effortlessly. Rasengan. To Qingyun's astonishment, Minato's other hand had condensed a Rasengan and was hurtling towards him. Electrocute. Qingyun immediately unleashed a surge of formidable lightning, prompting Minato to perform several backflips to evade the attack. Qingyun possessed incredible strength and formidable lightning abilities, making it difficult for Minato to close the distance. Are you pondering how to defeat me? Qingyun asked with a slight smile. I never anticipated your genius in mastering the Rasengan. I have only recently grasped it myself. Qingyun, you are truly powerful. I cannot fathom how to overcome you. So Minato's expression suddenly shifted. He bit his finger and formed a seal, then placed his palm on the ground. Summoning technique. To Qingyun's astonishment, he had not expected Jiraiya to teach Minato this technique so swiftly. Suddenly, a massive toad appeared beneath Minato's feet. Although it was a gigantic creature, it was not Gamabunta. Summoning Gamabunta in such a venue would certainly be ill-conceived. Instead, Minato summoned a nimble toad wielding a ninja blade. Please assist me and buy some time, Minato said as he clasped his hands together, gathering his chakra. Qingyun was taken aback. Buying time? Do not jest. Minato is still a genin. Jiraiya truly was reckless. Qingyun understood that to secure victory, he needed to interrupt Minato's technique. Your opponent is me. The toad with the ninja blade charged at Qingyun, momentarily restraining him. It seems I can no longer conceal my strength, Qingyun declared, focusing his attention and directly utilizing the powers of his Thunder Fruit. Thunderstrike. Electrocute. Countless currents surged forth from Qingyun's body, compelling the nimble toad to evade swiftly. With his Sharingan activated, Qingyun instantly predicted the toad's position and unleashed his electric attack, sending the creature back to Mount Mayaboku in an instant. Minato was taken aback. Summoning that toad had consumed a significant amount of chakra, and he had not anticipated Qingyun dispatching it so effortlessly. Minato, you have run out of chances. Qingyun teleported directly beside Minato, who found himself unable to maintain his hand seals for the jutsu. Rasengan. Minato swiftly opted to withdraw, intending to unleash his Rasengan at Qingyun with remarkable speed. The Great Ball Rasengan. Unfazed by Minato's technique, Qingyun directly countered with the upgraded version of Rasengan. The Great Ball Rasengan. The two techniques collided, resulting not in a fusion of Rasengans, but rather a tremendous tempest. This extraordinary phenomenon, born from the clash of their powers, did not persist for long, as the instability of chakra led to the collapse of the Rasengan. Both combatants experienced severe tearing in their bodies. Had they continued to maintain the Rasengan, they would surely have perished together. Step back, Minato. Upon noticing Minato's inability to endure, Qingyun forcefully propelled him away with a powerful kick, promptly retreating himself. Minato's complexion turned pale. Had it not been for Qingyun's timely intervention, he would have likely met his demise. I am out of chakra. Qingyun, you are truly formidable. Minato shook his head and admitted, I apologize, I concede. Upon hearing Minato's concession, Qingyun's heart finally eased. The Rasengan, Flying Thunder God technique. Minato truly knows how to surprise me. Reflecting on the latter technique, Qingyun felt relieved to have intercepted it. Otherwise, he could only speculate on the potential consequences. At last, the victor was declared. Qingyun. The third Hokage finally announced the conclusion of the match, granting Qingyun a place in the semifinals. Now, all participants who have advanced through the second round are eligible for the upcoming semifinals. The semifinals will be a 4-2 match. Anyone who triumphs in this round will directly enter the final. The third Hokage continued. The competitors advancing are Uchiha Shuanfeng, Songyuanyi, Taiyue, and Qingyun. Qingyun felt a tumult of emotions. Aside from himself, the remaining three were all members of the same team, and their prior achievement of reaching the central tower first only underscored their exceptional strength. It seems I will need to face 2 more matches. I wonder how the opponents will be arranged, Qingyun pondered. Now, without further ado, let us commence the draw for the semifinals. The large screen began to roll. After the third Hokage's announcement, he quickly called for a halt. The screen displayed Uchiha Shuanfeng versus Taiyue. Naturally, as they were all teammates, they were destined to clash. Uchiha Shuanfeng glanced at Taiyue and then at the third Hokage, seemingly reluctant to compete. Do you wish to fight? The third Hokage inquired. Yes, although Uchiha Shuanfeng felt conflicted. He ultimately resolved to engage. However, his demeanor suggested he was somewhat hesitant. Suddenly, a Jonin appeared in the arena and communicated something to the third Hokage, who then nodded and declared, Uchiha Shuanfeng forfeits the match. Forfeited? The 3-Tomo Uchiha genius has voluntarily withdrawn? How disappointing. I had anticipated an enthralling battle. Why did he concede? Could it be that he recognized his teammates were not his match? The surrounding spectators were decidedly displeased. However, Qingyun comprehended Uchiha Shuanfeng's intentions. By conserving the stamina and chakra of his teammates, even if he were to defeat Matsubara, they would remain well-rested, wouldn't they? Quite clever indeed. Yet, the question remains, can this individual named Matsubara truly exhaust me? Qingyun held unwavering confidence in his own abilities. The third Hokage promptly announced the match between Qingyun and Matsubara, and Qingyun confidently strode onto the arena. You're forfeiting? That's uncharacteristic of you. I was looking forward to facing you. Qingyun called out to the departing Shuanfeng. There will be opportunities in the future. For now, focus on defeating Matsubara. Shuanfeng replied tersely before exiting the venue. Soon after, Matsubara made his entrance. This Matsubara appeared to be around 10 years of age. His physique seemingly not a product of brute strength, but rather of swiftness. Clearly, his chakra affinity was also wind, which he harnessed to enhance his speed further. To be frank, he bore some resemblance to the legendary Minato Namikaze. Yet, Qingyun was acutely aware that this individual's trump card could not solely be speed. Otherwise, he would not have advanced so smoothly to the semifinals. Your name is Qingyun, is it? I've heard you are formidable. I hope you do not disappoint me. As I long for an exhilarating battle, Matsubara you expressed with anticipation rather than arrogance. Such an opponent earned Qingyun's respect. Very well, I believe I understand. In that case, I shall meet you head-on. Qingyun resolved to align with his opponent's combat style, intending to warm up and elevate his own state to its pinnacle. Let the match begin. The third Hokage proclaimed the commencement of the contest. As Qingyun had anticipated, Matsubara launched himself at an astonishing speed towards Qingyun. In response, Qingyun charged forward like a rampaging bull. The true battlefield should not unfold in this manner. A ninja's focus should be on the mission, eliminating the opponent when necessary. However, Qingyun resolved to confront everything with sheer force. With immense strength, Qingyun surged forward and delivered a mighty punch to the ground. Boom! The earth reverberated, immediately fracturing under the impact. Such raw power. He obliterated the arena with a single strike. The audience was astounded. They could hardly fathom that such formidable energy resided within Qingyun's diminutive frame. Yet, this world was inherently unscientific. The existence of sage techniques enabled extraordinary feats. Returning to the arena, Matsubara had ceased his rapid advance. After all, no matter how swift one might be, stability is essential. Without it, a hasty dash could lead to a downfall. Consequently, Matsubara quickly regained his balance while simultaneously launching a ranged attack. He threw shurikens, showcasing a rudimentary understanding of combat techniques. Yet his aim was woefully poor, nearly landing in the spectator's stance. Haha, this is quite amusing. Is this fellow incapable of throwing shurikens properly? Many spectators could not help but chuckle, yet Qingyun remained composed, quietly analyzing his opponent's abilities. It appeared that you were not adept at long-range combat. Thus you relied on speed to close the distance, didn't you? Qingyun had discerned the essence of his adversary's skills. Your mastery of ninjutsu seems lacking, and I would wager your illusion techniques are even poorer. You are essentially a practitioner of pure physical combat. Out of respect for his opponent, Qingyun refrained from employing illusions to swiftly defeat him, choosing instead to rely on his own physical prowess. Indeed, I am a fighter of pure physicality. Without delay, Matsumura charged at Qingyun, launching a series of ferocious attacks. With abilities such as the Sharingan, Byakugan, heightened perception, and observation haki, Qingyun faced Matsumura's onslaught with utter ease, effortlessly evading even the most rapid of strikes. How can this be? You can keep up with my speed. Matsumura was equally astonished. Is it so peculiar to match your speed? As he dodged Matsumura's blows, Qingyun replied, I can not only evade your attacks, but also retaliate. With that, he landed a powerful punch to Matsumura's abdomen, sending him flying with a swift kick. Qingyun had not even employed haki, yet he had propelled Matsumura to the far side of the arena. Incredible. This guy is extraordinarily strong. His speed and strength far surpass my own. Struggling to regain his footing, Matsumura tore off the bandages on his hands and declared, all right. I can no longer afford to hold back. I must unleash my full power to overcome him. His gaze transformed, embodying a newfound determination and resilience. Have you decided to take this seriously? In that case, I shall do the same. Qingyun activated his haki, his arms instantly cloaked in black, signaling that he too was prepared to unleash his full potential. Matsumura shouted, 8 gates release. Open. From the onset, Qingyun sensed something amiss. After all, what kind of ninja lacks ninjutsu? He could not even perform the most fundamental body flicker technique. Initially believing Matsumura to be a practitioner solely of physical combat, Qingyun had anticipated the possibility of a few hidden talents. However, he was taken aback to discover that this Matsumura could invoke the 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, open. Matsumura unleashed a surge of white energy as he opened 2 of the 8 gates. Prepare yourself, Qingyun. You are the opponent I have long admired. Rather than continuing to open more gates, he charged directly at Qingyun once more. Come at me. Qingyun felt no trepidation, even with just 2 gates opened. He was confident in his ability to withstand the assault. Even if he were to take Matsumura's attack head-on, the hardened haki would ensure he sustained minimal damage. However, Matsumura's speed was indeed astonishing. The 8 gates, what connection does this fellow have with Might Dai? In this current timeline, even Might Dai had yet to make an appearance, let alone Might Guy and Lee. It was highly plausible that Matsumura's mastery of the 8 gates was a technique imparted by Might Dai. Let us go. In the fierce contest between Songyuan Yi and Qingyun, the latter remained unfazed by the onslaught directed at him. Instead, he met Song Yuanye's advances with unwavering resolve. Song Yuanye, swift in his movements, evaded Qingyun's counterattacks with remarkable agility. Merely opening 2 gates proved futile against Qingyun's might. Flower of the Lotus. As Song Yuanye prepared to unleash this technique, he was abruptly interrupted by Qingyun. Drawing upon his extraordinary strength, Qingyun obliterated the arena yet again, leaving Song Yuanye with no solid ground to stand upon. Did I not mention? Merely opening 2 gates cannot vanquish me, Qingyun declared confidently. You seem to have some knowledge of the 8 gates, do you not? Song Yuanye retorted. Somewhat, Qingyun replied. It appears you were correct, with only this. I cannot reach you. Therefore, I shall open the 3rd gate. Inner Lotus. With this declaration, Song Yuanye's speed surged, his skin flushed with blood, and a vibrant green energy radiated from his body. Even Qingyun found himself in awe of Song Yuanye's newfound swiftness. In a flash, Song Yuanye delivered a powerful kick, sending Qingyun sprawling. He then ensnared him with the bandages that adorned his hands, plummeting earthward with astonishing velocity. Qingyun, get up, shouted Uchiha Xuanfeng from the stands. This fellow won't be defeated so easily. Indeed, as Qingyun succumbed to the Inner Lotus, he transformed into a large wooden stump. Substitution technique? How troubling. When did that happen? Song Yuanye gasped in surprise, realizing that he could only utilize the Inner Lotus once, yet it had inadvertently struck a substitution. In that moment, as Qingyun's strength had ravaged the ground, he suddenly teleported, delivering a punch to Song Yuanye's abdomen that sent him crashing to the floor. I not only harnessed my strength to devastate the ground, but also seized that instant to execute the substitution technique. While all eyes were on you, I devised my strategy to counter you. Apologies, though I intended to confront you head-on, I must reconsider. After all, another match lies ahead, and exhausting my stamina would be unwise. Though Qingyun remained standing, Song Yuanye could not rise again. The opening of the Life Gate. While the last bastion of the 8 gates bore significant repercussions for its user, the greater the power unleashed, the harsher the toll on the body. Despite being a martial artist, Song Yuanye found the usage of the 8 gates exceedingly taxing. At this point, you are likely unable to move, are you not? This technique is forbidden. What connection do you have with Might Guy? Qingyun inquired. The 8 gates are not solely his domain, Song Yuanye replied before losing consciousness. Yet, before he succumbed, a look of satisfaction graced his features. For Qingyun, Song Yuanye was a worthy adversary. I hereby declare the victor. Qingyun. The 3rd Hokage's announcement ignited a fervor throughout the arena. At merely 6 years of age, Qingyun emerged as a true prodigy of Konoha, the most unexpected dark horse of this match. Young, remarkably skilled, and undeniably handsome, he is the epitome of a youthful idol in the hearts of many. In contrast, the ninja named Taiwe remains somewhat obscure. Having advanced to the final rounds of the Chunin selection exam, one would expect Taiwe to garner considerable support from the audience. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Spectators are drawn to more thrilling battles, yet Taiwe's matches often conclude with swift knockouts, with his last encounter ending in a teammate's concession. Consequently, support for Qingyun far surpasses that for Taiwe. Qingyun is aware that this individual has altered his appearance, employing a transformation technique. Nonetheless, the figure before him is undoubtedly a root ninja, specifically a clone of Danzo infused with the Byakugan. Having recently completed his own battle, Qingyun is afforded a moment of respite. While in the waiting room, he encounters the fighter known as Taiwe. It must be you, right? I am not mistaken, Qingyun inquires. Oh, so you recognized me? I assumed you would not, Taiwe replies. Only the summoning beasts of the Shimura clan take the form of a tapir. Clearly, you are that cat-faced member of Root, Qingyun asserts confidently. What is your purpose? Nothing much, if I must say, merely to test you, Taiwe responds. Test me? Do you wish to lose to me once more? Qingyun retorts. Lose. Last time, you did not capture me. I managed to escape. This time, let us see who prevails. Taiwe states eagerly. Are you not concerned about exposing yourself? Qingyun asks. Not at all. Taiwe shakes his head. Let us go. This time, I will certainly defeat you. Qingyun merely shakes his head in response. We shall see. The two finally return to the arena, where the 3rd Hokage resumes his role as the host, albeit for the final time. The finals of the Konoha Chunin selection exam. Taiwe versus Qingyun. May you both achieve splendid results. The 3rd Hokage feels a sense of pride, as one of his students competes for ultimate victory. Begin. Taiwan narrows his eyes and declares, Byakugan. Instantly, veins appear around his eyes, transforming them into the Byakugan. What? That is the Hyuga clan's Byakugan? How is this possible? This individual does not appear to belong to the Hyuga clan. Many spectators notice this peculiar detail. Despite their confusion, the match must continue without interruption. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Qingyun initiates the battle with a fire technique, a signature move of the Uchiha clan. This technique is one that nearly every Uchiha can perform, and Qingyun effortlessly replicates it using his Sharingan, as it is exceedingly common. Taiwan, with a ghostly agility, evades all of Qingyun's fiery projectiles. With the ground thoroughly ravaged, Taiwan ascends the arena wall, utilizing chakra to adhere to its surface. Wind release, Vacuum Sphere. While evading Qingyun's onslaught, Taiwan unleashes several wind projectiles from his mouth. This technique bears resemblance to the Phoenix Fire, albeit it is a wind release. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. Qingyun swiftly formed hand seals, utilizing the Earth Flow Wall to shield himself from his opponent's vacuum sphere. He then ascended along the wall, striving to reach a higher vantage point. Wind release, Vacuum Wave. Taiyu, with his Byakugan, had already discerned Qingyun's position and unleashed a sharp, sickle-like gust from his mouth. An aura so keen it could slice through diamond in an instant. As the two adversaries locked eyes, Qingyun deftly evaded the attack, leaving the earth flow wall in disarray beneath him. Taiyu, undeterred, leaped onto the remnants of the wall, intent on engaging Qingyun in close combat. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Qingyun aimed at Taiyu, unleashing a furious dragon of flames from his mouth, a technique inspired by the third Hokage. Although challenging to control, Qingyun executed it with remarkable precision, ensuring a high rate of accuracy. Noticing the impending danger, Taiyu immediately turned to flee. But the fire dragon relentlessly pursued him. Returning to the ground, Taiyu began to spin, exclaiming, Heavenly Return. Qingyun, intrigued, pondered whether this technique, capable of deflecting physical attacks, could also repel his ninjutsu. He observed that after using Heavenly Return, Taiyu's chakra levels plummeted, indicating that such a technique demanded a significant amount of chakra. By rotating and channeling chakra from his body's chakra points, Taiyu formed a defensive barrier, designed to protect himself while obscuring his blind spots. Even with the perfected Byakugan, his vision could not rival that of the main branch. It could only be that of a branch family member. Qingyun speculated that Danzo must have invested considerable resources to create someone like Taiyu. Resolute in his decision, Qingyun determined to exploit Taiyu's vulnerabilities. Before long, Qingyun's Fire Dragon technique was entirely exhausted. Indeed, Heavenly Return could reflect ninjutsu, albeit necessitating vast reserves of chakra. With his own Byakugan, Qingyun resolved to delve deeper into his research when time permitted. Ninjutsu has become ineffective against me. Shall we cease our mutual probing? Do you not possess that special lightning power? Why not unleash it? Taiyu urged, fully aware of Qingyun's true strength. Lightning? Is such a measure truly necessary to contend with you? Qingyun chose not to employ the powers of the Sound Thunder Fruit. Instead, he aimed to vanquish his opponent using the abilities of a ninja in a direct confrontation. Consider this a fair warning. Taiyu charged towards Qingyun, who now faced the imminent threat of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. This technique holds no weight against me. Qingyun responded with a powerful punch that struck the ground, transforming the already ravaged arena into a veritable hell's cape, as if the world were coming to an end. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Taiyu swiftly approached Qingyun. However, upon seeing Taiyu before him, Qingyun merely smiled and executed a backflip, declaring, You arrived just in time. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. This technique, a high-level fire ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan, seemed to have been created by Uchiha Madara himself. The third Hokage was quite astonished, finding it increasingly difficult to decipher Qingyun. How formidable! This fellow was adept at playing with fire. A terrifying individual, it was utterly impossible for the enemy to approach him. Those familiar with the intricacies of the matter immediately lauded Qingyun, having gained a deeper understanding of him today. The shinobi known as Taiwan was also quite powerful. Having employed numerous jutsu, he still managed to remain standing. Many spectators praised Taiwan, as it was indeed astonishing for a lower-ranked ninja to perform to such an extent in battle. In the arena, facing Qingyun's great fire extinguishment, Taiwan initially attempted to evade. But when he could not escape in time, he once again resorted to the Heavenly Return technique. However, this time, Taiwa struggled immensely. Although the heavenly return was reputed to be an absolute defense, it consumed an enormous amount of chakra. Even the Hyuga clan could not sustain its use indefinitely to evade ninjutsu. Your chakra seems to be running low, Qingyun observed, noticing that Taiyue's eyes had lost their Byakugan state. In that case, dark arts technique. Qingyun immediately employed a jinjutsu, plunging Taiyue's entire field of vision into darkness. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Qingyun created clones, launching a relentless assault on Taiyue amidst the obscurity. Taiyue alternated between using gentle fist techniques and ninjutsu to defeat many of Qingyun's shadow clones. However, with chakra depleted and his stamina nearly exhausted, even a shadow-level powerhouse could scarcely have much chakra left after such an extensive battle of ninjutsu. As for Qingyun, despite his youth, he had consumed chakra repeatedly, refining it time and again, and had ingested a weakened version of the chakra fruit. His chakra had long since reached the threshold of shadow level, and now, in terms of chakra volume alone, he had already attained that of a true shadow. Qingyun possessed another trump card, the thunder fruit, which did not require chakra to utilize. It granted him the ability to wield lightning at will, as long as he had strength. At this moment, Taiyue had collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of energy. "Have you surrendered?" Qingyun inquired. "Surrender? I never concede." Taiyue, displaying remarkable tenacity, attempted to rise once more, only to falter again. Overcome by the dark arts technique and exhausted by Qingyun's shadow clones, Taiyue soon fell unconscious. The third Hokage surveyed the situation and promptly declared, "I announce the Chunin selection exam. The ninja of Konoha. Qingyun is the champion." Wow, incredible. Qingyun is simply astonishing. Is his chakra limitless? Am I dreaming? Is this truly just a battle of lower-ranked ninjas? I thought it was an elite jonin. The entire venue erupted in excitement, with everyone feeling proud of such a legend emerging from Konoha. In truth, Qingyun had fought with great difficulty. He initially believed that this Chunin selection exam would be easy given his level. However, reality proved otherwise. The ninja world was vast, and there would always be opponents with unique bloodlines, special identities, and formidable strength. One could never afford to be complacent. Immediately following, the third Hokage declared, "The individual who emerges victorious shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Chunin. To those who did not triumph, do not lose heart. After our deliberations, we shall still propose the elevation of 13 individuals to Chunin." The third Hokage did not make a definitive statement, instead offering these individuals a glimmer of hope. Qingyun reflected on this. While possessing formidable strength was one aspect of becoming a Chunin, possessing intellect and leadership skills was equally paramount. Otherwise, Nara Shikamaru would not have been promoted to Chunin in the original narrative. As the competition concluded, the audience at the venue departed, still lingering in the aftertaste of the event. The third Hokage then remarked to Qingyun, "Qingyun, you have truly excelled. Indeed, you are the strongest. Despite facing numerous formidable opponents, you ultimately claimed victory. It seems my judgment of character has proven correct. The credit goes to your teacher." Qingyun remained modest. "Now that you have become a Chunin, you have two options. The first is to teach at the Ninja Academy, and the second is to continue accumulating mission experience, with the aspiration of eventually becoming a Jonin." The third Hokage stated earnestly. Qingyun was somewhat speechless. At merely 6 or 7 years old, how could he possibly teach the children at the Ninja Academy? "I am still just a child," Qingyun exclaimed candidly. If you wish to teach, that is acceptable. Age is not a barrier. There is also another option, to join the Umbu and take orders directly from me," suggested the third Hokage. "Umbu?" Qingyun pondered. Joining the Umbu would indeed present opportunities to undertake prestigious missions, yet it would significantly reduce his free time for training. "No, I shall not consider the Umbu for now. I will strive to advance to Jonin," Qingyun resolved. Just as he made this decision, he heard the voice of the system. "Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the Chunin promotion task, you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Congratulations. Your points are sufficient for a lottery draw. Congratulations. You have successfully triggered the Chunin task, educating the future. You must instruct students and assist at least 10 children in graduating from the Ninja Academy as Genin. Task reward, Eternal Mangekyo." The system's announcement prompted Qingyun to respond. "Sarutobi-sensei, I believe I would like to attempt the role of an educator. During my working hours, I shall teach the children, and in my spare time, I will take on missions." The third Hokage inquired awkwardly, "Can your body handle this? There may be scheduling conflicts. Will you be able to return in time after teaching during the day, even if you have missions at night?" "Let the shadow clones handle the tasks," Qingyun replied. "Since I aspire to become a Jonin, I must accumulate mission experience. I will continue to undertake C-rank and D-rank missions, and B-rank missions will not pose a problem for me. Whether it be my clones or myself, we can manage teaching, rest assured." Qingyun's intentions were clear. He wished to balance both teaching and advancement. Ultimately, after persistent persuasion from Qingyun, the third Hokage consented to allow him to undertake an internship in teaching. After conversing with the third generation, Qingyun naturally purchased flowers and promptly visited the Konoha hospital to see Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Their injuries were not severe, and they would soon be able to rise from their beds. Qingyun also encountered Hinata Hikaru, who seemed to be in a state of unconsciousness due to excessive chakra usage. Qingyun said nothing, having bought an abundance of flowers, which he casually arranged in her vase before returning home. Qingyun had two significant matters to attend to. The first was that he had ascended to Chunin status, completed his mission, and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The second was that he possessed another opportunity for a lottery draw. "System, assist me in awakening," Qingyun declared. "Certainly. The Mangekyo Sharingan has been awakened. You may switch directly," the system replied nonchalantly. "Are you jesting with me? Is it truly that swift?" Qingyun expressed his astonishment. "It is indeed that swift. If you do not believe me, simply take a look," the system encouraged. Qingyun promptly activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, and with a mere thought, transformed his eyes into the Mangekyo Sharingan. As expected, it was the Shursui Sharingan. Qingyun noticed that the patterns on his Mangekyo Sharingan were distinct from others, suggesting a connection to his unique power. "By the way, system, what occurs if I use my Mangekyo excessively?" Qingyun inquired. "Naturally, you will go blind. Otherwise, why would there be a reward for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan?" The system explained. "I will grant you 2 experimental opportunities. Seek a secluded location to test the abilities of each eye." Following the system's advice, Qingyun realized that his home would be impractical for such experiments. He quickly found a small cave, ensuring that no one was nearby, and then unleashed the power of his left eye. With a whoosh, a surge of black flames erupted, engulfing everything around him. "Is this Amaterasu? My right eye's ability is indeed Amaterasu?" However, Qingyun soon discerned that the power of his right eye had not yet been fully exhausted. With a thought, he transformed the black flames into the form of a blade, which posed no harm to himself. "What technique is this? Shouldn't my right eye possess only one ability?" Qingyun urgently questioned the system. "Fire release combined with the earth grudge fear can alter the form of Amaterasu, allowing it to take on various manifestations. Your right eye inherently possesses 2 abilities. Now, let us explore your left eye," the system instructed. After closing his right eye, Qingyun activated his left eye. Boom. Upon opening his left eye and utilizing its power, he discovered a wondrous ability of creation, reminiscent of yin-yang release. Qingyun acquired a unique chakra that seamlessly integrated into his being. More importantly, while using his left eye, he could employ yin-yang release to conjure numerous creations, provided he had sufficient chakra and could envision it. This technique is your exclusive right eye ability, named Takamagara. Before you master the power of the 6 paths, it allows you to transform the formless into the tangible, the system concluded. The right eye embodies creation, while the left eye signifies destruction. Given this duality, what might occur if I were to merge the powers of Amaterasu, the fire release, and the high heavenly plane of my left eye with the transmutation of the earth? Qingyun boldly initiated this endeavor, and suddenly a blade materialized in his grasp. Crafted from yin-yang release, the entirety of the blade was enveloped in the flames of Amaterasu. Qingyun could sense the terrifying potency of this ability. Before long, however, he felt his chakra being swiftly drained. Despite possessing chakra at the level of a shadow, it was astonishing how effortlessly it was depleted. The system reminded him that in the original tale, Uchiha Itachi, after employing Tsukuyumi and subsequently using Amaterasu to escape the belly of a frog, found himself drained of chakra, leading to the cessation of his Sharingan state. This indicated that Amaterasu was exceedingly taxing on chakra, and altering its form through the transmutation of the earth further exacerbated the depletion. The high heavenly plane of the left eye could create all things, but also consumed considerable chakra. Utilizing the powers of both eyes in succession was immensely powerful. Yet it could drain one's body in an instant. The system advised him not to act recklessly, suggesting that such actions should only be taken in the direst of circumstances. Heeding the system's counsel, Qingyun promptly retracted this technique. By the way, system, if the abilities of both eyes are activated sequentially, will it produce the technique I just employed? What if they were to be activated simultaneously? He inquired. You may experiment without fear of harming your eyes, the system assured him. With newfound confidence, Qingyun decided to proceed. In an instant, he unleashed the powers of both eyes, and a radiant white light enveloped his form. Soon, he discovered himself encased in ribcage-like structures. Indeed, it was Susanoo. Continuing to channel his chakra, the ribcage gradually became more complete, ultimately forming a colossal skeletal figure that enveloped Qingyun. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As he persistently fueled his chakra, the skeletal figure began to develop muscle and sinew, eventually adorning itself with a delicate garment, signifying the second form of Susanoo. In a final surge of power, Qingyun exerted all his chakra, and the figure was bestowed with the armor of the Yatagarasu. He yearned to further advance Susanoo's form, but found himself depleted of chakra. Reluctantly, he relinquished the Susanoo state, gasping for breath. Cursing the overwhelming chakra consumption of Susanoo, he lamented his inability to utilize the high heavenly plane and Amaterasu while in this form. The system, exasperated, remarked, Host, do not be greedy. Consider your age. You are merely 6 years old. In the entire world of Naruto, there is likely no one more formidable than you. Not even Neza. Age is but a number. Strength is the true path, Qingyun retorted, shaking his head. By the way, after defeating so many formidable adversaries in the Chunin exams, do I have a chance for a lottery draw? He inquired. Indeed, I almost forgot to mention it. Your points are sufficient for a draw. And this time it is a 5-for-2 lottery, the system responded. Let us proceed. Reward 1, a shuriken. Reward 2, a Yamadevil blade. Reward 3, chakra, attribute 1. Reward 4, doubling of chakra quantity. Reward 5, doku fruit. The doku fruit is known to Qingyun as belonging to Magellan, the warden of Impel Down in the world of One Piece. Magellan utilized the doku fruit to defeat Luffy and nearly obliterated Blackbeard. Had it not been for the betrayal of the chief guard Shiryu, the tale of One Piece might have reached its conclusion. The doubling of chakra quantity speaks for itself. This reward effectively multiplies Qingyun's current chakra reserves by 2, proving to be quite advantageous. Chakra attribute 1 implies that Qingyun already possesses 4 attributes. Acquiring an additional 1 would complete the collection of all 5. What are the Yamato and Shianmaru? Qingyun understands these to be 2 weapons, yet he is not particularly familiar with them. The Yamato is the weapon left by Sparta for his son Virgil, imbued with Sparta's formidable abilities. It is exceedingly sharp, capable of slaying demons as effortlessly as slicing through paper, and can even sever space or create spatial portals. Its skill, Judgment Cut, distorts the space around the target, subjecting them to a relentless barrage of strikes. This weapon is featured in the game Devil May Cry. Shianmaru, on the other hand, is a tool of ninjutsu from the game Sekiro, its blade coated with a toxic rust that ensnares foes in a debilitating state of bodily erosion. With this newfound understanding, Qingyun realizes that both the Yamato and Shianmaru are indeed weapons, and overall, this draw has proven to be remarkably rewarding. However, Qingyun is not fond of poison, thus he dismisses Shianmaru, and the doku fruit, being toxic as well, is also cast aside. The Yamato, being as formidable as you describe, remains, along with the doubling of chakra quantity and chakra attribute 1. Any one of these 3 rewards would bring him joy, Qingyun remarks. Soon, the system conveyed Qingyun's response. Congratulations, host. You have obtained chakra attribute 1. You have acquired earth attribute chakra. Qingyun felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he could not double his chakra nor wield weapons, he had successfully gathered the essential 5 chakra attributes: water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. This accomplishment would allow him to practice more advanced composite jutsu. He also contemplated seeking guidance from the elder, yet the thought of soon teaching mischievous children unsettled him. Despite his musings, Qingyun quickly drifted into slumber, and the night passed uneventfully. The following morning, bright and early, Qingyun sought out Principal Ichijo. For today marked his first day on the job. Qingyun, you've arrived. Haha, I've heard you emerged victorious in the Chunin selection exam. Truly impressive. You defeated those formidable opponents. Ichijo exclaimed, visibly excited, as Qingyun was the one he had recommended to the third Hokage. I don't find anything particularly praiseworthy. They were merely a group of genin. If my adversaries were all Kage level, that would be a different story. Haha, Qingyun chuckled. In due time. You shall become such a powerful figure. It is merely a matter of time, Ichijo replied with a smile. Am I truly fit to be a teacher at such a young age? What are your thoughts? Qingyun asked, a wry smile on his face. It appears that the third Hokage has invested considerable thought into your future. Just contemplate it. The future of Konoha will be entrusted to your students. What a promising path lies ahead for you. Teacher Iku enlightened Aoyun, who then grasped the true intentions of the third Hokage. So that is the purpose behind the third Hokage's actions. Thank you, old man. The third Hokage's aim is to elevate Aoyun's prestige. By garnering the support of these students, he effectively secures the backing of their parents, who are the current pillars of the community. In time, these children will undoubtedly become the backbone of Konoha, and Aoyun may very well become the youngest Hokage in history. The third Hokage is indeed paving the way for Aoyun. Is there anything I should do? Aoyun inquired. Quite simply, teach them everything you can from the textbooks. It is as straightforward as that, replied Teacher Iku. Each individual's talent varies. The goal is for the majority to successfully graduate, while those who remain will have to repeat their studies. For becoming a ninja is not a path meant for everyone. Teacher Iku's perspective reflects a stark reality. All right, I understand, Aoyun nodded, acknowledging that he would do his utmost. Then let us head to class, as the time is approaching. Would you like me to accompany you? Teacher Iku offered. No need. I am not that easily intimidated. Aoyun waved his hand dismissively and made his way toward the classroom. Before he could reach the classroom, he heard the voice of a teacher within. Today, we are graced with a special instructor. He is a direct disciple of the third Hokage, possessing extraordinary talent, having graduated from the Ninja Academy in less than 6 months. He even has the strength to defeat Jonin. Aoyun felt a wave of embarrassment at such lofty praise. He was unsure whether to feel elated or alarmed. Finally, Aoyun pushed open the door. Who is this? A transfer student? I think I know who he is. He attended classes with us and graduated in under 6 months. What? Are you serious? Is this kid really? A black-haired child wearing goggles looked on in disbelief. Let us not be impolite, Abito. Indeed. This is our new teacher. Aoyun, let us welcome him with applause. The Jonin attempted to encourage the class to applaud, but the room remained silent, plunging Aoyun into an awkward predicament. Aoyun had never encountered such a situation before. Come on, everyone applaud. The Jonin led the way, prompting a few hesitant claps. Yet, amidst Aoyun's entrance, the murmurs of skepticism began to rise. This guy is a teacher? You've got to be kidding. He is younger than us. Are we being made a fool of? I'm not as easily deceived as the other kids. Impossible. How could such a young brat be a teacher? We refuse to believe it. Yes, we do not believe it. The younger students outright declared a boycott of the class. Although Aoyun had anticipated such a reaction and had prepared himself, the reality of the situation still left him feeling quite embarrassed. Silence. Let us first hear what Teacher Aoyun has to say. The Chunin managed to calm everyone down, and then Qingyun approached the desk, which was rather tall, nearly obscuring him. Wait a moment. With remarkable ease, Qingyun moved the desk to the side, his strength leaving many students in awe. Even adult ninjas could not shift it with one hand. All right, listen to me, he said. Some of you may know me, while others do not. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qingyun. I am currently 6 years old, and I graduated from the Ninja Academy in just 6 months. The reason for my swift graduation is simply that I detest attending ninja school. His declaration astonished the nearby Chunin. It was uncommon for a teacher to openly criticize their own institution. However, Qingyun's words piqued the interest of all the students. Since I am of a similar age to many of you, and even younger than most, I share your sentiments. Attending school, particularly learning the tedious knowledge contained in textbooks, is undoubtedly a waste of time. I loathe school even more than you do. Do you all despise school? Qingyun inquired. A considerable number of students, influenced by his words, responded in unison. Yes, we do. Indeed, we all detest it, so you should strive to graduate as swiftly as possible. I am here to help you graduate faster and become ninjas sooner. Surely, none of you wish to avoid becoming a ninja? Qingyun was well aware that all children attending the Ninja Academy were destined to become ninjas. Of course, the students gradually came to accept Qingyun's perspective. All right, now that we understand your goals, let us discuss how to graduate early. He directly proposed an efficient reverse approach, to graduate ahead of time. You must pass 2 examinations, one theoretical and one on the body replacement technique. To succeed in the theoretical exam, I will teach you more efficient memorization methods. Once you master these techniques, you will grasp what would ordinarily take 3 years of coursework in just 1 year, or even half a year. Having concluded the discussion on the theoretical exam, he proceeded to the body replacement technique. To master this technique, you must learn to form hand seals and control chakra. Therefore, starting today, you need only focus on the following tasks, disregarding everything else. Gather chakra, climb trees, form hand seals, and utilize the body replacement technique. Additionally, employ efficient methods to memorize the knowledge from your textbooks. Qingyun did not possess the authority to eliminate all theoretical knowledge. As much of it constituted the foundational principles of becoming a ninja, meticulously crafted by professionals. However, he opted not to teach certain monotonous topics, for instance, calculating the distance to an enemy or determining the angle for throwing shurikens. Such matters seemed futile, as one would hardly pause to calculate during battle. Instead, Qingyun would demonstrate these concepts at the training grounds. Due to Qingyun's innovative teaching methods, which resonated deeply with the students, they grew exceedingly fond of him. Amidst the students, Qingyun recognized several familiar faces, astonished to find so many characters from the narrative within his own classroom. Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, Noara Rin, Might Guy, and Asuma were among them. Furthermore, with the information gleaned from these children, Qingyun discovered additional well-known names. Ebisu, Imashiro, Aoba, Inazuka Kiba, Moonlight Nightwind, Nara Shikamaru, Yui Kurenai, Akamichi Chuji, and many others, some of whom were unfamiliar yet had made appearances in the original tale. Qingyun noted that nearly all the ninjas from Kakashi's generation were present in the information he was teaching. Setting aside the students' details, he lifted his gaze to see a silver-haired boy, clad in a mask, exuding an air of confidence. "What's the matter, Hatake Kakashi?" Qingyun inquired. "You are the teacher. You shouldn't be afraid of me, especially since you are a student of my father," Kakashi replied with a tone that displeased Qingyun somewhat. However, Qingyun understood Kakashi's character at this stage, acknowledging him as a prodigious talent. "I have no fear of you. If I am not mistaken, you wish to test my abilities, correct?" Qingyun asked. "You are indeed correct." Kakashi was keen on sparring with Qingyun. It was somewhat amusing to Qingyun that he was being challenged by such a young Kakashi. Noting that Kakashi still possessed an arrogant demeanor, Qingyun recognized that it was only later, through Obito's influence, that Kakashi would change. "I am the strongest in the Ninja Academy. If you manage to defeat me, everyone will acknowledge you. Merely boasting will not demonstrate your true capabilities, will it?" Kakashi asserted. "You make a valid point," Qingyun nodded. "Let us step outside to commence our duel." Kakashi immediately prepared to exit. Qingyun shook his head and remarked, "There is no need, for you will lose shortly." Kakashi wore an expression of disbelief, while Qingyun continued, "You may attack as you wish. Begin whenever you are ready." Qingyun's demeanor only served to fuel Kakashi's defiance. Nearby, Rin quickly urged, "Kakashi, don't fight the teacher." "Kakashi, have you lost your mind? This teacher is frightfully strong." Obito, who had learned of Qingyun's prowess, also cautioned. Nevertheless, Kakashi did not relent. "Here I come." He charged at Qingyun, who remained utterly still. In the next moment, Kakashi found himself sprawled on the ground. Incredible. What has happened to Kakashi? It's an illusion. Though young, Yui Kurenai was astutely sensitive to genjutsu and promptly identified it. Kakashi, now standing up, was drenched in sweat. Using genjutsu is utterly infuriating, he protested, feeling somewhat disgruntled as he was not particularly skilled in illusion techniques at that time. "The reason I resorted to genjutsu is that utilizing ninjutsu would endanger my classmates, and employing taijutsu would damage our classroom. Genjutsu is, after all, my weakest skill." Qingyun shook his head and remarked, "Kakashi, if you truly wish to engage me in combat, you must first graduate from the Ninja Academy. While you are indeed quite talented compared to your peers, you cannot measure up to me. I am merely 6 years old, younger than you. Yet you are unable to inflict any harm upon me. If you doubt my words, I invite you to try." The children within the academy bore no malice. They simply wished to gauge the capabilities of their teacher. Kakashi, recognized as a genius among the students, was taken aback upon realizing the immense strength of his instructor. A disciple of the third Hokage and a rising star in Konoha. Consequently, he ceased his provocations, feeling thoroughly discouraged and returning to his seat in defeat. Subsequently, Qingyun imparted his unique mnemonic techniques to the students, leaving it to their own diligence to grasp the concepts. In truth, as long as they passed their theoretical assessments, Qingyun preferred that they focus on practical training. After all, with the impending Third Ninja World War, mere knowledge would not suffice. At a critical moment, a simple substitution technique could save a life. Naturally, Qingyun tailored his teaching methods to suit each student. He trained Mike Guy in physical arts, while Rin and Yuhi Kurenai received additional instruction in Genjutsu. Among the students were promising talents for the future medical class, Yu, Hanfeng, and Yushuan, whose emergence was spurred by Tsunade's medical reforms. Their contributions on the battlefield would undoubtedly reduce the casualties among ninjas. Qingyun understood the paramount importance of chakra control for them. Thus, he intensified their training in this regard. The theoretical knowledge would merit a score of 50, while practical skills in the three-body techniques would be graded at 100. I have introduced a new course titled Combat Class, which will also carry a weight of 50 points. The total score is 200. A score below 130 is deemed unsatisfactory, classified as a D grade, while a score above that signifies a pass, classified as a C grade. Scores exceeding 150 are considered commendable, earning a B grade, and those above 170 are regarded as excellent, receiving an A grade. Should a score surpass 190, it would be deemed perfect, classified as S grade. At this moment, Qingyun presented his proposal to the third Hokage and the advisors of Konoha. "So you emphasize practical combat?" questioned Uzumaki Kamachi. "But does the theoretical score not seem rather low?" The founding of Konoha by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara was not due to theoretical prowess, but rather their formidable strength. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan united to form the foundation of Konoha. While theoretical knowledge is indeed vital in the face of future warfare, I believe practical experience aligns more closely with the current context. Qingyun recognized Kamachi's concerns, yet for the future of Konoha, he successfully persuaded her. "Regarding the basic practical application of the three-body techniques, do you intend for them to master the substitution technique, the shadow clone technique, and the transformation technique simultaneously? Might this be too challenging for these children?" Mito Minyan, though not entirely a hardliner, was somewhat aware of the capabilities of the Academy's students. For instance, Mike Guy struggled to grasp even a single substitution technique, let alone master all three. "Rest assured, I shall provide dedicated tutoring to those students who struggle." While striving to guide the capable ones towards a promising path, Qingyun remarked. The third Hokage chuckled and responded, "Qingyun, the way you spoke just now truly resembled that of a teacher." "Am I not a teacher? What are your thoughts on this, old man?" Qingyun replied, both amused and exasperated. "Me? I am still contemplating," the third Hokage said. "What more can you present to persuade me? After all, war remains merely a forecast at this juncture." Qingyun pondered for a moment before asserting, "Even in the absence of war, these children will inevitably enhance their practical abilities. As they are all inheritors of the will of fire, they are destined to become the pillars of Konoha in the future. Although the weight of theoretical examinations has diminished, we could expand the original 50 questions to 100, thereby having the value of each question. This way, they will still retain the necessary knowledge to pass. This is my utmost concession. I cannot burden them further, leading them to become slaves to examinations. Testing is merely a formality, intended for the selection of talent." Qingyun's words struck a chord, and the third Hokage nodded in agreement. Moreover, Qingyun recalled the selection examination of the Mist Village, wherein students engage in fierce competition until only one remains to advance. The third Hokage understood Qingyun's implication and recognized the urgency of educational matters. Ultimately nodding in affirmation, "Very well, Principal Jiao will collaborate with you in this endeavor." Who would have thought that you, Qingyun, not only possess formidable strength, but also profound insights into village governance and education? Impressive, indeed. Keep up the excellent work. The third Hokage was exceedingly pleased with Qingyun, his gaze almost devouring him. Qingyun, feeling slightly unnerved, promptly exited the Hokage's office. A 6-year-old teacher? Has he initiated a reform in Konoha's education? The youth truly is remarkable. Toka, too, held him in high esteem. Indeed, Konoha will soon belong to these young individuals. Mito Minyan gradually began to embrace Qingyun as well. He is undoubtedly a supernova within Konoha, the most resplendent figure in the entire ninja world. Among Konoha's higher-ups, apart from Danzo, most have become increasingly receptive to Qingyun. The upper echelons of Konoha have endorsed Qingyun's proposals for reforming ninja education, leading to unprecedented changes in the educational model and philosophy of the entire ninja academy. Each day, one can observe a throng of students practicing hand seals on the school playground, many attempting to climb trees, while others directly unleash ninjutsu. The combat courses have gradually become the most pivotal aspect of the students' curriculum, significantly enhancing the children's practical abilities. Qingyun's daily responsibilities are quite demanding, as many students encounter various challenges. For instance, when it comes to tree climbing, Qingyun shares invaluable tips regarding hand seals. He imparts the most effective techniques and the proper application of body flicker jutsu. Qingyun's educational approach has bridged the gap between teachers and students, with the most anticipated lessons being those focused on combat. In addition to theoretical studies and the art of body technique, combat classes are also of paramount importance. Many children are curious and eagerly anticipate these sessions, which consist of randomly drawn battles. The victors will be rewarded with points, as true prowess is revealed in combat. The fairness of the combat classes lies in their random nature, where the weaker may triumph over the stronger, and the strong may indeed defeat those even stronger than themselves. As long as one diligently practices and trains, employing their intellect during battles, they can overcome their opponents and advance to earn points. Qingyun's educational approach has led to a significant enhancement in all students' practical skills, without any decline in theoretical knowledge, as theory serves as the foundation for practical application. Initially, Qingyun felt both exhausted and fulfilled. However, after several months, he found himself considerably more at ease, as the children willingly engaged in serious training even without supervision. Kakashi consistently ranked first in the school, while Might Guy also exhibited rapid growth, managing to utilize the body technique with Qingyun's guidance. Another individual who caught Qingyun's attention was Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Obito exhibited a positive and healthy mindset, displaying friendliness that made him more likable than Kakashi, devoid of any traits resembling a future antagonist. Subsequently, Qingyun employed shadow clones to undertake C and B rank missions, tasks well within their capabilities, as he gradually accumulated experience and grew. While the students flourished, Qingyun himself was also evolving, although he dedicated himself to teaching. He periodically engaged in sparring sessions with the third Hokage, who generously imparted numerous ninjutsu techniques to him. One day, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Qingyun to the Hokage's office for a meeting. Upon arriving, Qingyun found himself waiting for quite some time before Hiruzen finally entered. "What do you need, old man?" Qingyun inquired, noticing the third Hokage seemed to have been occupied elsewhere. "There is something I wish to discuss with you," Hiruzen replied solemnly. "What is it?" Qingyun sensed something unusual. "You have not signed a contract with any summoning beasts, have you?" the third Hokage asked. "No." Qingyun nodded in affirmation. "The Monkey Clan has contacted me, expressing a desire for you to visit Flower Fruit Mountain," Hiruzen stated. "What? Flower Fruit Mountain? What on earth?" Qingyun exclaimed, taken aback. "The Sarutobi clan has an agreement with the Monkey Clan, and I believe you have enough chakra to learn their summoning technique," Hiruzen explained. "However, a small monkey was summoned to me, requesting that my youngest disciple journey to Flower Fruit Mountain. I thought of you, as it seems there is something they wish to convey to you," Hiruzen continued. "Something they need from me? How do I get there?" Qingyun asked. "Place your hand on my back," Hiruzen instructed. Qingyun complied immediately, and in an instant, the world before him shifted, and he vanished along with the third Hokage. When they reappeared, Qingyun found himself in a scene he had never encountered before. The surroundings were picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, creating an atmosphere of utter tranquility. "Here lies the Flower Fruit Mountain. You may go in search of the Monkey Demon. I shall return to Konoha. Once you are prepared, the Monkey Demon will bring you back." The third Hokage departed from Flower Fruit Mountain in a hasty manner, leaving Qingyun alone. What is the meaning of this? Have I traversed from the world of Naruto into that of Journey to the West? Qingyun felt somewhat disoriented. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea of it being a dream, for the name of the Four Tails is Sun Wukong, and the Monkey Demon clan possesses the ability to transform into the Golden Staff. It is entirely reasonable that their stronghold would be Flower Fruit Mountain. Qingyun sensed the abundant chakra present in this place, realizing that cultivating here would yield remarkable results. Before he could fully appreciate the beautiful scenery, a group of monkey demons rushed towards him, swinging on vines. "Roar! Are you Qingyun?" the disciple of Sarutobi? The little monkey demons were quite courteous, prompting Qingyun to nod in acknowledgement. Come, let us take you to meet the Monkey King. The young monkey demon led the way, while Qingyun relied on his super instantaneous technique to traverse the distance. They passed through the waterfall formed by the vines and arrived at a cave. Qingyun mused. Could it be that I have reached the water curtain cave? Upon looking up, he noticed a few large characters: Flower Fruit Mountain, Blessed Land, Water Curtain Cave, Celestial Abode. Qingyun was momentarily bewildered. Have I truly crossed into the world of Journey to the West? However, the next scene abruptly brought him back to reality. Qingyun, you have arrived. The speaker was none other than the summoning beast of Sarutobi Risen, the leader of the Monkey Demon clan, the Monkey King. Qingyun recognized the Monkey King and nodded in greeting, stating, the old man mentioned that the Monkey Demon clan seeks me. Is there something of great importance? The Monkey King replied, Indeed, there is a matter for which I wish to solicit your assistance. What is in it for me? Qingyun asked with a smile. The Monkey King, well acquainted with Qingyun, displayed no surprise and responded directly. You will acquire a remarkably powerful weapon. This weapon is indestructible and even more formidable than I am. Oh, that is worth considering. But what must I do? Qingyun understood that rewards come with sacrifices. You must rescue one of my kind, a powerful monkey demon. In fact, he is my father. The Monkey King spoke with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Your father, the previous Monkey King? Qingyun was taken aback. For the original text did not elaborate much on the Monkey King, who only appeared twice during the confrontation with Orochimaru and once when the third Hokage faced the Nine Tails. Indeed, he was once the summoning beast of Sarutobi Sasuke, the Monkey King confirmed. Sarutobi Sasuke? Qingyun recalled that Sarutobi Sasuke was the father of Sarutobi Risen. Once, when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara united to establish Konoha, it was said, I have brought the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Madara, taken aback, responded, What? You brought them too? This illustrates the esteemed position of the Sarutobi clan within Konoha. Sarutobi Sasuke was the mightiest of the Sarutobi clan and the father of Sarutobi Risen. Possessing chakra of 5 attributes and having perfectly mastered the transformation of each. It is precisely due to the remarkable prowess and greatness of Sarutobi Sasuke that Uchiha Mikoto and Fugaku chose to name their second son Uchiha Sasuke. Historically, Sarutobi Sasuke was indeed a real figure, recognized as the leader of the legendary Sonata 10 Braves during the Warring States period. Yes, Sarutobi Sasuke's summoning beast is my father. The previous Saru King, who possesses far greater strength than I do. He not only wields the indestructible ability, but also the gift of immortality, as the Saru King proclaimed. You want me to rescue your father, but where exactly is he? Aoyun inquired, scanning the area with his Byakugan, yet finding no formidable Saru. Only an inconspicuous while emanating a chakra aura. The Saru King rose and gestured towards the well, stating, My father resides within that well. Wait, why is your father there? Aoyun sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. That well is a sealing barrier. It has existed since our Saru clan arrived here and possesses the ability to suppress malevolent chakra to a certain extent, the Saru King explained. Malevolent chakra? Has the Saru King been tainted by it? Aoyun retorted. Allow me to elaborate. Are you familiar with the Second Shinobi World War? The Saru King queried. Please, do continue. Aoyun prompted, recognizing that the Saru King had much to convey. During the signing of the alliance between the Cloud and Leaf villages, the Goldhorn and Silverhorn units launched a sudden attack, resulting in the demise of the second Raikage and the injury of the second Hokage. Ultimately, the second Hokage managed to fend off the Gold and Silver units and passed the title of Hokage to Sarutobi Hizashi. At that moment, Sarutobi Sasuke arrived alone to assist the second Hokage. What? I had no idea there was such a hidden story behind this, Aoyun exclaimed in surprise. The second Hokage was indeed powerful, but he suffered grievous injuries from the unexpected assault by the Gold and Silver units. Despite his wounds, he fought valiantly to repel the enemy, and upon hearing the news, Lord Sarutobi Sasuke raced to the battlefield to fight alongside the second Hokage. Wait, how did Sarutobi Sasuke learn of this news? Furthermore, if he went to provide support, why did the second Hokage perish? Aoyun immediately pressed for answers. The assault by the Gold and Silver units was swift and shocking. Soon, the entire Leaf village was aware of the situation, leading to chaos in the Cloud village. Consequently, they swiftly appointed the third Raikage, who prepared to lead an army against the Gold and Silver units. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Sasuke was originally at the helm in the Leaf Village. But he chose to assist the second Hokage and his own children. Sarutobi Sasuke moved with such remarkable speed that no ninja could keep pace. He quickly located the second Hokage and his students. Together, Lord Sarutobi Sasuke and the second Hokage resolved to protect the new generation of Leaf Village shinobi. Therefore, Sarutobi Sasuke attracted the attention of Silver Horn and his forces, while the second Hokage diverted the Gold Horn unit alone. The confrontation between Sarutobi Sasuke and Silver Horn was fierce. The prolonged engagement drained a significant amount of stamina, and with the enemy receiving numerous reinforcements. Coupled with Silver Horn's possession of the Nine Tails chakra, his strength was formidable. He also wielded the Red Gourd and the Seven-Star Sword, tools of the Sage of Six Paths ultimately. Sarutobi Sasuke was drawn into the Red Gourd, yet before that, he managed to seal Silver Horn's Nine Tails chakra within my father and dispelled the summoning technique. As you might surmise, my father plunged into the depths of the well, doing so to contain the rampaging Nine Tails chakra within him. However, the well's suppressive effect was limited, and I could sense that my father had already been altered by that chakra. I needed someone to rescue him, the king of the monkey demons stated. Why not seek out the third Hokage? He is the Hokage after all. Or perhaps you could ask Jiraiya and the others. Qingyun inquired, still puzzled as to why it had to be him. Flower Fruit Mountain is a mystical place, and those who have signed a summoning contract cannot enter here. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru are all bound by contracts. The third Hokage, being Hokage, would not risk himself. You, on the other hand, have not signed a contract, possess strength, and maintain a good relationship with the Monkey Demon clan, so I have no choice but to seek your assistance, the king of the Monkey Demons finally elucidated. So, what must I do? Jump into the well, locate your father, and pull him up? Qingyun asked. That is essentially the idea, but my father is exceedingly heavy. Even you might struggle to lift him, the king of the Monkey Demons replied. What should we do then? Qingyun felt awkward, realizing that his own teleportation could not accommodate others. It will be difficult to bring him up. However, since Lord Sarutobi Sasuke is deceased, all you need to do is convince my father and sign a contract with him. This way, you can transform him into a Vajra staff and bring him back. The king proposed a feasible solution. Is it truly that simple? Qingyun maintained a skeptical demeanor. Not quite. As I mentioned, my father may have been corrupted by malevolent chakra. The well only temporarily suppresses it, so descending may pose certain dangers. My father is not easily swayed, the king of the Monkey Demons cautioned. I understand. So, upon descending, I might have to engage in combat with your father and then persuade him to sign a contract? Qingyun queried. Exactly. The king nodded in affirmation. It would be a pity not to enlist Uzumaki Naruto for this endeavor. Qingyun could not help but remark. Uzumaki Naruto? Who is that? Is he from the Uzumaki clan? The king of the Monkey Demons expressed his confusion, having never heard that name before. Never mind. Qingyun dismissed the inquiry. Qingyun, I beseech you, before long, the already deranged father will annihilate the Monkey Demon clan. There is truly no more suitable candidate, the king implored. Am I too young for this? Would you really send me to my demise? Qingyun grimaced, reluctant to undertake the task. Yet, having been drawn into this situation, he realized he had no means to return without complying. Very well, I shall assist. Qingyun ultimately conceded with a nod. In truth, Qingyun's desire to assist the Monkey King stemmed primarily from a keen interest in the unfolding events. Shall we simply leap down? Qingyun inquired. No, I possess an indestructible form. I can transform into a sturdy staff to safely convey you down, replied the Monkey King, promptly metamorphosing into a robust rod reminiscent of the one wielded by the third Hokage. One of his eyes peeked out from the staff, and he advised, hold on tightly. I shall transport you below. Exercise caution. Understood. Qingyun nodded, eager to resolve this matter swiftly as he had students to attend to. Grasping the indestructible staff, Qingyun felt its ability to elongate and shorten at will. He distinctly sensed the temperature rising around him. It's sweltering. It's getting hotter. Are you certain your father is down there? Qingyun questioned the Monkey King. Indeed, rather than mere heat. It is the malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails that is scorching my skin, the Monkey King responded, appearing somewhat discomfort. Aren't you indestructible? How is it that you seem unwell? Qingyun asked. Indeed, while I am resilient, I still experience pain. My father, however, is entirely impervious to such sensations, being both unyielding and devoid of pain. The Monkey King's words trailed off as Qingyun suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of chakra. This chakra's intensity astonished even Qingyun. It was indeed the chakra of the Nine Tails. He could sense its ferocity and madness, the crimson chakra exuding a quantity far surpassing that of even shadow-level warriors. Surrounding them was a plethora of this red chakra, indicating that the previous generation of the Monkey King had likely succumbed to its wrath. At this moment, Qingyun found himself at the bottom of a well. Though the well was not particularly spacious, the swirling Nine Tails chakra obscured his vision. I must take my leave. I cannot remain any longer. I shall await your victorious return above, the Monkey King declared in agony before retracting his form and retreating to the water curtain cave. Qingyun, however, focused entirely on his surroundings. On the ground, colossal statues of divine beasts loomed, their surfaces radiating an intense heat upon touch. The azure dragon and vermilion bird comprehend. It seems the previous generation of the Monkey King perished here, possibly attempting to assimilate the Nine Tails chakra obtained from the golden and silver horns. Alas, the Nine Tails chakra was far too violent, weakening their sealing powers until they ultimately succumbed to its control, Qingyun deduced, finding no fault in his analysis. At that moment, he readied himself for action. A thunderous roar echoed, not of the ordinary kind, but one that reverberated with a palpable force. Instantly, Qingyun activated his observation haki, amplifying his perception to its utmost limits. While his entire being became enveloped in armament haki, his mastery of armament haki had reached an advanced level. He could now effortlessly harden his entire body. Another roar resounded. The roar erupted once more, this time infused with a significant amount of chakra. Qingyun swiftly employed his armed-colored arms to completely block the sound wave. He was utterly astonished, for the chakra of the Nine Tails permeated the surroundings, and he could not distinctly ascertain the opponent's location. Astonishingly, the adversary merely relied on sound to compel him to don his full armor. With a thunderous roar, the third cry resonated, its power reaching its zenith. Despite Qingyun's efforts to harden his defenses, minimizing the damage, his entire body was still effortlessly propelled away. Fortunately, he sustained no injuries and promptly regained his footing. Saruo, Nine Tails, no matter who you are, I have come today to settle this, Qingyun proclaimed loudly, his primary concern being to ascertain the whereabouts of the previous generation's Saruo. Noticing the lack of any response from the opponent, he muttered a few curses, which, albeit somewhat detrimental to his image, proved somewhat effective. Before Qingyun, a towering figure materialized, not a mountain, but a colossal ape resembling the great gorilla from Dragon Ball that transformed under the moonlight, akin to the four-tailed Sun Wukong. His abdomen bore a seal that was now obscured to the naked eye, his entire form marred by the damage inflicted by the Kitsune's attire. Enveloped entirely in the chakra of the Nine Tails, he emanated an aura of sheer terror. This was Qingyun's first encounter with a foe of such magnitude. And the critical dilemma lay in the fact that he could not inflict harm upon the old Saruo. Restraining the Nine Tails chakra while being unable to cause damage was an almost insurmountable task. Qingyun recognized that the Saruo had ensnared him in a daunting predicament. Yet he had little choice. He had already been lured onto this treacherous vessel. The Saruo, devoid of consciousness and consumed by hatred, finally launched an assault against Qingyun. With a resounding crash, Qingyun utilized his immense strength and armed color, yet the outcome was that he was sent flying. Indeed, the proud Qingyun, renowned for his strength and defensive prowess, found himself hurled away. Although he remained unscathed, his unshakable confidence began to waver. This guy is utterly invincible. Even the Nine Tails couldn't possibly be this formidable, could they? He resembles a new-tailed beast. Qingyun felt a sudden sense of helplessness, momentarily at a loss for how to counter this overwhelming force. Utilizing the 5 ninjutsu might not even inflict a scratch. Breaking through the outermost layer of chakra seemed a Herculean task. It appeared he would have to resort to his ultimate technique. Confronted by the rampaging Saruo, Qingyun felt no need to conceal his strength any longer. He was prepared to unleash the power of the Thunder Fruit. The Saruo, facing Qingyun, began to gather chakra into its tail, quickly forming 4 tails, a level of power that commanded Qingyun's utmost attention. 200 million max. Thunder God. Qingyun did not hold back, unleashing his full potential without reservation. The ground shook with a resounding boom. Lightning enveloped Qingyun, and in an instant, a phantasm of the Thunder God materialized around his form. At this moment, His stature almost matched that of the Ape Demon King. Regardless of the circumstances, Qingyun had unleashed the full potential of his Thunder Fruit. The Ape Demon King raised 4 tails beside his mouth, and in an instant, blue and purple chakra fused together in a precise ratio. What is this? The tailed beast bomb. This is quite extraordinary. Qingyun felt momentarily stunned. The tailed beast bomb is the ultimate technique of every tailed beast. If Qingyun were to take a direct hit from one, he would instantly evaporate into thin air. He had to interrupt it. Qingyun lifted his palm, and the thunder god behind him mirrored the gesture. Then, with tremendous force, he brought his palm crashing down upon the Ape Demon King's body. Lightning coursed through the Ape Demon King's entire being, and only then did the tailed beast bomb dissipate. Roar. This time, the Ape Demon King's roar was tinged with anguish, a clear indication that Qingyun's lightning had inflicted considerable pain. However, despite interrupting the Ape Demon King's attack, the battle was far from over. The Ape Demon King rose once more, his 4 tails now transformed into 6. With a swift motion, the Ape Demon King unleashed a powerful punch toward Qingyun, who immediately countered, channeling lightning, immense strength, and armament color to their utmost limits. The chakra within the Ape Demon King surged uncontrollably, his form radiating a fierce crimson hue. Even a mere touch could incinerate Qingyun. Fortunately, Qingyun was adorned in sage attire, which continually mitigated the damage he sustained. For the time being, he could withstand the Ape Demon King's onslaught, but as time wore on, fatigue began to set in. The Ape Demon King's chakra seemed nearly infinite. What were originally 6 tails had now burgeoned into 8. 8 tails. Each additional tail augmented his strength significantly. Even with the Thunder Fruit at his disposal, Qingyun found himself struggling against this formidable adversary. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and the pressure upon him was palpably greater. The Ape Demon King appeared to have entered a state of frenzy, launching relentless attacks toward Qingyun, his body adorned with bony protrusions that greatly enhanced his defenses. Qingyun had maximized the power of the Thunder Fruit. Yet even 200 million volts of lightning was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. At this juncture, the Ape Demon King had finally succumbed entirely to the control of the 9 tails chakra, manifesting 9 tails behind him. The chakra radiating from the Ape Demon King was terrifyingly potent. A mere shadow-level ninja would be reduced to a state of fear before such a colossal entity. Qingyun was certain that even the 3rd Hokage would struggle against this opponent, potentially resorting to the Reaper Death Seal to eliminate the imminent threat. There was no alternative. This creature, with its 9 tails, would spell his doom if he hesitated for even a second. Seizing the moment while the Thunder God state still lingered, he resolved to attempt a daring maneuver. In an instant, Qingyun's eyes transformed into a unique shape, resembling the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, Qingyun directly employed the dual-eye kaleidoscope, and in an instant, a shadow enveloped his form, merging seamlessly with the embodiment of the Thunder God. The previously white figure transformed into a vibrant blue, as the armor of the Tengu materialized upon the Thunder God, uniting with the 200 million volts of the Thunder Fruit. Qingyun trembled slightly, for it was his inaugural full-strength battle. His stamina and chakra were swiftly depleting. He realized the urgency of concluding the confrontation within mere minutes, lest he find himself without a burial place, for his adversary possessed nearly infinite chakra, while his own reserves were waning at an alarming rate. The adversary he faced, the Ape Demon, was not a tailed beast but a formidable entity in its own right, augmented by an indestructible physique, making it exceedingly challenging to vanquish from the outside. After absorbing the chakra of the 9 tails, it had undergone a transformation into the king of the demon apes. High heaven! Qingyun invoked the power of his left eye once more, conjuring a staff fashioned from yin-yang release. He then utilized the ability of his right eye, imbuing the staff with the attributes of Amaterasu, radiating with an aura of thunder. Qingyun wielded the yin-yang staff, its surface ablaze with the flames of Amaterasu. The king of the demon apes charged towards him, yet this time, Qingyun would not be easily repelled. He swung the Amaterasu-infused staff at the king, delivering a strike that combined tremendous force. The king of the demon apes, consumed by bloodlust, had lost the capacity for rational thought and opted to withstand Qingyun's blow. Little did it know, Qingyun's strike was far from gentle this time. Thud! The colossal king was sent flying by the sheer power of the blow, crashing against a statue at the bottom of the well, sending dust swirling into the air. unyielding. Qingyun's gaze pierced through the haze. Amidst the dust, the king retaliated with a powerful punch, a red chakra arm launching forth from its own. With practiced precision, Qingyun twirled the staff, and the flames of Amaterasu roared to life. The moment the chakra arm made contact, it was instantly incinerated by the searing flames. A howl of agony emanated from the king of the demon apes. Subsequently, it leaped into the air. Boom! The king unleashed a barrage of air cannons, which, though merely composed of air, rivaled S-rank ninjutsu. Even elite jonin would be instantaneously slain if caught unprepared. Qingyun swung the staff, deflecting all the air cannons, only to discover a multitude of red chakra arms surging towards him from the king's form. He was not only contending with the king, but also with its chakra. Amaterasu. Qingyun intermittently intensified the flames of Amaterasu, each surge obliterating countless chakra arms, while the king of the demon apes circled him at an astonishing speed. Thunder rumbled. The demon monkey king unleashed a chakra cannon, swiftly firing small-tailed beast balls in all directions. The tailed beast balls surged towards Qingyun from every angle, leaving him no means to counter the onslaught. In desperation, he began to rotate. Returning heaven. Qingyun had long possessed the Byakugan and, utilizing the Sharingan, had replicated the Hyuga clan's returning heaven technique. With great effort, he managed to employ it, successfully blocking the rapid-fire tailed beast balls. Originally, Susanoo could withstand the tailed beast balls. However, due to the overwhelming power of the Nine-Tails Demon Monkey King and Qingyun's youth, he was unable to unleash his full potential and resorted to returning heaven instead. At that moment, the Demon Monkey King could no longer contain himself. He gathered Azure Chakra of the Yang nature and deep purple-black chakra of the Yin nature in his mouth, while the nine tails behind him converged into a singular force. Was the tailed beast ball finally upon him? Observing this, Qingyun instantly absorbed his weapon and retracted Amaterasu. This was the final strike. Should it fail, Qingyun would find himself facing inevitable doom. Prepared to confront the tailed beast ball of the Nine-Tails Demon Monkey King, Qingyun steeled himself. 300 million volts of lightning ball. 300 million volts of lightning ball. Qingyun pushed the capabilities of his thunder fruit to its zenith, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he concentrated all his power into his right hand. The awe-inspiring, world-shattering power of lightning coalesced within his grasp. Yet, it did not end there. Qingyun initiated a rotation of the lightning ball, its destructive potential twisting like a spiraling sphere. The lightning ball sharpened, deviating from a shuriken-like form. As Qingyun refrained from invoking wind release, the high concentration of lightning, combined with Qingyun's rotational compression, ultimately formed a spiral, triangular miniature thunderstorm. While a spiral sphere represents a small typhoon, Qingyun's right hand manifested a miniature thunderstorm. Spiral lightning ball. Qingyun unleashed his full might towards the tailed beast ball, which surged towards him in retaliation. The spiral lightning ball was a grand technique, inspired by the spiral sphere and reminiscent of Chidori. By harnessing the highly concentrated lightning ball and the spiraling nature of the spiral sphere, Qingyun created a thunderstorm in his hand. Employing the cutting power of lightning release alongside the rotational force of the spiral sphere, thereby merging the might of both techniques into one that surpassed them individually, all without the need for hand seals. This technique could be executed at close range or propelled forth like cannon fire. This time, Qingyun opted to launch it akin to a tailed beast ball. What should have been a small thunderstorm was growing increasingly massive as it encompassed all of Qingyun's chakra. Boom. Moments later, the tailed beast ball from the Nine-Tails Demon Monkey King hurtled towards Qingyun, and in that instant, he unleashed his spiral lightning ball. Ultimately, they collided in a classic moment of opposing forces. The tremendous forces of both sides clashed violently, resulting in the destruction of all surrounding sculptures and causing various collapses in the confined space. Qingyun, struggling against the debris that buried him, finally pushed aside the remnants of shattered walls, panting heavily as he relinquished the mode of Susanoo. "I can't go on any longer," he gasped, ultimately collapsing to the ground. For the first time, Qingyun had completely depleted all his chakra, exhausting both his energy and stamina, leaving him vulnerable and defenseless. He drifted into a long dream, seemingly hearing someone calling his name. When Qingyun finally opened his eyes, he winced in pain. His vision had significantly diminished, and his entire body ached to the point of numbness. At that moment, he was undeniably at his most fragile. Was the Nine-Tails demon ape still alive? As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed 4 statues representing the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. What? These 4 statues were supposed to be destroyed. Qingyun pondered in bewilderment. His battle with the demon ape king had nearly caused the entire well to collapse. How was it that everything had returned to its original state? Have you finally awakened? A voice suddenly resonated from behind him, startling Qingyun, who had been unaware of someone's presence. Turning around, he was faced with a young man who appeared to be under 30, holding a stick that seemed distinct from the one wielded by Sarutobi Hisashi. Who are you? The demon king of monkeys? Qingyun speculated. Could you be Sarutobi Sasuke? The young man smiled faintly. Indeed, I am Sarutobi Sasuke. I never expected you to recognize me. Given the symbol on your forehead, you must be a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. How is the leaf doing? The leaf is quite well. The 3rd Hokage is your son, Sarutobi Hisashi. Ah, Hisashi. It seems he has indeed become Hokage. By the way, Sarutobi Sasuke, I thought you had perished. I heard you were trapped in the Red Gourd by the Silver Horn? Qingyun inquired curiously. The Red Gourd? Perhaps. I can scarcely recall the events of the past. But in my final moments, I desperately sealed the Nine-Tails chakra within the bodies of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, as well as my own chakra into the Demon King of Monkeys. However, the Nine-Tails chakra is exceedingly volatile and can easily influence the Demon King. Thus, I had to seal my own chakra within him, enabling the seal to endure for so long, Sasuke explained. Endure for so long? To be honest, it hasn't been that long since the Second Shinobi World War, Qingyun replied candidly. It seems the Nine-Tails chakra is even more terrifying than I had imagined, Sarutobi Sasuke remarked. Young one, I didn't expect you to possess 5 chakra natures. You are certainly not an ordinary child. Your arrival here must be closely tied to Hisashi, correct? Indeed. I consider him my mentor, Qingyun affirmed. A student of Hisashi? I never imagined he would have a disciple. It appears you were destined to come here, Sasuke said, patting Qingyun on the shoulder. You know, your presence here is no mere coincidence. It signifies your participation in the sage's trial. The sage's trial? Qingyun inquired, perplexed. In the present day, the entire ninja realm is home to 3 great sanctuaries, Mayaboka Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and Surebone Forest. Mayaboka Mountain is associated with toads, Ryuchi Cave with snakes, and Surebone Forest with slugs. However, did you know that the most suitable place for human cultivation is the Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain? Sarutobi Sasuke remarked that this was once the abode of sages, who entrusted the Saruma clan to remain there. Subsequently, the human Sarutobi clan stumbled upon this place and forged a covenant with the Saruma clan. The sage left behind 3 significant trials. By overcoming these trials, one could learn the sage's ninjutsu. Unfortunately, very few members of the Sarutobi clan were eligible to participate in these trials, and those who did partake failed to pass all 3. Sarutobi Sasuke continued. Qingyun immediately inquired, what are the 3 trials? The first trial involves defeating the Saruma king. Over the decades, only you and I have succeeded in this endeavor, Sarutobi Sasuke stated. You 2 have accomplished this. Qingyun was aware of Sarutobi Sasuke's prowess, but was astonished that this individual had also vanquished the Saruma king. I can surmise your thoughts. Do not overthink it. I only defeated a version of the Saruma king that lacked the Nine-Tails chakra. Although he is immortal and possesses indestructible fortitude, he has evident weaknesses in his stamina and chakra. However, you, who managed to defeat the Saruma king endowed with my chakra and that of the Nine-Tails, truly are a prodigy, Sarutobi Sasuke remarked. I merely possess some unique abilities, Qingyun modestly replied. Unique abilities? Sarutobi Sasuke placed his hand on Qingyun's shoulder and continued. Ah, I see. The presence of the 5 basic chakra attributes indicates that your arrival here is indeed fated. What do you mean? Qingyun felt perplexed by Sarutobi Sasuke's words, sensing an underlying message. Where were we? Ah, the first trial is to defeat the Saruma king. The second trial requires at least mastering the nature transformations of the 5 chakra attributes, Sarutobi Sasuke elucidated. At least a requirement? Qingyun extended his hand, examining his palm. In the entire ninja realm, mastering even 1 chakra attribute's nature transformation denotes a high level of skill, let alone the daunting task of mastering all 5. Mastering 5 is exceedingly challenging. Indeed, it is quite difficult. However, as you have witnessed, the previous Saruma king has been defeated by you. Yet I remain. My chakra fused with that of the Saruma king and the Nine-Tails. In other words, if you cannot overcome me, You cannot rescue the former Saruma king, Sarutobi Sasuke stated. To defeat me, relying solely on your recent technique, the spiral lightning sphere, will not suffice, Sarutobi Sasuke added. A mere combined ninjutsu cannot triumph over one who has mastered chakra nature transformations, let alone defeat one who possesses the chakra of both the Nine Tails and the Saruma king. Sarutobi Sasuke is inherently an elite jonin. However, in the original narrative, no one has fought against him. Yet, to defeat the Saruma king, one must possess strength at least at the level of a Hokage. With the mastery of both the Nine Tails and Saruma king's chakra, Qingyun surmised that Sarutobi Sasuke's power was undoubtedly beyond the realm of Hokage level. The ranks of shadow techniques are classified into quasi-shadow, ordinary shadow, and super shadow, with levels exceeding super shadow approaching the realm of quasi-six paths. However, I have already acquired chakra of 5 distinct attributes and can wield them in combat. Does this not signify mastery of 5 elemental transformations? Qingyun inquired. Certainly not, replied Sarutobi Sasuke. Every individual is innately endowed with a chakra attribute. While you possess 5 attributes, they are unrelated to elemental transformation. When you employ wind release ninjutsu, it merely manifests the effects of wind release, rather than you integrating elemental transformation to execute wind release. Sarutobi Sasuke then retrieved a kunai from Qingyun's ninja tool pouch. Perhaps you have yet to grasp this concept. Observe the kunai closely. Qingyun focused intently on the kunai. Infuse it with the transformation of fire, Sarutobi Sasuke commanded. To Qingyun's astonishment, the kunai turned a fiery red, seemingly imbued with the power of flames. Now, observe the transformation of wind. Immediately, the kunai was enveloped in wind, becoming extraordinarily sharp, reminiscent of the weapon wielded by Asuma Sarutobi. Qingyun began to comprehend the implications. Mastery of one of the 5 fundamental chakra elemental transformations could establish one as a formidable force. Mastering 2, and even fusing them, could lead to the creation of new ninjutsu. Sarutobi Sasuke's explanation trailed off, but Qingyun instantly grasped the concept, the bloodline limit, wherein 2 transformations coalesce to form a new technique. Indeed, he stated, I am inherently endowed with chakra of 5 attributes and have mastered them all. However, I have yet to attempt chakra fusion, thus lacking the capacity for bloodline limits. Sarutobi Sasuke elaborated, the combination of wind release and water release results in ice release. However, composite ninjutsu cannot create a new technique. They merely enhance potency without affecting a qualitative change. Qingyun recognized that Sarutobi Sasuke was imparting knowledge and refrained from interjecting, listening intently as he quickly absorbed the information. Soon, Qingyun entered a learning mode, inquiring as he studied. During movement, utilizing wind release to increase my speed. What does that signify? He recalled that many had employed this technique to enhance their speed. Yes, that falls under the preliminary application of wind release's elemental transformation. The Rasengan represents a change in form, and when infused with the wind attribute, it becomes the Rasen Shuriken. The Raijin corresponds to the lightning release transformation, thus allowing it to merge with the form-altering Rasengan. In other words, the Rasen Shuriken's level is akin to that of the Rasengan, yet it holds even greater potential. If I were to augment the Rasengan with elemental transformation to achieve the Rasen Shuriken, and then combine it with the form-altering Raijin, what ninjutsu would that yield? Qingyun found himself deep in thought, engrossed in contemplation. Once his chakra was replenished, he commenced his daily training regimen. Sarutobi Sasuke refrained from interrupting Qingyun, quietly observing him as he practiced. Time flowed swiftly. None could ascertain how long had passed within the ancient well, and Qingyun had entirely lost track of the passage of time. This individual, I merely instructed him to grasp the transformations of 5 fundamental attributes. Yet he has embarked on a study of the combinations of these transformations. However, I must admit, it is my first encounter with someone possessing such innate talent for ninjutsu. Sarutobi Sasuke observed Qingyun with evident satisfaction. Yet again, failure. Time and again, Qingyun faced setbacks, yet he persisted, utilizing the loophole of shadow clone technique to incessantly explore the fusion of wind and lightning attributes. In the original narrative, the combination of wind release and lightning release is non-existent, as wind release counters lightning release. Merging the two is indeed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Qingyun believed that just as water and fire could produce boil release, his wind and lightning could undoubtedly yield a new attribute. With unwavering dedication, Qingyun immersed himself in the research of this new attribute, swiftly mastering the transformations of wind and lightning. To develop this new technique, he had to draw from the transformations of water release and fire release, thereby mastering 2 additional transformations. He also quickly comprehended the transformation of earth release. Yet this was of little concern to him. What mattered most was the amalgamation of wind and lightning release. Child, you are the most gifted ninja I have ever encountered. Even Hisashi pales in comparison. Do not rush. You are merely 6 years old. Sarutobi Sasuke encouraged Qingyun, yet Qingyun remained undeterred, entirely focused on merging the 2 attributes. When Qingyun finally grasped the concept, Sarutobi Sasuke remarked, Child, it appears you have made significant progress this time. It seems Konoha will have a worthy successor. These techniques belong to the Sarutobi clan. I did not have the chance to pass them on to Hisashi before my demise. I hope that when you meet the descendants of the Sarutobi clan, you will teach them well on my behalf. You truly are remarkable, young one. But I cannot endure this any longer. Remember, you must defeat me to earn the right to learn sage arts. Sarutobi Sasuke spoke with a peculiar tone, prompting a sense of unease in Qingyun. You have been sealed for several years. It is time for you to emerge. In the next moment, Qingyun found himself amidst rubble. His body restored to its previous state. Was this merely a dream? It hardly seemed so. Dreams could not be so vivid. Qingyun stood, once again beholding the 4 statues. The 4 holy beasts? As he approached, the surroundings began to tremble, and the ancient well once more underwent a transformation. A figure manifested before Qingyun. Unmistakably that of Sarutobi Sasuke. However, the Sasuke before him no longer bore the gentle demeanor he once knew. It was evident he had succumbed to the control of the 9 tails chakra. Who are you? Qingyun inquired directly. I am uncertain of my own name, Sarutobi Sasuke replied, brandishing a golden staff. The weapon I wield is the Saruma King, and within me flows the chakra of the 9 tails. Yet I am not entirely the 9 tails. I still seem to be Sarutobi Sasuke. His mind was in disarray as he shook his head, his eyes turning malevolent. All I know is that, in this moment, killing you is the best fate. The figure before him was indeed Sarutobi Sasuke, now utterly consumed by darkness. With remarkable swiftness, he teleported before Qingyun, who immediately realized that this individual was employing the properties of wind release. High heaven! Lacking any weapon, Qingyun harnessed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, conjuring a staff through yin-yang release. The demonized Sarutobi Sasuke then engaged Qingyun in fierce combat. The clash of their staffs resonated with rhythmic thuds. As they exchanged blows with extraordinary skill, each evenly matched. Qingyun drew upon his monstrous strength, while his opponent leveraged the augmentation of wind attributes. Each strike more rapid than the last. Qingyun soon felt the pressure mounting. Indeed, this adversary possessed power surpassing that of a Hokage. Perhaps even the 3rd Hokage at the zenith of his might would pale in comparison. Convinced that he had already squandered enough time, Qingyun launched a surprise attack amidst their skirmish, declaring, Amaterasu. However, to his astonishment, Sarutobi Sasuke evaded the black flames with remarkable agility. No wonder Sasuke had urged him to master 5 forms of nature transformation. Without such mastery, defeating him would be impossible. Subsequently, Qingyun utilized his own wind release, significantly increasing his speed. Fire release, great fireball technique. Qingyun invoked the fire techniques of the Sarutobi clan while simultaneously employing wind release. The combination of wind and fire release, a simple yet potent ninjutsu, surged towards Sarutobi Sasuke. In response, Sasuke executed hand seals, unleashing wind release, vacuum wave, water release, great waterfall technique. Both combatants, proficient in nature transformations, exchanged breathless rounds of ninjutsu. Tailed Beast Bomb. At this juncture, Sarutobi Sasuke, under the influence of the 9 tails chakra, was able to successfully utilize the Tailed Beast Bomb even in his human form. Qingyun recognized this as yet another decisive clash of life and death. Therefore, he resolved to unveil his new ultimate technique. After an indeterminate period of training in the illusionary realm, he had finally mastered this move. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Qingyun raised one hand above his head, manifesting a rotating wind shuriken upon it, a technique already embodying both nature and form transformations. He then extended his other hand, conjuring a core of lightning, a veritable sphere of 300 million volts, crackling with energy. Qingyun gently propelled the lightning sphere upward, and astonishingly, it was absorbed into the spiraling shuriken. The formerly rapidly rotating wind shuriken now fused with the power of lightning. But the transformation did not cease. A colossal storm materialized. Centered around Qingyun, an immensely powerful whirlwind, accompanied by lightning, began to spread outward. The spiraling shuriken in his grasp had metamorphosed into a spiraling lightning bomb shuriken, a terrifying ninjutsu capable of altering the very climate. The tailed beast bomb was finally launched towards Qingyun, who hurled the spiraling lightning bomb shuriken in retaliation. Whoosh! The deafening sound shattered the air, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. This attack could disrupt both visual and auditory senses upon initiation. The tailed beast bomb was crafted according to the proportions of yin-yang release, while Qingyun's creation was born from the fusion of wind and lightning. The outcome of their clash would soon reveal who was superior. At long last, these two formidable forces collided. The spiraling lightning jade shuriken struck the tailed beast jade, causing an immediate transformation. The once slicing shuriken vanished entirely, resembling a black hole that instantaneously began to tear apart the energy of the tailed beast jade. Consequently, the tailed beast jade became exceedingly unstable, resulting in the ancient well being shattered once more. The yin-yang escape techniques of the tailed beast jade were swiftly torn asunder, and Sarutobi Sasuke's body was likewise rent apart in an instant. Even Qingyun could scarcely believe that the bloodline limit he had created was so terrifying. When Qingyun opened his eyes once more, he found the amiable Sarutobi Sasuke standing before him. Sarutobi Sasuke, how are you alive again? Qingyun asked, exasperated yet amused. I am not alive. I have long been deceased. I am merely a manifestation of chakra. How many times must I reiterate this? Sarutobi Sasuke replied, equally bemused. However, you truly are impressive. I never anticipated that you would genuinely create a new ninjutsu. The swift cutting of wind release, the destructive and brutal nature of lightning release, has indeed formed a cataclysmic black hole. This ninjutsu should be named by you, Sarutobi Sasuke suggested. Let us call it flash release. The transformation of wind can greatly enhance speed, and the transformation of lightning can likewise increase velocity. When combined, the attack is instantaneous. Flash release seems most fitting, Qingyun proclaimed. Remarkable indeed, flash release. Sarutobi Sasuke remarked before glancing at Qingyun. You have defeated me, now controlled by the Nine Tails chakra, but there remains one final trial. Must I truly undergo this trial? Qingyun queried, somewhat troubled. Certainly. It is of utmost importance, Sarutobi Sasuke insisted. The chakra of the Nine Tails, the chakra of the former Monkey King, and even the chakra of the golden and silver horns have merged into one. You must consume all of this chakra. What? You want me to consume it? Qingyun exclaimed, bewildered. This is the only way for the former Monkey King to survive. He is immortal. Even without chakra, he retains an indestructible form, Sarutobi Sasuke explained. No, I am more concerned for myself. I am merely 6 years old. You expect me to consume the chakra of so many powerful beings. Qingyun protested, feeling utterly overwhelmed. I believe you possess a method. Sarutobi Sasuke encouraged. Though you are only 6, your chakra has already reached the level of a shadow. Thus, absorbing a bit more chakra should not be insurmountable. A bit of chakra? A bit of chakra? Qingyun wanted to curse. The chakra of Sarutobi Sasuke was at the super shadow level, alongside that of the golden and silver horns, capable of defeating the Raikage and severely injuring the Hokage. The total amount of the former Monkey King's chakra was several times greater than Qingyun's, not to mention the chakra of the Nine Tails, which would undoubtedly exceed 100-fold. How could he possibly consume it all? Qingyun was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration, yet at that moment, he remembered the system. System, are you there? Is there a way for me to absorb chakra? Qingyun inquired. The system responded promptly. Want to absorb chakra? It's quite simple. It seemed to look down upon Qingyun. Simple? How so? Will I not explode from absorbing this? Qingyun inquired. Have you forgotten? You consumed a weakened version of the chakra fruit, and being a descendant of Indra, absorbing mere-tailed beast chakra is trivial, the system replied. Although you are currently too young and short to directly utilize this chakra, you can employ sealing techniques to bind the unusable chakra. Seal chakra? Are you suggesting I seek out Sarutobi Sasuke? Qingyun questioned. That individual is merely a chakra imprint now and cannot assist you. Do you recall who in the Naruto world has the ability to store and use chakra? The system reminded Qingyun. Are you referring to Tsunade? Is it the Yin seal you mean? Qingyun seemed to grasp the system's intent. Precisely. You currently possess 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. If you wish to learn the Yin seal, you must sacrifice these 2 chances. This way, you can temporarily wield this chakra. The system asserted. How greedy of you. Moreover, I have already defeated the Nine Tails and Sarutobi Sasuke. Is 2 lottery draws truly all you can offer? Qingyun challenged. You did not defeat the Nine Tails. It was the Gold and Silver brothers who consumed its flesh and blood, thus granting you this advantage. The former sage of the Monkey King has been sealed away, unable to exhibit his true power. Granting you 2 lottery draws is already exceedingly generous. So, do you wish to exchange for the Yin seal? The system seemed to grow impatient. Qingyun, not wanting to offend the system, acknowledged the truth in its words. Very well, I shall exchange. Upon his declaration, he instantly acquired Tsunade's Yin seal technique. At that moment, Sarutobi Sasuke observed Qingyun, sensing a change in him. Are you prepared to absorb the chakra? Just say the word, and we shall enter your body, he said. Do not phrase it so grotesquely. Wait a moment. I need to prepare a jutsu, Qingyun stated, fully aware that to absorb chakra 100-fold his own. Complete preparation was essential. In truth, you need not absorb all this chakra at once. You could first absorb the chakra of the former sage of the Monkey King and mine, and save the remaining Nine Tails chakra for later. After all, you are still quite young. A gradual absorption would suffice, allowing you to grow before taking in more, Sarutobi Sasuke advised. This is the final test of the sage. Once you pass, you shall learn sage arts that surpass the 3 great lands. But you are young, and time is on your side, correct? Understood, understood. Please be quiet, Qingyun retorted, focusing on mastering the Yin seal he had just exchanged for. He meticulously studied the Yin seal technique, and after an indeterminate period, he felt ready. Yin seal technique, Qingyun exclaimed, and turning to Sarutobi Sasuke, he said, all right, aside from the Nine Tails chakra, let the rest flow in. Are you prepared? Then we shall proceed. Sarutobi Sasuke replied. Wait, what will happen to the Nine Tails chakra once you absorb yours? Qingyun inquired. Rest assured, his chakra cannot escape this abyss. When you wish to absorb it, simply return here, Sarutobi Sasuke proclaimed. Very well, if that is the case, let us prepare to commence. Sarutobi Sasuke nodded, placing one hand upon Qingyun's abdomen, and in an instant, vanished with a swift whoosh. Ugh! Qingyun felt as though he might retch, sensing a malevolent presence invading his very being. Sarutobi Sasuke, a figure of great renown, had his chakra merging with Qingyun's essence. Shortly thereafter, Qingyun experienced a dizzying sensation as he became aware of several distinct chakras infiltrating his body. Fortunately, the chakra of the Nine Tails did not enter. As soon as Qingyun absorbed the chakra, he succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered that the chakra within him was in utter disarray. With no other option, Qingyun painstakingly began to expel the peculiar chakras back into their rightful places, confining the excess chakra within his Yin seal. Even so, the Yin seal reached its capacity, yet through repeated purification, Qingyun ultimately succeeded in organizing the chakra that had entered his body. Henceforth, a diamond-shaped mark adorned Qingyun's forehead, identical to that of Tsunade. Upon examining the chakra within him, Qingyun realized he had attained the pinnacle of shadow level. He was but a step away from transcending into the realm of super shadow. Of course, this did not equate to the liberation of the Yin seal. Qingyun would gradually mature, his strength accelerating, and it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the apex of the ninja world. Is this the former Monkey King? Noticing a stick on the ground, Qingyun picked it up, for his mission had been to rescue the former Monkey King. Now that the task was complete, he intended to return to the Water Curtain Cave. Absorbing the chakra of the Nine Tails and receiving the sage's legacy were not urgent matters. He had already progressed swiftly and needed only to accumulate experience and grow stronger. Qingyun had yet to complete the task of achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as each use of the Mangekyo placed a tremendous burden on his body. The last confrontation with the Nine Tails had nearly exhausted him. Let us depart. I shall return another day. Qingyun gazed at the scattered red chakra, licking his lips, and swiftly ascended to the well's mouth with the Vajra staff in hand. Upon emerging from the well, he found the Monkey King waiting eagerly for him. Ah, Qingyun, you have finally returned. The Monkey King exclaimed with excitement. How long has it been? Qingyun inquired. Approximately 2 hours. The Monkey King replied. What? Qingyun then realized that the flow of time below differed from that above. Is this staff truly the cause? Qingyun raised the Vajra staff in his hand. The Monkey King's gaze fixated upon the staff, as if he had a multitude of words to share. It seems your father's chakra has indeed been absorbed by you. Thus you have effectively salvaged him. The staff transformed into the Rui Vajra staff is now yours to keep, the Monkey King stated. The Rui Vajra staff sounds rather splendid. Qingyun glanced at the golden rod in his hand and inquired, your father's chakra has already merged with mine. So this rod can be considered a remnant of your father's physical form, correct? Not quite, the Monkey King replied. Do not forget, my father is immortal and indestructible. He then produced a colossal scroll and unfurled it. Upon seeing it, Qingyun recognized it as a summoning contract. This is the summoning contract established between the Sarutobi clan and our Monkey King. Now, I hope we can sign an agreement as well, which will facilitate your visits in the future. During battles, you will be able to summon me to assist you at any time. It was evident that the Monkey King was deeply grateful for Qingyun's actions, had it not been for Qingyun's suppression of the rampaging former Monkey King. The water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain might have faced dire consequences. Excellent. I could not wish for anything more, Qingyun exclaimed, looking forward to absorbing the remaining chakra later. Signing the contract now would indeed make future visits more convenient. As he examined the names inscribed on the scroll, he noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Sasuke were among them, making him the first non-Sarutobi to enter into such a contract. Press your hand here, the Monkey King instructed, resembling a diligent clerk. After Qingyun pressed his hand upon the scroll, he felt a profound connection between himself and the entirety of the water curtain cave at Flower Fruit Mountain. All right, it's time to return. Too much time has passed, Qingyun remarked, turning to the Monkey King. How do I get back to Konoha? It's quite simple. Just place your hand on my back, and I shall transport you. The Monkey King replied. Following his guidance, Qingyun placed his hand on the Monkey King's back, and in the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him, only to find himself back in the Hokage's office in Konoha. At that moment, the third Hokage was seated in his chair. Have you completed your tasks? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Yes, indeed. I truly appreciate your help, Qingyun. From now on, you'll be able to summon me as well. Old man, I must take my leave now, the Monkey King said, not lingering any longer. The third Hokage noticed the rod in Qingyun's hand and immediately asked, is that the rod transformed from the former Monkey King? You should be able to shrink it and carry it with you. Qingyun had no better place to store the rod, so he shrank it and tucked it into his ear. He found this scene oddly familiar, as if he had witnessed it before. Old man, I encountered Sarutobi Sasuke, Qingyun stated. Oh, is that so? I can sense that you are somewhat different now. Share your experience with me, the third Hokage replied, clearly enjoying Qingyun's recounting. Qingyun narrated his experiences, and the third Hokage, noticing a diamond-shaped mark on Qingyun's forehead, remarked, I see, that mark is the Yin seal. Capable of storing a vast amount of chakra, it truly is an impressive artifact. After finishing their conversation, Qingyun returned to the Ninja Academy, where his students were anything but easy to manage. He was determined to ensure they graduated ahead of schedule. How is everyone? The graduation exam is fast approaching. How are your preparations coming along? Qingyun asked the students upon his return to the school. We have all made significant progress. Many have mastered the art of tree climbing, and their application of the body flicker technique has become quite proficient, though their theoretical knowledge and practical experience still leave much to be desired, said Might Guy enthusiastically. Oh, those who have mastered tree climbing, please raise your hands. Qingyun observed that over 90% of the children raised their hands, indicating their earnest dedication to learning chakra control. However, there remained a minority of 10% who had yet to grasp tree climbing, among whom was Uchiha Obito. Obito, what seems to be the issue? Qingyun inquired. I was helping an elderly lady cross the street, Obito replied earnestly, leaving his sincerity questionable. Very well, those who have mastered tree climbing, proceed to practice the body flicker technique. Those who have not, please follow me. Qingyun then gathered the struggling children to the training ground, which had previously been quite barren. He had previously asked EG to create a small grove, serving as their designated practice area for tree climbing, utilizing chakra to adhere to your feet. Surely you can achieve this? Qingyun questioned. Many children hesitated to respond, yet Qingyun did not abandon his efforts. You are not as incapable as you believe. On the contrary, you possess greater potential to become ninjas than others, for I see the latent abilities within you. Your chakra reserves surpass those of your peers, making it challenging to control, which is entirely normal. With these encouraging words, Qingyun reignited hope within the children. Now, I will guide you step by step. Do not think too much. Simply follow my instructions, and I am confident you will succeed. Qingyun meticulously explained chakra control and demonstrated several times, allowing the children to grasp his meaning. Each child was attentive. Some used too much chakra and created depressions in the trees, while others, using too little, lacked the adhesive strength and fell. Qingyun devoted himself to teaching this group, and the children sensed his earnest dedication. Although progress was slow, their improvements were undeniably visible. While Qingyun focused on chakra control, he also employed shadow clones to teach theoretical concepts elsewhere. There are methods to memorize these concepts. Observe, recite, contemplate, and visualize, he encouraged, utilizing various techniques to help the children internalize theoretical knowledge. Many astute children quickly committed these theories to memory, and the shadow clones repeatedly reinforced these lessons, ensuring the children retained the essential knowledge. The progress in theoretical understanding was commendable, as was their advancement in tree climbing. Those who had fully mastered both theoretical knowledge and tree climbing began practicing the body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique. Having developed proficient chakra control, they found the use of these techniques effortless. The children who had successfully mastered tree climbing could execute the body flicker technique flawlessly, prompting Qingyun to shift his focus to students engaged in practical combat. Naturally, the more skilled students were eager to compete for points in duels. Qingyun discovered that Kakashi was also on the list, clearly indicating Kakashi's desire to graduate early. Having previously reprimanded Kakashi, Qingyun noticed that Kakashi now felt a sense of fear upon encountering him. Qingyun often brushed this off with a smile, believing that providing Kakashi with some constructive criticism would ultimately aid in his future growth. How about facing a rival? Qingyun pondered, only to realize that Kakashi's opponent was none other than Might Guy. He approached Kakashi and inquired, "He is not my match, nor will he ever be," Kakashi replied defiantly. "Even if he may not be your equal now, he could very well surpass you in the future. You are comrades, not adversaries," Qingyun remarked. Kakashi nodded, uncertain if he truly absorbed the advice. With a smile, Qingyun called out to the students still engaged in practical training. "Anyone who wishes to master ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu may come to me. You are welcome to learn from me in practical combat, but only after you have grasped the preceding subjects." After this announcement, many eager children sought out Qingyun. "Asuma, I believe you should focus on studying the nature transformation of the wind element. Hong, your chakra control is commendable. You could become a sensory or jinjutsu-type ninja. And Akamichi, your taijutsu and ninjutsu are impressive, allowing you to confront opponents head-on. However, sometimes it is necessary to adapt your strategies." Thus, 6 months passed, with Qingyun diligently guiding his students in their studies. The students did not disappoint him. Each one endeavored to learn, with some even practicing tirelessly at home. Qingyun felt deeply moved. After all, he was only 6 years old. Yet these students were willing to listen to him, which brought him great solace. Having previously worked in education and being a bit of a troublemaker himself, he understood what these children needed. In addition to teaching, Qingyun occasionally dispatched shadow clones to undertake missions. C-rank and D-rank tasks had been entirely depleted. And although he managed to complete 2 B-rank missions over 6 months, this was not due to a lack of capability, but rather the scarcity of high-level assignments. One day, Qingyun's students were finally to take their examinations. "I assure you, Teacher Yajima, the students will surprise you. Trust me, just go check the classroom today," Qingyun suggested in the principal's office. "Of course, I believe in you 100%. Yajima, aware of Qingyun's talents, immediately accompanied him to the classroom, where the chief examiner had already commenced the testing. "Uchiha Obito, your examination will focus on the shadow clone technique," the examiner announced. "You can do it, Obito." Rin cheered from the sidelines, instilling courage in him as he stepped forward. Shadow clone technique. Obito steadied his nerves and executed the technique, leading to a moment of silence in the classroom. To everyone's astonishment, the often underestimated Uchiha Obito perfectly performed the shadow clone technique. "Uchiha Obito, pass." The examiner was taken aback. Having previously taught this group of children, he never expected even the weakest, Obito, to succeed in the examination. "My guy? Your examination topic is transformation technique. Just transform into the principal of the academy," the examiner remarked casually. clad in tight attire. Mike Guy stepped forward and once again executed the transformation technique flawlessly, morphing into the principal. The perfection of his transformation left the principal momentarily speechless. Both the principal and the examiner exchanged bewildered glances. How could these children have made such remarkable progress in such a short time at Qingyun Academy? Whether it was theoretical knowledge, practical skills, or the three-body technique, these students had completed their examinations with utmost excellence. Undoubtedly, Qingyun's educational approach had proven successful. When these reports were presented to the third Hokage, he was equally impressed. Qingyun, you truly excel. Among so many students in the Ninja Academy, even the least capable have passed their exams. You have indeed surprised me. It seems you are quite suited to be a teacher. The third Hokage said with a smile. Is it only Chunin who can become teachers? Can Jonin also teach? Qingyun inquired. Of course, Jonin can not only teach, but can also lead teams of genin. The third Hokage replied. Well, Qingyun nodded, then added, I aspire to become a Jonin. Are there any methods to achieve that? As long as you accumulate a sufficient number of missions, you can be promoted to Jonin. There is no need for a selection exam. Theoretically, completing enough tasks will suffice for advancement, the third Hokage explained. Are you interested in becoming a Jonin? You've only been a Chunin for half a year. Why not spend a few more years developing? Your teaching skills are commendable. Why not continue nurturing the stars of Konoha? The third Hokage chuckled. Qingyun understood the third Hokage was jesting and did not take it too seriously. Having completed the missions assigned by the system and acquired the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a new task had been issued, to become a Jonin of Konoha, with the reward of a tenfold surprise draw. Naturally, Qingyun was quite invested in the prospect of becoming a Jonin. Honestly, old man, half a year has passed, and I am already 7 years old. Who becomes a Chunin for half a year? I want to advance to Jonin. Feel free to set any requirements. Qingyun declared with great confidence. Half a year as a Chunin? Many spend their entire lives as Genin, and some remain Chunin forever. What is wrong with half a year? Allow me a moment to ponder, the third Hokage said, retrieving his pipe to smoke. Suddenly, he received a phone call and remarked, There is an A-rank mission I would like you to undertake alone. If you succeed, I assure you will become an elite Jonin of Konoha. There are ranks among Jonin, special Jonin, regular Jonin, and elite Jonin. The elite Jonin rank represents the pinnacle of Jonin. And even the legendary White Fang belongs to this category, though his strength has long surpassed that of an elite Jonin. Becoming an elite Jonin would essentially place Qingyun at the apex of achievable advancement within the ninja hierarchy. What mission? An A-rank mission? I suspect it can't be anything good. Qingyun speculated. I want you to join the 12 Guardians of the Land and protect the daimyo, the third Hokage stated. The 12 Guardians. Qingyun recalled the tragic deaths of the likes of Dodo and Asuma, who had once been members of the 12 Guardians, serving as high-level bodyguards for the daimyo. How long will I need to protect the daimyo? Qingyun asked. At least for 2 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled a ring of smoke. Saying 2 years? Are you certain? Qingyun immediately inquired. Are there any other avenues to attain the rank of Jonin? Even if it's a special Jonin. I merely seek a title. Hiruzen replied. Qingyun, this matter is not as simple as you perceive. This is a path paved for your future. Paved path. Qingyun momentarily failed to grasp the third Hokage's meaning. Indeed, a paved path, Hiruzen stated earnestly. To become Hokage, a fundamental requirement is to possess the will of fire. The flame of that will burns fiercely within you, and I have never doubted it. Not only I, but even Koharu and Hamura recognize your potential. The students at the Ninja Academy hold great appreciation for you. They are of a similar age, and in fact, you are even younger than some. Gaining their support, as well as that of their parents, is tantamount to earning the people's backing. Hiruzen continued, your abilities, not merely within your age group, but across the entire ninja world, are already considerable. Your body is still developing, and your strength will continue to grow. Your future is boundless. Furthermore, consider your task completion rate. You have accomplished over 10 times the number of tasks compared to others. In every regard, you are the future Hokage. Even Orochimaru and Minato cannot compare to you. However, at present, there are at least 3 matters yet to be addressed before you can become Hokage. At this moment, Hiruzen was opening his heart to Qingyun, a rarity for him to share so much with anyone. What are these 3 matters? Qingyun inquired with curiosity. The first matter is the support of the daimyo, Hiruzen explained. Konoha Ninja Village serves as the military force of the Land of Fire. If the daimyo opposes your ascension to Hokage, then no amount of support from us will suffice. Wouldn't you agree? What else? Qingyun was determined to hear the rest. The second matter is age, Hiruzen continued without pause. Qingyun, despite your maturity, your age remains a factor. Everyone in Konoha believes that you may succeed as the 5th or 6th Hokage, but the 4th Hokage is likely to be Minato, who is considerably older than you. Age, although Minato is still young, plays a significant role. Qingyun chose not to respond. His youth was an immutable fact. I understand this. What is the final matter? Qingyun asked. The final and most crucial matter is military merit. Hiruzen pondered before speaking. You previously mentioned that war is imminent. In recent years, I have sensed an unusual calm among the other ninja villages, as if they are plotting something. I believe that if war truly arrives, you can seize this opportunity to amass military achievements. Qingyun understood Hiruzen's intention. The 3rd Hokage wished for him to accumulate merit during the forthcoming conflict, ensuring that even the daimyo would have little room to object. After the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, I ascended to the position of Hokage. Following the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were conferred with the title of the legendary Three Ninjas by Hanzo the Salamander. Tsunade, having lost her brother and lover, had gone missing. Orochimaru remained stationed at the borders, while Jiraiya's temperament was ill-suited for the role of Hokage. Thus, Orochimaru, Minato, and I would be the contenders for the future Hokage, stated the 3rd Hokage with unwavering certainty. In my mind, I reflected that Orochimaru had already begun delving into forbidden jutsu, making it unlikely for him to ever become Hokage. Ultimately, the individuals most capable of assuming that mantle would be Minato and myself. I sensed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's words carried deeper meaning. Therefore, you are to protect the daimyo, ensure his safety, and do not neglect your daily training. In doing so, your chances of becoming Hokage will increase, the 3rd Hokage advised earnestly. I recognized that he genuinely cared for my future. Indeed, it appears that to attain the rank of Jonin, I must fulfill this task of safeguarding the daimyo. This mission will greatly aid my aspirations of becoming Hokage, thus I have no reason to decline. I pondered, quickly weighing the pros and cons. The benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Very well, I accept. I readily agreed to the 3rd Hokage's proposition and accepted the task of protecting the daimyo. Just make sure to promote me to Jonin upon my return. I feared that the 3rd Hokage might change his mind. The 3rd Hokage chuckled awkwardly. Of course. I am the 3rd Hokage, my word is my bond. After receiving his affirming response, I nodded in agreement. What about the children? I recalled the students of the Ninja Academy who had been studying by my side. Rest assured, they all passed their examinations with flying colors and will soon become genin. A new source of strength for Konoha. The 3rd Hokage reassured me regarding their education. In all honesty, he hoped that I would continue my endeavors in the field of education. However, I was aware that my aspirations extended beyond merely being a teaching chunin. I sought to change the world, which necessitated absolute power and authority. After returning home, I rested well for the night, for I was to embark on my journey the following day. At dawn, I shouldered my pack and set forth toward the location of the daimyo of the Fire Country. The journey was uneventful, and I soon arrived at the capital where the daimyo resided. Every nation possesses a capital, and each ninja village serves as a form of military force. Thus, any increase or decrease in the number of ninjas requires the daimyo's consent. In other words, to some extent, the power of the daimyo is paramount. Nevertheless, the influence of a village's leader, the Hokage, is also formidable at times. The leader's decree compels the daimyo to acquiesce. My destination this time was the capital of the Fire Country. The daimyo resided within a grand castle, surrounded by towering walls capable of withstanding typical assaults. On these walls, not only ordinary citizens stood guard, but also ninjas from Konoha. Before I could enter through the gates, I was halted by the guard stationed there. Child, what purpose do you serve? Identity information. I am a chunin from Konoha. Qingyun presented his identification, causing a look of astonishment among the gatekeepers. However, in these times, the presence of prodigies is not uncommon, and they did not impose any significant obstacles, allowing Qingyun to enter the gates with ease. Upon entering, he found the main street flanked by various vendors and shops, though their business did not appear particularly prosperous. How have you been faring? Has business always been this poor? Qingyun casually inquired of a vendor selling ingredients. It's manageable. The security here is quite good. Although business is mediocre, it is sufficient to scrape by, the elder replied. Other nations fare far worse than we do. I have heard that in the land of wind, the situation is so dire that they are on the brink of cannibalism, the elder continued. It seems that not only is the economy of the land of fire in decline, but others are similarly afflicted. Qingyun felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, it is all due to war. The treasury is depleted, and all resources are allocated to Konoha. You must live quite comfortably, I presume? The elder had recognized Qingyun's status as a ninja. Qingyun nodded and handed some coins to the elder. Reflecting on his previous beliefs, he had once thought the daimyo's decision to cut expenditures for ninjas was foolish. However, witnessing the struggles of the populace here, he found himself understanding the daimyo's rationale. It appeared that the ninja villages were a significant financial drain on the daimyo, which explained why they occasionally exerted pressure on the Hokage. Qingyun also observed that regardless of how ninjas fared, the daimyo remained largely unaffected, indicating a certain distance in their relationship. The only ninjas the daimyo likely interacted with closely were the 12 guardian ninja. Qingyun had come to the daimyo's castle with the intention of joining the 12 guardian ninja, committing to protect the daimyo for at least 2 years, thereby affording him ample time to understand the daimyo. The castle was divided into an outer and inner city. The outer city was where ordinary citizens resided, while the inner city was reserved for nobility, heavily guarded and surrounded by numerous conventional sentinels. However, Qingyun regarded these guards with disdain, knowing that he could easily handle them with a single jutsu. Among these guards, however, were hidden some truly exceptional masters, whom Qingyun surmised were dispatched by the third Hokage. Are there ninjas from Konoha? Please hold on. One of the guards stated as he received Qingyun's letter and took it inside. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned and beckoned Qingyun to enter. Soon, Qingyun found himself in a castle-like chamber, facing the daimyo seated upon a grand chair. This daimyo appeared somewhat effeminate and rather youthful. Qingyun recognized that this individual was the daimyo who would span the entirety of the Hokage narrative, remaining in power until the era of Naruto, marking him as the longest-serving and most significant daimyo in history. Oh, you must be Qingyun, the prodigious ninja from Konoha, a chunin at the tender age of 7, whose prowess even surpasses that of Jonin, a true rising star of the ninja world. The daimyo regarded Qingyun with surprise, fanning himself with a handheld fan. Greetings, esteemed lord. Indeed, I am Qingyun. The accolades bestowed upon me are mere exaggerations. Qingyun embodies humility, ever mindful of the necessity to maintain a low profile. However, scarcely had these words escaped his lips when a nearby individual displayed an expression of disdain. It is true. How absurd it is for a mere child like you to be dispatched by Konoha as one of the 12 guardian ninjas. Qingyun turned his gaze towards the speaker, a robust figure resembling a humanoid beast, his countenance replete with contempt and derision, clearly underestimating Qingyun. It seems there are those who doubt your prowess, the lord introduced. Allow me to present this individual, codenamed Beast, my finest guardian. Once, while hunting in the wilderness, I unexpectedly encountered a ferocious tiger, and to my astonishment, Beast engaged it in fierce combat, ultimately saving my life. Qingyun inclined his head slightly, a gesture of polite acknowledgement. Despite the scorn directed at him, he chose to prioritize harmony. Nevertheless, Beast let out another scoff, declaring, "Kid, I do not believe in ninjas. If you can defeat me, I shall concede to you." Repeatedly belittled, Qingyun felt compelled to assert himself. After all, how could he navigate future encounters otherwise? Speak your terms. I shall triumph in any contest. Victory is a foregone conclusion for me, Qingyun replied nonchalantly, as if success were his birthright, which undeniably provoked Beast's ire. You uttered those words. Should you lose, return to Konoha and resume your childish games. Beast retorted, let us engage in a simple contest of strength. We shall grapple and see who possesses greater power. Qingyun could scarcely contain a smile. Though merely 7 years of age, he possessed extraordinary strength, rivaling even the third Hokage, let alone this lord's guardian. To challenge a 7-year-old to a test of strength, was that not somewhat disgraceful? While the lord was one unafraid to speak his mind, Beast was utterly shameless. Shaking his head, he proclaimed, in the realm of ninjas, strength knows no age. Every ninja must confront battles, and foes will not relent due to your youth. Beast spoke true, and the lord reassured him, rest assured, in terms of sheer power, few in the entire ninja world can surpass me. With unwavering confidence, Qingyun prepared himself. A line marked the ground, Should either party be pulled across it, defeat would follow. Let us begin. Do not dawdle, Qingyun declared, already securing the strap around his waist. Beast snorted derisively, fastening his own strap, and swiftly pulled in the opposite direction. Yet, Qingyun remained immovable, like a steadfast bell. Beast strained with all his might, but found himself unable to budge Qingyun even by a fraction. What is happening? His face turned crimson, only to find Qingyun observing him with an amused expression. Beast's frustration intensified. Who was he? A man renowned for his strength. How could he be outmatched by a mere 7-year-old child? The beast charged in the opposite direction repeatedly. However, Qingyun hardly exerted himself and had already stabilized his body completely. I inquired, Beast, are you not weary? Qingyun laughed at the beast from the side, recognizing the beast's earnestness. Yet it was precisely this seriousness that prompted Qingyun to mock his overestimation of his own abilities. There is a saying that goes, "What fire dares to contend with the brilliance of the full moon? You are that fire, and I am the full moon." Enough of this jesting, let us conclude. Qingyun then became serious, taking a step forward, which caused the entire body of the beast to be drawn along. With another step, the beast was entirely lifted off the ground. After 3 steps in total, Qingyun ultimately completed the contest and emerged victorious. The noble watched with rapt attention. For him, this was indeed an entertaining spectacle to enjoy during leisure. However, for the beast, the humiliation of defeat weighed heavily. Remarkable, Qingyun. It seems the rumors were not unfounded. You are indeed a formidable ninja. Welcome to the Guardian 12 Ninjas. Mr. Tianzong will escort you to your quarters. But first, let us indulge in a sumptuous meal, as I wish to extend my hospitality and make you feel at home. The noble appeared quite pleased and did not dwell on the beast's failure. The beast, having suffered this defeat, felt his pride significantly wounded and ultimately left the banquet in silence, unable to face the gathering. Qingyun did not refuse the noble's kindness, considering he might be here for the next 2 years. The table was laden with delectable dishes, and Qingyun helped himself without hesitation, enjoying whatever he desired to eat and drink. He noticed that many chairs remained unoccupied, and even as the night deepened, these seats remained vacant, which struck him as peculiar. Lord Noble, may I inquire as to where these individuals have gone? Qingyun asked directly. The noble nodded and replied, You mean those who reserved seats? They are high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire. Recently, a flu has been prevalent, and they have all taken sick leave. Qingyun surveyed the scene and found at least 10 tables completely devoid of guests, sensing something amiss. He immediately asked, So many people have fallen ill? How strange. The noble nodded in agreement. Indeed, I find it odd as well. However, due to their illnesses, many matters in the Land of Fire have been delayed. Upon hearing this, Qingyun felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Could a flu truly impact the political echelon of the Land of Fire, especially at a time when the specter of war loomed? He could not help but suspect foul play from other ninja villages or nations. Oh, by the way, you are here to join the Guardian 12 Ninjas. So I wish to inform you that not all of them are ninjas. Some are masters, some are the best bodyguards, and some have even been criminals. However, they are now utterly loyal. Words alone are insufficient. You must witness it for yourself. The noble then clapped his hands, and a figure entered, first bowing politely to the noble and then to Qingyun. The latter felt somewhat uncomfortable and immediately responded, You are too kind, truly. The individual did not engage in excessive formalities with Qingyun, but instead lifted his head and spoke. Lord Daimyo, Lord Qingyun has been properly arranged. The daimyo nodded and replied, Qingyun, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Tenku, our chief steward. Should you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to approach him directly. He then instructed Tenku to escort Qingyun to his quarters, adding, Oh, by the way, others may wish to familiarize themselves with you this evening, so be prepared. Though the daimyo's words were somewhat vague, Qingyun surmised that it likely pertained to the other 11 members of the 12 guardians testing him, perhaps as a form of initiation for the newcomer. The daimyo seemed to be subtly reminding him of this. Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude before following Tenku toward his room. Observing Tenku's steady gait and composed demeanor, Qingyun suspected he might be a concealed master, yet chose not to reveal his thoughts. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that while the structure was referred to as a castle, it bore little resemblance to Western castles. Rather, it was akin to a Japanese tower. The daimyo's previous location was at the heart of the castle, within a reception hall, while Qingyun now found himself in a room situated on the western side of the castle. This is your room. Should you require anything, simply inform anyone, and they will cater to your needs, Tinka stated. Qingyun examined the space. Though not overly spacious, it sufficed for a single occupant. The room featured a bathroom, kitchen, living area, bedroom, and even a balcony. The corridor outside welcomed sunlight, and there was a tea platform for enjoying tea. Qingyun had previously assumed that being one of the 12 guardians was a burdensome task, yet it now appeared to have transformed into a rather pleasant arrangement. Moreover, the room was adjoined by a courtyard, alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrances of blossoms, surrounded by exquisite trees whose names eluded him. Most notably, a small artificial hill adorned with a cascading waterfall added a touch of tranquility to the scene. Although not grandiose, the flowing water enhanced the beauty of the courtyard, creating a perfect ambience. Qingyun felt a sense of satisfaction with the accommodations. He communicated his needs to the attendants, who promptly fulfilled his requests. The castle's servants, all maidens of notable beauty, contributed to an atmosphere that, while not ostentatious, could certainly be regarded as upscale. It was evident that the daimyo held Qingyun in high regard, providing such lavish lodging for a senior protector. Yet, Qingyun harbored doubts. Was his experience uniquely favorable, or did all others enjoy similar comforts? He quickly deduced the answer. Such a level of accommodation was likely rare within the castle, suggesting that he might be the sole recipient among the 12 guardians. No wonder the daimyo had cautioned him. If others were relegated to bunk beds while he resided in a presidential suite, it was inevitable that discontent would arise. The daimyo must have anticipated this. Was he testing Qingyun or the other 11 guardians? At this moment, Qingyun began to grasp the complexity of the daimyo's character. He was far from the simpleton he appeared to be, having orchestrated many facets of the situation well in advance. Qingyun was acutely aware that the other 11 individuals might conspire against him. Thus, he took proactive measures within his courtyard, setting traps and employing substitution techniques, leaving no stone unturned in his defensive preparations, awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. Time seemed to stretch as he sensed an anomaly in his surroundings, prompting him to extend his perceptive abilities. Indeed, a cadre of skilled warriors was advancing toward him. The inevitable encounter had arrived, and he greeted them inwardly with a sense of anticipation, fully prepared for what was to come. Suddenly, shurikens hurtled toward Qingyun, seemingly dulled at the tips, suggesting that these prospective allies had no intention of causing him harm. Ultimately, the shurikens embedded themselves in his form, and 3 figures materialized within the courtyard. Why does he not evade? Could it be? The trio was taken aback to discover that Qingyun had transformed into a large wooden stump. Having meticulously arranged a decoy beforehand, he now sat back to observe the unfolding spectacle. As the adversaries fell into his trap, a barrage of shurikens erupted from hidden compartments, bombarding them. They attempted to deflect the projectiles with their own shurikens, only to neglect the pit Qingyun had cleverly excavated beneath their feet, causing them to plummet into its depths. Almost immediately, a massive net ensnared the trio. Not long after, another 3 individuals appeared, intent on rescuing their comrades. However, once again, a mechanism was triggered. The explosive tags beneath their feet ignited. In the critical moments before detonation, they leaped to what appeared to be the safest location, only to find it was yet another of Qingyun's deceptions. They, too, fell victim to his trap, bringing the total to 6 captives. Soon after, 3 more figures arrived, exhibiting far greater cunning than their predecessors. Instead of recklessly charging in like the characters from a folktale, they sought refuge in concealed areas and unleashed several explosive tags. At this juncture, Qingyun could no longer maintain his disguise, revealing his true self as the 3 ninjas surged toward him. Truly, a rising star of Konoha, you have laid so many traps in advance. We nearly fell into your scheme, they exclaimed, brimming with confidence. Yet, as they prepared to confront Qingyun, he smiled and retorted, "No, you are quite manageable." With a decisive motion, Qingyun once again transformed into a wooden stump. One must consider, how could Qingyun ever reveal his true self to engage in a direct confrontation? Such a strategy would render his meticulous planning meaningless. He had arranged at least 2 decoys, and the one he had just exposed was merely intended to mislead the remaining 3. In swift succession, a colossal net descended from above, ensnaring even these formidable adversaries. Although they struggled, this was no ordinary net. It bound them tightly, leaving them with no opportunity to form hand seals. Qingyun, indeed impressive. It seems you were aware that we would seek you out today? There is no need for you to remain hidden underground any longer. Step forth. At this moment, a monk emerged slowly. Qingyun recognized him as the 10th guardian of the 12 shinobi, likely the strongest among them, for he was the only one who had accurately discerned Qingyun's location. Acknowledging that he had been revealed, Qingyun ceased his concealment. My name is Dizong. The monk introduced himself. To be honest, I had no intention of coming today. However, they insisted on testing you, so I accompanied them. Little did I expect that it would be they who would face the consequences. The monk, who referred to himself as Dizong, bore no intention of hostility towards Qingyun, prompting a newfound respect from Qingyun. Master Dizong, rather than assisting us, you choose to mock us. We have known each other for quite some time. One of the 12 shinobi remarked. My apologies. But the crux of the matter is that you could not tolerate Qingyun residing in this courtyard. You believed yourselves most deserving of this place, which led to this confrontation. The greatest suffering of mankind stems from unfulfilled desires. Thus, one must cultivate a state of desirelessness. Would you not agree, young friend Qingyun? Dizong observed Qingyun with a gentle gaze, leaving Qingyun reluctant to retaliate. Desirelessness is commendable, yet to be devoid of desire is to relinquish one's humanity. After all, humans are driven by the pursuit of desire, are they not? Qingyun countered, engaging Dizong in discourse. One's life should be a struggle against one's desires, conquering them to find ultimate peace, Dizong asserted. Each person harbors unique aspirations, which is what makes us human, is it not? Qingyun, wishing to change the subject, remarked. As the saying goes, one must engage to truly know. We are all destined to protect the Lord. I shall assist you. With that, Qingyun untangled the nets, leaving the other 9 shinobi at a loss regarding how to navigate the awkward situation. I would like to inquire, young friend Qingyun, how could you possibly know we would come tonight? Dizong asked. The Lord hinted at it, and I had a vague intuition, Qingyun replied. It seems we have all been played by the Lord. He informed us to test you tonight and ascertain your true capabilities, one of the 12 shinobi lamented. Qingyun understood that the Lord had provided differing accounts to both groups, intending to gauge their respective strengths. Such cunning was indeed characteristic of the Lord, and while Qingyun found it somewhat exasperating, he also acknowledged it as a natural desire for his employer to assess his abilities. At that moment, the Lord made his appearance, accompanied by Mr. Tiansong. Clap, clap, clap. The Lord applauded, expressing his satisfaction. Gentlemen, you have performed admirably. Especially you, Mr. Qingyun. Your ambush was executed with remarkable finesse. The other 9 were utterly no match for you, with only Master Dizong discerning your concealment. Qingyun frowned as he noticed the discontent among the others. Enough, enough. There is no need for such harshness. I merely wish to gauge your capabilities. Each of you possesses your own unique strengths, and it is imperative that I comprehend them fully. The Lord's explanation eased the expressions of those present considerably. From this day forth, you, Qingyun, shall be the foremost guardian of the 12 shinobi. Here is your emblem. Treasure it well. Master Dizong, you will serve as the strategist for the 12 shinobi. As for the rest of you, your duty is to ensure my protection. The Lord proceeded to enact a series of arrangements, bestowing substantial rewards upon the 12 individuals. These honors were indeed significant, leading to a cessation of grievances towards the Lord. The insignia bestowed upon Qingyun resembled a sleeve reminiscent of a Hokage's, emblazoned with the character for fire. He promptly affixed it to his arm, recognizing its sole purpose as a symbol of his new role. Although Qingyun had been appointed as the leader of the 12 shinobi, he did not regard this position as a mere privilege. It entailed a grave responsibility to safeguard his subordinates and fulfill the task of protecting the Lord. Once the assembly dispersed, Qingyun confided his misgivings to Master Dizong. Master Dizong, it appears that the officials of the Land of Fire have all simultaneously fallen ill. Are you aware of this? I cannot shake the feeling that there is more to this situation than meets the eye, he expressed with suspicion. Indeed, I too find this matter highly questionable. We must conduct an investigation, yet the Lord has decreed that, in the interest of controlling the illness, we are forbidden from approaching or visiting the ailing officials, replied Dizong. The Lord fears we may contract the illness ourselves, but we need not present ourselves in person. We could simply dispatch shadow clones to investigate, suggested Qingyun. A splendid idea. Let us together visit the residence of ministers today, proposed Dizong. In the hierarchy of the Land of Fire, the highest authority is the Lord, followed by the left minister and the right minister. Tianzong, while not of high rank, serves directly under the Lord in the Internal Affairs Department. The left minister is akin to the chancellor, while the right minister holds a similar status. Qingyun was taken aback to learn that even the left minister had succumbed to illness, intensifying his suspicions. Subsequently, Qingyun and Dizong made their way to the left minister's home, which appeared quite modest, lacking the wealth that Qingyun possessed. Cough, cough. Qingyun and Dizong exchanged glances upon hearing the sound of coughing. Following the sound, they arrived at the left minister's bedroom, where they discovered him indeed bedridden, incessantly coughing. The sound unmistakably phlegmy. It seems the cold is not trivial. It appears rather severe, remarked Master Dizong. While he is alone, we must inquire as to the nature of his ailment, Qingyun declared, approaching the minister and gently shaking him awake. Startled, the left minister nearly cried out for assistance. Qingyun swiftly covered his mouth and whispered, "Do not be alarmed. I am Qingyun, the head of the 12 shinobi, here to uncover the truth behind the official's illness." Once the left minister had calmed, Qingyun released his grip. "I will infect you." The left minister shook his head in response. "It's of no concern. I am but a shadow clone," he said. "I need you to tell me what you have experienced to become this way." Qingyun inquired. "I'm not quite sure. Recently, many of the esteemed nobles' ministers have fallen ill with a cold. Initially, no one took it seriously, but as time passed, the condition of those afflicted worsened, and soon, many others succumbed to the same ailment," the left minister replied, dabbing at his nose, appearing quite unwell. "Who was the first to catch this cold? Do you know? Furthermore, has a physician determined the cause of your affliction?" Qingyun asked. "The first to fall ill? Who could possibly know? However, I suspect the hospital must have records. Certainly, a doctor would have investigated, yet despite receiving treatment, many remain unwell. It is indeed peculiar. The entire officialdom seems to be stricken with a severe cold," the left minister remarked. Qingyun nodded in understanding. "Very well, you should rest adequately." He then departed the left minister's residence and remarked to the earth deity, "It appears we must visit the hospital to examine the recent records of this cold and ascertain who has treated these individuals." "Indeed, I shall escort you to the hospital," the earth deity responded, well aware of its location. He led Qingyun to what could scarcely be called a hospital, but rather a modest clinic. "Is there not a medical ninja present?" Qingyun asked, somewhat taken aback. "None. Many in the realm of the great names are still rather skeptical of ninjas," the earth deity explained. "For numerous matters, they prefer to rely on the most rudimentary methods. When ill, they often resort to traditional herbal remedies." Contemplating this, Qingyun recognized that both the realm of the great names and Konoha village, while advanced in certain areas, such as radio technology, construction techniques, and even some antiquated computers, still retained many archaic practices in others, such as transportation and banking, which remained quite inconvenient. Medical ninjas employ antidotes to neutralize most toxins. They extract external toxins using chakra, and any residual toxins are gradually treated. However, in a hospital devoid of medical ninjas, the standard of care is regrettably primitive, relying solely on traditional methods. After extensive examination, by the time an antidote is available, it is often too late. This hospital in the realm of the great names was also traditional in nature, with patients and doctors reminding Qingyun of his own world. Together with the earth deity, they searched for a physician, and during their search, they noticed that many patients exhibited symptoms identical to those of the ministers. "This is curious. It seems this cold is no ordinary ailment," Qingyun mused, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. "That doctor over there treats all the infectious cases," the earth deity pointed out, indicating a man clad in a white coat. Qingyun approached, and, as the doctor entered his office, he and the earth deity followed, locking the door behind them. Upon entering, they were greeted by the overwhelming scent of disinfectant, sharp and pungent. "It is likely the doctor has sprayed disinfectant for sanitation," Qingyun reasoned. "Who are you? What do you want?" the doctor exclaimed, visibly startled. "Rest assured, we are the guardians of the 12 shinobi, tasked with the protection of the daimyo. We have come here for 2 matters, and we hope you can assist us in our investigation," Qingyun stated. The doctor then composed himself. "Recently, there has been a sudden increase in the number of individuals afflicted with colds, and there is indeed a reason for it." The doctor began rummaging through the filing cabinet and ultimately retrieved a manila envelope. It contained the records of the first patient to fall ill in the past month. The doctor handed the file to Qingyun. Upon opening it, Qingyun was taken aback. For the first person to contract this peculiar cold within the month was none other than the daimyo's aide, Tiansong. Tiansong has contracted this illness? Why has he not sought treatment? Qingyun immediately inquired. Because Tiansong has already recovered and is no longer infectious, he has naturally returned to his life, the doctor replied. Recovered? How long did it take? What exactly is this illness? Just a common cold? Qingyun pressed on. This is not a mere cold. It is a special strain of influenza virus, highly contagious, the doctor explained. However, Mr. Tiansong was completely cured in just 3 days, and even at the onset. His condition was not severe, almost as if he had been vaccinated. The doctor himself found it somewhat unbelievable. And what of the others? Unfortunately, others have not been so fortunate. After contracting this illness, they suffer from extreme fatigue and body aches, and the contagion remains strong. As of now, apart from Tiansong, no one else has recovered. We can only treat the symptoms. Fortunately, this illness has yet to prove fatal, the doctor replied. I see, I understand now. Thank you, Qingyun said, choosing not to press further. All evidence pointed towards Tiansong. A common person would not recover from such an illness, yet Tiansong was able to do so swiftly. Should we seek out Lord Tiansong? Dizong inquired. Of course. Let us find him at once. Qingyun felt a nagging sense that he and Dizong had overlooked something, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Qingyun then dispelled his shadow clone and, alongside Dizong, sought out Tiansong. Do you wish to know if this matter pertains to me? I can only say that I do not know. I contracted this illness 3 days ago and recovered swiftly. Perhaps the virus poses little threat to me. Beyond that, I cannot say why I contracted this virus. As I engage in the same activities daily, serving the daimyo and nothing more, Tiansong stated expressionlessly. Dizong and Qingyun furrowed their brows. Initially, they believed they were on the verge of a breakthrough, yet their inquiries faltered at Tiansong. Very well, we shall not intrude further, Qingyun said. And he and Dizong had no choice but to leave Tiansong's quarters. As they were departing, Tiansong suddenly cast a peculiar glance at Qingyun, leaving him feeling unsettled. Hurry up, Qingyun, Dizong urged. After a moment, Qingyun exited. Qingyun, Tiansong is lying. I can see it clearly. He is concealing something from us, Dizong remarked. What can we do if he does not wish to share? Qingyun asked, furrowing his brow. We shall investigate ourselves. Kazong remarked, please wait a moment. I shall employ a shadow clone to lure Tiansong away. Once he is distracted, we can infiltrate his chamber to investigate. There should be something of interest. A splendid idea. Let us proceed, Qingyun concurred, nodding in agreement. After a brief pause, Kazong executed his technique, successfully diverting Tiansong's attention. Subsequently, Qingyun and Kazong stealthily entered Tiansong's room. Here, Qingyun, Kazong exclaimed, twisting a bottle, which led to the revelation of a concealed door. This must be Tiansong's secret. We must hurry inside, Kazong urged, and Qingyun nodded in agreement. However, upon entering, Qingyun was immediately hit by a strong scent of disinfectant. His pupils dilated in alarm. This odor was reminiscent of what he had encountered in a doctor's office. Suddenly, Qingyun collapsed in agony, overwhelmed by the noxious scent that left him dizzy. As he inhaled the disinfectant's pungency, Qingyun sensed a peculiar transformation within his body, as if some latent force was activated. In contrast, he observed Kazong beside him, seemingly unaffected. Kazong, what is happening? Please help me. Qingyun cried out in distress, never having exhibited such suffering before. Kazong chuckled. I apologize, Konoha Supernova. I am not the Master Kazong you believe. I am a high-ranking spy from the Land of Thunder. My codename happens to be Kazong. A sly smile adorned his face, exuding an aura entirely different from before. What is the meaning of this? Qingyun inquired, bewildered. It is quite simple. My mission was to disseminate a virus, incapacitating the political framework of the Land of Fire. However, I have recently undertaken a new assignment, to eliminate you, Konoha Supernova. Qingyun, Kazong replied. Since you are destined to perish, allow me to elucidate your fate. I carry a virus that expands rapidly under specific conditions. Is this the scent of the disinfectant? Qingyun questioned. Indeed. While it bears a resemblance to disinfectant, it is not. Rather, it is a viral enhancer, Kazong explained. Initially, I swapped the disinfectant with the virus. By the time you entered the doctor's office, you had already been infected. Furthermore, I had preemptively spread the viral enhancer in Tiansong's secret chamber. The moment you set foot here, the virus would trigger. Kazong wore a triumphant expression. But you were always by my side. When could you possibly have disseminated the virus and its enhancer? Qingyun countered. My actions were not solitary. I had assistance. Yes, that doctor is my accomplice. For every individual who presented with this peculiar ailment, I discreetly administered the viral enhancer. Alas, Tianzong merely contracted the virus. His unique constitution allowed him to recover within 3 days, depriving me of the opportunity to act, Qingyun elaborated. You two have detected both scents. Why have you remained unscathed? Qingyun pressed. Because I had preemptively ingested an antidote, Qingyun replied. With a chilling smile, Dizong remarked, So, the supernova of Konoha, have you comprehended the gravity of the situation? If you understand, you might as well embrace death. I shall declare that you fell victim to Tianzong's assault. Huh? Qingyun chuckled lightly, eliciting surprise from Dizong. What is so amusing? Dizong retorted. I wonder why you could identify the doctor treating Tianzong at a glance. Why you first instructed me to dissipate my shadow clone. Why you managed to discover this hidden door before I did, and even found the mechanism ahead of me. It turns out the true culprits are you and the doctor. Qingyun's thoughts had become remarkably lucid. Now that you are aware, it is too late. I suspect you have grasped the formidable nature of this virus, have you not? Queried Dizong. No, this virus cannot inflict harm upon me, Qingyun replied, gazing intently at Dizong. Impossible. This virus has never known defeat. Dizong expressed disbelief. But upon witnessing Qingyun's vitality, he began to fray. Allow me to enlighten you. Qingyun stood, producing a syringe, and declared, That day, Tianzong cast upon me an odd glance. Thus, when you turned to exit, I seized the opportunity to employ my shadow clone. Tianzong cautioned me to be wary of you and provided an antidote. Just now, I administered this antidote, and consequently, your virus has been nullified. How could that be? In just a month. It is inconceivable that Tianzong alone could develop an antidote. Dizong was utterly incredulous. Qingyun laughed heartily. Indeed, it was not solely his endeavor, but rather a collective effort of all Konoha. What relevance does Konoha have in this matter? Dizong failed to comprehend. Tianzong did not seek treatment at a hospital, thus his condition was not grave. Such peculiarities did not escape the notice of the daimyo. For the safety of the Fire Nation, the daimyo promptly sought the expertise of Konoha's medical ninjas to clandestinely research this virus. This chamber of Tianzong's is a nexus for communication between him and the ninjas of Konoha, Qingyun elucidated. Tianzong is merely an internal affairs minister. How could he possibly liaise with Konoha's ninjas? Dizong remained skeptical. Believe it or not, Tianzong, ostensibly an internal affairs minister, is in reality an exceptional strategist. He was once a member of Konoha's Umbu. Qingyun had recognized Tianzong's exceptional nature from the outset, and as events unfolded, he received confidential correspondence from Konoha. The name Tianzong bore a striking resemblance to that of an Umbu operative, as the original narrative featured a Tianzong Yamato. Thus, Qingyun proactively inquired with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and indeed, it was revealed that this individual was a clandestine bodyguard positioned beside the daimyo, unbeknownst even to the daimyo himself. I remain in the light, while Tianzong operates in the shadows. Everyone is aware of the existence of a mole, yet the identity remains unconfirmed. Thus, we resolved to dig a pit, and indeed, you leaped into it yourself. I am aware that you sought to exploit my demise to frame Tianzong. The issue is your impatience has unveiled your intentions. The greatest anguish for a person arises from unfulfilled desires. Thus, one must strive for detachment. Regrettably, you have failed to embody such detachment. Your facade cannot conceal your cravings, leading to your ultimate downfall. After Qingyun finished speaking, the door to the secret chamber swung open, and a humanoid beast flung out a person. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the entire house was, in fact, a prison. The humanoid beast was none other than the famed bodyguard, the Beast. The individual he had cast out was the accomplice of the spy from the Land of Thunder, a certain doctor. Outside the room, the other 9 guardians were present, along with the daimyo and numerous officials, all observing this scene unfold. Apologies, Qingyun, but your plan was discerned from the very start. You are faced with me, Qingyun. Qingyun declared, fixing his gaze upon Qingyun, who stood there, momentarily stunned. The Land of Fire had seemingly played a jest upon him, as it was quite possible that everyone else had been cured of the poison, leaving him in ignorance. How impressive! However, I shall not remain passive. Qingyun resolved to fight to the death, yet at that moment, a ninja, employing the body flicker technique, had already positioned a kunai against Qingyun's throat. It was none other than Tenzang. Senior, shall we kill him just like that? Is it not too rash? We have yet to gather intelligence, Qingyun inquired, gazing at Tenzang. Not too rash. This fellow knows too much, As does this false doctor, Tenzang replied. Moreover, even if this man were to perish, we could still utilize certain secret techniques to unveil his secrets. However, he had seemed poised to employ some technique to obliterate his own mind. Had we hesitated a moment longer, we would have been left in the dark. Indeed, one could not help but admire Tenzang's astuteness. In truth, upon his arrival in the daimyo's castle, Qingyun had received a covert mission. While joining the 12 Guardians was secondary, the foremost objective was to unmask the spy. Ultimately, Qingyun had used himself as bait to lure the spy and extract valuable intelligence, marking a fruitful endeavor. Subsequently, the doctor was taken for interrogation, while Kazang's corpse was prepared to be subjected to secret techniques for clues. Meanwhile, Qingyun was summoned directly by the daimyo. Haha, Qingyun, do you truly believe I regard ninjas as insignificant? The daimyo chuckled. Many of the garrison troops, including some bodyguards, are actually ninjas from the Hidden Leaf. Not merely placed by your teacher, but rather a protection I requested. Other daimyo likely have similar arrangements. There is a saying, isn't there? One must always guard against others. The battles of nations are, in essence, battles between ninja villages. Should the Hidden Leaf be defeated, I would be held accountable for territory loss and reparations. I would certainly not find that agreeable. The relationship between the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf is akin to that of a farmer and his hoe. I need the hoe, and the hoe needs me. As Qingyun conversed with the daimyo, he could not help but acknowledge the man's depth. There must be a reason he held the position of daimyo in the Land of Fire among the 5 great nations. I truly did not anticipate that upon my arrival, you would assist me so significantly. Pray tell, what reward do you desire? The daimyo's generosity was evident, wielding both power and influence. Qingyun pondered momentarily before responding. Esteemed daimyo, upon entering the city, I observed that the common folk do not lead prosperous lives. However, merely engaging in charitable acts is insufficient. I wish to see the commoners thrive. The daimyo scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he replied, regrettably, Qingyun, I share your sentiments, but I possess no means to effect such change. To enhance the well-being of the populace is a task beyond my capabilities, even in the prosperous Land of Fire. The citizens are not starving, they enjoy relative peace. If you were to visit the other 4 great nations, you would truly appreciate the merits of the Land of Fire, remarked the daimyo. His words rang true. The First and Second Shinobi World Wars, along with various conflicts, have left the citizens of the great nations struggling to meet their basic needs, let alone those of the smaller nations unable to care for themselves. The Land of Fire is indeed faring well. Daimyo, I aspire to change all of this. I merely require a modicum of power, Qingyun asserted. What kind of power do you seek? The daimyo inquired. The power to invest. Qingyun explained, sensing the daimyo's confusion. Common folk possess the potential to create miracles, as do the shinobi, albeit in different manners. I wish to invest money to enable them to prosper. Of course, if you are willing to spend, the Land of Fire will wholeheartedly support you. However, the question remains, can you generate profit? The daimyo posed. Absolutely. Our aim is to earn money. Not only will I profit, but I will also ensure that the Land of Fire benefits, as will Konoha and other nations. Once they attain wealth, they will hesitate to engage in conflict with us, for we shall become their benefactors. Qingyun declared, your ideas are commendable, but I am curious about your financial resources. As a mere chunin, your wealth must be limited, and you appear to be an orphan without a substantial inheritance. The daimyo expressed skepticism regarding Qingyun's financial capacity. Qingyun shook his head. My lord, the essence lies not in the abundance of money, but in the ability to transform a little into much. It is about providing what others require. And what do the common folk need? The daimyo asked. Enough to eat and warm clothing. A decent life at the very least for now, Qingyun replied. Should we fulfill these needs, what would they offer in return? The daimyo countered. Labor, Qingyun stated. For those who are currently without sustenance, we shall provide 3 meals a day, shelter, and a reasonable income in exchange for their 8-hour workdays. The Land of Fire possesses ample agricultural land, which must be cultivated. With food, we secure the foundation of livelihood. Qingyun's primary goal was to address the citizens' needs for food and shelter. That is a proposition worth considering, the daimyo nodded. If someone were to invest in agriculture to bolster the national treasury, he would not refuse such a beneficial opportunity. And what of those citizens who can already afford food and housing? The daimyo continued. Then we would require their intellectual labor. They need not engage in manual labor, but can apply their minds, such as working in finance to distribute food and wages or recruiting additional laborers, thereby earning a higher income by leveraging their intellect, Qingyun explained. Although the Land of Fire is vast, the size of the capital is limited, and as you mentioned, it cannot accommodate an excessive population, the daimyo noted. Then let us expand or construct a new city, Qingyun proposed. The proposed expansion is unfeasible. The endeavor to enlarge the capital city would demand exorbitant financial resources and manpower. Constructing an entirely new city is even less advisable, as it could lead to disastrous losses. The Lord shook his head in agreement. Indeed, however, the village of Konoha could be expanded, Qingyun suggested, proposing to double the current capacity, thereby accommodating a greater populace. Konoha? That is a splendid idea, as it lies not far from the capital and is in close proximity to arable land, the Lord nodded. Let us proceed step by step. Pursue your ambitions, but ensure that you accomplish one task before moving on to the next. The Land of Fire shall lend its support. I am uncertain of your financial resources, but the National Treasury can allocate a portion to assist you, which could be considered a form of backing. The Lord did not regard this with much seriousness, as the treasury was already quite depleted. Furthermore, he had encountered many who spoke grandly before him, only to fade away without follow-through. In the Lord's eyes, he believed Qingyun would likely follow the same path. Initial fervor would eventually dwindle. However, Qingyun was different. With the Lord's endorsement came the support of the entire Land of Fire, and the third Hokage was equally committed to his cause. In many ways, Qingyun had ascended to the pinnacle of power. During this period of tranquility, Qingyun took the opportunity to meticulously organize his plans. He understood that he must first benefit personally, amassing wealth, for it is only through personal prosperity that he could assist others in achieving their own. Secondly, Qingyun aimed to elevate both Konoha and the Land of Fire to greatness, ultimately inspiring nearby smaller nations and even larger powers. War is merely a continuation of politics. In times of peace, the development of ninja villages and nations is akin to a bloodless conflict. Yet, Qingyun believed that the wars of each ninja village could indeed be avoided. Take the Land of Wind, for instance. Despite its vast expanse, much of it is desert, resulting in scarce water and land resources. Thus, the conflicts of Sunagakure arise from the struggle for territory and resources. Likewise, in the Land of Lightning, Hokage, positioned in the northeast of the ninja continent, boasts a fierce populace, skilled in martial arts, yet unsatisfied with their isolated existence. Their basic strategy involves outward expansion, utilizing neighboring small nations as buffer zones, positioning them among the more formidable of the 5 great nations. While the Land of Wind suffers from a lack of water and inconvenient transportation, it is rich in gold sand and possesses superior puppetry techniques. Most importantly, the desert is abundant in inexhaustible wind energy and sunlight, providing rich natural resources. If we trade our goods, why can we not establish a mutually beneficial order? Yet, no one has yet stepped forward to take the initiative in creating a harmonious system. Qingyun aspired to be that pioneer, for he possessed not only strength and potential, but also the financial means. To this end, Qingyun allocated a substantial sum to increase the mission workload for the ninjas of Konoha, primarily tasking them with safeguarding farmers and securing a vital supply line. Subsequently, Qingyun produced a considerable sum of funds as an incentive for joining the initiative. Observing this, many individuals in the feudal city promptly enlisted in Qingyun's plan. Numerous farmers were destitute and homeless, and for them, the chance to start anew was a rare opportunity, prompting them to work diligently. Soon after, under the protection of ninjas, these farmers were dispatched to various regions of the Land of Fire to cultivate crops and develop agriculture, in exchange for food, water, essential supplies, and monetary compensation. Qingyun also invested in constructing rudimentary shelters for them. While not luxurious, it represented a commendable beginning. Initially, Qingyun anticipated no returns, potentially incurring losses, yet by the autumn harvest, an abundant supply of grain would fill the granaries. This grain would be transported to Konoha and throughout the Land of Fire. Historically, grain harvests operated similarly. However, due to a lack of manpower and financial resources, the national treasury was not well stocked. Ultimately, the conflicts among ninjas were fundamentally wars of economy and provisions. A financially impoverished nation would lead to impoverished ninja villages, which in turn would result in subpar training and equipment for the ninjas. Insufficient sustenance would lead to diminished physical vitality, preventing their chakra from reaching its peak. Thus, they would falter even before the battle commenced. Qingyun aptly named his initial initiative the Granary Project, marking the first step toward improving the populace's livelihoods and the commencement of his grand ambitions. As all plans progressed smoothly, Qingyun generously allocated the rewards he obtained from the warehouse lottery, and developments unfolded in an orderly manner. Each day, individuals flocked to enlist at Qingyun's granary. After 2 weeks, not a single homeless person could be seen on the streets of the feudal city. As Qingyun aimed to implement bold reforms and advance to the next phase of his plan, Tianzhou and the beast approached him. From the minds of those two, I gleaned a series of revelations. A prominent figure from the cloud-hidden village would meet with these two, and our objective was to capture this individual alive. As he would undoubtedly possess invaluable intelligence, Tianzhou asserted. A prominent figure? Who is it? Qingyun inquired. Well, they did not specify, but he is certainly not an ordinary individual. Tianzhou replied. When is the meeting? Qingyun asked. 3 days hence, in a small grove 300 meters north of the feudal city, Tianzhou informed. Very well. Do we have a plan? Qingyun queried. The prominent figure is unaware that his subordinates have perished. Thus, we can disguise ourselves, Tianzhou suggested. I shall impersonate the doctor, and you can take on the role of the Earth Guardian. We will swiftly subdue him when the moment comes. Understood, Qingyun nodded. And what about me? The beast questioned. You will be responsible for protecting the feudal lord in the city, along with the other guardian ninjas, Qingyun instructed. All right, prepare thoroughly. We may be facing a significant battle. Tianzhou remarked. Agreed. Qingyun nodded and returned to his courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qingyun did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he promptly extracted the Rui golden cudgel from his ear and began to wield it with fervor. Though not particularly adept in the art of staff combat, he accepted this as his fate, having encountered the former Monkey King, which necessitated the transformation into a staff. He mused that if he could transform into a blade, it would indeed be more impressive. Nevertheless, the cudgel was commendable, embodying indestructibility and eternal vitality. Qingyun then commenced a gradual dance, each movement marking the passage of time. As fatigue began to envelop him, he sought to familiarize himself with an array of techniques. In the past, his choices had been limited due to a scant repertoire of skills. However, as his arsenal expanded, he found his combat rhythm faltering. It appeared that mere accumulation of abilities did not equate to strength. When faced with adversaries, Qingyun could easily unleash Susanoo and overpower them. Yet, he pondered the significance of such brute force. Many narratives feature the cliched trope of a seemingly weak protagonist defeating an almost invincible final boss, attributed to the protagonist's aura and the antagonist's folly. Qingyun believed the crux of such victories lay in striking at the enemy's most vulnerable points. This was precisely what he needed to accomplish. Gradually, fatigue took its toll, and he succumbed to slumber, feeling warmth coursing through his body, as though energy were infusing him. Hey, Qingyun, wake up. 3 days have passed. How can you still be asleep? He was stirred from his dreams by the cries of a beast. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he felt different than before. He could sense a significant enhancement in his chakra, and his bloodlines flowed with remarkable clarity. Was this the effect of the chakra fruit? He speculated, having consumed it long ago, and now its effects were beginning to manifest. All right, little Qingyun. Tianzong is already at the city gate. If you don't hurry, he will leave without you, urged the beast. Understood, Qingyun replied, readying himself and dashing towards the city gate using the body flicker technique. He arrived at the northern gate of the daimyo city with remarkable speed, where Tianzong awaited him. Let's go? I shall reiterate our mission, Tianzong declared. Recapping the details, a prominent figure from the hidden cloud was scheduled to meet his informant 300 meters north of the city. They had already dispatched 2 of his subordinates, one named Dizong, the other masquerading as a doctor. Their objective was to employ transformation techniques to approach him, capture him alive, and ideally obtain intelligence regarding the hidden cloud. Do you understand? Tianzong inquired. Qingyun nodded affirmatively. Of course, I comprehend. There is no need for you to repeat yourself, senior. Tianzong, the former leader of the 12 guardian ninjas, and Qingyun, the current leader, rendered it reasonable for Qingyun to address Tianzong as senior. Now, let us commence our transformations, Tianzong instructed. Assuming the guise of Dizong, while Qingyun transformed into the appearance of a doctor, they exchanged a knowing glance and utilized the body flicker technique to reach their designated location. A gust of wind swept through, while Qingyun and Tiansong remained motionless beneath the azure sky. Before long, a figure approached from a distance, drawing nearer until it stood before them. "You two worthless fools, how did your mission fare?" The newcomer, masked and shrouded in mystery, bore dark skin, unmistakably identifying him as a ninja from the hidden cloud village. Qingyun, having rehearsed his lines, responded, "The higher-ups of the Land of Fire have been poisoned. Most are bedridden." "Very well. Have you completed the task I assigned you? Did you eliminate that brat named Qingyun?" The figure, known as Yunin, turned his gaze towards Tiansong. Tiansong hesitated for a moment before replying, "No? Naturally, if that guy had been killed, I would have received word by now. So why was he not dispatched?" Yunin stepped forward. "This fellow is quite formidable and exceedingly clever," Tiansong remarked. "Clever? Clever enough to fall into my trap? Haha." Yunin suddenly burst into laughter, executing a backflip. In an instant, a multitude of ninjas emerged from the forest, each bearing the emblem of the hidden cloud, indicating they had seen through Qingyun and Tiansong's ruse. "What do you mean by this?" Tiansong retorted. "Our spies from the hidden cloud regularly employ lizards to relay messages. If there is no report, it is certain that you have captured them," Yunin explained. "Thus, we anticipated your moves and eliminated the ambush you had set here. Therefore, at this juncture, you two should cease your concealment." "Who are you?" Qingyun and Tiansong exchanged glances, realizing that their transformation technique had become futile, and thus they reverted to their original forms. Upon seeing them, Yunin was somewhat taken aback. "So it is you, the former leader of the 12 Guardian Ninjas and the rising star of Konoha, Qingyun. If it is indeed you two, then the failure of those two worthless ninjas is understandable." Yunin appeared well acquainted with both Qingyun and Tiansong, clearly aware of their capabilities. "What are your intentions?" queried the ninja. Yunin Ninja? That title is inaccurate. I am Shi, the captain of the Umbu from the Hidden Cloud. I am the third in command after Ai and Bai. Today, you two esteemed figures shall be captured alive, declared the ninja who called himself Shi. "Ah, I recall. This individual is a trusted aide of the Raikage and one of the strongest in the Hidden Cloud village." Tiansong seemed to recognize Shi's reputation and remarked, "We are but two against a multitude of cloud ninjas, utterly lacking in odds. Have these ninjas circumvented Konoha's defenses solely to confront us?" Tiansong pondered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Qingyun shook his head, asserting, "Fear not. They are merely cloud ninjas, not the Raikage himself. Together, we shall unleash chaos upon them." Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to act decisively. "I hope you truly possess the prowess you claim," Tiansong cautioned, before charging alongside Qingyun towards Yunin. Vajra Rui Bang. Qingyun produced a makeshift version of the magical staff from his ear, launching an attack towards Yunin. As Qingyun unleashed his extraordinary strength, he also activated his observation haki. Several elite shinobi from the hidden cloud were rendered utterly powerless against him. The Vajra staff? Is that the indestructible staff transformed from the third Hokage's summoned beast? This indeed poses a significant challenge. The leader of the hidden cloud, Shi, waved his hand and commanded, "All of you, focus on dealing with Tiansong. Leave that insufferable brat, Qingyun, to me." Qingyun was relishing the fight when he noticed the shinobi from the hidden cloud charging toward Tiansong. Confronting him was Shi, whose speed was astonishing. Surrounded by crackling lightning, it was evident that he had mastered the transformation of lightning nature, utilizing its swift characteristics. "I'm sorry, but today you shall fall to my might," Shi declared, summoning his weapon from a ninja tool scroll. As he drew his weapon, thunder rumbled overhead, seemingly attracted to it, enveloping him in a formidable aura. "Experience the power of the hidden cloud's lightning." Shi charged at Qingyun. "A weapon that can attract lightning? How intriguing," Qingyun remarked, his disdain evident. "You dare to play with thunder in my presence?" With a contemptuous smile, he twirled his indestructible Vajra staff. Thunderfruit. Qingyun unleashed a torrent of electricity, imbuing his staff with the lightning attribute. Thanks to its indestructible nature, the staff remained unharmed by the electric charge. Both combatants harnessed lightning techniques, yet she was taken aback. "How preposterous! When I was mastering lightning, you were not even born. I am from the hidden cloud. I have trained tirelessly in the Cloud Thunder Gorge for many years. You, a mere child who hasn't even mastered chakra activation, think you can compare? That level of lightning is nothing but a children's game." Without wasting words, Shi swung his lightning spear and engaged Qingyun in close combat. However, Qingyun's staff, imbued with lightning, was formidable. Thanks to his observation haki, Shi's attacks consistently failed to land, forcing him to parry Qingyun's relentless onslaught. With each encounter, Shi felt as though he were on the brink of demise. This kid's strength. How can he be so powerful? P.S. Just a little brat. She found the situation increasingly absurd. It was one thing for a child to possess greater strength, but this boy had also mastered the transformation of lightning nature. At merely 7 years old, this was utterly unreasonable. How can his lightning power escalate to such extremes? Gradually, she began to falter, his morale and confidence waning. The shinobi of the hidden cloud excelled in ninjutsu, employing 2 primary combat strategies: brute force and resourceful tactics. She, being a seasoned ninja, recognized Qingyun's formidable strength and decided to create distance, initiating a mid-range engagement. However, Qingyun, having mastered the transformation of lightning nature, augmented his shuriken and kunai with lightning chakra even at mid-range. She was in great distress, for ultimately, he was a ninja skilled in close combat. While engaging at mid to long range could weaken the enemy, it also diminished his own chances of victory. To his astonishment, he found himself ensnared by a mere 7-year-old child. Frustration brewed within him, prompting him to abandon any pretense of restraint. Regardless of the child's strength, there was no way he could breach the so-called strongest shield of ninjutsu. Shi's gaze shifted. Although he was momentarily occupied with this child, his allies would eliminate the other foes, and his subordinates would rally to ensure victory. Yet, this outcome contradicted his principles. As a formidable warrior of the hidden cloud, he could not allow himself to be bested without a fair fight. With a resolute determination, Shi began to gather chakra, and his entire being underwent a remarkable transformation. Qingyun, witnessing this, was taken aback, for this technique was not one commonly seen. It was a jutsu that only the 3rd and 4th Raikage were known to wield. Lightning armor, Shi bellowed, enveloping himself in a cloak of electricity that could withstand even the wind release, spiraling shuriken, showcasing its formidable defensive prowess. Did he intend to become a cowardly turtle? Qingyun initially thought she sought to hide behind the lightning armor for eternity. However, Shi's true intention was to swiftly annihilate Qingyun in his most potent state. Humph, you little brat. You have yet to witness the true terror of this technique. Having completed the lightning armor, Shi surged toward Qingyun with astonishing speed. Qingyun had never encountered such swiftness before. Despite having seen numerous speed-oriented ninjas, Shi surpassed them all. Oh, so he did not wish to cower. Instead, he harnessed the power of lightning to enhance his own velocity. It seemed that Shi's lightning armor was more akin to the speed of the 4th Raikage. Qingyun swiftly analyzed this adversary's capabilities. However, encountering me, one could only say he has met his nemesis. Qingyun possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with the Byakugan, endowing him with exceptional perception and insight. It was a simple matter for him to discern Shi's movements. Since he could anticipate his opponent's techniques, dodging became an effortless endeavor. This time, Qingyun utilized the nature transformation of wind release, which surpassed lightning release in speed. To Shi's astonishment, Qingyun evaded all his attacks one by one. What is happening? My strikes are so swift that even I struggle to perceive them, yet you still evade. She was incredulous, having never encountered failure with this technique before, only to stumble against a mere child of 7. Indeed, you aim to defeat me with speed derived from lightning? Qingyun replied. Allow me to impart some unfortunate news. I specialize in wind release, which perfectly counters your lightning release. After declaring this, Qingyun gathered chakra and executed the shadow clone technique. Immediately, a clone formed a wind release, spiraling shuriken in its hand. How sharp it felt. Should this strike land, even with the lightning armor, she would surely meet his demise. Feeling a twinge of unease, she was aware that although his lightning release body technique was derived from the Raikage, he had not yet attained the pinnacle of absolute defense. Upon completing the formation of the Qingyun, he immediately hurled it forth. The speed of the spiral shuriken was not particularly swift, allowing Shi to evade it with relative ease. However, at that moment, the wind release spiral shuriken he had dodged transformed into the likeness of Qingyun. In truth, it had initially been a transformation executed by a shadow clone. Perish. The wind release spiral shuriken in the hand of the shadow clone was launched towards Shi, who was quick to prepare for a hasty retreat. But it was not so simple. Qingyun's voice resonated from beneath the earth. He had instructed his shadow clone to employ ninjutsu to burrow underground, effectively ensnaring Shi. The wind-release spiral shuriken struck Shi in an instant, though the shadow clone dissipated. Their objective had been achieved. The sound of the spinning shuriken was jarring, and after a blinding flash, she was left bloodied and battered, gasping for breath, utterly fatigued. Master Shi. The ninjas surrounding Tianzo observed the unfolding battle and, upon witnessing Shi collapse, rushed to his aid. Lightning Release 4-Pillar Binding Technique. Lightning Release 16-Pillar Binding Technique. Several cloud-hidden ninjas arrived to support Shi, employing their lightning release binding techniques. Yet, as a wielder of the Thunder Fruit, Qingyun was impervious to such levels of lightning ninjutsu. He swiftly dismantled the pillars. After obliterating the barriers, Qingyun noticed that the umbu of Cloud Hidden had begun to whisk Shi away towards the northeast. Tianzo, how are you faring? Qingyun inquired, realizing his comrade, one of the previous generation S-12 Guardian Ninjas, was gravely injured. Do not concern yourself with me. Pursue them. Tianzo's condition appeared dire. Qingyun was torn. He could not abandon his ally, yet he could not afford to let this mission fail. I will entrust you to a shadow clone, which will escort you for medical attention. I shall pursue them alone, he declared. No, you cannot go alone. Call for reinforcements. Tianzo protested. That is not an option. They will escape. We cannot allow them to elude us. They must learn a lasting lesson, Qingyun insisted, disregarding Tianzo's objections as he summoned a shadow clone to take him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Qingyun's original form employed his sensory abilities to track the fleeing adversaries. Not long into the pursuit, Qingyun triggered numerous traps. In his haste, he overlooked their presence, resulting in several explosive tags detonating. The surrounding area was left in disarray. These rascals, while in retreat, continue to set traps to impede my progress. This indicates there are sensory-type ninjas among their ranks, Qingyun surmised as he continued his chase. Noticing that several adversaries had lingered behind, attempting to obstruct me, Qingyun had no intention of directly pursuing Shi. Instead, he aimed to swiftly vanquish the remaining cloud-hidden ninjas. I shall demonstrate to you the might of my lightning warfare. Experience my flash technique. Qingyun gathered lightning release chakra in his left hand and wind release chakra in his right. Subsequently, he clasped his hands together, ultimately merging the two elemental natures into a singular essence. In an instant, Qingyun found himself enveloped in a chakra that was entirely distinct from both wind and lightning release. Flash release. Today, let me witness your true power. Although Qingyun had previously amassed flash release chakra, he had yet to employ it in actual combat. This remarkable bloodline limit had only been utilized against Sarutobi Sasuke. The peculiar flash release chakra, once summoned by Qingyun, swiftly enveloped his entire being. The combination of thunder and wind bestowed upon him a remarkable swiftness, amplifying his speed exponentially. Qingyun could feel the enhancement in his overall state after the flash release chakra enveloped him. Truly formidable. It surpassed the mere usage of wind or lightning release by a considerable margin. No wonder the wielders of bloodline limits are so formidable. The fusion of two chakra attributes elevates their prowess to an entirely different realm. Qingyun reflected on this with a sense of awe. Just as Qingyun was lost in thought, 3 Cloud Village ninjas suddenly appeared before him. In an instant, he discerned their presence. Their chakra levels were substantial, indicating that they were elite jonin. With a swift motion, countless shuriken and explosive tags hurtled towards him. Ninjas are, after all, practitioners of stealthy assaults, and encountering 3 of them meant he was caught off guard. Even the Cloud Village, known for its direct confrontations, acknowledged the art of ambush as a fundamental ninja principle. In the face of this barrage of shuriken and explosive tags, Qingyun hesitated not for a moment. He activated flash release, instantly augmenting his speed. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he reached unprecedented velocity, surpassing even the user of lightning release protection, Shi, and outpacing the golden flash. Qingyun's speed was unparalleled. Enhancing his swiftness through the bloodline limit was an entirely different level compared to merely altering his speed through wind or lightning release. His heightened perception enveloped the battlefield, and with his observation haki fully activated, the enemies were laid bare within his sensory range. No matter how concealed they attempted to remain, Qingyun would unearth them. There you are. He wielded shuriken in hand, ultimately forcing the 3 cloud ninjas into the open. How did he detect us? We concealed our presence and form. This individual appears to be a sensory ninja. Our objective is to protect Lord Shi. We must halt him, even if we cannot stop him. Exhausting some of his stamina is entirely acceptable. One of the Cloud Ninjas, embracing a mindset of fighting to the death, prepared to engage Qingyun. Lightning release, lightning beam, lightning release, lightning dragon bullet. All three were adept in lightning release, and their combined efforts yielded devastating power. However, the issue lay in the fact that their opponent was Qingyun, not to mention flash release. Even his lightning release was beyond their reach. Flash release, flash shadow barrier. Qingyun formed a unique seal, the emblem of flash release, and before him arose a swirling tempest of lightning. Before him, a brilliant light flickered rapidly, appearing exceedingly dazzling. As the three cloud-hidden ninjas finally unleashed their lightning release techniques upon the shimmering wall of shining shadow. Just as they believed their ninjutsu would effortlessly obliterate the peculiar defensive technique of Qingyun, they were momentarily taken aback. Their lightning release failed to breach the luminous energy. Instead, it was instantaneously consumed by it, causing the radiance of Qingyun's shining shadow wall to intensify. This is impossible. Our lightning release techniques utterly ineffective. How can this be? Even if that was his defensive technique, our jutsu should have had some effect. What kind of technique is that guy employing? I heard him mention Shining Shadow. What is this Shining Shadow? Could he possibly be a bloodline limit ninja? The three cloud-hidden ninjas sensed the strangeness of Qingyun but did not concede defeat. Instead, they coordinated their efforts and once more unleashed three long-range lightning release techniques. The power of their lightning techniques was formidable, capable of forcing back an average shadow-level adversary when combined. Qingyun did not resort to any new moves, but simply raised his hand gently, and once again, the luminous shining shadow energy materialized before him. The lightning release struck the shining shadow wall once more, only to vanish again. Indeed, Qingyun had absorbed their chakra yet again. The shining shadow not only remained undiminished, but grew even stronger. Once more, what is this radiant phenomenon? Impossible. Shining shadow. What on earth is this? We cannot continue like this. With our current approach, we stand no chance against him. The expressions of the three cloud-hidden ninjas shifted dramatically, realizing that Qingyun was indeed a formidable opponent, especially since even Lord Shi had been defeated by him. This ninjutsu currently seems to retain its power only at a distance. We must not engage him in ranged combat any longer. Let us close the distance and engage in hand-to-hand combat. I refuse to believe that the three of us cannot overcome a mere child. You should have noticed from our previous encounter. This fellow possesses incredible strength. A single blow could spell our doom. Then let us strike before he can finish us off. The three cloud-hidden ninjas ultimately resolved to utilize close-quarters combat, leveraging their numerical advantage to swiftly subdue Qingyun. Seeing the shift in their combat strategy, Qingyun chose not to comment, as he actually welcomed the prospect of battling at varying distances. He was eager to discover what further surprises his shining shadow could unveil. The three cloud-hidden ninjas did not employ lightning release for defense, yet they had mastered the nature transformation of the lightning attribute, thus enveloping themselves in lightning release chakra. They fought with all their might, each attempting to create an opportunity to swiftly defeat Qingyun. However, Qingyun's heightened perception rendered him impervious to their attacks, and his shining shadow technique elevated his speed to extraordinary levels. Even 30 adversaries would struggle to land a hit on him. I say, you three, after all this fighting, shouldn't you be nearing your end? I still have to pursue Shi. Qingyun quipped amid the battle, leaving the three cloud-hidden ninjas momentarily bewildered. In close proximity, he met his end. The three cloud-hidden ninjas proclaimed. They were prepared to unleash a powerful technique to eliminate Qingyun. How naive you are. At that moment, Qingyun once again employed the technique of Shunshin, not utilizing the shadow wall this time, but rather a close-range Shunshin. Shunshin, shiny jade. A radiant light coalesced in one of Qingyun's hands, forming a stellar core, which he ultimately struck into the abdomen of the cloud-hidden ninjas. The trio lost all control of their bodies, swiftly being torn apart by the stellar core, as if their very beings were being shredded, eventually vanishing into the realm of space-time. Is this Shunshin? Qingyun found himself momentarily stunned. After vanquishing the three cloud-hidden ninjas with Shunshin, he wasted no time and hastened towards Shi's direction. Meanwhile, in their flight, Shi and the remaining cloud-hidden ninjas sensed something amiss behind them. Why haven't they returned? One of the cloud-hidden ninjas remarked. It appears they want to be coming back. That fellow named Qingyun has taken them down, the sensory ninja stated. We underestimated this young lad named Qingyun. Despite his youth, he possesses extraordinary strength. Having clashed with Qingyun, she fully comprehended the extent of his power. We shall remain. Let us continue to intercept this Qingyun. The two cloud-hidden ninjas resolved to stay behind. Qingyun sensed all of this instantly. Two ninjas remained to cover the retreat, indicating they were aware of their comrade's defeat at his hands. Qingyun resolved to defeat the remaining ninjas, seizing the opportunity to diminish the number of formidable cloud-hidden warriors. After all, among the many ninja villages, the quantity and quality of ninjas from stone-hidden and cloud-hidden were notably high. Without hesitation, Qingyun altered his course, abandoning the pursuit of Shi, and charged directly towards the two ambushing cloud-hidden ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. As he approached, he immediately triggered explosive tags. It was evident that his adversaries were prepared to face him. A leaf ninja. With us here, you will never catch Lord Shi, the two ninjas declared, gazing at Qingyun. However, Qingyun merely shook his head and replied, "You seem unaware of my true strength. No matter, the battle will soon reach its conclusion." Shunshin. Qingyun's speed and Shunshin transformed any close-range movement into instantaneous motion. If he employed Shunshin itself, his velocity would be even greater. When Qingyun materialized before the two ninjas, they were taken aback. Such speed. Like the Raikage. We are fighting an enemy of this caliber. Our abilities are not even on the same plane. The psychological impact of Qingyun's Shunshin weighed heavily upon them, and in the next instant, his staff had already brought the two ninjas crashing to the ground, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Is this where our journey ends? They lamented, as their speed paled in comparison to Qingyun's. And after enduring the devastating blow from his staff, they found themselves utterly incapacitated, unable to stand. You two must be the Jonin of Cloud Hidden, am I correct? Rest assured, I currently harbor no interest in you. Qingyun smiled faintly, and then instantly vanished using the body flicker technique. The two elite ninjas attempted to pursue him, but were powerless, their bodies rendered immobile. Qingyun resumed his chase after Shi, glancing at his own hands. It is astonishing how effortlessly I can contend with elite ninjas now. My strength has indeed progressed significantly. However, it remains insufficient, far from enough. Though Qingyun recognized his own formidable prowess, he remained acutely aware that against opponents of the Sage of Six Paths caliber or beyond, victory was not guaranteed. Confronted by monstrous entities akin to tailed beasts, he realized he might still face defeat. Thus, he refrained from complacency, choosing instead to strive relentlessly to enhance his abilities. Shi. This time, you cannot escape. After committing to his endeavor, Qingyun once again employed the body flicker technique, and within mere minutes, he intercepted Shi once more. So quickly you have caught up? Have the others been eliminated as well? Shi expressed his astonishment. I truly did not anticipate your strength. The prodigy of Konoha at merely 7 years of age can no longer be described as a mere genius. Your current power instills awe and trepidation in everyone. I have never heard of such a bloodline limit before. However, if you believe we are merely aimlessly wandering, you are gravely mistaken. She furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Subsequently, one of his subordinates raised an object, and instantly, smoke signals ascended into the sky. What is this? A signal? Qingyun had not anticipated that the adversary would generate smoke signals, indicating that an ambush and reinforcements were indeed arranged in this vicinity. As expected, mere seconds later, Qingyun found himself surrounded, this time by an even greater number of foes, led by a ninja with hair that was half black and half white. Fukai? Be wary of this individual. He is exceptionally strong. She, though fatigued, immediately cautioned. Very well, you must flee. Leave the rest to me. No matter how powerful he may be, I will hold him off, the one known as Fukai asserted. Qingyun, recognizing Fukai's identity, was taken aback. I cannot believe that Kumogakure allows a Jinchuriki like you to roam freely. Are you not concerned that the Eight Tails might be seized by ninjas from other villages? Qingyun inquired. Silence enveloped him. No one responded, as all surrounded him. Fukai, fixing his gaze on Qingyun, remarked, It appears you are familiar with me, and you possess considerable knowledge. Therefore, this time, you shall not escape. Qingyun shook his head and replied, I believe you have misconstrued the situation. It is you who are encircled by me. Why would I flee? Why fear a group of individuals on the brink of death? Absurd. Fukai sneered coldly. Qingyun found it peculiar, the individual before him, originally named Fukai and later known as Brubi, was purportedly the master of Killer Bee, as well as the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. He was supposed to have perished during the Second Shinobi World War, having been driven to madness by Orochimaru, ultimately meeting his demise. Yet, inexplicably, he had survived until now. Perhaps my arrival in this world has altered the course of events? Qingyun found himself at a loss, compelled to accept the harsh reality of the moment. Suddenly, Burubi surged towards him, enveloped in crackling lightning. Observing this, Qingyun had little to say. He activated his lightning body flicker technique. His entire being cloaked in the shimmering chakra of the technique, racing towards Burubi with a speed that surpassed both wind and lightning release. With a resounding crash, Qingyun and Burubi clashed for the first time, and to everyone's astonishment, Burubi was sent hurtling backward. How could this be? This individual had managed to counter the lightning blade technique of Bai. How could he have triumphed in direct confrontation? This was inconceivable. Bai's power was said to rival that of Lord Raikage. The surrounding Jonin were utterly astounded. Hey, now is not the time for shock. We must unite and eliminate this leaf ninja. The cloud ninja, striving to buy some time, charged forward en masse. Observing their actions, Qingyun declared, "Lightning body flicker, radiant wave." In an instant, countless lights erupted from above his head, each darting towards their foes with an almost predatory intent. However, due to his inexperience with this technique, the speed of the attack was not as swift as he had hoped. Many adversaries employed earth release or other defensive techniques to evade the onslaught. Of course, some unfortunate souls were caught off guard, instantaneously eliminated by Qingyun's attack, which fused the piercing nature of lightning release with the slicing power of wind release, creating an assault reminiscent of a laser, while his defenses formed a protective laser shield. Lightning body flicker? I have never heard of such a technique. It seems our foe is a bloodline limit user. No wonder he is so formidable. Many of the Cloud Ninja began to recognize Qingyun's prowess. Don't give up, they urged. Burubi steadied himself and rejoined the fray as Qingyun unleashed another radiant wave. The previous wave had scattered towards numerous other ninjas, but this time, Qingyun focused solely on Burubi. One misstep from Burubi could lead to his swift demise. Initially, Burubi managed to evade the attack with relative ease. However, as Qingyun grew more adept with the technique, the speed of his radiant wave increased dramatically. Before long, Burubi struggled to keep up. Damn it, his speed is escalating. This cannot continue. You all attack him, Burubi shouted. The other ninjas launched their assaults against Qingyun, forcing him to reluctantly cease his technique, allowing Burubi a stroke of good fortune. Lightning body flicker, shadow clone, radiant wave of clones. Qingyun first utilized his lightning body flicker chakra to create several clones, which in turn generated innumerable tracking radiant waves. The speed of these waves had become formidable, and with their sheer numbers, several cloud ninjas were instantly penetrated. Some of the more agile cloud ninjas managed to shift the trajectory of the radiant waves, avoiding critical strikes. However, they were quickly rendered paralyzed by the residual effects of the attack. Ultimately, only a handful of ninjas remained, alongside Burubi, as they braced against the oncoming radiant waves. Eight Tails, lend me your strength. Otherwise, I shall perish. Burubi found himself in a perilous predicament, and naturally, the Eight Tails could not remain indifferent, for it had a certain level of respect for Burubi. In the final moments, the chaotic light waves unleashed by Qingyun annihilated the last of the hidden cloud ninjas, leaving Burubi as the sole survivor. At that juncture, Burubi had already tapped into the chakra of the Eight Tails, his body enveloped in a crimson aura. Yet the manifestation of the tailed beast cloak had not occurred. It was merely the initial state of borrowing the tailed beast's red chakra. Utilizing the Eight Tails chakra? Intriguing. However, in this mere state, you are no match for my Shunshin. I advise you to transform into your tailed beast form, Qingyun remarked, observing Burubi. Fear not, in this state. I shall easily rend you asunder, Burubi declared as he charged towards Qingyun, his speed and strength considerably amplified. Qingyun, intrigued, swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, Shunshin, lightning shadow wall. A wall of laser emerged before him. Instead of colliding head-on, Burubi leapt into the air, hurling the sword from his back. Such a combat style is a first for me, Qingyun mused as he brandished his Rui Jingu Bang, extending it towards Burubi, seemingly poised to strike. However, Burubi seized the extending Rui Jingu Bang, executing a flip that propelled him towards Qingyun. His agility was remarkable, akin to that of a miniature-tailed beast. As Burubi closed the distance, Qingyun, unperturbed by close combat, evaded all of Barubi's assaults with ease. Armed color hockey. Qingyun delivered a powerful punch, sending Barubi flying, and then swung his staff again, elongating it further. This time, the Rui Jingu Bang collided with Barubi's chest, launching him backward. Roar. Perhaps out of frustration, Barubi's form partially transformed into that of a tailed beast, his body now entirely crimson. Indeed, I too am curious if I can contend with a tailed beast in this state, Barubi thought, as he took the time to fully transform. 8 tails sprouted from his back, his body enveloped in a skeletal white armor as an overwhelming chakra erupted from him. The intense pressure of this chakra was palpable even from a distance, leaving Qingyun in awe. This magnitude of chakra is truly fearsome. The 8 tails has completely overwhelmed Barubi, Qingyun noted, stepping forward, realizing that he was perhaps the only one capable of standing against Barubi. Barubi regarded Qingyun as his adversary. Roar. With a single cry, Barubi devastated the surrounding environment. Terrifying. Yet this time, it would be my turn to strike. Qingyun, foregoing any further testing of the 8 tails' prowess, immediately unleashed the power of the Thunder Fruit. 200 million volts, Thunder God. In an instant, Qingyun was imbued with the essence of the Thunder God, his electric might reaching its zenith. Boom. Qingyun, in his Thunder God form, began to engage the 8 tails directly, but the nimble 8 tails adeptly evaded all of Qingyun's assaults, darting about with agility. Roar. The 8 tails condensed a tailed beast ball within its mouth and swiftly launched it towards Qingyun. Flash escape, flashball wave. Qingyun gathered the energy of the flash escape in his hands and unleashed it directly. The tailed beast ball collided rapidly with the energy of the flashball wave. The surrounding environment shifted dramatically once more as a tremendous explosion erupted. Qingyun felt an overwhelming fatigue. The flash escape consumed far more chakra than the wind or lightning release. Although he could withstand one of the opponent's tailed beast balls, a prolonged battle would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the 8 tails unleashed a barrage of tailed beast balls one after another. Qingyun found himself at a loss. The power of the tailed beast balls was immense, and he could not simply endure. He had no choice but to respond with waves of energy. Thus, he mimicked the continuous tailed beast balls with a series of flashball waves. Though he managed to block the 8 tails' assault, he was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, the 8 tails Barubi, clearly not a fool, recognized Qingyun's dwindling chakra. Consequently, it began to gather a colossal tailed beast ball, one far more formidable than the previous ones. Qingyun understood that if he could win this clash, victory would be within his grasp. However, if he failed to withstand the attack, it would surely be the end for him. It seemed the time had come to employ a certain technique, Yin Sealing Release. Despite his chakra being depleted, one must not forget that he still harbored a reservoir of untapped chakra sealed within his Yin Sealing. As he released the Yin Sealing, all the wounds on his body vanished in an instant, and his mental state was restored to its peak condition. Flash Escape's ultimate flashball wave. Seeing Barubi preparing the tailed beast ball, Qingyun utilized the Yin Sealing Release to draw upon the chakra stored within him. The chakra he had once received from Sarutobi Sasuke now surged through his hands. This technique bore a striking resemblance to the Kamehameha, differing only in that the latter harnessed energy while Qingyun utilized chakra. The tailed beast ball represented a blend of Yin and Yang chakra, whereas Qingyun employed a fusion of wind and lightning chakra in his flash escape. It was uncertain which would prevail. Moreover, neither side interfered with the other, allowing ample time to unleash their most powerful techniques. Ultimately, Barubi and Qingyun shared a tacit understanding as they locked eyes. Following this silent agreement, both released their strongest moves. Qingyun unleashed his flashball wave, while Barubi released the long-prepared tailed beast ball. The two attacks collided with monumental force. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by devastation to the surrounding trees and earth. A vast crater formed instantaneously. Centered around Qingyun and Barubi, everything vanished. Breathing heavily, Qingyun found himself enveloped by a white Susanoo. In the final moments, he activated the powers of his double Sharingan, utilizing Susanoo and Sage's garments to shield himself from grave injury. In stark contrast, the 8 tails, Barubi, now lay defeated upon the ground. How could the 8 tails be vanquished so easily? Surely, it could not be this simple. Qingyun approached step by step, gazing at the fallen Barubi, caught in a moral quandary. Should he end his life? Or should he spare him? If Qingyun were to slay him, it would alter the course of events, jeopardizing his aspiration for world peace. To assert his influence within the ninja realm, he could not afford to extinguish this creature's life, particularly as Barubi was the cousin of the fourth Hokage AI. Qingyun chose not to take the life before him. However, at the moment he turned away, a surge of terrifying chakra erupted from Barubi once more. Qingyun executed a swift somersault, teleporting several meters away. Upon glancing back, he beheld a colossal octopus tentacle extending from Barubi's form. In an instant, Barubi's body transformed entirely into that of the Eight Tails. Had he fully undergone tailed beast transformation? This creature had truly lost control. Previously, Qingyun had only contended with Barubi in his semi-tailed beast state, yet now he faced the fully unleashed Eight Tails. With a fearsome roar, the Eight Tails, seemingly in torment, became frenzied upon seeing Qingyun launching an assault. It appeared that a direct confrontation with the Eight Tails was inevitable. Qingyun deftly evaded the Eight Tails' devastating strike with its tentacles, ultimately seizing one of them. With a surge of immense strength, he hurled the Eight Tails down with force. The creature howled in fury, its Eight Tails descending upon Qingyun like a tempest. Amaterasu. Qingyun's eye bled as black flames erupted upon the Eight Tails. The tentacle that had aimed to crush him was severed. Akin to a lizard shedding its tail, a wise decision to relinquish a part of its own body. Qingyun then summoned the power of the Susanoo, igniting the staff behind him with the flames of Amaterasu. Utilizing the Susanoo, he wielded the Amaterasu staff, each strike causing the Eight Tails to wail in agony. Qingyun unleashed his full arsenal, knowing he faced a formidable opponent in the Eight Tails, a being of unparalleled strength among tailed beasts. The battle naturally drew the attention of many from the hidden cloud, yet none dared to ambush Qingyun. He alone possessed the power to subdue the Eight Tails. How frightening! A mere child from Konoha wielded the strength to restrain a tailed beast? This was utterly astonishing. When would Lord Hokage arrive? Barubi had already lost control. If this continued, death was imminent. Qingyun's focus remained solely on the Eight Tails, indifferent to all else. Once again, the Eight Tails unleashed a formidable attack, gathering tailed beast balls in its maw. The previous tailed beast ball had been merely a product of a semi-tailed beast transformation. Now, however, his opponent was fully transformed. Now, I can only endure. Qingyun extinguished the light of the heavens, consolidating all his chakra once more within his being. Unfazed by the tailed beast bomb of the Eight Tails, he held firm in his belief in his own strength. Run quickly. We cannot remain here any longer. The hidden cloud ninjas nearby witnessed the Eight Tails preparing to unleash its tailed beast bomb and swiftly made their escape. Complete body Susanoo. Qingyun activated his double Mangekyo Sharingan, dedicating all his chakra to his ocular power. Susanoo then instantaneously evolved from its third state to its complete form. A massive, fully realized Susanoo clad in sage garments emerged in an instant. Flash escape, shadow shield. Qingyun conjured a laser shield, positioning it before him. This shall serve as my strongest defense, my absolute barrier. Eight Tails. You shall never breach it. The furious Eight Tails offered no reply, instead channeling its energy to the maximum and launching the tailed beast bomb directly at Qingyun. The bomb collided with the shadow shield, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The ground trembled. The surrounding area lay in ruins, everything within several kilometers utterly decimated. Qingyun was utterly exhausted, devoid of strength. He had exhausted all his trump cards: Thunderfruit, Een Sealing, Flash Escape, and Susanoo. Yet, the Eight Tails still retained energy. Do I lack even the power to defeat a tailed beast? How utterly laughable. No, if my strength is but this, then I am truly weak. Just as he felt himself falter, an unexpected surge of determination coursed through him. In an instant, he transformed once more into the complete form of Susanoo, this time extracting every ounce of energy he could muster. Susanoo Flash Orb. Qingyun unleashed a stellar core, and a terrifying force of annihilation emerged immediately. At that moment, a figure appeared in an instant. Hell-piercing one-handed strike. Qingyun utilized the Flash Orb, but he had no strength remaining. Suddenly, he witnessed a figure appear, shattering his Flash Orb. I never anticipated someone could push me to this extent. A middle-aged man, marked with the character for thunder on his arm, materialized on the battlefield. First, he surveyed the Eight Tails, then turned his gaze to Qingyun. Young Leaf Ninja, to withstand the Eight Tails so fiercely, you must surely be the third Hokage's disciple. The rising star Qingyun. The speaker's calm demeanor exuded experience, placing considerable pressure upon Qingyun. The third Raikage? What brings you here? Do you seek to incite war? Qingyun immediately branded the Raikage with a grave accusation, positioning himself atop the moral high ground. You overthink. Cloud Village does not desire conflict, and besides, this is not Leaf territory, it is the Land of Frost. Our ninjas traversing here is a matter between us and the Land of Frost. The third Raikage then remarked. Yet, you, a Leaf ninja, why did you assault our Cloud ninjas and injure the host of the Eight Tails? The third Raikage is indeed a formidable opponent. And now that Aoyun has exhausted his trump cards, his paramount objective is to return to Konoha alive. I cannot articulate the complexities surrounding the Raikage. Ultimately, you are all of a kind, naturally shielding one another. It was your village, Qingyun, that dispatched spies, and I, upon discovering one, pursued relentlessly, which ultimately led to my confrontation with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Aoyun's assertions bear truth. Having said all this, do you truly wish for me to spare you? Inquired the third Raikage. Lord Raikage, I believe you might choose to let me go. Your purpose for being here is not to kill me. Rather, it is to capture the Eight Tails. Should the Eight Tails continue to rampage here, other ninja villages will certainly receive word, and if they were to launch an assault on you, your forces would be compromised. My identity as the disciple of the third Hokage places me in high regard among Konoha's elite. Should you take my life, Konoha would forever remain Qingyun's staunch adversary, a loss that would outweigh any gain. In truth, I am currently serving the daimyo of the Land of Fire. I have no desire to be at odds with Qingyun and even wish to engage in commerce with you. Aoyun exhibited no fear in such dire circumstances. Displaying trepidation would only hasten his demise. The third Raikage slowly approached Aoyun and launched an attack. The hand of his hell stab descended before Aoyun, who remained unfazed. Indeed, you are a ninja of remarkable spirit, the third Raikage remarked. We shall discuss other matters later. Keep an eye on this individual while I reinforce the seals upon him. Aoyun found himself too drained to retaliate, and thus he bided his time, awaiting the recovery of his chakra. The third Raikage wielded the most formidable spear, and facing the Eight Tails, whom Aoyun had previously subdued, he swiftly reinforced the ceiling. Once this was accomplished, the third Raikage turned to converse with Aoyun. Young man, at merely 7 years of age, you have compelled the Eight Tails to such an extent. To be candid, I feel a strong urge to eliminate you, for should you mature, you would be truly terrifying. The third Raikage initiated the conversation with intimidation. Aoyun shook his head, responding, I believe Lord Raikage would not resort to such an act. If you had intended to do so, you would have acted already, would you not? What was that business you mentioned earlier? I am merely curious. You are already in my grasp, and yet dare to discuss commerce? The third Raikage regarded Aoyun, seemingly intrigued by the notion of business. Aoyun, still devoid of fear, replied, merely approaching you as the disciple of the third Hokage may not suffice for a business proposition, but what if I presented myself as the future Hokage? The future Hokage? The third Raikage paused, initially intending to laugh heartily, but the earnest expression of the 7-year-old before him quelled his mirth. The disciple of the third Hokage indeed possessed extraordinary talent and potential to ascend as Hokage. Speak, I am listening. The third Raikage chose to hear him out. Aoyun continued, whether it be Qingyun, Konoha, or any other ninja village, the root cause of war lies in the pursuit of benefits for one's own village. Through war, it is indeed possible to acquire benefits, yet it also carries the risk of substantial losses. In essence, it is a gamble. A victory yields significant rewards, while defeat exacts a heavy toll, remarked Qingyun. I am well aware of your assertions, young one. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Speak plainly. The third Raikage retorted, his impatience evident as he lacked the time to indulge Qingyun's lengthy discourse. Qingyun, being forthright, responded directly. To put it succinctly, I am a prosperous merchant, eager to invest in Qingyun and improve the living conditions of its people. This way, you need not resort to warfare to secure prosperity. The third Raikage paused, contemplating Qingyun's words, convinced that the merchant must be misguided to utter such declarations. Are you mocking me, ninja of Konoha? Why would you wish to invest in our Qingyun? You seek to ameliorate our living conditions? Perhaps you should first address the issues plaguing your own village, he thought, finding Qingyun's remarks somewhat ludicrous. Yet, Qingyun continued earnestly. Lord A, I am currently the leader of the 12 Guardians of the Land of Fire, tasked with the protection of its daimyo. I am not here representing the interests of Konoha, but rather those of the Land of Fire in this discourse. The daimyo has sanctioned my efforts to cultivate wasteland for grain production, and I have invested considerable resources to ensure the citizens of the Land of Fire can have their fill. I aspire to undertake similar endeavors in the Land of Lightning, to cultivate land and produce grain so that your people may also enjoy sufficient sustenance, Qingyun articulated. The third Raikage shook his head, declaring, "That is inconceivable. You are merely a 7-year-old ninja. How could you possibly manage such a substantial investment? Moreover, our Land of Lightning has ample grain supplies." Qingyun, unconvinced, replied, "I beg to differ. The fertile lands of the Land of Fire are undoubtedly the best for cultivating grain, which is precisely why Qingyun and Awagakure have repeatedly invaded Konoha. Is it not? The mountainous terrain of the Land of Lightning is not conducive to grain cultivation, and while your ninjas are indeed formidable, the insufficiency of grain has hindered your ability to triumph over other ninja villages. The greatest challenge facing Qingyun lies in its food supply. Do you not agree?" Qingyun inquired, gazing at the third Raikage. The third Raikage responded, "If you understand that the Land of Lightning is unsuitable for grain cultivation, why then propose an investment in land reclamation? Are you certain you are not betraying your own village?" Qingyun replied, "This is the crux of the matter. The Land of Lightning faces a food shortage, which we of the Land of Fire can remedy. We can engage in trade, offering you grain at the most competitive prices, thereby resolving your food crisis." The third Raikage, puzzled by Qingyun's motives, reflected on the implications of his proposal. If, indeed, as Qingyun suggested, Qingyun could temporarily alleviate its grain shortages, then the rationale behind his offer began to take shape. "What are your true intentions?" The third Raikage pondered. "For 3 reasons," Qingyun elucidated. "First, the pursuit of profit. We supply you with grain, and all parties involved, myself, Konoha, and the Land of Fire, benefit financially, while you receive the necessary sustenance." The third Raikage nodded in contemplation. If a steady supply of reasonably priced grain could flow into Qingyun, then their position in conflict would indeed be fortified. Secondly, regarding friendship and alliances. Now that we have established this initial transaction, there will undoubtedly be more exchanges in the future. The mountains of the Land of Lightning are abundant, rich in natural resources, and we can engage in a series of collaborations going forward, ultimately forming an alliance, Qingyun remarked. The third Raikage nodded in agreement. If the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning were to forge a long-term accord, it would necessitate a continuous supply of provisions. Yunin would also have no grounds to engage in conflict with Konoha. However, one concern remained. Konoha could easily exert control over Yunin should the supply of provisions cease. Yunin would be left in dire straits. Qingyun was acutely aware of the Raikage's apprehensions and responded, "Lord Ai, from your perspective, it is understandable that you fear a sudden cutoff of supplies from Konoha. I have contemplated this issue. Firstly, we can seek a long-term cooperation agreement with the daimyo, making this collaboration public. Furthermore, you may cultivate provisions yourselves for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, and what is your ulterior motive?" The third Raikage inquired, eager to discern Qingyun's intentions. "For my own benefit, and for the sake of peace," Qingyun replied. "Once we finalize this agreement, the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning will become allies, significantly reducing the potential for war and friction between us. Additionally, my influence will greatly increase, enhancing my prospects of becoming Hokage." At this moment, the third Raikage nodded thoughtfully. "In that case, I find your proposal credible, though I will need to deliberate further. You have ample time to consider it. I am currently not in Konoha, but rather in the daimyo's castle within the Land of Fire, where I will draft a trade agreement for your review. Should you consent, the daimyo will sign it directly, marking not merely a collaboration between ninja villages, but a partnership between 2 great nations. Once signed, should anyone renege on the agreement, they would likely face a formidable retaliation from the other party." In essence, Qingyun conveyed that the choice was clear. Should one choose to cooperate, they must honor the commitment, for betrayal would lead to dire consequences. "Very well, I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly." The third Raikage refrained from pressing Qingyun further and released him, recognizing that in the face of profit, even fallen shinobi were of little consequence. To forget the past, one must strive to move forward. The third Raikage would not hold a grudge against Qingyun for eliminating his subordinate. As the Raikage, his considerations extended beyond personal vendettas to encompass the entirety of Yunin and the Land of Lightning. Qingyun, too, found himself in a similar position. At times, he had to consider the interests of the daimyo, and at others, those of Konoha, while also keeping his own aspirations in mind. On his way back, he encountered the arriving Tianzong, who, along with other shinobi, had come to his aid. Qingyun felt a surge of gratitude, for he had grown accustomed to solitude, and being regarded by others was indeed touching. Yet, he chastised, "You arrived rather late. I nearly fell victim to the raikage." "Raikage?" Tianzong exclaimed in astonishment. And Qingyun proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. He informed the daimyo of the trade agreement, prompting the latter to delve into contemplation before stating, "Qingyun, while establishing a trade agreement between the land of fire and the land of lightning is a straightforward endeavor, the nature of the trade, provisions, holds considerable significance. If the hidden cloud were to hoard provisions and then turn against us, wouldn't that result in our loss?" The daimyo inquired. "If such were the case, we shall never provide them with food again," Qingyun responded. "The land of wind is barren. We can offer them provisions as well. The land of rain suffers from incessant downpours and countless disasters. We can extend our assistance to them too. The rock-hidden village is somewhat better off, yet they still experience shortages." Qingyun asserted, "Should the hidden cloud dare to rebel, we shall trade with their adversaries. We are entirely capable of supplying provisions to other ninja villages, with the hidden cloud merely contributing a greater share." Qingyun continued, "This way, the hidden cloud will think twice before attacking us, for other ninja villages will require our provisions and will not dare to assail us lightly. Are our supplies sufficient?" The daimyo expressed concern. "Absolutely." Qingyun smiled gently, as a multitude of citizens engaged in farming, and the autumn harvest exceeded his expectations. Each day, Qingyun enlisted farmers to cultivate the land. They not only fed the entire hidden leaf, but also nourished the land of fire. If this momentum continues, with extensive land development and cultivation, within a year, the land of fire could sustain other great nations. Of course, the bountiful harvest was due to Qingyun's diligent efforts. The funds he obtained from the lottery were nearly all invested in food, demonstrating his significant regard for provisions. After deliberating for some time, the daimyo contacted the third Hokage directly. He conveyed Qingyun's intentions, which received the Hokage's support. "Qingyun, it is truly wonderful to be your mentor. You have no idea the contributions you have made to the hidden leaf. These provisions are unlike money. Currency cannot be consumed, but food can sustain life. Since the hidden leaf and the land of fire have enough and even excess, we shall sell to the hidden cloud. I understand this is your strategic approach. Feel free to proceed." The third Hokage understood Qingyun well. Subsequently, Qingyun promptly set a price and drafted a trade agreement, pricing the provisions at a moderate yet slightly lower rate, which was deemed suitable. If priced higher, the hidden cloud would consider it exorbitant, and if lower, they might suspect the quality. "Now, let us arrange for the meeting with the daimyo." Tenzo then organized the meeting between the daimyo of the land of fire and the daimyo of the land of lightning. This time, the third Raikage also attended. While the third Hokage could not be present, Qingyun, as the third's disciple, represented the hidden leaf village. Upon reviewing the trade agreement, the Raikage and the daimyo were quite satisfied with the pricing, as it promised a continuous supply of provisions. If it were any other nation, the hidden cloud would be skeptical. Only the fertile land of fire holds such credentials. 30 years of trade. Might that be too lengthy? The Raikage and the daimyo were astonished by the prolonged cooperation term. Given the circumstances of the Ninja World War, mutual distrust prevails among ninja villages, and even trade agreements between nations are typically short-term. However, this trade agreement spearheaded by Qingyun initiated a 30-year term. For the land of thunder, the provision of sustenance by the land of fire is undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. However, the tides of fate are ever-changing. Today's ally may become tomorrow's adversary. Thus, it is not only the daimyo of the land of thunder who harbors uncertainty, but even the Raikage himself. To the esteemed Lord Qingyun of Konoha, we are indeed grateful for your willingness to supply us with provisions. Yet, does a span of 30 years not seem excessively protracted? The daimyo of the land of thunder pondered briefly before articulating his thoughts. The Raikage nodded in agreement, stating, "We harbor no intention of offense. Rather, I wish to convey that the future remains unpredictable. We can assure you of our mutual benefits in the short term, which is already commendable. If no complications arise in the future, we shall naturally consider renewing our agreement." The daimyo of the land of fire, observing Qingyun's demeanor, recognized that he had something to express. Esteemed daimyo of the land of thunder and honorable Hokage, I implore you to lend me your ears, Qingyun began, capturing the attention of all present. We stand to gain financial resources to further our agricultural development, while you acquire sufficient grain, allowing you to pursue advancements in other areas. Should I propose a one-year contract, you might question our intentions. If our aim is peace, why not extend this accord for a more considerable duration? Or perhaps, are you merely apprehensive about future hostilities with us? Qingyun, a man of keen intellect, recognized that Konoha was currently experiencing rapid development, thanks to recent educational reforms that significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of its ninja. Figures such as the third Hokage and White Fang belonged to the peacekeeping faction, yearning for a stable and harmonious Konoha. With the impending outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, Qingyun sought to cultivate more allies and fewer enemies. What Qingyun articulated held merit. After all, the Land of Fire was driven by camaraderie, which was the very reason it extended provisions to them. As the daimyo of the Land of Fire expressed, 5 years is a substantial period even in this tumultuous ninja world, remarked the third Hokage. 15 years, initially proposed as 30, will be our offering to you. We are assisting you, yet you dare to use the duration as leverage? Qingyun's expression soured. 10 years is the maximum. Should we agree to a 10-year term, the land of Yunin can furnish Konoha with certain items of interest. The third Hokage naturally preferred the shortest possible agreement, while Konoha would desire the longest duration if assured of grain supplies. Items of interest? Qingyun inquired, intrigued. Are you certain such offerings would be suitable for Konoha? The daimyo of the Land of Thunder furrowed his brow. I apologize, esteemed daimyo, the third Hokage interjected. But should Konoha adhere to our agreement, providing those items would constitute mutual assistance among allies, would it not? This was indeed a valid point. Very well. You may proceed with the arrangements, honorable third Hokage, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder conceded, entrusting authority to the Hokage. Qingyun, filled with curiosity, asked, what are these items? Certain military scientific technologies from Yunin, the third Hokage replied with a smile. We, of Yunin, are ever sincere towards our friends. Should you commit to upholding the terms of our treaty, we are willing to share some of our military scientific advancements. The third Hokage remarked, indeed. We must truly become allies. 10 years. How does that sound? Qingyun glanced at the daimyo, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did Qingyun turn to the Hokage and return the nod. Very well, 10 years it is. Next month, I shall personally escort a shipment of provisions to the Land of Frost. At that time, we shall engage in mutual trade. I shall supply the goods, and you shall provide the payment, Qingyun declared, extending his hand. Deal. The third Hokage shook Qingyun's hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Thus, a formal trade agreement was established between Konoha and Qingyun, marking the beginning of a camaraderie between the Leaf Village and the Cloud Village, as well as initiating a channel of communication between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Given the necessity of transporting provisions, Qingyun could not undertake the journey alone. Consequently, he issued numerous missions through the third Hokage, aimed at recruiting a substantial number of shinobi to safeguard the shipment. This particular harvest, gathered in the autumn of the first year, was sufficient to sustain all residents of Qingyun for 3 months. As it was a significant transaction, Qingyun naturally entrusted many elite shinobi with the task, treating it with utmost seriousness. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. No ninja dared to seize the provisions. However, several bandits attempted to ambush the convoy, yet their fates were easily predictable. Greetings, I am Qingyun, here to deliver the provisions to the leader of Qingyun. He announced upon reaching the Land of Frost on schedule, communicating with the representatives from Qingyun. The leader on the Qingyun side was none other than Tutai, a young ninja with one eye adorned with a lightning mark. He had once saved Naruto's shadow clone with his molten release during the Fourth Great Ninja War and was a loyal subordinate of the third Hokage, indicating the significance Qingyun placed on this inaugural collaboration. Thank you, Lord Qingyun. Tutai expressed his deep respect. Qingyun, it seemed, valued strength. Though fiery in temperament, it was genuine. Of course, it would be naive to assume all within Qingyun were virtuous, as every ninja village harbored those who resorted to cunning and unscrupulous tactics, such as Danzo. This was to be expected. By the way, the third Hokage has entrusted me with 3 matters, Tutai stated. What are they? Qingyun inquired. The first matter is that upon the successful delivery of the provisions, we shall provide you with an increased remuneration, as a gesture of mutual trust. The second matter entails our commitment to share military scientific knowledge with Konoha. The third matter is a message. The third Raikage has issued a directive to all Kumobikure shinobi, stating that should a conflict arise with you, Qingyun of Konoha, they must retreat without hesitation as a means of repaying your kindness towards Kumobikure. Tutai's words left Qingyun perplexed. The first matter, an increase in remuneration, merely implied a higher payment, which Qingyun did not actually demand much of. His pricing was moderate to low. The third Raikage likely deemed it insufficient and thus augmented the amount, which was quite reasonable. The second matter was a previously promised commitment by the third Raikage, so it also seemed standard. However, the third message, instructing retreat from Qingyun, truly baffled him. The gratitude owed to the hidden cloud appears to be far more pressing than I had initially imagined. Furthermore, the third Raikage and the hidden cloud must have recognized my formidable prowess, as they have issued orders for all ninjas to flee upon encountering me, fearing my might. The sentiment of retreating to repay my kindness is palpable. Qingyun understood the third Raikage's intent without explicitly stating it. As the saying goes, understanding without voicing it allows friendships to flourish. The third Raikage indeed possesses a high emotional intelligence. After receiving this information, Qingyun nodded and expressed his appreciation. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Third AI for his goodwill. In a sense, this solidifies an alliance between Konoha and the hidden cloud. I would also appreciate it if you could convey my apologies for the injuries caused to Mr. Shi and Mr. Bai. Rest assured, I shall relay your words, replied Tuchai, who also demonstrated considerable emotional acumen, refraining from unnecessary commentary. Qingyun nodded, accepting the funds, thereby concluding this particular transaction. Soon after, Qingyun met with the daimyo, who was astonished upon seeing the substantial profits Qingyun had amassed. You have earned such a fortune? The daimyo, as a ruler, was visibly excited, a testament to Qingyun's success. Indeed, this is merely a fraction of what can be earned. If we maintain this momentum, the profits will continue to flow. What are your thoughts, my lord? Qingyun inquired of the daimyo, who nodded in agreement. Historically, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had overlooked agriculture, as the fertile lands provided sustenance for most citizens without the need for extensive farming efforts. Lacking the financial and human resources to develop agriculture further, the opportunity presented by Qingyun to invest in farming and employ many idle hands sparked significant agricultural advancement. With the cultivation of previously barren lands and the successful harvest of crops, not only could the Land of Fire and Konoha sustain themselves, but they could also supply the Land of Lightning's hidden cloud, enhancing the quality of life for many. While generating profit is one aspect, improving the livelihoods of the populace is paramount, and crucially, this initiative has contributed to a more stable and secure Konoha. However, the daimyo was unable to oversee agricultural development personally, as his responsibilities as a ruler extended to numerous other matters. Thus, Qingyun emerged as the most suitable individual to undertake this endeavor. In addition to safeguarding the daimyo, Qingyun established a store in the daimyo's castle, named the Konoha Granary, where both nobility and common citizens could procure grain. There was no incentive for hoarding, as the Konoha Granary consistently stocked ample supplies. Initially, Qingyun faced competition. However, his rivals lacked access to his distribution channels and sold grain at exorbitant prices, affordable only to the wealthy and of inferior quality, rendering them uncompetitive. Qingyun, exhibiting magnanimity, invited them to join forces, allowing them to earn more than before, much to their delight. Within a year, Qingyun utilized funds from the hidden cloud to recruit additional farmers, even directly enlisting laborers from the hidden cloud to cultivate lands in Konoha. After all, survival drives people, and Qingyun offered them favorable conditions. This cultivation led to a bountiful harvest, reinvesting those resources back into the community, effectively revitalizing the grain industry under Qingyun's stewardship. On the bustling streets of Konohagakure lies the Konoha Granary, a headquarters among many for the granaries scattered throughout the Land of Fire. The capital city, under the auspices of the daimyo, also serves as another central hub for these granaries. With the authority granted by the daimyo and the third Hokage, coupled with funds extracted from the system, Qingyun has risen to become one of the wealthiest entrepreneurs in the Land of Fire. He has contributed the military technological advancements of Kumobikure to Konoha's research departments, earning high praise from the third Hokage and the advisory council. In a short span, Qingyun became a celebrated figure within the ninja world, a prodigious entrepreneur at a remarkably young age, adorned with numerous accolades that speak to his profound strength and influence. However, he remains modest, dedicating his days to strategic planning and rigorous training to enhance his abilities. Now, at the tender age of 9, as 2 years draw to a close, Qingyun prepares to return to his familiar Konoha. One morning, as dawn's light barely breaks the horizon, Qingyun stands poised in his courtyard. Harnessing the technique of flashing thunder, he strikes his intended targets solely through sensory perception, his eyes blindfolded. It has been 2 years. The task of protecting the daimyo should be complete, and it is time for him to return to Konoha. Just as he prepares to seek the daimyo, he senses an unfamiliar presence nearby. "Come out. I have already seen you, though I did not expect it to be you." Upon his utterance, a mysterious figure materializes before him, a young boy donning an umbu mask, one that Qingyun recognizes as emblematic of Konoha's umbu. "We seem not to have met before. How do you know me?" the masked boy inquires. "Indeed, we have not met, but I am familiar with the aura of a friend, and yours bears a striking resemblance," Qingyun replies. "You must be Uchiha Shursui. Your essence is reminiscent of those I have known, Uchiha Fugaku and Obito, who was once my student. Impressive. To deduce my identity through mere aura, you truly are Lord Qingyun." Shursui acknowledges. Sensing no malice from Shursui, Qingyun continues, "You must have come for a reason. Does the third Hokage have something to convey?" "Yes. I serve as an umbu under the third Hokage, and I have been dispatched to inform you of an urgent matter," Shursui states, subsequently divulging the critical news to Qingyun. Qingyun chuckles. "I see. Then let us return together and bid farewell to the daimyo." Of course, Shursui nods in agreement. Shursui reveals a significant concern. Shimura Danzo intends to take action against Qingyun. While Danzo would not dare to act within the confines of the daimyo city, it is anticipated that Qingyun will face an assault from the root during his return to Konoha. Aware of the potential for danger, the third Hokage has sent Shursui, Konoha's prodigy, to alert Qingyun to the looming threat. "Ji Shui, I have heard that your body flicker technique is quite remarkable. Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Qingyun proposed to Ji Shui. Ji Shui, renowned as the instantaneous Ji Shui, possessed a mastery over the body flicker technique that approached perfection. Among the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village, only 3 are distinguished for their swiftness: the Abi brothers, the Golden Flash of Konoha, and Ji Shui himself. Of course, this ranking does not account for Qingyun. "Very well," Ji Shui nodded. When accepting the mission, he was aware of Qingyun's formidable strength, yet they had never crossed blades, nor had Ji Shui witnessed Qingyun in action. Thus, he remained unaware of the extent of Qingyun's prowess. This was an opportunity to gain insight, and he welcomed it. "What kind of spar do you have in mind, Lord Qingyun?" Ji Shui inquired. "This is a kunai," Qingyun explained. "I will imbue it with the chakra of the lightning release, causing it to emit a continuous glow. Your task is to find it and return here." After hurling the kunai with tremendous force until it vanished, he asked, "Do you understand? Are you ready?" "All set," Ji Shui affirmed. "Let us begin." In an instant, both figures disappeared. As they had agreed upon their destination, they vanished almost simultaneously. The kunai radiated a brilliant light, making it nearly impossible for anyone to overlook it, allowing both Qingyun and Ji Shui to locate it swiftly. "Now, let us see who is faster," Qingyun remarked. However, taking advantage of Qingyun's reminder, Ji Shui unexpectedly surged ahead of him. "This is your first encounter with lightning release, isn't it? When combined with the body flicker technique, its speed surpasses the original tenfold." Qingyun did not mind being overtaken. In the next moment, he fused the lightning release chakra with his own and executed the body flicker technique, propelling himself ahead of Ji Shui. In mere seconds, Qingyun grasped the kunai imbued with lightning release chakra. "This is no longer the conventional body flicker technique. It seems you have awakened your own unique bloodline limit," Ji Shui remarked. "Are you not bending the rules? Did you not say we couldn't use bloodline limits?" Qingyun questioned. "I would not resort to trickery. A loss is a loss. Everyone has their own circumstances and potential. In terms of body flicker technique, few in the entire ninja world can compare to you," Ji Shui, a perceptive and diligent youth, stated truthfully. Qingyun nodded, saying, "The lightning release is a fusion of wind and lightning attributes, a skill I mastered shortly after arriving in the feudal lord city. In the span of 2 years, I have become quite familiar with this bloodline limit. Now, let us hasten to visit the feudal lord before dawn breaks," Qingyun urged. The two then made their way to the feudal lord, who was industriously managing state affairs early that morning rather than indulging in slumber. Upon seeing Qingyun and Ji Shui, the feudal lord understood their purpose. "Oh, Qingyun, has it truly been 2 years since you arrived here? Time does fly," the feudal lord remarked. "Indeed, my lord. We are grateful. The business of the Konoha granary has flourished, yielding abundant returns for all of us." Qingyun had formed a partnership with the feudal lord, and naturally, both parties had profited. "Indeed, however, you are a ninja. 2 years should have provided you with considerable experience, and it is time for you to return. I recall your lingering aspirations for the title of Jonin. Upon your return, the third Hokage will bestow upon you that esteemed rank," the feudal lord remarked. It was then that Qingyun remembered the existence of his system. Over the past 2 years, he had nearly forgotten about it. His task was to wait for 2 years, and then return to Konoha to achieve the rank of Jonin, thus earning the privilege of a tenfold surprise draw. Yet, the thought of having to confront Danzo's subordinates on the journey home filled Qingyun with frustration. What could he do? He was not yet in a position to eliminate Danzo. For now, he could only repeatedly defeat the elite dispatched by him. To some extent, this was a form of internal strife. "Now, Qingyun, let us hasten our return." The feudal lord smiled slightly, holding Qingyun in high regard. Over the years, Qingyun had effectively secured the favor of both the feudal lord and the upper echelons of the Land of Fire. After bidding farewell to the feudal lord, Qingyun turned and began his journey towards Konoha, accompanied by Shizue, who flew alongside him. "To be honest, Shizue, are you here to ensure I find my way back to Konoha?" Qingyun jested as he moved. "Did I not mention that my task, as assigned by the Hokage, is to protect you on your return?" Shizue replied as they continued onward. "By the way, Shizue, have you awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan yet?" Qingyun casually inquired. "You seem to possess considerable knowledge about the Uchiha clan, even regarding the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is not so simple to awaken," Shizue remarked. Qingyun thought to himself, "I have already activated the eternal Mangekyo. For me, it is rather effortless." As they journeyed, their conversation was sparse. After a while, in a seemingly secluded area, Shizue said, "Something feels amiss. Be prepared." Qingyun instantly sensed everything and waved his hand, declaring, "The enemies have arrived. There are a total of 8. Are you a sensory type?" Shizue inquired, somewhat astonished. "Something like that. I possess an innate ability to perceive others' chakra," Qingyun replied, half-jokingly. The 8 adversaries remained concealed, evidently skeptical that Qingyun could pinpoint their location so swiftly. "Oh, I've already seen you. Why do you continue to hide? Right there." Qingyun then swiftly threw his kunai and shuriken, each affixed with explosive tags. Without missing a single one, he hurled them all at their feet, and soon after, explosions erupted around them, forcing the 8 ninjas to reveal themselves. Indeed, there were 8, and it was clear they were all root ninjas. Shizue unsheathed his blade. Ready for battle, the root ninjas, without uttering a word, launched their assault on Qingyun. "I must insist, can we refrain from fighting at the drop of a hat?" Qingyun dodged their attacks, and in response to their jutsu and shuriken, he executed a swift shadow clone technique. And Shizue relied on his instant body flicker to evade. "In light of this, I shall show no mercy, flash retreat." Qingyun swiftly executed the technique, and countless tracking laser lines materialized in his hands. These golden lasers pierced through the hearts of several root ninjas, leaving only the 2 most skilled ninjas alive. Uchiha Shisue's Sword of Flames. Uchiha Shizue also quickly dispatched a root ninja, but upon witnessing Qingyun's defeat of 6 of their comrades, he was momentarily taken aback. How astonishing! Who was protecting whom? Shizue pondered in disbelief. How did he eradicate his foes? Was it the body flicker? Did it automatically track the enemy? Am I dreaming? While Shizue wrestled with self-doubt, Qingyun had already condensed the spiral thunder jade in his hand, a technique characterized by its piercing nature and the tearing properties of wind release. It could virtually annihilate an enemy upon mere contact. However, this time fortune did not favor Qingyun. He aimed to eliminate his foe in one strike, but instead merely struck the opponent's mask. As soon as the mask met Qingyun's hand, it shattered instantaneously. Upon the mask's destruction, Qingyun discovered that the root ninja before him was, in fact, a young woman. He immediately withdrew, scrutinizing her closely. Not only was she a woman, but she was also quite beautiful, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. Is she truly a root ninja? Qingyun questioned, skepticism creeping into his thoughts. Of course. Qingyun, be cautious. Just as Shirsui's warning concluded, the female ninja from Root embraced Qingyun. Yes, this Root ninja had indeed seized Qingyun, but not out of affection. Shadow clone. Qingyun instantly recognized that this girl was a shadow clone, as she was adorned with numerous explosive tags. Boom. A voice echoed from a distance. Qingyun's nerves immediately heightened. This was the first time he encountered a ninja utilizing shadow clones for explosive purposes. Bang! In an instant, Qingyun's body was engulfed in smoke from the explosion set off by the shadow clone. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qingyun employed his armament haki, which enveloped him in a layer of hardened black energy, shielding him from the blast's impact. His Sage Mode attire also mitigated much of the damage. It was the first time Qingyun had sustained injury, though it was not severe. What a predicament! To think I suffered such a setback because I was momentarily distracted by a young lady. Qingyun could not help but feel a pang of self-reproach. Had the attack been more intense, it could have indeed harmed him. Shui also cautioned, don't be distracted. Do not underestimate her simply because she is a female ninja. Bang! Just as Shui finished speaking, he too was struck by the explosive tags from the Root female ninja. Right here, Qingyun activated his sensory perception, swiftly locating the true form of the female ninja, and then closed the distance with his body flicker. With Qingyun now in close proximity, the female ninja was utterly defenseless. Sharingan. In a unique manner, Qingyun employed the Sharingan Jinjutsu against the female ninja, instantly disrupting her chakra and ensnaring her within the illusion he had crafted. Did you show mercy? With your other Root ninjas, you eradicate them without hesitation. Shui observed Qingyun's transformation with a hint of curiosity. Killing the opponent is not my intent. My sole purpose is self-preservation. Whether from the Umbu or Root, they are all ninjas of Konoha. Despite differing factions, they ultimately belong to the same village. Sooner or later, all of this will be under control. Although Qingyun did not explicitly state that he would be the one to exert control, Shui sensed it nonetheless. Do you aspire to control all of Konoha? That sounds rather conspiratorial, Shui remarked, his expression impassive, leaving his inner thoughts unknown. No, this is not a conspiracy. It is a necessity, Qingyun replied. Shui, may I inquire whether you belong to the Uchiha clan or to Konoha? Qingyun's question was both pointed and peculiar, prompting Shui to retort, why do you ask this? Is not the Uchiha clan part of Konoha? Qingyun nodded, stating, indeed, the Uchiha clan is a lineage, while Konoha is a settlement. Unfortunately, the policies of the second Hokage have led to a gradual alienation of the Uchiha, and their power has been steadily eroded. Furthermore, with figures like Danzo from the Hokage's side, I fear that the Uchiha may face dire consequences in the future. Qingyun spoke boldly, articulating a harsh truth, that one day, the Uchiha clan would face annihilation, with the mastermind being a schemer like Danzo. No, Qingyun, you are merely speculating. No one can predict the future. I am aware of what you speak, yet change will inevitably come, Shui countered. It remained unclear whether Shui was naive or intentionally dismissive, prompting Qingyun to continue. Regardless of what the future holds, I aspire to become the leader of Konoha, employing a different, more tempered approach. A more tempered approach? Shui inquired. If such a day were to come, what do you intend to do? Negotiate? Communicate? In time, I will understand their perspectives. The Uchiha clan is a clan of love. It is precisely because most possess a delicate sensitivity that they yearn for affection. However, due to the policies of the second Hokage, they have been marginalized. Our task is to rectify the past, ensuring a more stable Konoha in the future. A prosperous Konoha, a peaceful world. This is my aspiration. What are your thoughts, Shui? Qingyun asked, gazing at Shui. Understanding that Shui was a peace-loving Uchiha and one of the few who inherited the will of fire, Qingyun held grand and noble ambitions. Ultimately, Shui nodded, saying, Lord Qingyun, as long as your intentions are for Konoha and for a more stable and peaceful future, I will support whatever you choose to do. Thank you, Shui. Qingyun felt reassured knowing that Shui did not oppose his ideals. He then raised his gaze to the female Root ninja before him. Alas, it is all that wretched Danzo's fault for brainwashing so many exceptional ninjas from Konoha. Yet, they might not have had a choice. Qingyun did not eliminate the female Root ninja, but chose to spare her, continuing onward with Shui towards the borders of Konoha. Both moved swiftly, and the distance from the capital of the Land of Fire to the Hidden Leaf Village was not great. Within a day, They had arrived at the gates of Konoha. Danzo had dispatched numerous root ninjas, yet none succeeded in thwarting Qingyun, leading to a cessation of further attempts to intercept him. "We're back. What should we do now?" Qingyun inquired, glancing at Shishui for guidance. "First, we must return to the Hokage's office and seek out the third Hokage," Shishui replied. "Very well," Qingyun concurred. And together they made their way to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, Qingyun was greeted by the familiar figure of the third Hokage. 2 years. "Qingyun, you have returned," the third Hokage exclaimed with evident satisfaction. "Do not get too excited, old man. I did come to see you recently regarding the granary affairs," Qingyun replied, slightly exasperated. "Indeed. You have endured much over these past 2 years. Your mission is complete. I hereby officially bestow upon you the title of Jonin." As the third Hokage declared this, an individual abruptly barged into the office at an inopportune moment. "Sarutobi, no. This individual must not be promoted to Jonin. A 9-year-old Jonin? I refuse to accept this. He lacks the qualifications and needs at least 3 more years of experience." The speaker was a figure with his right face bandaged and leaning on a cane, Danzo. Qingyun felt an overwhelming urge to dispose of him right then and there. It struck Qingyun as curious that Shishui stood beside him, making it impossible for Danzo's hidden Sharingan to belong to Shishui, while his right hand pulsed with the energy of wood release. Has this man already undergone the transplantation of Hashirama cells at this point? And those eyes? Even if they are not Manjikyu Sharingan, they must still be Sharingan, Qingyun pondered. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. "Danzo, I am the Hokage. My word is final." "Indeed, Sarutobi, you are the Hokage, but I am also an advisor to the Hokage. And I stand by my previous assertion. This individual lacks the qualifications to become a Jonin." Danzo continued to fix his gaze on Qingyun. "Danzo, you must not overstep," Shishui interjected, unable to tolerate Danzo's behavior any longer. Hiruzen found it peculiar that Shishui, typically calm and composed, was now openly challenging Danzo, the head of the Umbu. "Shishui, what is happening?" Hiruzen inquired, sensing the tension among them. "Let us not divert the subject. I maintain that this individual is unworthy of Jonin status," Danzo reiterated, his eyes still locked on Qingyun. Qingyun, unable to contain himself, responded sharply, "Shishui, it is fine. I will confront Lord Danzo directly." "Third Hokage, I am unequivocally qualified to become a Jonin, while this so-called Danzo lacks even the basic qualifications to be a ninja." Tawanzo was taken aback. Before him stood merely a 9-year-old child who dared to confront him head-on. Where could he possibly hide his old face now? Tawanzo was not a magnanimous individual. In an instant, he felt as if he had been struck down. "You insolent brat." Tawanzo was poised to strike, but he retained a semblance of rationality, especially with the third Hokage present. "Hold on, Tawanzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen intervened, directing his gaze toward Qingyun. "Qingyun, why do you speak of Tawanzo in such a manner? This man," Qingyun began, "holds a high position, yet possesses no dignity. He is solely focused on becoming Hokage, secretly training a personal army, aware that I may influence his future, and has dispatched root ninjas to eliminate me. Tawanzo has attempted to assassinate me more than once." Qingyun laid bare the facts in one breath. "You speak nonsense. Where is your evidence?" Tawanzo flatly denied the accusations. "Evidence? Shishui serves as a witness, and there are numerous pieces of physical evidence. Those ninjas we dispatched all bore your cursed seals," Qingyun retorted. He did not expect to vanquish Tawanzo with mere words, but he could certainly take pleasure in irritating him. Tawanzo shook his head dismissively. "Shishui was with you. You must have colluded on your story. Furthermore, the cursed seals you mentioned cannot be definitively attributed to me." Understanding Tawanzo's tendency to deny the truth, Qingyun refrained from further elaboration and simply warned, "You old fool, I will see to your demise one day." "You?" Tawanzo, infuriated, was ready to retaliate, yet the third Hokage observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. "Enough, Tawanzo. Unless you can present a compelling argument, Qingyun shall henceforth be recognized as a Jonin of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger was palpable. He clearly believed Qingyun's assertions. After all, he was the one who knew Tawanzo best, and he was privy to many of Tawanzo's clandestine activities. The third Hokage had tolerated Tawanzo's machinations for far too long, yet he believed that Qingyun held greater potential for Konoha's future. Tawanzo immediately retorted, "I have said it before. He is too young and should undergo further training before being promoted to Jonin. Is age truly the issue? I must inquire, Tawanzo. Given your advanced years, should you not consider retirement? Qingyun swiftly countered. Is age a problem? Age is hardly an issue. A ninja is one who can endure. The position of Jonin correlates with the responsibilities one bears. The greater the ability, the heavier the burden. Thus, being a Jonin is not a mark of superiority, but a reflection of one's capacity to shoulder more weight. Tuanzo, you aspire to be Hokage, yet lack the grace befitting the role. It is not the title of Hokage that earns recognition. It is the recognition itself that begets the title. You do not grasp this principle, only understanding the desire for power. You are an ambitious schemer. Do not waste my time with your nonsense. Qingyun expressed his thoughts with fervor, feeling an immense sense of relief as he witnessed Tuanzo's nearly contorted expression. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no signs of reproach toward Qingyun. It was evident that Qingyun had struck at the heart of the matter. I will kill you, you insolent brat. The words of Qingyun filled Danzo with a profound sense of indignation, prompting him to execute a series of hand seals and declare, wind style, vacuum sphere. Yet, Qingyun paid no heed to Danzo's ninjutsu. Instead, he deftly extracted the Rui Jingu bang from his ear, extending it and positioning it against the center of Danzo's neck. The moment Danzo made the slightest movement, Qingyun was prepared to extend the weapon further, piercing through Danzo's body. The third Hokage, taken aback, could scarcely believe the remarkable enhancement of Qingyun's abilities over the past 2 years. He was well aware of Danzo's prowess, and it was astonishing that despite Danzo's preemptive actions, Qingyun had managed to seize control of the situation so swiftly. It was unexpected that this young man had attained such formidable strength, truly impressive. In just 2 years, while ostensibly managing the grain storehouse, his power had escalated to alarming heights, seemingly surpassing even the talents of Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. The third Hokage found himself contemplating numerous thoughts in an instant. Action was imperative. If he did not intervene, a conflict would surely erupt. All right. Let us proceed according to my guidance. The third Hokage began to mediate the situation. Qingyun, the daimyo holds you in high regard. 2 years ago, you achieved the rank of Chunin, and you have since completed 2 years of missions with remarkable success. More importantly, your strength has not waned, which brings me great relief. The third Hokage then proclaimed, henceforth, I announce that Qingyun shall be elevated to the rank of Jonin within Konoha. Danzo, unable to thwart this decision despite his various attempts, ultimately saw Qingyun ascend to Jonin. As for the matter concerning Danzo, it would be set aside for the time being due to a lack of evidence. But the third Hokage felt compelled to remind Danzo, you are an adult. Do not bully children, especially not my disciple. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Danzo was rendered speechless. Sarutobi. Danzo seethed with fury internally, yet felt powerless, for he was not the Hokage. You will regret this, Sarutobi. One day, this individual will become like Uchiha Madara. No, he will surpass Madara and pose a threat to Konoha. Danzo asserted with unwavering conviction. Qingyun was perplexed by Danzo's certainty. Yet he found solace in the belief that Danzo's mind was clouded with folly. During the destruction of Konoha by pain, Danzo had concealed himself in the shadows. Claiming it was for the protection of Konoha, the price for that was far too steep. In essence, Danzo was selfish, desiring to conquer the world while masquerading his motives as a means to safeguard Konoha. The third Hokage's generous support deeply moved Qingyun. The fact that he chose to back him at this juncture indicated his genuine regard for Qingyun. Now that you are a Jonin, you are qualified to lead a team of genin. I wonder if there are any genin teams that pique your interest? The third Hokage presented a dossier to Qingyun. Upon perusing the document, Qingyun was taken aback, displaying an expression of bemusement. It turned out that nearly all the students he had once taught at the Ninja Academy had now become genin. There were also outstanding students akin to Kakashi who had ascended to Chunin. Qingyun further discovered that Minato Namikaze and his former teammate, Uchiha Azuki, had both attained the rank of Jonin. Qingyun was not surprised by Minato's promotion, given his exceptional talent, while Azuki likely made progress and would release techniques. The two of them seemed to have begun preparing to lead a team. Old man, is this something that can be chosen freely, or? Qingyun inquired. Of course, as you are the new Jonin, I encourage you to diligently guide your students. However, since you have initiated the educational reform in Konoha, I believe forming a small team should not pose a challenge for you, correct? The third Hokage responded with a smile. Well, I shall ponder it for now, Qingyun remarked, noting that Minato ultimately took Obito and Kakashi's group. while the students led by EG were unfamiliar to him from the original narrative. He was uncertain about which group he truly wished to lead. Is it possible for me not to take on students? Qingyun asked. That is also an option. You can execute tasks as usual, complete the assignments I designate for you, or alternatively, you have the option to join the Umbu, the third Hokage explained. Umbu? Qingyun was taken aback, particularly since Danzo was the head of the Umbu training program. Indeed, rest assured, it is part of my faction, the third Hokage reassured him. Recognizing Qingyun's concerns, may I take my time to deliberate between joining the Umbu or leading a team of genin? This decision bears significant weight for me, and a successful choice may prove beneficial for my future. Very well, take your time. There is no rush, the third Hokage replied with a gentle smile, showing no impatience. Qingyun soon returned to his residence. After 2 years, his abode had gathered a layer of dust, as he was an orphan. He was uncertain whether he had any relatives in this world, yet he held on to the hope of finding them. However, such matters were not of immediate concern. What truly mattered was the surprise 10 consecutive draws he had awaited for 2 years. Indeed, his previous task was to become a jonin, and now, having accomplished that, he could finally contact the system. System, are you there? After 2 years, I have finally fulfilled the task of becoming a jonin. Qingyun exclaimed excitedly. I am here. Congratulations. Host. Indeed, a 9-year-old jonin is a rarity in the ninja world. Your success is commendable. The system responded. All right. You now possess the opportunity for a surprise 10 consecutive draws. Shall we proceed with the lottery? The system inquired. Is it only 10 consecutive draws? Surely, having defeated numerous enemies along the way, I must have accrued additional points? Qingyun questioned. Certainly. You have vanquished many foes, granting you 2 additional lottery chances and 1 surprise 10 consecutive draw. Let us begin the lottery. With that, the system commenced the draws. Reward 1, 100,000 Ryo. Reward 2, doubling of chakra capacity. Reward 3, Conqueror's Haki. Reward 4, Tremor Fruit. Reward 5, release chakra. Reward 6, 10 points. Reward 7, fire release forms and transformations. Reward 8, Great Fire Annihilation. Reward 9, Shadow Clone Quantity Enhancement. Reward 10, Water Release Ninjutsu Enhancement. Upon hearing these rewards, Qingyun felt as if he might ascend to the heavens. Oh my, a surprise 10 consecutive draws. How amazing! Excluding the 100,000 Ryo in points, Qingyun began to assess the rewards he had received one by one. Doubling of chakra capacity. Currently, Qingyun finds himself lacking in chakra. Although he possesses considerable chakra strength among his peers, it pales in comparison to that of the tailed beasts. The Conqueror's Haki. One of the 3 types of Haki in the world of One Piece cannot be acquired through study. It can only be awakened through innate talent. The most formidable wielder of this power is none other than the legendary Pirate King. With Qingyun mastering the Conqueror's Haki, he will undoubtedly dominate the battlefield of ninjas in the future. As for the Thunder Fruit, Qingyun is on the verge of tears. After acquiring the Thunder Fruit, he had not gained any fruit abilities until, to his astonishment, he drew it during a thrilling 10 consecutive pulls. Moreover, this fruit is renowned as the strongest of the Paramecia type. It is the very fruit possessed by the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard. With a mere gesture, he can instigate tremors in the sky, earth, atmosphere, and ocean, capable of triggering violent earthquakes and tsunamis, possessing terrifying physical destructive power. Now, with both the Thunder Fruit and the Tremor Fruit in hand, Qingyun's strength has surged dramatically once more. Qingyun has already mastered 5 basic chakra attributes, and now he has acquired the Yin chakra attribute, leaving only the Yang chakra attribute to be obtained. As for the 10 points of experience, let's not dwell on that, as it's trivial. Having grasped the transformation and nature of the fire attribute, Qingyun will develop even more powerful fire release techniques, which will undoubtedly be more potent. The Great Fire Annihilation needs no further elaboration. It is also a technique of Uchiha Madara, which Qingyun has previously mastered. As for the subsequent rewards, they are exceedingly practical, particularly the increase in the number of shadow clones. Previously, Qingyun was limited to a fixed number of shadow clones, but with this increase, he can utilize this advantageous skill more effectively, accelerating his progress in the future. Regarding the enhancement of water release techniques, Qingyun was uncertain whether it referred to an increase in power or some other aspect, so he directly inquired with the system. The system clarified, isn't the second Hokage able to use water release freely on land? Now, You too can use water release on land at will. Of course, if you employ it in a water-rich environment, its power will be amplified. Qingyun readily understood. This harvest is truly bountiful, and I fear it may take me some time to master all these abilities. However, I still have 2 chances for a draw, right? The system must be taking advantage of my extraordinary luck today. Why not assist me in drawing together? Qingyun suggested. Oh, would you like to use your 2 chances for a draw now? The system confirmed. Of course, Qingyun replied, feeling that since he had drawn so many excellent items, he might as well draw a few more. The system then proceeded to draw 2 rewards for Qingyun. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the seduction technique. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 usage of the hyperbolic time chamber. What on earth is the seduction technique? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qingyun felt utterly defeated. However, he found the second reward to be acceptable. He had previously drawn the hyperbolic time chamber, although at that time, he was fortunate enough to draw the flying thunder god technique instead. In a realm where 2 years of cultivation transpire, only a single day elapses in the outside world. This temporal anomaly significantly aids Qingyun in mastering the unexpected boon of a tenfold draw. This delightful surprise holds immense significance for Qingyun, as he swiftly acquires what had previously eluded him time and again. However, rather than hastily grasping all the newfound capabilities, Qingyun chooses to indulge in a restful slumber, as the multitude of surprises requires his careful assimilation. Upon awakening the following day, Qingyun eschews training at home and ventures directly to the bustling streets of Konoha. His nostalgia for the village's scenery is overshadowed by the operations of his grain depot, which he had established for the community. Boss, you have arrived. The overseers of the grain depot are ordinary villagers whom Qingyun has employed, as the depot serves the public and operates normally. Nevertheless, he has stationed ninjas to vigilantly guard the establishment around the clock. In a remarkably short span, Qingyun expends his entire fortune of 100,000 ryo on his business endeavors, confident in the future prosperity that awaits the grain depot. After delegating the necessary tasks to his subordinates, he retreats to his quarters to explore the other rewards he has received. At the tender age of 9, Qingyun finds his physical form has grown, and his chakra capacity has undoubtedly expanded. Yet, his usual chakra total remains constrained to the levels of a Kage and an extraordinary Kage, despite the purity of his chakra far surpassing that of an average extraordinary Kage. He still senses a deficiency each time he utilizes it. This was especially evident during his confrontation with the 8 Tails, after which he found himself utterly incapable of contending with the third Raikage. This predicament poses a considerable challenge for Qingyun. System, will my chakra total truly double? What if my body cannot accommodate such a surge? Could I perish from the strain? Qingyun inquired anxiously. Rest assured, that will not occur, the system elucidated. The system has accounted for your inability to contain excess chakra and will automatically enhance your internal capacity at no cost. Thus, your chakra will indeed double. Your total chakra will surge instantaneously, provided you are prepared. With a plethora of rewards at his disposal, Qingyun recognized their potential for greater purpose and promptly instructed the system. Then let us proceed with doubling my chakra. Confirmed. However, brace yourself for considerable discomfort in the next moment, as your body is still that of a 9-year-old. Moreover, any surplus chakra will be directed to your seal, the system cautioned. Very well, I understand. Qingyun nodded, ready to accept the chakra reward. In an instant, a piercing cry escaped Qingyun's lips, as he felt every cell in his body threaten to explode with pain. Ah, system, did you not say it would only last a moment? Why must it hurt so much? He lamented, both amused and distressed. Yet the system emitted no sound, as if to convey, I am busy, do not disturb me. Qingyun found himself at a loss. Having boarded this treacherous vessel, escape was no longer an option. His entire being was engulfed in pain, a torment so profound that words failed to encapsulate its essence. This suffering persisted for an extended duration, rendering his body increasingly numb. Suddenly, a surge of formidable chakra flooded into him, and Qingyun willingly allowed this energy to permeate his being. Initially, this visible chakra relentlessly sought entry into his body, and when it could no longer penetrate, it found an outlet on his forehead. Quickly, retreat into the Yin seal. I can bear it no longer. Qingyun did not succumb to a fatal explosion. Rather, his chakra, already at the pinnacle of the shadow level, surged beyond that threshold, instantly reaching the zenith of super shadow. Just a step away from transcending it, However, Qingyun was still too young. Had he been a decade older, the doubling of chakra would have been an effortless feat for him. Time eluded him, and eventually, Qingyun realized that the chakra within his yin seal had reached its capacity. At that moment, his entire body felt devoid of sensation, and any attempt to act was futile, leading him into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that his perceptive abilities had intensified remarkably. Now, when employing ninjutsu, he scarcely felt any depletion of chakra, indicating that his chakra had transformed into an expansive ocean. Though his body remained somewhat numb, Qingyun's strength had far surpassed his former self. Now, even in the presence of the Eight Tails or the Raikage, he felt an unwavering courage and confidence. Subsequently, Qingyun focused all his attention on the cultivation of Conqueror's Haki. Although he was fortunate to have drawn this powerful ability, he merely possessed the method of awakening it. It is essential to understand that Conqueror's Haki cannot be awakened solely through practice. Rather, the system provided him with advanced techniques regarding its mastery. Thus, until he could unleash Conqueror's Haki independently, he could not fully grasp its power. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. He had hoped that, facing an army of ninjas, a mere display of Conqueror's Haki would incapacitate more than half of them. Though he recognized the futility in that expectation, without lingering on such thoughts, he redirected his focus to the next reward, the tremor fruit. Observing his hands, he noted that, unlike other rewards, the system's designation was the devil fruit system, making the acquisition of its powers the swiftest and most convenient. Unable to experiment within his quarters, he hastened to a favored training ground from his past. The waterfall cascaded relentlessly before him, and as he gazed upon its splendor, he concentrated the power of tremors in one hand and delivered a powerful punch forward. Immediately following, the direction in which Qingyun struck revealed a fragmented appearance. Could it be that the fabric of space itself was rent asunder? What transpired next was a scene of sheer astonishment. As a terrifying force surged through the waterfall in an instant, not only was the waterfall itself affected, but the surrounding rocks and countless trees were also shattered to pieces in that very moment. Qingyun had just instigated a tremor in the air and the earth, showcasing the formidable destructive capability of the quake fruit, prompting him to reevaluate his own strength. Truly, it is the mightiest of the Paramecia type in the realm of the Pirate King, unparalleled in its destructive potential. I must dedicate ample time to mastering this power. At this juncture, Qingyun had yet to fully harness the true strength of the quake fruit. Nevertheless, it was still explosively powerful. The thunder fruit had reached a peak of 200 million volts, and if the quake fruit were to awaken, Qingyun surmised that its potency would transcend mere explosive force. However, to successfully develop the quake fruit and seamlessly integrate its capabilities into his combat style, Qingyun believed he would require considerable time. Setting aside the capabilities of the quake fruit, Qingyun turned his attention to the rewards below. The chakra attribute of one appeared to offer little immediate benefit, yet it was, in truth, of immense significance to him. Possessing a full spectrum of chakra attributes would bestow buffs upon any ninjutsu employed. High-ranking shinobi typically possess more than 2 chakra attributes. If 2 or more can be fused, one would attain the power of a bloodline limit. Previously, Qingyun believed that only 5 fundamental attributes could undergo fusion. However, this was a misconception. For instance, would-release techniques require not only earth and water chakra, but also the yang chakra. Although Qingyun had yet to master yin release techniques, he would inevitably need to grasp both yin and yang in due time. This occasion allowed him to assemble a foundational array of chakra attributes, needing only the yang chakra to achieve a complete spectrum. As for the remaining fire attribute and its transformations, this would serve as a highly practical skill for Qingyun. Mastering the nature and transformations of a single attribute is already indicative of a high level of skill. To comprehend the nuances of 2 or more chakra attributes simultaneously is the hallmark of a true master. Having previously grasped the nature and transformations of wind and lightning release, the system has now generously bestowed upon him the fire attribute-esque characteristics. Qingyun estimated that it would not be long before he thoroughly mastered these elements, potentially even attaining various bloodline limits and their advanced forms. Subsequently, Qingyun utilized the Great Fire Annihilation arrow gifted by the system, alongside the previous Great Fire Annihilation technique, to test the potency of fire release. Today he wielded fire release with greater finesse, even igniting his kunai with chakra flames through his own abilities. Naturally, Perfection was not achieved on the first attempt. Mastery comes with practice, and every ability requires frequent usage to amplify its power. Furthermore, the number of his shadow clones had more than doubled, signifying that Qingyun could now exploit the original technique's advantages to an even greater extent. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Qingyun swiftly acclimated to the abilities of the Zhengjun Gushi, along with the fire and water release ninjutsu. This reward held immense significance for Qingyun, compelling him to practice diligently. A training enthusiast at heart, despite having reached considerable strength, upon acquiring new abilities, Qingyun immersed himself in training, completely oblivious to everything else. The relentless practice, coupled with the augmentation from shadow clones, enabled Qingyun to master his newfound skills at an astonishing pace. Time slipped away unnoticed until several members of the Umbu sought him out, prompting Qingyun to regain his bearings. "Is there something you need?" Qingyun inquired. "The third Hokage has sent us to bring you to him," replied the masked Umbu. "Ah, I tend to lose track of time during training. I haven't yet resolved matters with the old man," Qingyun acknowledged, fully aware that he had ascended to the rank of Jonin in Konoha, necessitating his role as a leading Jonin to guide a team. With great power comes great responsibility. Not only must he learn to combat alongside others, but he must also lead a squad of genin into battle. Qingyun found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whom he would choose as his disciple. Before long, Qingyun was face to face with the third Hokage. However, the expression on the Hokage's face was notably grave, instilling a sense of foreboding within Qingyun. "Qingyun," the third Hokage addressed him. "What is it, Hokage?" Qingyun asked, sensing the weight of impending misfortune. "Lord White Fang. He has taken his own life." The third Hokage finally revealed the somber news. "Suicide? Teacher White Fang? Why?" Though Qingyun suspected the answer, he could not help but voice his disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage resolved to divulge the truth. While on a mission, Lord White Fang chose to save a former comrade, which ultimately led to the mission's failure. Following this, the very friend he saved did not express gratitude but instead, along with others, placed the blame on him. In his anguish, Lord White Fang succumbed to despair. The third Hokage's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qingyun shook his head in disbelief. "Hokage, could you not have prevented this?" The third Hokage, as the leader of Konoha, and White Fang, who embodied the spirit of the village, had both succumbed to such tragic fate? Before Qingyun could intervene, White Fang had already perished. Was his arrival in this world destined to change nothing? I believe Lord White Fang was not in the wrong, yet this conclusion is unjust. "Wouldn't you agree, old man?" Qingyun probed, gauging the Hokage's sentiments. The third Hokage replied, "White Fang is undoubtedly a hero of Konoha. This outcome is indeed unexpected. Qingyun, if you have the opportunity, perhaps you could comfort Kakashi? After all, he is the son of White Fang, and this event has profoundly affected him." "I understand, but I wish to know who exactly was the comrade that White Fang saved." Qingyun gazed unwaveringly at the third Hokage, resolute in his determination to uncover the truth behind White Fang's demise. He understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The illustrious White Fang. How could he possess such self-awareness? There must be an insidious conspiracy at play. After his mission had failed, White Fang had come to him, insisting that the name of his companion remain undisclosed, leaving Qingyun feeling powerless. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. A surge of anger welled up within Qingyun. It seemed that Sarutobi was aware, to some extent, of the truth yet chose not to reveal it, likely due to White Fang's explicit instructions. White Fang had hoped to save that companion, yet both the village and the companion had failed to acknowledge him, leading to White Fang's tragic end, an outcome orchestrated by the ninja and the ruthless codes they adhered to. Qingyun spoke candidly. "I wish to change everything. Ninjas are not mere tools. We are all ninjas." He addressed the third Hokage with fervor. "Rest assured, I will not stir trouble. I merely seek to understand their true intentions. I demand an answer, third Hokage." With steadfast resolve, Qingyun fixed his gaze upon the third Hokage, who let out a heavy sigh before revealing. "The ninja whom White Fang saved is affiliated with Root. Though he is a Root ninja, he is also a Leaf ninja. White Fang rescued him. Yet for a Root ninja, the completion of a mission is paramount, which is why he reproached White Fang." At last, the third Hokage unveiled the truth.